Chapter 1 Blood Slave. Lin Shuang'er, may you suffer a most wretched fate. In the Tianxian continent, Qingzhou, Beixian City, deep within the Lin family dungeon. The boy's complexion was as pale as paper, his eyes filled with an overwhelming fury and murderous intent. His hair hung disheveled, his frame emaciated, and his body was punctured by the vicious thousand-year cold iron hooks, with chains binding his limbs tightly. Countless horrifying scars marred his body, rendering him a pitiful sight. Before him stood a stunningly beautiful young girl, her figure exquisitely delicate. Brother Lin Mu, your vitality is truly tenacious. It took me a full 3 years to drain all the sacred blood from your body. I must commend your endurance, the enchanting girl said with a twisted smile, her eyes gleaming with a perverse excitement. You ungrateful, venom-asserted woman. I, Lin Mu, swear that even as a ghost, I shall not spare you. The boy's eyes brimmed with boundless killing intent. The boy was named Lin Mu, once the young master of the Lin family in Beixian City. He awakened his human sacred body at the age of 9 and embarked on the path of cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of body refinement at 13 and entering the Wheel C realm by 14. Given time, he held the potential to ascend to the Sky Sovereign realm before his 18th birthday, becoming the youngest Sky Sovereign in Beixian City. Such talent rendered Lin Mu the envy of countless cultivators in Beixian City. However, at the peak of his brilliance, he brought upon himself a calamity by saving a woman. 3 years prior, Lin Mu accompanied his childhood friend, Lin Shuang'er, to the Canglong mountain range in search of spiritual herbs to aid her breakthrough, only to encounter a formidable foe unexpectedly. In his haste to rescue Lin Shuang'er, Lin Mu engaged in battle without hesitation. Yet, in a mere exchange, he sustained grievous injuries, his will C shattered. The Wheel C was the very foundation of cultivation. With its destruction, Lin Mu was rendered a useless cripple, incapable of further cultivation. Yet, this venom-asserted woman, Lin Shuang'er, seized the opportunity to slander him, claiming he had attempted to violate her. Consequently, Lin Mu was deemed a disgrace by his family, stripped of his position as young master, and cast into the deepest depths of the dungeon. The human sacred bloodline was already a rarity. Lin Shuang'er possessed the red dragon bloodline. If she could merge it with the human sacred bloodline, she would have a significant chance of transforming into a sacred dragon bloodline. Thus, armed with the sacred dragon bloodline, she would inevitably ascend to become a formidable powerhouse in the future. At that time, the Lin family and the city lord's residence would be mere ants in her eyes. 3 years ago, Lin Mu's grandfather, the head of the family, was ensnared in a plot orchestrated by Lin Shuang'er's father, the Lin family's elder Lin Batian, ultimately fleeing into the perilous depths of the Canglong mountain range, his fate unknown. The others involved were either secretly slaughtered or exiled. From that moment on, the elder became the new head of the Lin family. And Lin Mu, due to Lin Shuang'er's machinations, was reduced to a blood slave. For the past 3 years, Lin Shuang'er would visit the dungeon every few days, extracting a vial of sacred blood from Lin Mu each time. Throughout these 3 years, Lin Mu could scarcely fathom how he endured. Lin Shuang'er, how ruthless your heart is. I was gravely injured while trying to save you. My will C destroyed. Yet you not only slandered me, but usurped my position as young master. And now you treat me as a blood slave. Why do you torment me so? Fury filled Lin Mu's eyes. In response to his wrath, the girl who once followed him like a shadow, innocent and carefree, now regarded him with a mocking gaze. Why? Wang Tung possesses a natural sword body. Unparalleled talent, he broke through to the Sky Sovereign realm at 14, and is now but a step away from the Cave Heaven realm. He is the holy son of the Qingyun sect, the foremost sect in Qingzhou, and Brother Wang has promised to exempt me from the assessment, allowing me to ascend directly to become a disciple of the sect's main peak. If it weren't for this, how could I have invited Brother Wang to strike you down in a single blow, rendering you a cripple? Lin Shuang'er stood like a goddess from the heavens, looking down upon Lin Mu from her lofty position. You! Her words pierced Lin Mu's heart like sharp blades. His body trembled involuntarily, fatigue washing over him, his face ashen. The vows they once exchanged felt like wisps of smoke, their so-called love utterly insignificant in the face of harsh reality. Ah, there's one more thing. The Lin family has raised you for 16 years. Your meager sacred bloodline is hardly enough to repay their kindness. How about this? Hand over your ancient dragon blood token. Lin Mu's vacant eyes flickered with a sudden intensity, his gaze ablaze with fury as he growled. Lin Shuang, what did you just say? The dragon blood token was rumored to contain great secrets. If one could unlock it, immense fortune would follow. For over a decade, Lin Mu had attempted countless times to unravel its mysteries, yet he had failed each time. It was the only token left to him by his parents before their disappearance, the very belief that had sustained him thus far. For 16 years, he had yearned to uncover its secrets and learn the truth of his origins. Yet Lin Shuanger, having stolen his sacred bloodline, was not satisfied. She sought to take away his final glimmer of hope as well. Lin Mu, you a waste. Keeping such a treasure is a gross misuse. Only I am worthy of possessing it. Once I unlock it and receive its immense fortune, I shall soar to great heights. At that point, even Qingzhou shall not confine me. A frenzied gleam shone in Lin Shuanger's eyes, sending chills down one's spine. In that moment, Lin Mu finally saw through the heart of this seemingly beautiful girl, realizing how venomous it truly was. The girl before him had become a stranger. He ceased to speak, merely regarding her with a frigid stare. Since you refuse to hand it over, I shall take it myself. Lin Shuanger stepped forward, using the dagger in her hand to probe Lin Mu's body, ultimately locating a dark-colored token at his chest. Indeed, it is the dragon blood token, Lin Shuanger exclaimed with delight, stowing it away before casting a cold smile at Lin Mu and declaring, Now, let me drain the remnants of your sacred blood completely. With a swift motion, a dagger gleaming with a cold silver light appeared in Lin Shuanger's hand, thrusting mercilessly into Lin Mu's emaciated form. Drip, drip. Golden blood oozed slowly from Lin Mu's skin, its flow agonizingly sluggish. Lin Shuanger hastily retrieved a jade vial, capturing every drop of the golden blood. As she beheld the vial gradually filling with sacred blood, an unprecedented excitement lit her face. She envisioned her bloodline transforming into that of a sacred dragon. She could almost see herself basking in the glory of becoming Beixian City's greatest prodigy. Lin Mu felt no pain. He had endured this agony countless times before. Yet with the trickle of golden blood, he felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, his gaze beginning to blur. His will see had been utterly depleted, and the scant blood within his veins was on the verge of running dry. It was unfathomable that he could still muster words at this moment. Lin Shuanger, you possess a heart of such cruelty. I wish I could rend your body into 1,000 pieces and scatter your ashes. Lin Mu suddenly raised his head, summoning the last of his strength to glare fiercely at Lin Shuang, his eyes burning with terrifying, murderous intent. That gaze was frightful, yet it could not kill. It merely caused Lin Shuanger to tremble, a drop of freshly gathered sacred blood falling to the ground. If you must blame someone, blame your foolishness and that of your grandfather. Otherwise, I would not have found the opportunity to strike at you and your father. Just now, you caused me to waste a drop of sacred blood. Your crimes warrant death 1,000 times over. Lin Shuanger, realizing the gravity of her mistake, felt a surge of cold fury fill her eyes, her anger palpable. Had she truly been intimidated by the gaze of a dying man? For her, this was an utter humiliation. So it turns out my grandfather was also ensnared by your schemes. Lin Shuang or Lin Batian and Wang Tung. Should I, Lin Mu, survive this day, I shall ensure that not one of you remains. Lin Mu seethed with hatred, his life force dwindling to a whisper. The sacred blood within him was nearly depleted. Once it ran dry, he would swiftly meet his end. What can you do now but boast? Be quiet and experience the taste of death. Lin Shuanger scoffed, yet she failed to notice that Lin Mu had fallen silent, his eyes now completely hollow. What is happening? Has his sacred blood run dry? Lin Shuanger frowned, scrutinizing Lin Mu's wound. Upon further inspection, she found that the sacred blood was still insufficient to fill a vial, only about 90% full, yet Lin Mu seemed devoid of life, no trace of blood flowing within him any longer. Lin Shuang'er's gaze turned icy as she relentlessly stabbed the dagger into Lin Mu's body, piercing him in various places. Puff! 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 In an instant, Lin Mu's body was riddled with gaping wounds, yet not a single drop of blood emerged. Finally, Lin Shuang'er cast a disdainful glance at Lin Mu, then turned and left without a backward glance. Outside the dungeon, Lin Batian, upon seeing his daughter emerge, eagerly inquired, "Shuang'er, how did it go?" "The ancient dragon blood order has been secured, however. This time the holy blood is insufficient, falling short by a small measure. Yet, the impact should be negligible. I shall set forth immediately to Qingyun sect, seeking the assistance of the esteemed elders. The transformation of my crimson dragon bloodline into that of the sacred dragon hinges upon this moment," Lin Shuang'er stated. "By the way, father, I leave Lin Mu's funeral arrangements in your capable hands." "Rest assured," Lin Batian replied with a cold smirk. "As your father, I shall eradicate all those involved, leaving not a single trace behind." His daughter was destined to soar to great heights. At that juncture, the Lin family would also rise with the tide, and he would not allow his daughter to bear any stigma. Thus, he resolved to take decisive action, eliminating anyone privy to this matter. Suddenly, in the heavens above, a tempest brewed. In the firmament above Beixian City, an eternal golden light surged through the void, unnoticed by any mortal eye. In an instant, it vanished into the depths of the Lin family's dungeon, entering Lin Mu's body. A flicker of gold flashed upon him, and faintly, the sound of a dragon's roar could be discerned. Chapter 2. Acquire the Chaos Treasure and cultivate the eternal golden body. Am I about to perish? Lin Mu felt his consciousness rapidly dissipating, on the verge of being engulfed by boundless darkness. Yet his heart brimmed with an intense sense of unwillingness. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light, as if embodying timeless immortality, erupted before his eyes, blinding him. It was a diminutive figure radiating dazzling golden light. The golden figure was inscribed with countless intricate and obscure characters, resembling tadpoles, none of which Lin Mu could comprehend as he concentrated his gaze. The golden figure instantaneously disintegrated into innumerable golden characters that burrowed into his body. His nose, face, eyes, neck, hands, torso, and legs. Every part of Lin Mu's body was swiftly enveloped by these golden characters. As the final character entered his mind, Lin Mu felt as though he had been struck by a colossal hammer, his entire being quaking violently. Simultaneously, the myriad golden characters on his body radiated with resplendent light. When the golden brilliance gradually dimmed and vanished, those countless golden characters had completely fused into his being. That moment, a foreign memory materialized within his mind. The unyielding golden body technique, the supreme crafting method of eternity. Forge oneself into a weapon, tempered through 1,000 trials, to become the eternal golden body. Was this truly a technique to transform oneself into a weapon? Although Lin Mu was unversed in crafting, he understood that crafting masters were highly sought after and rare. Even with the financial resources of Beixian City, they could only attract a single first-tier crafting master, highlighting the profession's desirability. Yet this technique required one to be forged into a weapon. Buzz! Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted in Lin Mu's mind, revealing a colossal golden humanoid entity. The golden giant towered to the heavens, exuding a terrifying aura that made the very heavens tremble. The golden giant grew larger until Lin Mu could only see a golden cauldron manifesting in his consciousness. The cauldron was adorned with 9 golden dragons. And at that moment, one of the dragon's eyes abruptly opened, emanating an ancient aura imbued with supreme majesty. Lin Mu was instantly overwhelmed by a soul-crushing oppressive force. Yet fortunately, the dragon's eye closed just as swiftly, sparing him from calamity. The golden light dissipated. The terrifying golden giant faded into darkness, leaving only the shimmering 9-dragon divine cauldron hovering above Lin Mu, ancient and eternal. Whoosh! Suddenly, black flames ignited within the 9-dragon divine cauldron, emanating an unfathomable heat, seemingly capable of incinerating the heavens and earth, as if they would never extinguish. The cauldron crashed down with a resounding clang, enveloping Lin Mu within. The pain! How excruciating! Let me die! Lin Mu was engulfed in black flames, writhing in agony. However, in his current soul state, he could not succumb to unconsciousness, forcing him to endure. The torment was unbearable. If given the choice, he would wish for immediate death to escape this horrific suffering. Alas, even death felt like a luxury. He could not die in his soul form. Fortunately, whenever his soul reached the brink of endurance, a burst of golden light would emerge from the nine-dragon divine cauldron, instantly restoring his soul. Thus, his soul underwent a sigh as the two jailers burst forth from the cell. They hurriedly locked the door behind them in a flustered manner. Lin Mu, even if you possess some remaining strength, do not think you can break through the prison door. It is forged from a millennium of cold iron. You shall await your demise within. They rushed off to report this matter to the family patriarch, intending to send someone to eliminate him. Seeing Lin Mu trapped inside the cell, their hearts settled, and they could not help but mock him that if the prison door were as solid as the walls of the cell, I might indeed need to exert some effort to break free. However, considering how thin this door is, are you truly confident it can contain me? Lin Mu scoffed. With a resounding crash, he activated the eternal, undying golden body, transforming his fist into a brilliant gold, and struck. Astonishingly, the prison door, crafted from a millennium of cold iron, was shattered. Leaving a gaping hole, he extended his hand and effortlessly crushed the lock. How is this possible? My heavens, he is too powerful. There must have been a mistake. We must flee. The two jailers trembled in fear, realizing that they had been sent by the patriarch to dispose of Lin Mu's body, only to find him very much alive and possessing terrifying strength. That I told you. There is no escape. Lin Mu swung open the prison door, his form flickering with a faint golden hue before vanishing from sight. His speed was astonishing, and in an instant he appeared before the two jailers, blocking their path. What is this? Weren't you just planning to extract my sacred blood and kill me? Here I stand. Why don't you try? Lin Mu confronted them, and their faces turned pale with fear, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Weren't you supposed to be stripped of your will C? The Wheel C is the source of immense power. How can you still possess such terrifying strength? One jailer stammered. That question is better suited for you to pose to the King of Hell. Lin Mu replied coldly, his gaze I see. Why do you truly think a mere cripple can threaten us? You have unleashed your power several times. Surely, you must be out of strength by now. Why waste time talking to him? He has already been rendered powerless. He is but a flickering candle at the end of its wick. The other jailer retorted, forcing down his fear. That's so? Then by all means, come and test it. Lin Mu's gaze was sharp as he regarded them, that he had refrained from killing them immediately, wishing to gauge his strength against them first. At that moment, he sensed that their cultivation was roughly at the mid-stage of body refinement, which struck him as excessively weak, causing his interest to wane. Let us attack together and be done with him. I refuse to believe he can create any more waves. Knowing that escape was futile, they resolved to fight with all their might. They believed Lin Mu had exhausted his capacity for violence. Otherwise, he would have dispatched them long ago. Dare a flickering firefly to be insolent before me? Prepare to die. Lin Mu remained calm as the two jailers lunged at him with their swords. He struck out with a powerful punch. Boom, crack, crack. The two jailers' long swords were obliterated, and simultaneously, massive fist imprints appeared on their bodies, causing them to cave inwards. They were sent crashing against the cell walls, blood and flesh mingling in a gruesome sight. The next target would be the Lin family's armory. The Nine Dragons Divine, although Lin Mu had long been psychologically prepared, he was still taken aback by the sheer might of his own punch. When forging the indestructible golden body, he had endured the torment of those terrifying black flames, which had scorched his entire being, resulting in his body shattering and reforming 81 times, causing him excruciating pain. However, in retrospect, the suffering he endured then was well worth it. After all, he now possessed a strength 100-fold greater than that of his peers. Within the same realm, he could obliterate opponents with a single blow. Even against those who surpassed him by an entire realm, he felt confident to engage in battle. Alas, the Lin family still had several formidable experts stationed at this moment. He was not yet ready to confront them head-on. Nevertheless, Lin Mu was convinced that with the terrifying power of the indestructible golden body, it would not be long before he was qualified to annihilate the entire Lin family. Lin family, prepare yourselves. For the day of your annihilation is drawing near, he declared. And as for the Qingyun sect, Lin Mu vowed to breach their gates, making it abundantly clear that he was not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. Drawing a deep breath, Lin Mu stepped into the weapons pavilion. Upon entering, the majestic nine-dragon divine cauldron within his spiritual sea quivered slightly, igniting a surge of excitement within him. The cauldron had reacted, emanating a subtle wave of yearning energy that, if his conjecture was correct, it was likely due to the sizable chunk of millennia-old cold iron in the Lin family's weapon repository, which they lacked the capability to refine into weaponry. Unhurried, Lin Mu first seized an ordinary spirit sword and placed it within his spiritualist in an instant. An immense pulling force surged from the nine-dragon divine cauldron, causing the ordinary spirit sword to vanish from sight. Lin Mu quickly probed into his spiritual sea. Within the cauldron, the spirit sword was enveloped in black flames, reduced to ashes at the same moment. Lin Mu felt a slight warmth in his body, accompanied by a fleeting sting, as though a surge of energy had fused into his flesh, augmenting his physical prowess. The nine-dragon divine cauldron was indeed extraordinary. It could autonomously devour spiritual entities and refine them into energy to enhance his indestructible golden body. However, the process of refining his flesh would inevitably bring about pain. Realizing that the Lin family's experts would soon come after him, he could not afford to refine all the spiritual objects here. He swiftly collected every spiritual item from the Lin family's weapon repository into the storage space he had just seized from Elder 11. Finally, he arrived at the innermost part of the weapons pavilion, standing before the chunk of millennia-old cold iron. Collect, he willed, and with a thought, the hefty piece, weighing over 100,000 pounds, was drawn into his possession. This was the most precious treasure in the Lin family's arsenal. Its weight had deterred anyone from taking it for use as a weapon, and its incredible durability meant the Lin family had yet to possess the means to refine it. Thus, this valuable item had remained here, ultimately benefiting Lin Mu. Consider this merely a down payment of interest, he mused. The next time I return, it shall be the day of the Lin family's extinction. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mu cast a cold glance in the direction of the Lin family's main hall, his eyes glinting with icy murderous intent, before vanishing into the vast night. Meanwhile, within the Lin family's main hall, the family head had summoned all elders and high-ranking members for an exceedingly crucial meeting. Today, I have called you all to announce a momentous occasion, Lin Jintian proclaimed, his face beaming with joy. The esteemed Qingyun sect, the foremost sect of Qingzhou, has conveyed that our Lin family's young master, Lin Shuang'er, has officially joined their ranks and become a disciple of the Qingyun sect. Furthermore, Shuang'er's Crimson Dragon bloodline has undergone a second awakening, transforming into a holy dragon bloodline, which has summoned celestial phenomena, shaking the very foundations of the Qingyun sect. This prompted the sect master to personally emerge from seclusion to accept her as a direct disciple. According to the news from the Qingyun sect, Shuang'er is a prodigy of extraordinary talent, and given time, she has a significant chance of contending for the position of saintess. In recognition of this achievement, the Qingyun sect has bestowed upon our Lin family numerous cultivation resources as a reward, and they have promised that every 3 years henceforth, our Lin family will secure a direct entry into the Qingyun sect. Boom! The announcement sent waves of exhilaration through the upper echelons of the Lin family, erupting in cheers of joy. Indeed, the young master has not disappointed us. With her in our midst, the Lin family shall surely soar to new heights, they exclaimed. This is truly a momentous occasion for the Lin family. We must host a grand banquet, inviting all the major forces of Beixian City to celebrate for 3 days and nights. Indeed, this is an unprecedented occasion in the history of our family. We must proclaim it to the world. Just as the crowd rejoiced and celebrated Lin Shuang'er's induction into the Qingyun sect, an untimely voice suddenly pierced through the hall. Not good. Not good. Family head, we have a grave situation. A panicked Lin family disciple rushed into the hall, drawing the attention of all present. Silence fell over the hall as every gaze turned toward the distressed disciple. How dare you, as a member of the Lin family, poised to become the strongest family in Beixian City, you display such panic? What a disgrace, the Grand Elder scolded. What is it? Speak quickly upon hearing the Grand Elder's reprimand. The disciple steadied himself and hurriedly replied, reporting to the family head and Grand Elder. Lin Mu has escaped from the dungeon. He has slaughtered all the guards and has been killing anyone he encounters along the way. including over a dozen Lin family disciples. Moreover, he has killed Elder 11, taking all the weapons from the weapons pavilion. Having finished his frantic report, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet the expressions of the elders and family head Lin Batian turned ashen. What did you say? That waste Lin Mu has escaped and killed Elder 11. Moreover, he has taken all our weapons. Lin Batian could not contain his disbelief. Elder 11, a cultivator at the early stage of the Wheelsea realm, had been slain, and the millennial-old cold iron, a treasure of the Lin family, was now lost. The potential loss would deal a devastating blow to the family. As they were on the cusp of acquiring the strength to forge it into weaponry, the entire assembly of Lin family higher-ups was rendered speechless, their faces a portrait of incredulity. Family head. It is true. Every word of it. The disciple stammered in response. How can this be? Wasn't he already rendered useless? Could he truly have risen from the ashes? This cannot stand. Now that the young master has awakened the power of the holy dragon bloodline, we cannot allow Lin Mu to grow stronger, another elder declared. Indeed, this boy must die. It is well known that two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, and this ingrate harbors resentment against the Lin family. If he is not eliminated, our family shall find no peace in the future. Lin Mu must perish. If he has indeed regained his holy body, we must take action to eradicate the threat he poses. They all agreed. The combat prowess of a holy body was too fearsome. It was renowned for being unrivaled among its peers, capable of subduing even emperors of the same realm, rendering it nearly invincible. Unfortunately, they were unaware that Lin Mu had obtained the inheritance of the indestructible golden body, a technique far superior to the human race's holy body, making him virtually unmatched in the world. Should he reach his full potential, he would transcend this realm, becoming truly unparalleled. Indeed, this child must be disposed of. Our Lin family has Lin Shuang heir. That is sufficient. We have no need for this ingrate. The family had decreed. Who among you is willing to lead the Lin family's elite to hunt him down? Whoever brings me his head shall be amply rewarded. In a secluded area of the Lin family, outside a dilapidated wooden cabin, a young man gazed tenderly at the simple yet immaculate girl before him. Yao heir, it brings me immense joy to see you again. Lin Mu inhaled deeply, his heart aching as he looked at the girl. The girl, with her pure appearance and spirited eyes, appeared frail, her complexion pale and emaciated, as if a gentle breeze could topple her. She was indeed heart-wrenching to behold. Her name was Jiang Yao heir, Lin Mu's devoted maid, who had remained steadfastly loyal to him throughout his 3 years of adversity, vowing to wait for him tirelessly. Jiang Yao heir's origins were mysterious. She had been found by Lin Mu's grandfather, Lin Lei, during her childhood and had subsequently become his personal maid. After Lin Mu had fallen victim to treachery and misfortune, this young maid had attempted to visit him, only to be violently expelled and nearly beaten to death. Ever since learning of her plight, Lin Mu had been deeply troubled by her fate, that as he prepared to flee the Lin family, she suddenly came to mind. He realized that if he did not take her with him, the Lin family would surely punish her, making her life a living hell. Thus, he resolved to bring her along, regardless of her being an ordinary person and the potential hindrance she might pose to his escape. His determination was unwavering. Young master, is it truly you? Is Yao not dreaming? Jiang Yao gazed with disbelief in her eyes. She had thought she would never have the chance to see Lin Mu again in this lifetime. To her astonishment, here he was today, making it difficult for her to believe that this was reality. After all, she had long heard that Lin Mu was imprisoned in the deepest part of the Lin family's dungeon. And now, 3 years later, she was uncertain if he was still alive. Silly girl, you are certainly not dreaming. Lin Mu affectionately brushed her flowing hair and held her tightly in his embrace. Feeling the warmth radiating from Lin Mu, Jiang Yao shivered slightly, a mix of shyness and overwhelming happiness flooding her being. She pinched her delicate thigh hard, the sharp pain coursing through her body confirming her reality. The pain was indeed real. How wonderful, young master. You are truly alive. Yao has finally seen you again. Jiang Yao's face lit up with joy, tears of ecstasy streaming down her cheeks. Over the past 3 years, she had yearned for the moment she could reunite with Lin Mu. Unfortunately, she had not possessed the privilege to do so. After Lin Mu's imprisonment, she had been relegated to the lowest servant of the Lin family, tasked with washing clothes and managing the waste of the family members. All while being targeted, often deprived of food and subjected to bullying, living in abject misery. Were it not for her unwavering desire to see Lin Mu again, she might have perished long ago. Especially that one time when she had risked everything to visit Lin Mu in the dungeon, only to be beaten to near death. Her condition had deteriorated ever since, and merely surviving until now had been a monumental challenge. By the way, young master, how did you end up here? Zhang Yaoer asked curiously. That's a long story. Not long ago, I was drained of the last drop of my sacred blood by Lin Xuan and fell into a coma. Just when I thought I was doomed, I unexpectedly gained a tremendous opportunity, and then I broke through the Lin family's prison and escaped. Lin Mu briefly recounted the events, feeling a surge of emotion within. Heaven has eyes. The Almighty could not bear to let the young master suffer injustice and perish. Thank you, heavens, for allowing the young master to live again. Zhang Yaoer fervently expressed her gratitude to the heavens, her devotion unwavering. In her heart, nothing was more paramount than the survival of the young master. Lin Mu tenderly stroked her hair and spoke earnestly. Yaoer, do you wish to leave this place with me? We can leave, of course, as long as you are willing. I will take you away right now. I am willing. I certainly am. Zhang Yaoer enthusiastically nodded, her emaciated yet endearing face illuminated with anticipation and longing. There is no time to waste. Let us depart at once. Lin Mu took a deep breath and murmured to himself. Lin family, await my return. The day I come back will be the day of your annihilation. He had to leave the Lin family quickly, otherwise if the family's powerful members came after them, it would spell trouble. Chapter 6. Breaking out of the Lin family. A scene of carnage. Halt. The family head has decreed that, effective immediately, no one is permitted to leave the family. Violators will be executed without mercy. As Lin Mu and Zhang Yaoer arrived at the entrance of the Lin family, ready to depart, they were intercepted. Upon seeing the dozen soldiers guarding the Lin family gates, Lin Mu's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on them. Open the gates, otherwise die. Lin Mu spoke coldly. Behind him, Zhang Yaoer looked apprehensive. Clutching a spiritual sword, stained with blood, that she had drawn from her storage bag. Along their journey, they had encountered disciples from the Lin family's law enforcement hall, but those individuals had now become souls beneath his blade. Seeing the bloodied sword, the guards finally recognized Lin Mu's form under the bright oil lamps illuminating the gate. Although Lin Mu was now 16, he bore little change from 3 years ago. During his imprisonment, he had been drained of considerable amounts of sacred blood every few days, making it difficult for him to grow. Thus, even after 3 years, his height had not changed significantly. You are Lin Mu? Were you not imprisoned in the deepest part of the family dungeon? How could you possibly be here? Was the family head's recent order related to you? You were still alive. The expressions of the dozen guards shifted dramatically. Their demeanor tense. The name of a person carries weight. 3 years ago, Lin Mu was the Lin family's young master. Not only was he first in talent, but he also held the top combat prowess. 3 years ago, with the might of the human sacred body, he could suppress elders at the late stage of the Wheel Sea realm, making him the foremost figure among the younger generation of Beishan City. He had led the Lin family disciples in countless battles, earning tremendous accolades. Across Beishan City, his name was known to all. While individuals from other factions may not have seen him, nearly everyone from the Lin family's younger generation had. Though he had vanished for 3 years, the Lin family disciples could not have forgotten him so quickly. His achievements 3 years ago had placed him on a pedestal. Now, as he reappeared 3 years later, it naturally instilled fear in their hearts, preventing them from acting recklessly. That I will say this once more. Open the gates, otherwise die. Lin Mu spoke icily, signaling Zhang Yaoer to follow, and he began to advance towards the guards. Damn it. You were crippled 3 years ago, and yet you dare to be so arrogant. Just wait and see how I deal with you. The family head's order to prevent anyone from leaving must be related to you. You Lin Mu, do you still consider yourself the young master of the Lin family from 3 years ago? Today we will see what you can do against us, with us guarding the Lin family gates. You shall not pass a single step out of the city. The guards showed no intention of yielding. Instead, they appeared eager for a fight. Lin Mu wasted no words and launched his attack directly. With a swift slash of his sword, one guard had not even realized what had happened before a crimson line appeared across his neck. Lin Mu's expression remained calm as he struck again. He actually dares to kill within the Lin family. Quickly, kill him! Everyone attacked together. The guards instantly snapped back to reality, their faces pale with fear. They dared not underestimate him, drawing their sharp spears and thrusting from all angles towards Lin Mu. Some even targeted Jiang Yaoer as well, in their pursuit of Lin Mu. They showed no mercy even to a frail mortal girl. This scene utterly infuriated Lin Mu. Die. Lin Mu's gaze turned frigid as he unleashed his fury. His speed surged to its peak, transforming him into a streak of golden light. The flash of his sword severed all spears in an instant, and within moments, every guard lay lifeless, fatal wounds marking their bodies. In the blink of an eye, this group of guards from the Lin family had perished. The strongest among them was merely at the late stage of the body refinement realm, insignificant before Lin Mu. Young master, where shall we go now? Jiang Yaoer, witnessing the carnage, looked at Lin Mu with a hint of fear in her eyes. Although she had seen Lin Mu kill before, the sheer number of deaths this time instilled in her an overwhelming sense of pressure. The world is vast. We will find our place. Yaoer, do not be afraid that as long as I am here, no one shall harm you. Lin Mu smiled gently at Jiang Yaoer, cradling her in his arms before vanishing from sight. Feeling Jiang Yaoer's light weight, Lin Mu's heart ached. Over the past 3 years, this girl had evidently endured much hardship. Otherwise, she would not be so frail. Held in Lin Mu's embrace, Jiang Yaoer's fear dissipated in an instant. Where there had once been confusion about her future, she now felt a wave of hope and beauty in the prospect of tomorrow. Young master, perhaps you should go ahead first. The Lin family has not targeted me in these 3 years. I should be safe here. Jiang Yaoer had initially wished to escape with Lin Mu, but she now realized how weak her body was, and the Lin family's experts were currently in pursuit of Lin Mu. Though Lin Mu carried her away, it slowed his pace considerably. At this rate, they would inevitably be caught by the Lin family's powerful members in that scenario. Lin Mu would be at risk. She could disregard her own safety. But the young master's well-being was more important to her than her own life. Silly girl, how could I leave you behind? Lin Mu replied firmly. Once, I was blinded by that viperous woman. Lin Shuang'er, but now I see clearly. Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I will never abandon you, nor will I allow anyone to bully you. After all, you are the dearest person to me in this world. Lin Mu spoke from the heart. He had barely begun his life when his parents left the Lin family, disappearing for a full 16 years. His grandfather may have long perished within the Songlong mountain range. He and Jiang Yaoer had been raised by his grandfather, and although they shared a master-servant relationship, in Lin Mu's heart, he had long regarded Jiang Yaoer as a sister. Now, having finally reunited with Jiang Yaoer, how could he escape alone and leave her behind in this perilous place? But young master, Yaoer is in poor health. I fear I may burden you. Jiang Yaoer, touched yet still worried for Lin Mu, voiced her concerns. After we leave the Lin family, I will need you to take care of my daily needs. I will not abandon you. Lin Mu chuckled. As the two conversed, they swiftly vanished into the enveloping darkness of the night. At that moment, behind them, the elder enforcer of the Lin family personally led over 20 elite disciples, who rapidly appeared at the entrance of the Lin family city walls. Damn it, we have arrived too late. The elder enforcer coldly surveyed the scene littered with corpses, his eyes ablaze with fury, and commanded, pursue them. Even if this heinous traitor flees to the ends of the earth, we shall ensure his demise. We must eliminate this threat to our family once and for all. Yes, yes, the 20 or so elite disciples of the Lin family responded in unison, quickly following the elder enforcer's lead in pursuit. Chapter 7. A proactive assault roars echoed through the lush forest, distinct from the usual animal sounds, clearly the result of disturbance. The traitor is just ahead. He cannot escape. We need only follow the sounds of the startled beasts to catch up with him. The elder enforcer stated with a chilling gaze. Indeed, the 20 or so disciples echoed, their voices equally cold. Before them, Lin Mu was fleeing at the utmost speed while carrying Jiang Yaoer on his back. Yet their pace was still somewhat sluggish. Lin Mu alone might have managed to escape swiftly, but with Jiang Yaoer in tow, he could not move too quickly. Young master, they will catch up to us soon. What should we do? Jiang Yaoer's heart raced with fear, though her worry overshadowed her terror. It seems this battle is unavoidable. In that case, let us fight. Lin Mu replied. Yao Yao, I will find a place for you to hide. Do not make a sound. Wait for me to eliminate them before I come for you. Young master, I will obey. Zhang Yao Yao, overwhelmed, had no objections. Lin Mu located a dense patch of grass and urged Zhang Yao Yao to conceal herself within it, then restored the grass to its original state. Having completed this, he charged toward the group of Lin family enforcers. You insignificant wretches of the Lin family, were you not seeking to kill me? Here I am. Come at me. Lin Mu's voice was frigid, his killing intent surging. He wielded a 3-foot-long blade that emanated a chilling gleam. This sword was the highest-tier weapon from the Lin family's armory, currently wielded as an instrument of martial prowess. After all, possessing a weapon made killing far more efficient. Lin Mu, you disgrace of the family. For 16 years, the family has nurtured you, and instead of at long last. Among the 20-odd elite members of the Lin family, only the protector at the half-step will see realm remains alive. Lin Mu, intent on eliminating him, pursued the man for over a mile before finally catching up. You wish to kill me. It shall not be so easy. I shall fight you to the bitter end. The Lin family's guardian bellowed, exerting all his strength to deliver a punch backward, merely to buy himself a moment's delay. For if he could stall Lin Mu even for a brief while, the elder enforcer would arrive to render assistance, granting him a glimmer of hope for survival. Die. Lin Mu replied coldly, unleashing a punch devoid of any embellishment. With a resounding crash, the guardian's arm exploded instantly, and the sheer force of that terrifying blow obliterated his chest as well, leaving the scene awash in a gruesome display of blood and flesh. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood, accompanied by the anguished cries of the Lin family's guardian echoing around. Lin Mu, you unrepentant beast, the Lin family raised you for 16 years. Yet you dare to lay such a vicious hand upon your kin. Are you even human? The elder enforcer, witnessing the gruesome fate of his comrades, felt a chill creep into his heart. Lin Mu exuded an aura of danger that he had underestimated. Yet now, he found himself without options. Given Lin Mu's speed, escape was futile. Thus, he resolved to fight Lin Mu to the death, believing that with his cultivation, he could easily suppress him. After all, the disparity in their realms was significant. Ha! What a heartless villain! What a mockery of raising me for 16 years! Lin Mu retorted coldly. Does the Lin family have the audacity to preach righteousness before me? Do you even deserve it? I have fought for the Lin family across the lands, earning them a formidable reputation and securing no less than 18 mineral veins, sacrificing everything for the family. Yet how has the Lin family repaid me? Not only did you conspire against me, but you also plotted against my grandfather and imprisoned me in the deepest dungeon for 3 long years, draining my holy blood. If we speak of treachery, ingratitude, and villainy, it should be the Lin family that fits the bill, should it not? Upon hearing these words, the elder enforcer scoffed. Umph, you treacherous family deserter, how dare you spit such venomous lies? Do you possess any evidence for your claims? He challenged. Evidence? How laughable. I have lived through all of this. I need no evidence. Lin Mu's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Since you possess no evidence, do not slander the Lin family's honor. Since the days of our first ancestor, the Lin family has acted with integrity. How could a deceitful traitor like you emerge from our midst? You have brought disgrace upon the Lin family. The elder enforcer spoke coldly. It seems that today, I must suppress you, lest you spread falsehoods about the Lin family and tarnish our name. Falsehoods? Lin Mu countered. You have yet to hear the truth from that venomous woman, Lin Shuang, or that old wretch, Lin Batian. Have you? Once you learn the truth, you will realize that my words are nothing but fact. Alas, you shall not have the chance. Tonight, I shall send you to hell. Lin Mu declared coldly. If there is blame to be cast, let it fall upon you for aiding the wicked. Your demise is of no consequence. Just you, a mere perfected body refinement realm waste. The elder enforcer's killing intent erupted as he roared. The truth of the matter is inconsequential. Once I suppress you and deliver you to the clan leader, the truth will become evident. With that, he unleashed a terrifying aura, one that radiated not from the late will see realm, but from a perfected state within it. Perfected we'll see realm? No wonder you boast of suppressing me. Lin Mu felt a jolt of surprise. Their earlier clash had merely been a contest of raw physical power, making it difficult to gauge each other's true cultivation. Now, with the Elder Enforcer revealing his full strength, the disparity became glaringly clear. You little wretch, 3 years ago, you defeated me, a late We'll See Realm Elder, using the might of the human sacred body when you were merely at the initial We'll See realm. But now, though you have risen again, you are but a perfected body refinement realm practitioner, while I have attained a perfected We'll See realm. The Elder Enforcer raged. Now I offer you a chance. Surrender at once. Or once I strike, you shall surely suffer. You wish for me to surrender? Old fool, you are hardly worthy. Lin Mu retorted. Enough with the idle chatter. Prepare to meet your end. As he spoke, a faint golden light emanated from him, and he activated the eternal, unyielding golden body to its utmost potential. Thrusting his sword forward, aimed directly at the Elder Enforcer's heart, the mountain-splitting palm. The Elder Enforcer roared, unleashing the Lin family's ultimate technique. The display of power far surpassed that of the previous Guardian, forming a massive azure hand in the air, nearly tangible, descending upon Lin Mu with devastating force. This hand, towering at 3 zhang, eclipsed the sky, instilling immense pressure upon Lin Mu. Even with his eternal, unyielding golden body. Break for me. Lin Mu bellowed, unleashing a punch with all his might. With a thunderous boom, the azure hand was shattered by Lin Mu's strike, showcasing an astonishing level of strength. That it was remarkable that despite being merely a perfected body refinement realm practitioner, he could contend against the Elder Enforcer's formidable technique that in the realm of martial arts on the Tianxian continent. Techniques are categorized into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, each further divided into inferior, middle, superior, and exceptional tiers. Only upon reaching the We'll See realm and establishing a We'll See in the Dantian could one generate Yuan power, necessary for cultivating and executing martial arts. The Lin family's mountain-splitting palm is an inferior yellow-grade technique, and when fueled by Yuan power, it elevates the combat effectiveness of We'll See realm cultivators significantly. The greater the cultivation, the more terrifying the power unleashed through Yuan power. How is it possible that you can counter my martial arts with sheer physical strength? Your body, how can it be so formidable? The Elder Enforcer's eyes were wide with shock, that he had never anticipated that after executing his technique, he would only be evenly matched with Lin Mu. The human sacred body is renowned as the mightiest of physiques, a force to be reckoned with. Yet in this post-ancient era, the human sacred body is cursed, limited to cultivation only up to the sky's sovereign realm, with no means of progression thereafter. Even the sacred lands and divine dynasties of the Tianxian continent have failed to uncover a solution. However, in the ancient era, the human sacred body was an overwhelmingly terrifying existence. Once fully realized, it could rival an emperor, wielding the power to suppress the heavens and the earth. That a saying from those times encapsulates its strength. In the ancient era, there were no great emperors among the human race, yet a fully realized sacred body could battle the heavens. In those times, the human sacred body stood unrivaled, capable of contending with even emperors of the same realm. This explains why, 3 years prior, Lin Mu could suppress an elder of the Lin family who was at the late We'll See realm. Of course, the Elder Enforcer remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Mu had not merely risen again, but had inherited the formidable, eternal, unyielding golden body, which surpassed even the human sacred body. I have said it before. 3 years ago, I was able to defeat you, and today, I remain just as capable. Lin Mu's gaze was cold, yet within, he too felt a tremor of astonishment that he knew the eternal, unyielding golden body was powerful, but he had not anticipated it to be so overwhelmingly strong. 3 years ago, with the human sacred body, his physical prowess had been impressive, yet never to this extent, especially against a martial art. Humph. Your arrogance has reached its limits. What I just unleashed was not my strongest technique. Yet you could only barely contend with it. Now, let us see if you can withstand my next move. The Elder Enforcer roared with cold fury. Cloud-opening sword technique. The cloud-opening sword technique, one of the Lin family's 3 great martial arts, is a middle-tier yellow-grade technique, far surpassing the mountain-splitting palm in power. In a bid to defeat Lin Mu, the Elder Enforcer unleashed it without hesitation. With a swift motion, a long sword appeared in the Elder Enforcer's hand. Shimmering with sword light, as he executed the technique, A sword wave over a Zhang Long shot toward Lin Mu with lethal intent. The cloud-opening sword technique. Is it? Lin Mu's gaze revealed a solemn expression, which was soon replaced by determination that he summoned all his strength to activate the eternal indestructible golden body and unleashed a powerful punch. That moment, his fist emanated a faint golden glow, resembling a creation forged from gold, brimming with explosive power. That was not that Lin Mu was unwilling to employ martial techniques against his opponent, but rather that he had only reached the late stage of body refinement, rendering his yuan power incapable of leaving his body. It could only circulate within him to enhance his combat prowess. Otherwise, 3 years prior, he could have utilized his formidable talent to master the 3 martial techniques of the Lin family, including the most powerful technique, the Shadow 9 Swords. The Shadow 9 Swords was the pinnacle martial technique of the Lin family, classified as a high-grade yellow-tier technique with a terrifying level of attack power. Only the successive heirs and heads of the Lin family had the privilege to train in the complete version of the Shadow 9 Swords for the elders of the Lin family. They were both unqualified to practice the full version and, given their talents, would find it exceedingly difficult to master it. Lin Mu was aware that the enforcing elder had undoubtedly cultivated a version of the Shadow 9 Swords that surpassed the open cloud sword technique. Thus, he had to remain vigilant. However, he was not without preparations. Yet, once he executed that particular move, his internal yuan power would be completely depleted, leaving him in a state of extreme weakness. Therefore, he would refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. With a resounding clash, Lin Mu's golden fist collided with the sword light, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal, piercingly sharp. Blood of a golden hue oozed from Lin Mu's fist, unable to withstand the might of the open cloud sword. Fortunately, Lin Mu had anticipated this. At that moment, his left fist also surged forward, striking fiercely against the side of the open cloud sword. With a resounding crash, the open cloud sword was finally shattered by his blow. Yet, the blood on Lin Mu's hand quickly vanished, as even the wound healed at a visibly rapid pace. Clearly, your open cloud sword technique is insufficient. Lin Mu scoffed, his tone cold and dismissive, though he had taken a risk. He succeeded in withstanding the formidable martial technique unleashed by the enforcing elder. The human race's sacred body was indeed fearsome. No wonder it was hailed as the strongest physique of humanity, capable of withstanding the assault of a mid-grade yellow-tier martial technique with sheer physical strength. The enforcing elder was taken aback, a glimmer of unprecedented killing intent flashing in his eyes. You are already such a monstrous talent at the body refinement stage. If you advance further, I shall find no peace. Thus, he declared, tonight, you shall meet your demise. The elder resolved to unleash the Lin family's most powerful martial technique, the Shadow 9 Swords, to eliminate Lin Mu. He understood that typical methods were futile against Lin Mu. His physical prowess was too overwhelming, and even the open cloud sword, a mid-grade yellow-tier technique, could only cause minimal harm, without resorting to a more potent martial technique. He could not hope to defeat Lin Mu, that a high-grade yellow-tier martial technique. Is it? I am quite eager to see how formidable it truly is, Lin Mu retorted coolly, his fighting spirit surging. 3 years ago, he had the capability to execute the Shadow 9 Swords. Yet at that time, despite having acquired the complete techniques, he lacked sufficient yuan power to fully harness its might. He recalled that, with his cultivation at the initial stage of the Wheel C realm and the vast yuan power within the Wheel C that far exceeded that of his peers, he could only manifest 5 sword lights. This meant he had only been able to perform the Shadow 5 Swords. That he wondered how far the enforcing elder could elevate this martial technique. Rest assured, I shall not let you down. The enforcing elder replied coldly, Shadow 9 Swords, kill. Chapter 10. This old man has gone mad. Lin Mu's expression turned gravely serious. Throughout their battle, he had been consistently suppressed by the enforcing elder's martial techniques. With no opportunity to close the distance, it was evident that the elder recognized Lin Mu's formidable physique and, having previously engaged in a contest of physical strength, knew he had no advantage in that regard. Thus, he opted to utilize yuan power to activate his techniques in an effort to subdue Lin Mu. Although my eternal indestructible golden body is sufficiently robust, my current cultivation level is still too low. Lin Mu took a deep breath, refraining from using his ultimate trump card, fully aware that once he did, he would need to eliminate the enforcing elder, or face certain death himself, despite his impressive physical prowess. He remained vulnerable before such powerful martial techniques. That moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of life and death crisis under the might of the Enforcing Elder's Shadow 9 swords. Yet, he could only brace himself to counter with his physical strength. Die, the Enforcing Elder roared. Let us see how you can defend against this. As the Enforcing Elder advanced towards him, 6 sword lights coalesced into a single formidable strike, amplifying the power of the Shadow sword exponentially, making it significantly more potent than the previous open cloud sword. The saying goes, it only takes one straw to break the camel's back. Each increment in the sword technique's power resulted in a dramatic increase in its lethality. The previous open cloud sword had managed to wound Lin Mu. This strike was capable of inflicting severe injury or even claiming his life. Naturally, Lin Mu dared not underestimate the situation. He was not foolish enough to attempt to counter with his fists again. I will risk it all, Lin Mu bellowed, retrieving the ancient cold iron essence from his storage bag and positioning it before him with all his might. The massive piece of ancient cold iron essence was incredibly heavy. But fortunately, Lin Mu's greatest strength lay in his physique, allowing him to lift it with great effort. Merely lifting it required him to exert all of his physical strength, but that was sufficient. With a resounding crash, the terrifying sword descended upon the ancient cold iron essence, yet it left no mark upon it. The ancient cold iron essence was not only astonishingly heavy, but also possessed an unimaginable hardness. Lin Mu managed to block the full force of the Enforcing Elder's Shadow 9 swords with it. Bang! However, Lin Mu paid a considerable price. The ancient cold iron essence slipped from his grasp, and he collapsed weakly to the ground, unable to move even a fraction. Although he had successfully blocked the overwhelming power of that sword, his body had been utterly drained. The Lin family's ancient cold iron essence. Indeed stolen by you traitors, the Enforcing Elder gasped, having exerted considerable effort in unleashing powerful techniques, nearly depleting his yuan power. Yet he still retained some strength. If he could draw closer, he would surely kill Lin Mu. I will seize all the treasures of the Lin family. They are of no consequence. This ancient cold iron essence is merely a small interest I have collected from the Lin family. In the future, not only will I take all their treasures, but I will also eradicate all of you hypocrites, Lin Mu declared, asserting that the notion of theft was beneath the Lin family in his presence. You little beast, unrepentant and truly beyond salvation. I shall crush you now. The Enforcing Elder approached Lin Mu with cold, killing intent, sword in hand. Old fool, where do you get all this nonsense? Do you think I still fear you? Although Lin Mu appeared to have exhausted all his strength in the battle, his eternal, indestructible golden body was remarkably resilient, allowing him to recover astonishingly fast. With just a moment's respite, he regained a considerable amount of strength, waiting for the Enforcing Elder to draw nearer before he would erupt with vengeance. Closer, even closer. Lin Mu suddenly leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick that swept through the air. With a resounding clash, the Enforcing Elder could only hastily raise his sword to block. However, Lin Mu's physical power was overwhelming. His kick sent both the Elder and his sword flying. Bang! The heavy sound sent shivers down the spines of those who heard it. The Enforcing Elder was already far from his peak. Having continuously unleashed martial techniques, his energy was nearly depleted, especially after using the Shadow 9 swords, which had nearly drained his entire strength. Now, faced with Lin Mu's powerful kick, he found it impossible to defend himself. With a sickening crunch, the Enforcing Elder, who had been thrown to the ground, coughed up blood, having suffered a grievous injury to his heart from Lin Mu's kick. Old fool, meet your end, Lin Mu roared, charging at him once more. Bang, bang, bang! The Enforcing Elder was kicked back repeatedly, his sword having long since slipped from his grasp. At this rate, it would not take long for Lin Mu to kick him to death. You have forced my hand. Just as the Enforcing Elder was kicked away again, a crimson pill suddenly appeared in his palm. Gritting his teeth in pain, he swallowed the pill along with his blood. Gulp! The crimson pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, flooding his body with a torrent of violent and boundless yuan power. In that moment, his energy was fully restored, and it surged even higher. This is bad. It's a fury pill. Lin Mu's heart sank, and he summoned the last of his strength to deliver another kick, using every ounce of his remaining power to strike the Enforcing Elder's head. However, This decisive blow, weakened by his dwindling strength and the elder's sudden surge in power from the Fury Pill, lost its intended effect. The enforcing elder was indeed kicked away, but only moved a couple of meters before coming to a halt. Lin Mu, you are merely at the initial stage of body tempering. How could I possibly perish at your hands? The elder enforcer rose, gazing down at the exhausted Lin Mu, his countenance twisted with malevolence. I have consumed the frenzied pill, and my strength has surged to the brink of the skyward realm. I shall see you dead. His entire being radiated a savage fury, his cultivation soaring with the aid of the frenzied pill. This precious elixir allows a cultivator's power to increase dramatically in a short span. However, the consequences are dire. Once the effects wane, the user is left utterly drained, potentially succumbing to unconsciousness. Moreover, their lifespan, intellect, and foundational essence would suffer severe repercussions, requiring no less than half a year to recover fully in his current state. Having consumed the frenzied pill at his most depleted, the violent energy would wreak havoc on his meridians and foundational essence, leaving him a mere shell of his former self. This old fool has lost his mind. Lin Mu discerned the elder's predicament, a chill creeping within him. Shadow 9 swords, perish at my command. The elder enforcer's eyes blazed crimson. Akin to a furious beast, his intellect rapidly fading. With a swish, 7 blood-red sword shadows materialized, coalescing into a single, terrifyingly potent crimson sword light. This blade, measuring 3 zhang in length, emanated an aura that enveloped Lin Mu in an unprecedented sense of mortal peril. He understood that even his formidable eternal golden body might not withstand the might of this sword. Chapter 11. The Lin family's assassination order. You shall be the one to die. Lin Mu awaited his final opportunity. Swiftly deploying his ultimate trump card. Whoosh, a slender beam of golden light shot forth from a sea of consciousness, colliding with the crimson sword light. With a resounding clang, a small hole appeared in the blood-red sword light. And from that point, the lethal energy surged toward Lin Mu, disintegrating into nothingness. Just moments ago, the Elder Enforcer's sword light had been mere inches from Lin Mu's head, nearly cleaving through his brow, poised to extinguish his life. Fortunately, the golden dragon scales atop the 9 dragon divine cauldron did not betray him. With a hiss, the golden scales not only obliterated the crimson sword light, but also pierced through the Elder's sword, directly breaching his brow. The Elder's panicked and resentful cries echoed through the dense forest, ultimately fading into silence. Despite his half-step into the skyward realm, even his most powerful techniques could not withstand that terrifying golden light. Though diminutive, its might was unfathomably fierce. Whoosh! The golden light flickered and vanished, retreating to Lin Mu's sea of consciousness, alighting upon a golden dragon on the 9 dragon divine cauldron, that he has finally perished. Lin Mu trembled, utterly drained, as if all his vitality had been siphoned away, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. At this moment, he was still at the body-tempering stage. His vital energy could not yet leave his body, compelling him to utilize his formidable willpower to manipulate the dragon scales atop the 9 dragon divine cauldron. This exertion consumed his mental energy at an alarming rate, pushing him to the brink of exhaustion with just a single invocation. I cannot afford to lose consciousness. Lin Mu realized that if he succumbed to unconsciousness now, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Lin family would soon discover the demise of the Elder Enforcer and would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Furthermore, this time, the Lin family would dispatch even stronger foes that in his current condition. He could not hope to contend with such adversaries. Forcing himself, he retrieved his spirit sword from his storage bag and placed it within his sea of consciousness. Whoosh! Instantly, the 9 dragon divine cauldron drew in the spirit sword, which was swiftly reduced to ashes. That a wave of warmth coursed through Lin Mu's body. Restoring a measure of his strength, he repeated this process, refining over a dozen spirit swords before regaining considerable energy that he could not afford to waste the contents of his storage bag. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mu seized the Elder Enforcer's storage bag, along with his spirit sword. Having completed these tasks, Lin Mu returned to the hiding place of Jiang Yaoyao. Young master, are you unharmed? Jiang Yaoyao gazed at Lin Mu, her expression filled with worry as she noted his pallid complexion and the acrid scent of blood emanating from him. Realizing the battle he had just endured had been exceedingly arduous, I am fine, merely drained. We must swiftly find a place to conceal ourselves. I need to recuperate my strength. With that, Lin Mu took Jiang Yaoyao's hand, disappearing swiftly into the moonlight. Within the Lin family ancestral hall, the soul lamps of the family's past heads, young masters and elders flickered ominously. This moment, the soul lamp representing the elder enforcer extinguished suddenly. This is bad. The elder enforcer has fallen. The disciples tasked with guarding the ancestral hall turned pale. In just one day, the Lin family had lost 2 elders. First, the 11th elder's soul lamp extinguished. And now the enforcers? Without hesitation, he rushed to report this alarming news to the Lin family's main hall. What? You say the elder enforcer has perished? The head of the Lin family could hardly believe his ears. The other elders were equally taken aback. Hadn't the elder enforcer taken over 20 elite members to hunt down the traitor Lin Mu? Could it be that Lin Mu, that wretched creature, managed to slay the elder enforcer? The elder enforcer was a peak master of the Sea of Consciousness. Impossible. It cannot be Lin Mu's doing. He lacks the capability. It is ill-advised to underestimate him. He may have broken through and advanced further. After all, 3 years ago, he was able to defeat elders at the late stage of the Sea of Consciousness with his early stage cultivation. This boy must not be allowed to live. He will undoubtedly become a great threat to our Lin family. The upper echelons of the Lin family found themselves sleepless that night, summoned once more to the main hall to deliberate over significant matters. Upon learning of Lin Mu's involvement, their desire to see him dead intensified to an extreme. Do you think this wretched creature has any formidable allies behind him? If he had such protection, he would have acted against our Lin family long ago. Indeed, the upper echelons of the Lin family engaged in heated discussions, filling the hall with noise. Enough! Silence, everyone! Lin Batian commanded, waiting for the crowd to settle before continuing. It is impossible for Lin Mu to have any guardians. Otherwise, he would not have remained imprisoned in our Lin family's dungeon for 3 full years without making a move. Thus, this should not be a concern for us. Moreover, with Shuang now a disciple of the Qingyun sect, who would dare act against our Lin family? Not even the lord of Beixian City would dare. After hearing Lin Beixian's words, the assembly nodded in agreement, finding his reasoning compelling. Observing the calmness settle over the crowd, Lin Batian promptly issued an order. Second elder, heed my command. I hereby order you to lead 3 elders to pursue and eliminate that wretched creature. Ensure his death without fail. Understood. The second elder bowed respectfully to Lin Batian and then turned to the others, saying, 4th elder, 5th elder, 6th elder, accompany me on this mission. This time, we shall capture this boy. Yes, yes, yes. The 3 responded almost in unison. That it was not that he wished to bring along stronger 1st and 3rd elders. Rather, their prowess was on par with his own, even surpassing him in the case of the 1st elder, making it inappropriate for him to command them. Besides, he himself was a half-step into the skyward realm, accompanied by 3 elders of late-stage Sea of Consciousness. There would be no issues that a half-step into the skyward realm and 3 late-stage Sea of Consciousness elders. Wretched creature, this time, you cannot escape your fate. Lin Batian mused as he watched the 2nd elder and 3 elders depart into the night, that he regarded Lin Mu as a thorn in his side. A festering wound that as long as Lin Mu remained, he could find no peace. The human saint body is far too formidable. It instills in him an overwhelming dread. He cannot allow Lin Mu to grow stronger. For even if the human saint body were cursed to only attain the peak of the skyward realm, its might could still contend with late-stage, cave, heaven realm cultivators. Such terrifying combat prowess filled Lin Batian with trepidation. He understood that both he and his daughter Lin Shuang's actions towards Lin Mu had fostered an intense hatred within him for them and the entire Lin family. Should Lin Mu rise in power, it would spell disaster for them all. The only solace for Lin Batian was that Lin Shuang had become a promising disciple of the Qingyun sect. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 4 great elders of the Lin family pursued under the cover of the moonlight, their hearts steeled with lethal intent, knowing that Lin Mu could not be allowed to live. Lin Mu. Regardless of the opportunities and fortunes you have acquired, regardless of how monstrous your human saint body may be before the formidable cultivation of the elder at the half-step void realm. The 2nd elder wore a fierce expression. Knowing that only a path to death awaited him, he leaped several dozen zhang in a swift motion, as if traversing the air itself. Behind him, Three elders exerted their utmost effort to barely keep pace. Chapter 12. Refining the millennia-old cold iron essence and entering the Sea of Cycles realm deep within a dense forest lies a concealed cave. The entrance to this cave is secured by layers of massive stones, ensuring that even the most ferocious beasts cannot approach. A young girl, her face etched with worry, gazes into the cave, where a pale-faced boy sits cross-legged. Occasionally, a spiritual artifact materializes in his hands, only to vanish in an instant, as though it had never existed. Swish, 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 as numerous spiritual artifacts disappeared without a trace. A faint golden light flickered around the boy, intensifying with each flash, enhancing his aura. However, amid the resurgence of his strength, moments of pain would occasionally cross his face. Approximately half an hour later, the boy suddenly opened his eyes. That my strength has finally fully recovered, Lin Mu exclaimed, elation evident in his eyes, with a hint of golden light shimmering within. At this moment, his aura had returned to its peak state. Not only had his internal power restored, but his mental fortitude had also reached its zenith. Yao, my strength has completely returned. You need not worry, Lin Mu reassured, having long since retrieved ample food and water from the storage bag left by the law enforcement elder for Jiang Yaoyao. Yet, Jiang Yaoyao still appeared somewhat unwell, clearly affected by recent events that had left her overly frightened. That's wonderful, young master. I can finally rest easy now that you're safe. Jiang Yaoyao smiled with joy, her long-held concern dissipating. Rest well. I must continue my cultivation to see if I can advance further, Lin Mu replied with a smile. Ignoring the girl, he took a deep breath and retrieved a large piece of millennia-old cold iron essence from his storage bag. That I wonder what level my cultivation will reach after devouring and refining this with the 9-dragon divine cauldron, Lin Mu pondered, placing the essence at the location of his Sea of Cycles. Buzz! The 9-dragon divine cauldron at his Sea of Cycles location trembled slightly, generating a powerful suction force that drew the large piece of millennia-old cold iron essence directly inside. With a sizzling sound, black flames enveloped the immense piece of cold iron essence, and in an instant, this remarkably solid treasure of the Lin family began to melt at a visible pace. Eventually, the substantial piece of cold iron essence transformed into a droplet of golden liquid, swiftly seeping into Lin Mu's limbs and bones. That a sudden, excruciating pain coursed through Lin Mu's entire body. He felt an unbearable heat enveloping him. His flesh, bones, meridians, and every part of his being underwent intense transformation at that moment. Every cell in his body divided and then reassembled in a relentless cycle, each becoming more formidable. Indeed, it is quite painful. Fortunately, I have endured the torment of being tempered by the black flames within the 9-dragon divine cauldron. Compared to that, this pain is trivial. Lin Mu gritted his teeth, silently enduring it all. Time passed, and Lin Mu sensed that the power within him had reached Lin Mu. Eager to ascertain the extent of his own burgeoning power, seized the opportunity to test himself against the formidable sealing array before him. With a resounding boom, Lin Mu's fist transformed into a radiant gold as he fully activated his eternal golden body, unleashing a devastating punch. Instantly, the 4-symbol sealing array trembled violently, manifesting a colossal fist imprint that nearly shattered the barrier in a single blow. How formidable! Your physical prowess is astonishingly terrifying. Damn it, even 3 years prior, my own strength did not compare to this. Has he truly grown stronger after his rebirth? Maintain the sealing array with all your might. We must not allow him to escape. The 4 elders of the Lin family, taken aback, hastily summoned their yuan power to sustain the formation. I told you, you cannot contain me, Lin Mu exclaimed, reveling in the overwhelming surge of his physical strength. Boom, boom, boom. He continued to unleash his fists, golden strikes raining down upon the 4-symbol sealing array, causing it to shudder violently. His physical might was unparalleled, surpassing that of any fellow cultivator by 100-fold. A truly terrifying force. Yet upon delivering his 20th punch, the entire sealing array quaked ominously before being obliterated by his strike. Staggering backward, the 4 elders of the Lin family felt the impact of their shattered array. Die! Lin Mu seized the moment, propelling himself forward to strike the body of the 6th elder of the Lin family. Despite being a late-stage cultivator of the Rounding Seas realm, the 6th elder was sent spiraling down the mountainside like a kite with its strings severed. blood gushing from his mouth as his chest caved in, his heart crushed by the force of Lin Mu's punch, leading to his untimely demise. Sixth Elder, you wretched beast, how dare you take a life before me? Die! The second Elder roared in fury. The Lin family head had tasked him with leading the mission to slay Lin Mu, yet now, one of their own had fallen prey to the very adversary they sought to eliminate, a profound disgrace for him. All of you, join me in avenging the Sixth Elder. The Fourth and Fifth Elders, brimming with murderous intent, shared in the outrage. Though they feared Lin Mu's overwhelming power, the presence of the Second Elder, a formidable master, bolstered their confidence. Humph! Before you attempt to slay me, be prepared for the possibility of your own demise. Lin Mu declared coldly, his eyes glinting with lethal intent, having just dispatched a late-stage cultivator of the Rounding Seas realm. His accomplishments had surpassed even those of 3 years ago, when he was still a human race sacred body. This realization led him to conclude that the human race sacred body could hardly compare to the eternal golden body. The latter might indeed be deemed the most formidable physical form in existence. Boastful words, prepare to perish, shadow 9 swords, kill, die. The 3 elders unleashed the Lin family's most potent martial technique against Lin Mu. Intent on delivering a single, decisive blow, Lin Mu's earlier feats had instilled such fear that they felt compelled to exert their utmost effort in resistance. Eternal golden body. Though Lin Mu had ascended to the Rounding Seas realm, his yuan power remained insufficient to wield the more formidable martial arts techniques. Moreover, he discovered that the energy returned from refining weapons or materials with the 9-dragon divine cauldron merely enhanced his physical body, while the increase in yuan power required the refinement of spiritual stones or rare treasures. Thus, his physical strength remained his greatest asset, while his yuan power was still woefully inadequate. With blinding speed, Lin Mu unleashed 2 punches that shattered the Shadow 9 swords executed by the 2 elders of the Rounding Seas realm. However, he now faced the full might of the Second Elder's Shadow 9 swords. As a genuine half-step Void Realm Master, he was far superior to the Law Enforcement Elder, whose strength stemmed merely from the effects of a volatile pill. The Shadow 9 swords he wielded embodied the combined power of 7 swords, each infused with tremendous might, rendering them terrifyingly potent. Dragon Scales. Arise! Confronted with the Second Elder's mightiest strike, Lin Mu dared not be negligent, but he summoned the Dragon Scales with his will and limited yuan power. Whoosh! The golden scales transformed into a slender beam of golden light, instantly piercing through the Second Elder's Shadow 9 swords, creating a small hole before maintaining their momentum and lunging towards his heart. The Second Elder barely had time to raise his spiritual sword in defense. Alas, while the sword was sturdy, it could not withstand the penetrating force of the golden scales and was pierced through. With a splatter, the golden scales burrowed into the Second Elder's heart, spinning violently within and shattering it into fragments. The Second Elder's face contorted in disbelief as he spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, his eyes wide open in eternal shock. Flee! The Fourth and Fifth Elders, witnessing the Second Elder's swift demise, were filled with terror. Their only thought was to escape. You need not leave. You are bound to stay. Lin Mu spoke coldly. Though his body felt weakened and his spiritual energy had dwindled from the exertion of summoning the dragon scales, he had nonetheless taken a step forward in his cultivation, allowing his consciousness to evolve into divine essence, which tempered his fatigue at this moment. He still possessed the strength to act. Most importantly, the Fourth and Fifth Elders of the Lin family had become frightened prey. Now was the opportune moment to strike. Lin Mu, you cannot kill us. If you do, the Lin family will never forgive you. We have powerful Void Realm cultivators protecting us. Should you harm us, they will personally emerge to hunt you down without mercy. The Fourth and Fifth Elders, utterly terrified, hastily invoked the might of the Lin family to dissuade Lin Mu. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Mu had long since declared a vendetta against the Lin family. Their threats held no weight. How pitiful that you have lived so long only to become like dogs. Do you not realize that I am already embroiled in a life-or-death struggle with the Lin family? Lin Mu mocked. And you 2 old relics dare to use the Lin family to intimidate me. You ought to perish. The Second Elder and Sixth Elder have likely awaited your demise for quite some time. Without further ado, Lin Mu summoned the eternal golden body to its zenith and launched a punch forward. "You wretched beast! I shall fight you to the death." The fourth elder bellowed, initiating the Shadow 9 swords in a desperate attempt to strike back. "Go to your death? You shall take the lead." The fifth elder, rather than joining the fray, pushed the fourth elder forward, blocking Lin Mu's path. "You traitor!" The fourth elder trembled with fury, his hatred for the fifth elder eclipsing even his animosity towards Lin Mu. He yearned to strike down the fifth elder with his own hands. Perish! Lin Mu wasted no time, launching a punch that obliterated the Shadow 9 swords, sending the fourth elder crashing into a sturdy tree. Blood spewing from his mouth. Lin Mu's might was so overwhelming that had his cultivation been even slightly weaker, the fourth elder would have likely perished from a single kick. Die! Before the fourth elder could catch his breath. Lin Mu surged forward. The golden fist loomed larger before him. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Mu unleashed a flurry of powerful strikes, reducing the fourth elder's head to a pulp. "And you, fifth elder, you shall not escape this day." Lin Mu spoke coldly, his voice echoing like that of a grim reaper. "Had you acted together with the fourth elder, you might have had a chance to survive. Now, your fate is sealed." The fourth elder had sought to ally with the fifth elder against Lin Mu. But the fifth elder, gripped by fear, had pushed the fourth elder forward. With the fourth elder now brutally slain, the fifth elder found himself with no path to salvation. "Do not spout such arrogance. You are but a shadow of your former self," the fifth elder sneered, his confidence rising. "That if you wish to kill me, you must first catch up." With a roar, he summoned all his speed, bolstered by a pill of fury, propelling himself forward with astonishing velocity. Yet in this moment of desperation, his only thought was to escape. The fifth elder consoled himself, believing that as long as he fled swiftly enough, he would find hope for survival. He had already sent word back to his family. If he could just run fast enough, he could surely live to see another day. Lin Mu was relentlessly pursued from behind, yet the speed of the fifth elder was simply too astonishing. Boosted by the effects of a fury pill, he had momentarily reached the threshold of a half-step sky-soaring realm, moving with a swiftness that rivaled that of flight that if Lin Mu were in his prime. It might have been a different story. However, he was currently in a poor state, his speed drastically reduced. "That damned old fool runs exceptionally fast," Lin Mu thought, feeling somewhat helpless. After chasing for a while, he ultimately abandoned the pursuit. After all, the longer it took, the more dangerous it would be once the Lin family's reinforcements arrived. Moreover, his current condition was far from ideal. He needed to leave this place with Jiang Yaoer immediately. Let that old fool live a little longer, but not for too long. Lin Mu's gaze turned icy as he watched the fifth elder vanish into the dark forest, and after taking a deep breath, he returned to the cave. "Young master, are you all right?" Jiang Yaoer asked with concern. "That I'm fine, but we must leave this place at once." Lin Mu replied gravely, taking a deep breath. Jiang Yaoer nodded understandingly, offering no objections. Outside the cave, the sky was gradually brightening, and warm sunlight was slowly rising in the east. As Lin Mu fled through the forest with Jiang Yaoer, he simultaneously activated the eternal indestructible golden body technique to refine the spirit stones he had obtained from the elders of the Lin family in order to restore his strength. At the Lin family estate, the Grand Elder was personally soaring through the air, moving with unparalleled speed toward the location where the fifth elder had signaled. Before long, the two met. "Greetings, Grand Elder," the fifth elder said, feeling a wave of relief upon seeing the Grand Elder arrive in person. "Fifth elder, what exactly happened? Where is that little rascal Lin Mu now?" the Grand Elder inquired, his brow furrowed, his voice exuding authority that filled the fifth elder with a sense of security. "Reporting to you, Grand Elder, when we first discovered him, he was hiding in that cave over there. Suddenly, he burst forth, breaking through the four-symbol sealing array we had combined to cast, and then proceeded to unleash a massacre. That little beast is far too strong. He just killed the second elder, the fourth elder, and the sixth elder, leaving only me to escape by sheer luck. I believe he has already fled." The fifth elder quickly pointed to the cave where Lin Mu had been hiding. However, at this moment, he should be at his last gasp. "What is his current cultivation level?" the Grand Elder asked coldly. "According to our intelligence, his realm is the initial stage of the Wheel C realm. But his physical body is exceptionally formidable, even surpassing that of the second elder, who is at half-step sky-soaring realm." The fifth elder replied hastily. "Very well, you should return and recuperate. Leave the pursuit of him to me." The Grand Elder declared, transforming into a streak of light as he soared into the sky. Watching the Grand Elder depart, the Fifth Elder let out a long sigh of relief. "Fourth Elder, I owe my survival to you. If it weren't for your foolishness, I might have perished alongside you." A cold smile filled with pride crossed the Fifth Elder's face as he muttered to himself, "And that little beast, just wait until the Grand Elder hunts you down." With nowhere to escape. Chapter 15. A fatal strike of the sky-soaring realm. Lin Mu was astonished to discover how terrifyingly rapid his Spirit Stone refinement speed was with the eternal indestructible golden body technique. As he activated the technique, a golden whirlpool emerged within his We'll See. This vortex could be transferred outside his body, appearing in the palm of his hand, as soon as he placed a Spirit Stone in his palm. It was instantly devoured by the golden whirlpool upon contact. The spiritual energy within the Spirit Stone rapidly transformed into strands of golden primal energy, circulating into Lin Mu's We'll See. This process was remarkably swift. Lin Mu repeated this multiple times, refining all the Spirit Stones and spiritual herbs he had plundered from his storage this moment. The vortex within his We'll See had expanded to the size of a bowl. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, astonishingly powerful. The We'll See of a human race sacred body is nearly 10 times larger than that of a cultivator of the same level, allowing for the storage of primal energy equivalent to 10 times that of a cultivator of the same rank. But my We'll See is currently 10 times larger than that of a human race sacred body. This means it is 100 times larger than that of a cultivator of the same level. Lin Mu was filled with complex emotions. The larger the We'll See, the more primal energy it could store, which would allow him to endure longer in battle compared to cultivators of the same rank. Moreover, with a larger base of primal energy, he could unleash even more potent martial techniques. However, a We'll See of such magnitude would be exceedingly difficult to fill. For instance, the We'll See of a human race sacred body, being 10 times larger than that of a cultivator of the same rank, would require 10 times the Spirit Stones for each breakthrough. The later stages would be even more challenging. In fact, after a major family had refined all its Spirit Stones, it might still be insufficient to support a further advancement of the human race sacred body. Now, Lin Mu found that his We'll See was indeed 10 times larger than that of the human race sacred body. This meant that it would be 10 times more difficult for him to break through to the next small realm compared to the human race sacred body, although his combat prowess was unparalleled. Capable of defeating enemies across realms, striving for further advancement would be immensely challenging. It seems that reaching the mid-stage of the We'll See realm will be extraordinarily difficult. I wonder if refining all the Spirit Stones from the Lin family will be enough. As Lin Mu pondered this, a sudden wave of intense unease washed over him, that he quickly turned to see a streak of light hurtling towards him. Not good. It's a sky-soaring realm expert from the Lin family. Coming to kill me. Lin Mu's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly carried Jiang Yao on his back and raced toward the great desolate ancient city. As they fled, they finally caught sight of the great desolate ancient city. The bustling human settlement bordering the great ancient forest. The great desolate ancient city served as a supply hub for adventurers entering the great ancient forest, flourishing with life, and was guarded by powerful human beings. Even the beasts of the great ancient forest dared not approach the city lightly. "What should we do, young master?" Jiang Yao asked, her face pale with fear. "As long as we can enter the great desolate ancient city, we can escape with our lives. I know that fighting is prohibited within the city, and those who violate this rule will be executed. This is our chance." Lin Mu took a deep breath. Sprinting with Jiang Yao at full speed. From a distance, Lin Mu's figure appeared as nothing more than a streak of golden light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Mu dashed forward with Jiang Yao on his back, his only goal being to break into the great desolate ancient city in front of them. A steady stream of pedestrians passed by, including humans, beasts, and even ancient cultivators from the primordial era. The appearance of Lin Mu and Jiang Yao did not attract much attention from the crowd. "Little beast, thinking you can escape into the great desolate ancient city. What a pipe dream." At that moment, a chilling voice echoed through the air as the figure of the Grand Elder of the Lin family swiftly approached. His speed was blindingly fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of them. "Yao, you go ahead. I will catch up." Lin Mu set Jiang Yao down, urging, "We must hurry. There is no time to lose." "Young master, I will listen to you, but you must safely enter the great, desolate, ancient city. Otherwise, I won't live either. Jiang Yao's eyes brimmed with tears, filled with guilt and sorrow. She knew that if it weren't for her, Lin Mu would have been able to escape into the city and save himself. She blamed herself for being powerless, feeling like a burden to Lin Mu. Young master, I'm sorry for being such a liability. If there comes a day when I can cultivate, I will strive to become stronger to help you. With tears in her eyes, Jiang Yao sprinted toward the great desolate ancient city with all her might. Little beast, die. The Grand Elder raised his hand, condensing a massive azure hand of primal energy that surged directly toward Lin Mu, forcing him to defend himself or risk severe injury, if not death. To stop Lin Mu, the Grand Elder did not dare to hold back, unleashing the Lin family's Quake Mountain Split Earth Palm. Although this martial technique was merely of the low yellow tier, when executed by a sky-soaring realm expert like the Grand Elder, its power was sufficient to threaten Lin Mu's life. Kill! Lin Mu roared, throwing a punch with all his might. With a thunderous crash, his golden fist collided against the azure hand. However, Lin Mu's once invincible golden fist was unable to shatter the azure hand, and instead he was sent flying several meters away, coughing up a mouthful of golden blood. Lin Mu's expression grew haggard, his blood energy thrown into disarray. The Lin family is truly ruthless in their pursuit of my life, even sending you, a sky-soaring realm Grand Elder. Lin Mu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with a fierce glint. Little beast, you are guilty of heinous crimes. Your family has raised you, and yet you dare to slaughter your kin. If I do not take your life today, I will not be a man. The Grand Elder had already positioned himself before Lin Mu, blocking his path to the great desolate ancient city. You old fool, it is the Lin family who has wronged me first. I can hardly wait to annihilate all of you. Lin Mu's gaze was filled with murderous intent. Unfortunately, his cultivation was still insufficient. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to eliminate the old man before him immediately. This old man, like the other elders of the Lin family, spoke with grandiloquent rhetoric, yet they were nothing more than a group of ignorant buffoons that at this moment, the cultivators surrounding the great wilderness ancient city had been drawn to the commotion. However, none of them seemed inclined to intervene. Instead, they watched with keen interest. Such scenes were commonplace outside the great wilderness ancient city, and they were no longer a novelty to them. Young master, please be safe. Jiang Yao prayed fervently as she ran, having been horrified by the sight of Lin Mu being sent flying and spitting blood. Yet upon seeing him rise once more, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Not daring to linger, she hurried into the great wilderness ancient city. Little beast, prepare to die, the Grand Elder roared, unleashing a sword strike that sent forth a blade of light over 10 feet long, aimed directly at Lin Mu. Faced with such a terrifying sword attack, Lin Mu's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed a life-threatening crisis that a strong practitioner of the Void Realm was indeed a formidable adversary. Chapter 16. Desperation. The power of a Void Realm expert was more terrifying than he had anticipated. It seemed he had no choice but to summon all his strength. Lin Mu, confronted with such overwhelming might, dared not let his guard down for an instant and quickly activated a golden dragon scale, charging forward. The dragon scale was his ultimate technique, his strongest move. After using it, he would deplete half of his current spiritual power. Not long ago, he had already unleashed the might of the dragon scale to slay the second elder. Although his spiritual power had recovered considerably along the way, it was still far from its peak. This time, to ensure his survival, he had to employ the dragon scale's might once more. After this strike, he would be unable to use it again for a while. Die, Lin Mu shouted, fully unleashing the dragon scale's power as he surged forward. He had recently discovered that infusing spiritual power into the dragon scale made it grow larger and heavier, significantly enhancing its might. In this moment, he was prepared to risk everything against the Grand Elder of the Lin family. He poured all his spiritual power into the dragon scale, transforming the minuscule scale into one the size of his fist in an instant. Buzz! The dragon scale trembled slightly, radiating a blinding golden light. And under Lin Mu's control, it shot forth with astonishing speed. It sliced through the void, as if no one could withstand its might. Puff! With a sound, the dragon scale, imbued with terrifying sharpness, pierced through the Grand Elder's sword light, causing it to shatter instantly. The golden dragon scale continued unabated, maintaining its overwhelming momentum as it surged forth. "This is bad." The Grand Elder's face turned pale, but it was too late to execute any martial techniques. He could only muster his spiritual power to create a barrier in front of him. Puff! Yet, the power of the golden dragon scale exceeded his expectations, easily piercing through his protective barrier and entering his body. Had he not sensed the imminent threat to his life and slightly adjusted his position, his heart would have been pierced through. Even though his heart was not penetrated, it was jolted to the brink of collapse by the terrifying force of the dragon scale. Surrounding his heart, a gaping wound appeared, through which the fearsome golden dragon scale burst forth. Gulp! He felt a rush of blood surge in his throat, yet he forced himself to swallow it down. "Old man, you were fortunate this time. I couldn't kill you. Next time we meet, I shall take your life." Lin Mu, now exceedingly weak, felt drained, having expended half of his energy. Fortunately, he had not sustained any grievous injuries, and he still possessed a modicum of strength to escape into the great wilderness ancient city. Watching Lin Mu flee into the great wilderness ancient city, the Grand Elder did not pursue. It was not that he lacked the desire to stop him. Rather, he found it challenging to mobilize his blood and energy, nearly succumbing to the shock of the dragon scale that had nearly shattered his heart. "You little beast, I never expected you to wield such a terrifying technique. No wonder even my second elder, a half-step void realm expert, perished at your hands." The Grand Elder trembled with rage, realizing that had he not sensed the lethal threat in advance and avoided the vital areas, he might have been killed. Fortuitously, as a void realm expert, his instincts were extraordinarily sharp. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The Grand Elder, filled with lingering fear, experienced a tumult of emotions. Allowing Lin Mu to escape this time would undoubtedly lead to endless troubles. "This matter must be reported to the family head. Otherwise, my Lin family may face an imminent catastrophe." The Grand Elder's expression darkened. Although the young master had boundless potential and was awakening the power of the sacred dragon bloodline, which could elevate her to the status of a saintess in the Qingyun sect, her bloodline was still somewhat inferior to that of the human sacred body. It was imperative to stifle the growth of this little beast. The Grand Elder's thoughts raced as he envisioned the dire consequences. Although Lin Shuang'er, the young master of the Lin family, possessed immense potential, she had yet to mature and was still within the Qingyun sect. Should Lin Mu advance further in his cultivation and return to the Lin family, it was likely that no one would be able to withstand him. At that point, the Lin family could very well face extermination. Thus, the Grand Elder concluded that he must return to the Lin family to devise a strategy. He pressed on his chest several times to seal the wound, then hastily consumed a healing pill. After completing these actions, he cast a fierce glance in the direction Lin Mu had departed, then vanished into the air. Fortunately, that old man is unaware of my trump card. Otherwise, I would have been in grave danger. Once Lin Mu saw that the Grand Elder had finally left, he felt a wave of relief. After this battle, the Lin family would naturally learn of his most powerful trump card, and in any future confrontation, they would undoubtedly be prepared. Once a trump card was known, it lost its intended effect that I must become stronger to seek revenge. Lin Shuang had likely awakened the sacred dragon bloodline, one of the highest tiers of bloodlines, and would undoubtedly be cultivated vigorously by the Qingyun sect. Moreover, the Lin family would undoubtedly reap numerous benefits, leading to significant increases in the cultivation levels of figures like Lin Batian and others. The Lin family might even acquire more potent martial techniques and skills, as well as formations. To achieve revenge, I must possess sufficient strength. Otherwise, going back would merely be courting death. Lin Mu took a deep breath, determination gleaming in his eyes. That he understood that the road ahead was long, and all he could do now was strengthen himself step by step. Only by growing stronger could he avenge his grievances. Only by becoming stronger could he protect those he cherished most and pursue his own lineage that he was still far too weak. "Young master, you are injured." Jiang Yao rushed over with a worried expression, expressing her concern. "That I'm fine, just sustained a minor injury. With a little rest, I shall recover," Lin Mu said, taking a deep breath and affectionately ruffling Jiang Yao's hair, feeling quite content, having survived a harrowing ordeal. He was filled with hope for the future, knowing that with the inheritance of the eternal golden body, His prospects were boundless. Given enough time, not only would he contend against the Lin family or the Qingyan sect, the foremost sect in Qingzhou, but he would also carve out a realm of his own in the entire Tianqian continent, that as long as the young master is safe, everything is well. Jiang Yaoer beamed with joy. For in her eyes, Lin Mu was everything to as long as he was unharmed. It was the happiest thing for her. Let us find an inn to stay at. Once I recover, we shall discuss matters further. Lin Mu exhaled slowly, filled with hope and determination for the road ahead. Once he healed, he would venture into the barbaric ancient forest. Only within the perilous depths of the barbaric ancient forest could his strength rapidly ascend. Despite the myriad dangers lurking within, countless opportunities awaited discovery as long as he seized enough opportunities. Lin Mu believed it would not be long before he possessed the strength to return to the Lin family and exact his revenge. Suddenly, a jolt of alarm shot through Lin Mu's heart. His instincts were exceedingly sharp. After walking a distance, he sensed something amiss, as if someone had been covertly watching them. No, it felt more like they were fixated on him. "Young master, what shall we do?" Jiang Yaoer asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "Let us act as if nothing is amiss. Within the great wilderness ancient city, those with ill intentions would not dare to act recklessly." Lin Mu furrowed his brow slightly, pondering whether it was because he had used the dragon scale earlier that someone with ulterior motives had taken notice of him. Upon considering this, Lin Mu's heart grew vigilant. He understood the principle of having a gem invites trouble. Those who were currently tailing him must have known about his extraordinary treasure and harbored malicious intentions. However, attempting to covet his treasure would not be so simple. Chapter 17. Unwarranted troubles. Lin Mu, accompanied by Jiang Yaoer, strolled nonchalantly through the ancient, weathered streets of the great wilderness ancient city, attempting to shake off the three individuals shadowing them. Yet the trio behind them clearly had no intention of giving up, persistently trailing close behind. Although Lin Mu had anticipated such an outcome, he still felt somewhat displeased that it seemed these three believed they had him firmly in their grasp. Since they wish to follow me, let them follow as much as they desire. In this desolate ancient city, Lin Mu thought to himself, as long as he remained cautious, they would not dare to lay a hand on him. He decided to find a nearby inn to settle in and contemplate his strategies. Throughout his flight, Lin Mu had already refined all the ordinary spirit stones he had seized. Fortunately, he still retained 3 exceptionally high-quality spirit stones. These 3 spirit stones were of considerable value, classified as superior grade. Even within the Lin family, such superior grade spirit stones were exceedingly rare. Spirit stones served as the hard currency among cultivators. 1 superior grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 medium grade spirit stones, while 1 medium grade spirit stone could be traded for 100 inferior grade spirit stones. The higher the quality of the spirit stone, the more precious and scarce it became. Consequently, high-quality spirit stones could easily be exchanged for lower-tier stones, whereas the reverse often required a greater amount. For instance, 1 medium-grade spirit stone could readily be exchanged for 100 inferior-grade stones, but 100 inferior-grade stones would typically require around 110 to procure a single medium-grade stone. Generally, cultivators at the Wheel Sea realm could refine inferior-grade spirit stones to enhance their cultivation or restore their strength. Such spirit stones were the most common. Outside the Qingfeng Inn, the waiter, upon seeing the 2 individuals, quickly approached with a beaming smile. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Please come inside. May I inquire if you wish to simply rest or to stay overnight?" Our Qingwen boasts a repertoire of 338 exquisite dishes and is quite renowned in the great desolate ancient city. It will surely satisfy your appetites. Furthermore, our rooms at the Qingfeng Inn are not only clean and hygienic, spacious, but also offer excellent soundproofing. Choosing to rest or stay at the Qingfeng Inn, you will undoubtedly not regret it. The waiter enthusiastically introduced, his eyes gleaming with excitement, as he immediately perceived that these 2 young individuals were easy prey for exploitation. That it was evident that they possessed some spirit stones. Having ventured into such a place at their tender this moment, Lin Mu had already donned a pristine set of white brocade garments taken from a pile of storage bags he had confiscated. Coupled with his resolute demeanor, he did not resemble an ordinary individual. 3 years prior, he had been the young master of the Lin family for many years, and the aura of a person in power radiated from him effortlessly. Requiring no pretense, the waiter, having encountered countless patrons, possessed a keen EYs for Jiang Yaoer beside him. She appeared to be of a servant stature, which the waiter did not regard with much significance. Both resting and staying are acceptable. However, we require a quiet upper room, Lin Mu stated calmly. Certainly, esteemed guest. Please follow me. I shall escort you to the third floor of our Qingfeng Inn, where there are only 3 rooms. And fortuitously, one is available, the waiter replied with a forced smile. However, but what? Lin Mu inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. That particular room is one of the 3 superior rooms at the Qingfeng Inn. It comes with meals included and costs 300 spirit stones per day. I wonder if the young master still wishes to stay. The waiter wore an apologetic smile. That it was not that he looked down upon others, but many who came to the great desolate ancient city were often there to earn spirit stones. Many among them were quite poor, entering the city merely to procure supplies for their adventures, and often had little to no spirit stones on hand. Despite Lin Mu's refined appearance, the waiter did not believe he would be inclined to stay in a superior room. 300 spirit stones per day? Lin Mu's brow furrowed even more. Although the waiter spoke of inferior-grade spirit stones, 300 per day was indeed exorbitant. He recalled that during his tenure as the young master of the Lin family, his monthly stipend was only 300 inferior-grade spirit stones. As for ordinary Lin family disciples, their monthly allowance ranged from 1 to 100 inferior-grade spirit stones, depending on their cultivation level. In other words, staying at the Qingfeng Inn for a single day would cost the equivalent of the monthly stipend of the Lin family's young master. Such extortion was outrageous. Esteemed guest, if you find it too expensive, you may opt for a standard room. Our standard rooms range from a mere few to 100 spirit stones per day. They are quite affordable. The waiter was cut off before he could finish. As Lin Mu interrupted, "Stay, of course, we shall stay. However, I have one question to pose. If you can guarantee it, not only will I stay, but I shall do so for an extended period," Lin Mu declared. The waiter immediately became animated that if Lin Mu were to stay for a long duration, he would earn a substantial commission. Although it was merely a 3% commission, it represented a significant sum for him. "Esteemed guest, please inquire. I shall answer without reservation," the waiter respectfully replied. "Can you guarantee safety during our stay at your inn? For instance, will we be undisturbed?" Lin Mu's gaze bore into the waiter, seeking a resolute assurance. "Rest assured, esteemed guest, regarding safety. Not only is fighting prohibited within the great desolate ancient city, but our inn is also overseen by a proprietress of the cave, Heaven Realm. Moreover, she is not alone. With her presence, even formidable experts from the Transcendence Realm would not dare to act disrespectfully. Furthermore, the upper rooms in our inn are equipped with protective formations that as long as guests do not leave the inn carelessly. We can guarantee that no one will disturb you," the waiter assured with a smile. Lin Mu's heart raced with surprise upon hearing this, realizing the depths of the great desolate ancient city. Even a humble Qingfeng Inn had a cave Heaven Realm expert in charge, underscoring its complexity. Although 300 inferior-grade spirit stones per day was steep, ensuring Zhang Yao's safety made it worthwhile. Zhang Yao was his only remaining kin, and he did not wish for her to suffer alone while he ventured into the perilous manga forest. That was no wonder the great desolate ancient city had endured for eons, standing firm against the formidable beasts within the manga forest. "Very well, I shall take a room." Lin Mu produced a superior-grade spirit stone and handed it over, stating, "This shall serve as a deposit." The waiter accepted the superior-grade spirit stone, feeling the pure essence of heavenly energy emanating from it, and was instantly overjoyed. "Esteemed guests, please follow me. I shall make the necessary arrangements for you." His demeanor shifted to utmost reverence towards the two. This superior-grade spirit stone, when converted to inferior-grade stones, amounted to at least 10,000, and through bartering, could yield over 13,000 inferior-grade stones. Such an amount of spirit stones represented a considerable sum for him. Earning a 3% commission would mean a substantial financial windfall. Once they had settled in securely, Lin Mu took a seat by the window, observing quietly, though his expression darkened. "These 3 individuals have followed me here. I did not expect them to stay as well. Truly relentless." A flicker of intense murderous intent flashed through Lin Mu's eyes. As he cast his gaze in their direction, the 3 also turned to look at him. Their eyes betraying their unabashed greed. It was evident that they would not easily let him off the hook. Chapter 18. Young Master, is Yao beautiful? It must be said that while the superior rooms at the Qingfeng Inn were indeed expensive, they were also remarkably well appointed. The room featured not only a spacious bedroom, but also a bathing area, toilet, and even a living room and a cultivation chamber. Outside the entire suite, a powerful protective formation loomed. The strength of this formation astonished even Lin Mu, who understood that he could not breach such a barrier at his current level. Fortunately, with a special token for the room, he and Jiang Yaoer could come and go freely, which did not pose a significant inconvenience. The presence of this protective formation ensured their safety, as even the waiter had to obtain their consent to bring meals. Young master, this room is so large, so beautiful, and so spacious, Jiang Yaoer exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. After 3 years apart, Jiang Yao had blossomed further, her figure taller and more graceful, with signs of development in all the right places. Exuding a refreshing aura of innocence to AT that moment, gazing upon her exquisite features and radiant smile, Lin Mu found himself momentarily entranced. Beautiful, truly beautiful. He had not anticipated that this young girl had grown so well. Although she did not possess the striking allure of Lin Shuang, she radiated a unique charm that was one of purity, kindness, and innocence. In her eyes, there was little awareness of the complexities of human nature, nor the deceit that often accompanied in contrast. Lin Shuang's gaze was filled with a dramatic flair. She was the type capable of performing a role impeccably, a consummate actress with skills so exquisite that one could scarcely find fault. Indeed, this young lady has grown up, Lin Mu mused, though he noted that she was somewhat frail and slender. Otherwise, she might rival Lin Shuang in beauty. Was fortunate that during his time in the manga forest, she could rest and recuperate at the Qingfeng Yin and As Lin Mu pondered. Jiang Yaoer beside him appeared bashful. Why, young master? Why do you look at Yaoer like that? She stammered, a hint of shyness in her voice. Haha, it is simply because Yaoer is beautiful. After 3 years apart, Yaoer has grown quite a bit, but you must eat well and nourish yourself more. You need to get stronger, understand? Lin Mu replied with a smile. Lin Mu affectionately stroked her silky hair, indulging her whims. Upon feeling Lin Mu's gentle caress and realizing they were alone in a private room, the color in Jiang Yao's face suddenly deepened to a crimson hue, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Young master, am I truly beautiful? Jiang Yao, a bit shy, could not help but whisper her question. My dear Yaoer, of course you are beautiful. Once you gain just a bit more weight, with your foundation, you will undoubtedly surpass Lin Shuang. My Yaoer will certainly be far more beautiful than her in the future, Lin Mu replied with a warm smile. Hearing the young master praise her beauty filled Yaoer with joy. She only hoped to remain by his side and serve him for a lifetime. With this thought, she felt utterly content. Jiang Yaoer revealed her simple dream, showcasing her innocence and concern for her own worth. Reflecting on the many years they had grown up together, Lin Mu was deeply moved by the memories of their shared moments. It dawned on him that aside from his grandfather and the uncertain fate of his parents, Yaoer was truly the one he ought to cherish the most. Rest assured, Yaoer, as long as you wish, I will ensure you stay by my side, Lin Mu vowed, taking a deep breath as he embraced the young girl. Inhaling her faint, pleasant fragrance, Lin Mu held Jiang Yaoer tightly. She trembled initially before her cheeks flushed even deeper. Being embraced by the man she adored for the first time left her mind blank, overwhelmed by a wave of happiness that rendered her breathless. Her small hands, unsure of where to rest, betrayed her inner turmoil and confusion, yet her face radiated pure bliss. Gradually, she regained her breath and instinctively wrapped her delicate hands around the young man. Young master, Yaoer wishes to always be by your side. Jiang Yao's heart raced like a startled deer. Feeling her heartbeat and the gentle pressure against her chest stirred Lin Mu's own heart. The young couple held each other tightly, both innocent and inexperienced, yet they could distinctly feel each other as heartbeat, a sensation that was exquisite. Time seemed to stand still until Jiang Yaoer became somewhat stiff, prompting Lin Mu to gently release her. Upon parting, Jiang Yaoer instinctively began tidying up, while Lin Mu entered the training room. This training room was splendid, equipped with formations and soundproofing. Practicing here, the cost of 300 low-grade spirit stones per day seemed quite reasonable. Next, I must focus on recovering from my injuries. Once healed, I shall venture into the Mangu Great Forest for an adventure. Only there will I find opportunities for rapid cultivation. After a day and night of meditation, Lin Mu finally regained his strength. refining 2 precious high-grade spirit stones in the process, restoring his cultivation to its peak state. Yao, would you like to take a stroll? Lin Mu said cheerfully as he emerged from the training room. Young master, have you finished your training? How is your recovery? Jiang Yao inquired with a joyful expression. I am perfectly fine now. That is wonderful, Jiang Yao exclaimed, then remembered, oh, young master, you haven't eaten for a day and a night. You must be hungry. I had the innkeeper prepare a feast for you. It's still warm and waiting right here, that if you wish to go out, we can eat first, and then I will accompany you. Gurgle, gurgle. Upon hearing about food, Lin Mu's stomach immediately voiced its eagerness. All right, faced with the prospect of delectable dishes, Lin Mu could hardly resist, nor could he overlook Jiang Yao's thoughtful gesture. Jiang Yao had already eaten, so there was no need to worry about her. Lin Mu, feeling ravenous, indulged in a feast, ordering a table full of dishes until he was thoroughly satisfied. Yao, let us go for a walk. Let us see if those 3 rascals are still around, Lin Mu said, taking a deep breath and leading the way outside. Jiang Yao hurried to follow. Indeed, as they stepped out of the door, the 3 individuals who had been tailing him promptly closed their windows and swiftly pursued them. These rascals are still at it, Lin Mu thought. It seemed that unless he dealt with them, he would find it hard to rest easy. He disliked the feeling of being constantly monitored. He knew that during his upcoming adventure in the Mangu Great Forest, these 3 might become formidable adversaries. Nevertheless, Lin Mu maintained a facade of nonchalance as he strolled with Jiang Yao through the streets of the Dahuang ancient city. The 3 followers trailed them for quite some time, only ceasing when Lin Mu and Jiang Yao returned to their room at the Qingfeng Inn. Inside the room, Jiang Yao spoke with concern. Young master, I know that soon you will have to leave again. I won't stop you, but please remember to be extremely careful. You little girl, you're acting as if I'm your little husband. Lin Mu chuckled, taking a deep breath. Don't worry, I have great fortune and will be just fine. But you, during my absence, must not leave this room. You must wait for my return, understood? You need not worry about me. Young master, I will remain in this room, waiting for your return. That if you do not come back, I shall not leave, Jiang Yao promised, her face flushed as she patted her slightly ample chest. That is more like it, Lin Mu said with a mischievous grin. By the way, didn't I just buy you a lot of beautiful clothes? Hurry and put them on for me to admire. The young girl's cheeks turned crimson, yet she said nothing, merely shyly headed off to change. The young man sat eagerly on the bed, anticipation evident in his expression. Chapter 19. Those who dare covet my treasures shall pay dearly. Having settled Jiang Yao and given her all the necessary instructions, Lin Mu finally felt at ease to embark on his journey. He arrived at the Dahuang ancient city, heading towards the entrance of the Mangu Great Forest. The area was bustling with people. According to the innkeeper, this was the obligatory passage for the most novice adventurers venturing into the Mangu Great Forest. It seemed many sought to enter the forest in search of opportunities. Lin Mu took a deep breath and mused to himself, I've heard that it's best to be at the late stage of the Wheel Sea realm or higher to enter the Mangu Great Forest. Otherwise, the mortality rate is alarmingly high. Moreover, it's advisable to form an adventuring team with other cultivators for mutual support, ensuring greater safety. Clearly, forming a team for this adventure was essential. The strength and stamina of an individual are limited. Once inside the forest, one could face immense dangers, and prolonged exposure could lead to exhaustion, especially at night when fatigue sets in easily. Lin Mu had already gathered some information from the innkeeper. Now, seeing the throngs before him, he felt somewhat prepared. He knew that the first priority upon entering the Mangu Great Forest was to procure sufficient supplies, food, and other necessary adventuring gear. However, he found himself utterly broke, lacking the spirit stones to obtain these essentials. With no other choice, he pressed on. Without adequate spirit stones and strength, there was no hope of revenge, let alone settling in the Dahuang ancient city. A single high-grade spirit stone could barely afford Yao a month's stay at the Qingfeng Inn. I must return within a month. Lin Mu inhaled deeply, navigating through the crowd in search of a suitable adventuring team to join in entering the Mangu Great Forest. Unfortunately, due to his low cultivation level, people merely glanced at him before shifting their focus elsewhere. This kid seeking death. How foolish to venture out at the early stage of the Wheel Sea realm. Doesn't he know that in the Mangu Great Forest, such cultivation could cost him his life? Everyone was in search of stronger companions and had no interest in a liability like him. The weakest beasts in the forest were comparable to early-stage Will C realm cultivators, and they often far surpassed their human counterparts in combat prowess due to their innate bloodline strength. Who would dare team up with such an inexperienced child? The disdain and mockery in the gazes directed at Lin Mu were palpable. After wandering for a considerable distance, he encountered countless adventuring teams. But none were willing to accept him. This place was meant for the most novice adventurers. Those with higher cultivation levels sought more advanced locations for their quests. Yet Lin Mu's cultivation was simply too weak. Am I really going to venture alone? He pondered, furrowing his brow. After a long trek, every team he approached shook their heads, unwilling to partner with him. Just as he took a deep breath, ready to brave the Mangu great forest alone, a sweet voice rang out nearby. "Little brother, I can tell this is your first time here. ISNT it. Would you care to join our Scarred Adventurers team?" The young girl, clad in a crimson attire, wore a charming smile that illuminated her striking beauty, exuding an aura of extroversion and exceptional social prowess. Before Lin Mu could utter a word, a middle-aged male companion beside the girl, known as Hong Qin, interjected with a hint of displeasure. "Although our Scarred Adventurers team is in need of an additional member, I fear that a mere novice at the early stage of the Will C realm may not be suitable." Another young man chimed in coldly. "Indeed, it would be wiser for our Scarred Adventurers team to seek a more formidable ally." The remaining middle-aged woman and the team leader remained silent, yet their expressions mirrored a semblance of discontent. With a gentle smile, the girl known as Hong Qin turned to the stern-faced elder, the team leader, saying, "Captain, we are in need of someone to gather materials from the demon beasts, and I find this young brother quite astute. Why not allow him to join us?" Among the current 4 members of the Scarred Adventurers team, Hong Qin's cultivation was the weakest, being at the late stage of the Will C realm. Traditionally, the task of collecting materials from demon beasts would fall to her. However, she wished to avoid the grim responsibility of corpse retrieval, seeking instead a more capable companion. After all, retrieving corpses from demon beasts carried inherent dangers, should a beast feign death or revive unexpectedly. The collector could meet a gruesome fate. She was not averse to seeking other companions, but unfortunately, her late-stage Will C cultivation placed her at the bottom of the hierarchy in this area. Thus, when she encountered Lin Mu, a mere novice, she seized the opportunity. "Captain, I believe Hong Qin's reasoning is sound. Let us allow this young lad to join our ranks," remarked the middle-aged beauty clad in black, who had remained silent until now. Her innate allure seemed to be woven from the essence of autumn waters, every movement imbued with captivating charm. At this moment, the middle-aged man and the young man chose to remain silent, opting for quietude. "Very well. I have no objections that do any of you." The scarred elder nodded, evidently in agreement. "I have no objections. None from me. I too have no objections." The 3 companions voiced their consent. Thus the Scarred Adventurers team was officially established. Seeing Lin Mu still standing there without a response, Hong Qin quickly urged, "Little brother, what are you waiting for? Hurry and thank the captain and everyone." Lin Mu, having no objections whatsoever, was grateful for the opportunity to be accepted into the Scarred Adventurers team, and promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Captain, and thank you all." Hong Qin warmly introduced Lin Mu to the members of the Scarred Adventurers team. Aside from herself, the middle-aged man was named Su Guan, the young man Lu Ziming, and the middle-aged beauty Mu Sisi. The captain withheld his true name, merely revealing his nickname, Scarred. Lin Mu naturally introduced himself without hesitation, using his real name. "Now that our Scarred Adventurers team is complete, let us not delay any longer. We shall set forth at once," commanded Captain Scarred, leading the way. Lin Mu and the others hastily followed suit. As they departed, 3 other adventurer teams stealthily trailed behind them, including the trio that had been shadowing Lin Mu. At this moment, the gazes of the 3 followers were filled with malice and greed. "Damn it! Those 3 scoundrels. Just wait. Those who covet my treasures shall pay dearly." Lin Mu muttered to himself, a fleeting glimmer of icy killing intent flashing in his eyes. Chapter 20. Relentless Pursuit. Entering the ancient wilderness forest. "Kid, you cannot escape," one of the pursuers thought. "The treasures on that boy are unfathomably powerful. They must belong to me. He shall not evade my grasp." This time, Our Wolfang Adventurers team's objective is not the demon beasts within the ancient wilderness forest, nor the opportunities it holds, but rather that young novice from the Scarred Adventurers team. The three who had been trailing Lin Mu were formidable. Two were at the half-step skyward realm, the respective leaders of the Wolfang and Hyena Adventurers teams. The third was at the perfected Wheel C realm, affiliated with a team called the Wild Wolves. The targets of the Wolfang, Wild Wolves, and Hyena Adventurers teams were all Lin Mu. However, the members of the Scarred Adventurers team remained unaware of this. Lin Mu had no need to enlighten them. Lin Mu understood that the Scarred Adventurers team's willingness to accept him was not out of goodwill. It was likely due to his relatively low cultivation, making him easily manipulated, potentially even viewed as cannon fodder. That in truth, they were all merely utilizing one another. The four adventurer teams arrived sequentially at the nearest teleportation array outside the ancient wilderness forest. The teleportation array here transported them to the outermost fringes of the ancient wilderness forest, the most suitable area for novice adventurers. Conversely, those stronger than the skyward realm opted for higher-tier teleportation locations, which would land them deeper within the ancient wilderness forest. Once we enter the ancient wilderness forest, I shall take the lead. Su Guan and Lu Ziming, you are responsible for securing the left and right flanks, while Mu Sisi will guard the rear. Han Qin and Lin Mu, as you possess the weakest cultivation, you shall remain in the center of our formation, instructed Captain Scarred. Understood. The five responded in unison, nodding earnestly. Additionally, prior to Lin Mu's arrival, we prepared essential supplies and provisions for our adventure. Once we enter, I, as the captain, will oversee their distribution evenly. Furthermore, any spoils obtained within the ancient wilderness forest shall be allocated based on cultivation levels. As the highest cultivator, I shall take 50%, while Su Guan and Lu Ziming each receive 15%. Mu Sisi and Han Qin shall each receive 5%, and the remaining 10% shall be divided among the five of you. But I shall forego my share, that of course, the aforementioned distribution applies only to cases where we collectively defeat a demon beast. Should any of us slay a beast independently, the entire reward shall be theirs. I have laid out the necessary details. If there are no further objections, we shall now proceed into the teleportation array. Captain Scarred surveyed the others. All nodded in agreement, indicating their consent. After all, the highest cultivator in the Scarred Adventurers team, Captain Scarred himself, was at the half-step skyward realm. Thus his claim to 50% was reasonable. Su Guan and Lu Ziming, both at the perfected Wheel C realm, receiving 15% each was also justifiable. Han Qin and Mu Sisi, both at the late-stage Wheel C realm, receiving 5% each was not unreasonable either. As for Lin Mu, his meager cultivation allowed him to share the remaining 10% with the other four, which was quite generous, considering that from their perspective, his presence in the forest was akin to a death sentence. They were willing to bring him along to gather the remains of demon beasts. And should everything go smoothly, he could potentially acquire a fair amount of resources, which in turn could convert to a significant number of spirit stones. Lin Mu, dear brother, do not feel shortchanged. Without the protection of the Scarred Adventurers team, your level of strength would surely lead to your demise within. Han Qin consoled, having misinterpreted Lin Mu's indifferent demeanor as dissatisfaction. After all, your role is merely to assist us in collecting materials from the demon beast corpses. These are trivial tasks with minimal danger. Mu Sisi, standing nearby, chimed in sweetly, do not be ungrateful, young lad. This venture into the wilderness means you won't even have to lift a finger. Not only will you gain valuable experience, but with a stroke of luck, you might also earn a handsome reward. This is a tremendous opportunity for you. Lin Mu promptly expressed his gratitude. I am already quite satisfied to have joined the Scarred Adventurers team. Thank you all for your consideration. Upon hearing Lin Mu's words, Captain Scarred nodded indifferently. Very well, then, let us set forth. May we return laden with bounty. Under Captain Scarred's leadership, the six-member team stepped into the teleportation array. With a flash of light, they vanished from sight. That kid is left. We must hurry, urged one of the pursuers. Quickly follow. We shall also initiate our teleportation. Shortly after the Scarred Adventurers team departed, the formidable Wolfang, Wild Wolves, and Hyena Adventurers teams hurriedly stepped into the teleportation array, disappearing from the location. When Lin Mu and his companions reappeared, they found themselves amidst a vast, untamed wilderness. Towering ancient trees loomed above, their twisted vines resembling ancient dragons. while the air was punctuated by the distant roars of unknown beasts, a primal and savage essence enveloping them. Did I ask this the ancient wilderness forest? Lin Mu pondered, observing the unfamiliar surroundings and the echoing beastly howls. His senses heightened with alertness. He understood that without a guide, he could easily become lost in this endless forest, never to find his way out. Moreover, he was acutely aware that at any moment, he could encounter a formidable demon beast and become its next meal. This place is far too perilous. Though this place is fraught with peril and fraught with danger at every turn, it is equally abundant in great opportunities. For instance, the rare and exotic flora, precious medicinal herbs, materials harvested from formidable beasts, and even the legendary beast pills that can only be found on advanced monsters are all items of considerable value. The adventurer's primary goal upon entering the vast expanse of the ancient wild forest is to acquire these treasures, which can be exchanged for spiritual stones, elixirs, and other resources for cultivation. The ancient wild forest is boundless and unfathomable. Even the mightiest of beings find it challenging to gauge its full extent. Within its depths reside countless peculiar creatures, along with numerous ferocious monsters that render it a perilous realm. It is rumored that at the heart of the ancient wild forest lies an unparalleled beast of immense power, one that even the strongest of humans would hesitate to provoke. The area where Lin Mu and his companions have entered is merely the outer fringes of the ancient wild forest. Even so, this locale presents numerous threats to them. After all, even the weakest of the beasts of the forest periphery possess strength comparable to that of cultivators at the initial stages of the We'll See realm. We have reached the outermost edge of the ancient wild forest. Everyone, maintain your utmost vigilance and be prepared for battle, Scarface instructed, his expression one of wariness as he surveyed the surroundings. Yes, came the unified response from the group, who dared not let their guard down. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the dense thicket to their left, causing the foliage to be trampled and collapse to either side. That a pair of crimson eyes abruptly emerged into view. As this colossal creature appeared, its scarlet gaze gleamed with ferocity as it charged towards the group. Chapter 21. The Golden Hunt. In no time, a massive beast surged towards the adventurers, halting merely 20 meters away from Scarface's team. The seasoned members immediately recognized its identity. It's an ironback sandboar, and it seems to be still a juvenile, exclaimed Mu Sisi. Captain, I shall slay this beast. The ironback sandboar is a type of wild boar monster, renowned for its formidable defense and strength, making it one of the most common creatures within the ancient wild forest. That an adult ironback sandboar can reach a height of 5 meters and possesses combat capabilities that rival those of peak We'll See realm cultivators. The one before them, appearing to be around 3 meters tall, was clearly still immature. With a furious roar, the ironback sandboar charged forth, its enormous crimson eyes glaring ferociously at the group. Vile beast, meet your end. Without waiting for Scarface to respond, Mu Sisi charged forward. Summoning a magnificent purple-gold hammer from her storage bag, she unleashed its dazzling brilliance, showcasing its immense power. Swift as the wind, she closed the distance to the savage ironback sandboar and swung the hammer with unadorned ferocity. Boom! The purple-gold hammer struck the ironback sandboar's head with terrifying force, sending it crashing to the ground. After a couple of grunts, the creature succumbed to its injuries. What immense power! Lin Mu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the seemingly delicate Mu Sisi, with such a ladylike name, would possess such a ruthless combat style. The strength behind that strike was undeniably formidable, capable of obliterating a creature that was not any weaker than a mid-level We'll See realm beast in a single blow. Such a feat would be considered exceptional even among late-stage We'll See realm cultivators. That was disappointingly easy. It perished too quickly, leaving me wanting more. Mu Sisi expressed her dissatisfaction. However, just as her words fell, 2 more furious roars erupted from the nearby dense thicket. Point 2, even larger ironback sandboars emerged, trampling the surrounding vegetation as they charged at Mu Sisi with blazing crimson eyes, fueled by rage. Not good. They're adult ironback sandboars. Scarface's expression shifted, and he quickly commanded, Su Guan, hasten to assist her. Yes, yes. The 2 rushed forward, recognizing the urgency of the situation. Adult ironback sandboars possess strength that rivals peak We'll See realm cultivators. It was unforeseen that after Mu Sisi had just slain a juvenile ironback sandboar, she would provoke two adult ones. Moreover, these adult creatures were clearly enraged, as the slain beast was likely their offspring. Naturally, as parents, they were driven into a frenzy by the loss of their child. Enraged, the ironback sandboars displayed even greater combat prowess. Although Mu Sisi was formidable, facing two furious adult ironback sandboars single-handedly was perilous. Mu Sisi, you handle one. I will take the other, Su Guan declared as he swiftly approached, summoning a massive crescent moon blade that glimmered with a silvery radiance, its edge sharp and deadly. The two adult ironback sandboars, undeterred, charged towards Mu Sisi, their crimson eyes filled with vengeance for their slain offspring. Yet Su Guan had already reached Mu Sisi's side, and the two prepared to confront the beast together. Boom! Mu Sisi swung her purple-gold hammer, striking one of the adult ironback sandboars, causing both her and the beast to stagger back several paces. That in their initial clash, they appeared evenly matched. Meanwhile, Su Guan showcased his own impressive combat skills. As the adult ironback sandboar lunged at him, he crouched low, swiftly slipping beneath the beast's girth, and with a swift upward slash of his blood-glimmering crescent blade, he cleaved open a gash in the creature's abdomen. Blood gushed forth, spilling its innards onto the ground. Thud. The ironback sandboar crashed heavily to the earth, emitting a dull thud as it lost its ability to fight, letting out a mournful cry. The injured ironback sandboar attempted to rise, but the strain exacerbated its wounds, causing more blood to pour forth. The other ironback sandboar, seeing this, became even more enraged, its crimson eyes blazing with fury as it charged at Su Guan. Intent on vengeance, seeking death, Su Guan's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he executed another lethal strike. Even though the ironback sandboar was prepared, it was still met with a deadly blow to its abdomen. I didn't realize your strength was so formidable. Truly, you are worthy of your peak we'll see realm prowess, Mu Sisi remarked, unable to contain her astonishment. Though her own strength was considerable, she understood that eliminating the adult ironback sandboar would take time. Yet Su Guan could dispatch it in a single blow, indicating his power far surpassed her own. Not bad. It's mainly because these beasts possess such low intelligence. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to slay them. Su Guan replied with a nonchalant smile, not dwelling too much on the matter, that if he were to face both adult ironback sandboars simultaneously alone, it would indeed be a challenge. However, with Mu Sisi distracting one, it made it considerably easier for him to deal with the less intelligent beasts. Well done, Scarface nodded slightly, then turned to Lin Mu, saying, Lin Mu, take this first-tier spiritual weapon dagger and extract the tusks from the 3 ironback sandboars. Also, take this storage bag. From now on, all the materials we gather from the beast will be stored within it, and you shall safeguard them. Upon our return to the great ancient city, I will distribute them accordingly. Upon hearing the words first-tier spiritual weapon, Lin Mu's eyes lit up. While ordinary spiritual weapons are quite common, a first-tier spiritual weapon is a rarity that can only be crafted by a master artificer. In the Tianxian continent, martial skills are divided into 5 tiers, 1st through 4th, with anything above 4th classified as a sacred weapon. Each tier of weaponry comes with significant differences in power. A first-tier spiritual weapon, even for the Lin family after centuries of accumulation, only has 2 such items. They do not possess a single second-tier spiritual weapon. The value of a first-tier spiritual weapon is immense, capable of allowing a practitioner at the Void Flight realm to unleash terrifying combat strength. Moreover, if a practitioner below the Void Flight realm wields it, they can pose a threat even to those at the Void Flight realm. Understood, Captain, Lin Mu replied, excitement coursing through him as he accepted the first-tier spiritual weapon dagger named Golden Hunt. He quickly approached the juvenile ironback sandboar, infusing the dagger with his spiritual energy before thrusting it into the creature's tough hide. With a swift slice, the ironback sandboar's formidable skin yielded effortlessly to the dagger, as if it were mere tofu. Such sharpness, truly worthy of a first-tier spiritual weapon, Lin Mu marveled, aware of the exorbitant cost associated with such a weapon. Even the most inferior first-tier spiritual weapon costs 100 high-grade spiritual stones. Converting that into low-grade stones amounts to a staggering 1 million low-grade spiritual stones for a single weapon. This is an enormous sum for the entire Lin family, and no wonder it took them centuries to amass 2 such weapons. Simultaneously, Lin Mu began to ponder the identity of Scarface. He was merely at half a step into the Void Flight realm, yet possessed the means to lend a first-tier spiritual weapon to him. Upon contemplating this, Lin Mu's heart instantly grew vigilant. Chapter 22. The Frostbitten Hydra. It is said that a first-tier spiritual weapon can breach the defenses of a formidable practitioner in the Skyward Realm. It appears the rumors hold true that this the might of a first-tier spiritual weapon. Truly terrifying. If I could possess a first-tier spiritual weapon, my combat prowess would undoubtedly soar to this moment. The other team members, aside from Hong Qin, felt a twinge of envy as they beheld the keen edge of the hunting blade in Lin Mu's hand. However, this spiritual weapon was lent to him by the Scarface captain, and they dared not harbor any ill thoughts. Yet, they were aware that the Scar-faced leader possessed even mightier spiritual weapons. This realization cast a complex shadow over their expressions. Some even entertained thoughts of seizing the weapon. But the knowledge that their opponent was a half-step Skyward Realm cultivator quickly quelled such notions. Treasures can entice the heart, but one must possess the strength to claim them. To covet treasures without sufficient power is to court one's own demise. Fortunately, none of the scar-faced adventurers had witnessed Lin Mu wielding the dragon scale, or else he would surely find himself in perilous circumstances. The sheer terror of a first-tier spiritual weapon was evident. It could easily cleave through even my formidable physique. Lin Mu mused. His body, tempered by the black flames of the 9 Dragons' divine cauldron, was already extraordinarily resilient, arguably on par with the bodies of practitioners in the Skyward Realm. Yet it could still be easily severed by a first-tier spiritual weapon, that he finally comprehended that seeking vengeance against the Lin family was premature. His strength was still woefully lacking. Merely channeling a fraction of his energy into the hunting blade unleashed such formidable power. If a practitioner from the Skyward Realm were to wield a first-tier spiritual weapon directly, the might they could unleash would be unfathomable. That if I could refine the hunting blade within the 9 Dragons' divine cauldron, my physical form would surely be greatly enhanced. Regrettably, I am unable to do so at present. As Lin Mu had taken possession of the hunting blade, the 9 Dragons' divine cauldron within the whirlpool had trembled slightly, emanating waves of desire. Yet, he could not allow it to consume the hunting blade, for the consequences would be dire. Suppressing the myriad complex emotions within, Lin Mu took a deep breath and focused entirely on disassembling the corpse of the ironback sand beast. Sizzle, sizzle. The hunting blade in Lin Mu's hand sliced through the flesh and blood of the ironback sand beast, cleanly separating its components. Eventually, 2 menacingly white fangs were severed, which he promptly stored in the pouch provided by the Scarface leader. This pouch was specifically designed to hold the spoils of their adventures, and was temporarily entrusted to Lin Mu for safekeeping the weakest member. The others felt reassured by his guardianship. He replicated the process with ease, quickly collecting the fangs from the 2 adult ironback sand beasts. The most valuable assets of the ironback sand beast were its fangs. The other parts held little worth and significance. Captain, the fangs from the 3 ironback sand beasts have been gathered, Lin Mu reported as he rejoined the team. Well done, the Scarface leader replied succinctly. The stench of blood here is overwhelming. It will soon attract other beasts. We must depart swiftly. Maintain formation as we advance. Understood. The team responded in unison. Not long after the scar-faced adventurers had departed, the air was filled with the roars of beasts, evidently drawn by the scent of blood. Fortunately, they had escaped quickly. Otherwise, they would have found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. Their strength was not insignificant among the numerous adventuring parties, but facing too many beasts could prove perilous. The group of 6 continued onward, occasionally encountering beasts, yet these creatures posed little challenge and were effortlessly dispatched by the scar-faced adventurers. Everyone, remain cautious. The journey ahead will grow increasingly perilous, with the potential emergence of beasts rivaling practitioners in the Skyward Realm. Exercise utmost vigilance, the scar-faced leader warned gravely. Yes, the group steeled themselves. Having ventured deeper into the ancient and untamed forest, they were now several miles in, and the likelihood of encountering beasts was escalating. As was the strength of those beasts. Rustle. Rustle. Suddenly, an odd sound emanated from above, startling everyone into alertness. It's suddenly raining. Hong Qin exclaimed, her eyes wide with bewilderment. She glanced skyward, where the clear blue expanse remained devoid of clouds, rendering any precipitation impossible. The team raised their gazes in unison, sharing the sentiment that this rain was exceedingly peculiar. This rain feels off. This is bad. I sense a profoundly threatening aura. Could it be a first-tier beast capable of manipulating natural forces? This is dangerous. We must vacate this area immediately. Roar from the crown of a massive tree. Several meters thick and towering dozens of meters high, a ferocious beastly roar erupted that a colossal ice-blue serpent appeared, unleashing an enraged bellow toward the Scarface team below. With its roar, the rain intensified, each drop rapidly coalescing into icy spikes that plummeted toward them, that an adult frostbitten hydra. The Scarface leader recognized the creature at first sight and was instantly filled with dread. A first-tier beast? Damn it. How could we be so unfortunate to encounter such a terrifying creature here? Quick run. The expressions of the team changed dramatically. They were consumed by a singular thought: to flee. The frostbitten hydra commanded the power of ice. Having reached maturity, it possessed the terrifying combat capability of a first-tier being, making it a formidable opponent even for early-stage practitioners in the Skyward Realm. This moment, the beast had already begun harnessing its icy powers for attack, clearly indicating its maturity. Faced with the horror of a first-tier beast, the team was paralyzed with fear and dared not resist. Unfortunately, their thoughts of escape came too late. It was already too late. Thud, 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 countless bone-chilling icy spikes rained down from above, piercing toward the team. The spikes, razor-sharp and imbued with intense cold, compelled the team to summon their energy for defense, thereby slowing their retreat. Moreover, any spikes deflected by the team melted instantaneously, causing the surrounding air temperature to plummet drastically. A myriad of icy spikes rapidly transformed the area into a frigid wasteland, severely hindering the team's escape. So cold. The air has turned piercingly frigid. My movements have become sluggish. This is bad. It's coming for us. Roar. The team's escape was significantly hampered, and their anxiety heightened. That moment, the immense ice-blue two-headed serpent swiftly leaped from the treetops, crashing down to the ground with a resounding tremor. This serpent, as thick as a barrel and measuring a staggering 12 to 13 meters in length, was entirely covered in scales resembling frost, featuring two heads, each adorned with a single horn, giving it a fearsome appearance. It twisted its massive body, crushing the surrounding foliage, and one head gaped wide, lunging towards the last member of the group, Musisi. "Help me!" Musisi screamed in terror, her eyes filled with dread. Chapter 23. A Grievous Battle. Sister, no. Su Guan's eyes widened in horror, but he had not anticipated that shortly after entering the ancient forest, his childhood sweetheart would find herself in such peril. Having grown up together, their bond had blossomed into something deeper, and they were on the verge of taking their final steps toward union. Yet, misfortune struck too swiftly, leaving him no opportunity to confess his feelings to Musisi before facing the prospect of separation by death. "Beast, cease this at once!" Su Guan bellowed, driven by desperation as he charged toward the frostbitten hydra, determined to save Musisi. Alas, it was all too late. He would never reach her in time. Am I to perish like this? Musisi's eyes brimmed with despair, her heart filled with unwillingness. Yet, the overwhelming presence of the frostbitten hydra extinguished any flicker of resistance within her. This moment, the only thing she could do was await her fate. To the frostbitten hydra, this seemingly alluring woman in her mid-20s was nothing more than prey. The frostbitten hydra would not pause to spare Musisi a thought, regardless of her beauty, spawn of darkness. "Taste my blade." Just as Musisi was about to be swallowed whole by the frostbitten hydra, a gleaming curved blade appeared, unleashing a brilliant arc of light that shielded her. With a decisive strike, the blade cleaved through the scales of the hydra's right head, penetrating a foot into its flesh and nearly severing its grotesque head from its body. Roar. The frostbitten hydra, in pain and fury, violently thrashed its massive form, sending the scar-faced leader flying. With a resounding thud, the scar-faced leader crashed against a colossal tree, causing it to tremble and shed leaves in a flurry. However, the scar-faced leader, possessing formidable strength and wielding a first-tier spiritual weapon, sustained little injury. "Quickly flee!" Amidst the thunderous roar of the scarred warrior, the curved blade in his grasp shimmered with renewed brilliance, coalescing into a formidable arc of light as he charged single-handedly towards the frost twin-headed serpent. Captain Musisi, having narrowly escaped death, was overwhelmed with emotion. Yet, she understood that her current strength was woefully inadequate, and remaining would only serve as a burden. Thus, she reluctantly steeled herself to flee. Lin Mu and his companions were astonished by the captain's unwavering sense of justice. Had it not been for his timely intervention, Musisi would likely have been devoured by the beast. Now, having saved her, the scarred warrior found himself embroiled in a perilous predicament. Although he had temporarily restrained the frost twin-headed serpent, it was evident he was at a significant disadvantage, being mercilessly pressed by the creature's onslaught. The serpent, incensed by the warrior's defiance, was furious that its intended prey had escaped and with an injury inflicted upon it. There was no chance it would relent. The scarred warrior's disadvantage became increasingly apparent. Su Guan bellowed, charging to his aid. "Captain, allow me to lend you my strength." Su Guan believed in the captain's noble character and felt compelled to act in kind. The frost twin-headed serpent, enraged by the audacity of these insignificant humans daring to challenge its might, unleashed its fury. From the horn atop its left head, a sphere of icy blue light materialized, drawing moisture from the air to form a barrage of ice spears that pierced through the atmosphere. Countless ice projectiles, razor-sharp and imbued with terrifying power, surged forth, accompanied by a chilling aura that slowed the movements of those it targeted. To Su Guan, caught unawares, was mercilessly impaled by numerous ice spears. Severely wounded, he plummeted like a marionette with severed strings, leaving behind a cascade of frozen crimson blossoms. Though the scarred warrior managed to thwart the serpent's lethal strike with the aid of his spiritual artifact, he was still left in a disheveled state, hurtling backward for several meters before narrowly escaping the hail of ice spears. With a thunderous roar, the frost twin-headed serpent lunged forward, its left head devouring Su Guan whole. Su Guan. Musisi could scarcely accept the grim reality. Having shared 27 years with Su Guan, although they had not yet consummated their feelings, her heart had long been pledged to him. Now, she was forced to witness the love of her life being consumed by that beast. The anguish she felt was beyond comprehension. This moment, she was bereft of reason, forgetting her fear as she wielded her purple gold hammer, charged with a fierce desire for vengeance, rushing at the frost twin-headed serpent. "Beast, return my brother Su Guan's life," she cried, reckless in her determination to avenge her beloved. "Hong Qin, lend me that Tier 1 spiritual artifact," she called out, her resolve unwavering. Hong Qin, witnessing the scene unfold, ceased to conceal her prowess, revealing a Tier 1 spiritual weapon, a black spear, unassuming in appearance. Yet, once it was in Lu Ziming's hands, it radiated with a resplendent purple light, emanating the powerful aura characteristic of a Tier 1 spiritual artifact. "Is this truly a Tier 1 artifact?" Lu Ziming gasped in astonishment, then elatedly declared, "With this, the captain and I should be able to contend with the beast." He charged forward with renewed vigor. That moment, Hong Qin emanated an aura of a Tier 1 protective armor, astonishing Lin Mu. While it was not uncommon for the scarred warrior to possess a Tier 1 artifact, it was remarkable for Hong Qin, merely at the late stage of her cultivation, to wield two such powerful items. The sudden appearance of two Tier 1 artifacts left all present in a state of shock. However, there was no time for contemplation. Their priority was to unite and slay the frost twin-headed serpent. Lin Mu, content to observe from the sidelines, was reluctant to expose himself unnecessarily. Without a protective artifact, he deemed it too perilous to engage directly with a Tier 1 beast. As he was still too weak, in a fit of rage, the frost twin-headed serpent, incensed that these once helpless humans dared to assault it, unleashed its icy powers, sending the scarred warrior flying before executing a sweeping tail strike that sent both Musisi and Su Guan sprawling. Musisi was violently hurled backward, spitting blood as she crashed unconscious onto a large rock. Su Guan, protected by his Tier 1 artifact, sustained less damage and retained his fighting spirit. "Vile creature, you shall perish." Hong Qin seized the opportunity to close in on the frost twin-headed serpent, brandishing a long sword that blazed with purple light. With a decisive thrust, she severed the right head of the serpent. The loss of one head ignited the serpent's fury to its zenith. It twisted its colossal form, glaring at Hong Qin with a savage intensity. The horn atop its head glimmered with icy blue radiance as it conjured a storm of ice spears poised to strike. Countless ice projectiles rained down upon Hong Qin. Initially, her protective armor shimmered with purple light, absorbing the brunt of the assault. However, as her internal energy rapidly depleted, the armor could no longer withstand the full force of the ice. Over a third of the projectiles penetrated her defenses, causing her immense suffering that in mere moments. Hong Qin was overwhelmed by the hail of ice spears, falling unconscious despite her Tier 1 protective armor, which ultimately proved insufficient against the ferocity of the assault. "Vile creature, you shall pay," cried the scarred warrior and Lu Ziming in unison, seizing the opportunity created by Hong Qin's valiant effort to unleash a furious counterattack, with one on the left wielding a curved blade and the other a black spear. They surged towards the frost twin-headed serpent that in a swift motion. The scarred warrior's blade carved a deep gash into the serpent's neck, nearly severing the remaining head. Simultaneously, Lu Ziming plunged his spear into the creature's eye. The frost twin-headed serpent emitted a heart-wrenching wail as its massive body collapsed to the ground, sending debris flying. "Is it dead?" Lu Ziming exclaimed in jubilant disbelief. Capturing the demon's core would yield immense rewards, providing them with invaluable resources for cultivation. His anticipation turned to avarice as he gazed upon the fallen beast. Yet in that very moment, the tip of a curved blade pierced through his back, impaling his heart. "Captain, how could you?" Lu Ziming gasped in disbelief, turning to see the scarred warrior regarding him with an emotionless gaze. With a sudden forceful pull, the scarred warrior withdrew the bloodied blade, crimson liquid gushing forth as Lu Ziming's eyes widened in despair and disbelief. Lu Ziming felt his strength drain away, his body collapsing like a deflated balloon, consciousness fading as darkness enveloped him. A chilling sensation creeping over him that he was dead. "Lu Ziming, allow me to enlighten you. Within the wild ancient forest, the true danger does not lie with the beasts, but with other adventurers," the scarred warrior spoke coldly. "Now, you may find your rest." Stepping forward, he closed Lu Ziming's eyes, then callously claimed the Tier 1 spear from his lifeless grasp, before advancing towards the now dwindling frost twin-headed serpent. "Vile creature, allow me to escort you on your final journey," he declared, his gaze icy and resolute. "Rest assured, I shall make full use of your core, scales, and flesh." With a fierce glint in his eye, the scarred warrior unleashed a radiant arc of his blade, aimed directly at the serpent's nearly severed neck, intent on decapitating it. Yet, at that moment, the serpent's left eye, previously shut tight, snapped up. Scar, in excruciating agony, let out a fierce roar as his left arm, under the influence of the venom from the frost two-headed serpent, instantly lost all sensation, transforming into a frigid appendage. The chilling poison was so terrifying that it continued to spread along Scar's arm and throughout his body. "No, I must not allow the toxin to spread further. Otherwise, my demise is inevitable." Scar, a man of few words yet fierce resolve, gritted his teeth and swung the curved blade in his hand, severing his own left arm with a sickening sound. He then swiftly pressed his right hand against the stump, sealing the blood vessels. After these harrowing actions, his complexion had turned a ghastly pale, and his body trembled with weakness. "Damn this beast for forcing my hand to such an extreme, even to the point of self-mutilation to deliver a fatal blow. Thankfully, I acted decisively. Otherwise, I would surely have met my end here." Scar's heart raced with lingering fear, but he was grateful to have preserved his life, albeit at the cost of his left arm. The battlefield lay in utter chaos, the stench of blood permeating the dense forest. The daring expedition team led by Scar, in their attempt to confront the formidable frost two-headed serpent, had suffered greatly. Suguan had been devoured whole, while Hong Qin and Mu Sisi lay unconscious, severely injured. Lu Ziming had already fallen victim to Scar's treachery, among the few still conscious on the battlefield. Only Scar and Lin Mu remained. "This boy must die," Scar mused to himself, his gaze fixed on Lin Mu not far away, that he had sacrificed his left arm and was on the verge of claiming everything. How could he allow Lin Mu to reap the rewards without consequence? "Once this brat is dead, everything here will belong to me alone." 3 first-tier spirit artifacts, the demon core of the frost two-headed serpent, its carcass, and of course, the 2 remarkably beautiful women, Mu Sisi and Hong Qin. Once this boy is dealt with, I shall indulge in the pleasures these 2 beauties have to offer, Scar thought silently. Having just swallowed a healing elixir, his condition was far from optimal. Requiring time to recover his strength in his current state, even movement was a challenge. Let alone confronting Lin Mu. He quickly realized that during his recovery, he could not allow Lin Mu to suspect anything. The consequences of such a discovery would be dire. "You there, come here," Scar called coldly to Lin Mu. "Captain, are you all right?" Lin Mu feigned fear, speaking with a tone of trepidation. "I'm fine. You go and retrieve the demon core from the frost two-headed serpent. Its core is located just behind its seventh vertebra," Scar instructed, seizing the opportunity that if Lin Mu could buy him some time, he would be able to restore more of his strength. At that point, his chances of eliminating Lin Mu would increase significantly. "Understood, Captain." Lin Mu played along, approaching the corpse of the frost two-headed serpent. He was not foolish. He knew Scar would not allow him to live. The only reason he had not acted yet was that he lacked the absolute confidence to eliminate Scar. "You old fool. I know you want to kill me and that you're stalling to recover your strength. But what you don't realize is that I also intend to enhance my power before I deal with you." Lin Mu thought to himself. Chapter 25. A surge in power, 90-fold sea of energy with a swift motion. Lin Mu's hunting blade, sharp as a razor, easily pierced the scales of the frost two-headed serpent, which had reached the first tier, peeling away flesh in layers that he held his breath against the overpowering stench and found a demon core, the size of an egg, nestled behind the serpent's seventh vertebra. "So, this is its demon core. It's my first time encountering a demon core from a beast. Not all demon beasts possess a core. Only those that reach the first tier can produce one." Lin Mu carefully extracted the demon core, and as he held it in his palm, the 9 dragons' divine cauldron within his sea of energy trembled slightly, emitting a wave of desire. Could the 9 dragons' divine cauldron actually consume the demon core directly? Lin Mu was both astonished and thrilled, but he knew that the black flames within the cauldron could refine anything, reducing it to its essence. However, the energy contained within the demon core was immense. If the black flames were to refine it now, could his body withstand such overwhelming energy? After all, a first-tier demon beast is comparable to a cultivator of the Sky Ascension realm. Moreover, demon beasts typically possess physical capabilities far superior to those of humans, and the energy within their cores exceeds that of cultivators of the same rank. Although this frost two-headed serpent had only recently entered the first tier, the energy within its core was not inferior to that of a mid-level Sky Ascension cultivator. No, the energy within the demon core is ferocious demonic power. It should be transmutable into energy that my sea of energy can directly absorb. Given that my sea of energy is 100 times larger than that of an average cultivator of the same tier, it should have no problem accommodating the energy released from this core. Scar could strike at any moment. Escaping now would be exceedingly difficult. I must elevate my strength swiftly, no matter the cost. Lin Mu resolved, gritting his teeth, and with a determined thought, he directly absorbed the demon core into the 9 dragons' divine cauldron. With a whoosh, the black flames enveloped the demon core, and soon the ice-blue core melted away, transforming into a vast pool of pure, untainted spiritual liquid. What a pure and rich source of energy. This essence is entirely absorbable. Lin Mu rejoiced internally, immediately activating the eternal golden body technique, forming a golden vortex in his sea of energy that continuously devoured the liquid from the 9 dragons' divine cauldron, converting it into vital energy. The golden energy swirled within him. Its volume rapidly increased, expanding from the size of a soccer ball to that of a basketball, then a grinding wheel. In no time, his sea of energy reached a cubic meter in size. Typically, a cultivator's sea of energy could only reach a size of 1 cubic meter. Once it achieves this volume, the energy within can be further refined, transitioning from a gaseous state to a misty one, marking a breakthrough into the mid-tier of sea of energy. This process is referred to as the mist transformation of vital energy. For the late stage of sea of energy, the mist must condense into liquid form, and subsequently into crystalline form, known as vital energy crystallization. However, Lin Mu's sea of energy was an astonishing 100 cubic meters in size, exceeding all expectations. With such a vast sea of energy, he could store significantly more power, but the energy required was also immense. The golden energy vortex within him surged. It ballooned from 1 cubic meter to 3, then 5, 8, 10, 30, 40, and 50 cubic meters. Finally, when the golden energy vortex reached a staggering 90 cubic meters, it came to a halt. Think that this demon core from a first-tier beast could expand my sea of energy to a whopping 90 cubic meters. If I were to cultivate relying solely on spirit stones or through my own efforts, I cannot fathom how many spirit stones would be required. Lin Mu marveled with great delight at this moment. Although he remained at the initial stage of the sea of energy, the quantity of vital energy within him was already immense, a full 90 times that of cultivators of the same rank. While my strength has surged significantly, I still lack the absolute confidence to slay that old wretch, Scar. Lin Mu inhaled deeply, murmuring crimson thoughts. Since that is the case, I must take my strength to an even greater height. Lin Mu took a deep breath that he had two options for enhancing his power. One was through vital energy, and the other through physical strength. However, improving his vital energy seemed exceedingly difficult, as he currently had no demon cores to absorb and no spiritual stones or other precious resources to refine. Thus, he could only focus on augmenting his physical strength. His physical body had already reached its peak, but now, having entered the sea of energy stage, he could enhance his physical strength once more. Let us begin by refining this first-tier spirit artifact, the hunting blade. I am eager to see just how much my physical strength can be elevated. With a thought, Lin Mu absorbed the hunting blade into the Nine Dragons' divine cauldron. With a whoosh, the black flames in the Nine Dragons' divine cauldron swiftly engulfed the first-tier spirit artifact that in an instant. This remarkably tough and sharp artifact transformed into a droplet of golden liquid, rapidly flowing into Lin Mu's body. Lin Mu shuddered, feeling an intense heat coursing through him, as if his entire being were on the verge of combustion. Fortunately, he had mentally prepared himself, although the fiery sensation was painful. It was well within his threshold of endurance. Moreover, this discomfort was less intense than when he had refined the Millennium Cold Iron Essence. My physical body is growing stronger, but to slay that old wretch Scar remains a gamble. I must become even more formidable. Lin Mu glanced at Captain Scar, who at that moment was oblivious to his surroundings, silently meditating to recuperate. Seeing this, Lin Mu felt a sense of relief wash over him, and he quickly approached Hong Qin. Absorb, he thought, drawing the first-tier spirit sword lying beside Hong Qin directly into the Nine Dragons' divine cauldron. The long sword was immediately enveloped by black flames, and in an instant, it transformed into a droplet of golden energy, significantly larger than before, which ultimately flowed into Lin Mu's physical form. It was evident that even first-tier spiritual artifacts varied in strength. The more powerful the first-tier artifact, the greater the amount of golden energy produced upon refinement. The first-tier spiritual sword wielded by Hong Qin was clearly stronger than that first-tier spiritual artifact known as Hunter's Gold. The pain, the burning sensation I felt this time was almost comparable to the agony I endured while refining that eternal cold iron essence. Lin Mu's body instantly became even more scorching hot, and he could distinctly sense his physical form rapidly strengthening beneath that intense heat. Just as he was enduring the searing pain while feeling his body grow stronger, the scarred figure finally opened his eyes at that very moment. Lin Mu, you brat, quickly bring me the demon core and Hong Qin's first-tier spiritual sword. The scarred man spoke coldly, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Lin Mu inwardly lamented the gravity of the situation. He understood that the scarred man was preparing to strike him down. That moment, a glimmer of icy killing intent flashed in his own eyes as he feigned nonchalance and slowly approached the scarred figure. Could this old wretch finally be intending to kill me? However, the outcome of this confrontation remains uncertain. Chapter 26. The blood-burning secret method. Lin Mu walked slowly, for his body was still undergoing transformation and growth. He had yet to completely absorb the immense energy feedback from refining the two first-tier spiritual artifacts with the Nine Dragons' divine cauldron. However, if he were granted just a bit more time, his body would fully absorb that energy, reaching its strongest state thus far. Brat, what's wrong with you? The scarred man observed Lin Mu from a distance, his eyes filled with confusion. Him. Lin Mu's face was crimson. His skin was flushed, and he was sweating profusely while moving at an unusually slow pace. Captain, I might have been poisoned. Lin Mu spoke, stalling for time. Poisoned? The venom of the frost twin-headed serpent only leaves one frozen solid, turning them into an ice sculpture or even freezing them to death. You appear to be burning up. Could it be that you were poisoned by something else? The scarred man replied, somewhat astonished. What kind of poison causes you to feel hot? Come closer. I, the captain, will take a look at you. Concealed within his gaze was a chilling intent, as he had already prepared his lethal strike, waiting for Lin Mu to draw near before launching a sudden attack to eliminate him. Although Lin Mu was merely at the initial stage of the Wheel C realm, the scarred man wanted to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. His current condition was exceedingly poor. He needed to kill Lin Mu to ensure his safety. Yes, Captain, Lin Mu replied respectfully, yet his pace remained unhurried, even slowing down further. At this moment, a faint golden light emanated from his body. And intermittently, a formidable aura uncontrollably radiated from him. Sensing that powerful aura, even the scarred man couldn't help but be taken aback. This brat is not right. Once he draws near, I must strike unexpectedly and kill him in one blow. The scarred man thought to himself, refraining from further words, merely gazing around as if Lin Mu were of no concern. Lin Mu was in no rush, advancing slowly as he began his preparations. He was ready for close-quarters combat, intending to utilize his rapidly increasing physical strength to engage the scarred man in battle. If he found himself at a disadvantage, he would then resort to his strongest techniques. At that moment, within his Wheel C, a minuscule golden dragon scale had already detached from the 9 dragons' divine cauldron. Under the immense force of Lin Mu's primordial energy, the tiny dragon scale expanded to the size of a grinding wheel, radiating dazzling golden light, akin to a golden sun, hovering ominously above Lin Mu's Wheel C, exuding a terrifying power. To eliminate the scarred man, a severely wounded half-step void realm expert, Lin Mu infused half of his primordial energy into this dragon scale, amplifying its might to a truly frightening level. This old wretch is clearly not a good person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ambushed Su Guan at such a critical juncture. His earlier act of saving Mu Sisi must have been a ruse. Such a traitor deserves death. Lin Mu silently mused. Furthermore, this old wretch's invitation for me to approach is likely a ploy to kill me. Only with my demise can he securely claim everything here. As Lin Mu's pace slowed to a crawl, akin to that of a snail, and his face contorted in pain, the scarred man could no longer contain his impatience. Lin Mu, what the hell is wrong with you? I told you to hurry. Did you not hear me? The scarred man finally stood up, though his complexion appeared pale and unhealthy. His injuries were evidently not yet fully healed. He had merely stabilized his condition temporarily. Captain, I feel unbearably hot all over. I'm in such discomfort, Lin Mu exclaimed, feigning an inability to endure, and plopped down onto the grass. The temperature emanating from his body was terrifying, as he sat on the ground. The leaves and underbrush swiftly began to emit wisps of white smoke, instantly wilting that moment. Lin Mu closed his eyes, appearing as if he could no longer hold on. This scene left the scarred man astounded. This brat seems increasingly suspect, and I can even sense a threatening aura emanating from him. I must act swiftly to eliminate him. The scarred man thought, taking a deep breath, and ultimately chose to take the initiative. Although his proactive approach could easily alert Lin Mu to his intentions, he could no longer afford to be cautious. Only with Lin Mu's death could he feel at ease that do not fear. I, the captain, will come to assist you. Rest assured, you will be fine. The scarred man reassured Lin Mu while approaching with the first-tier spiritual artifact curved blade in hand, that as he walked, the scant primordial energy remaining within him quietly infused into the curved blade. However, he concealed it exceptionally well, ensuring that no fluctuations of energy were discernible from the blade's exterior. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The scarred man swiftly traversed the fallen branches and leaves, arriving before Lin Mu in no time. Brat, allow me, the captain, to examine what ails you, he said as he approached Lin Mu. Suddenly, a fierce blade light erupted from the curved blade in his hand, slicing towards Lin Mu's body with the intent to cleave him in two. His attack was ruthless, sparing Lin Mu no chance to resist, aiming for a decisive strike. Whoosh! However, at that critical moment, Lin Mu's body rolled to the side, narrowly evading the lethal blow. The scarred man wore an expression of disbelief. Lin Mu was merely at the initial stage of the Wheel C realm. How could he possibly move so swiftly? Had he been any slower or less responsive by even a fraction, he would have been cleaved in two by his own strike. Yet Lin Mu managed to dodge at the most critical juncture, avoiding his attack entirely and sustaining no injuries. Old wretch, I knew you harbored ill intentions. Prepare to die, Lin Mu bellowed, golden light radiating from his fist as he struck out. You wish to kill me. You are not worthy. Startled, the scarred man quickly raised his curved blade to defend himself. All the primordial energy he had expended earlier had been depleted. He could no longer call upon the true might of the first-tier curved blade that at this moment. The blade in his hand was merely a weapon of considerable resilience and sharpness. Bang! With Lin Mu's physical strength having surged dramatically, the power of his punch was terrifying beyond compare. Even the scarred man, with his half-step void realm physique, found it challenging to withstand. He was sent flying by the force of Lin Mu's blow, nearly losing grip on the curved blade. Had the scarred man been in peak condition, even if his physical strength were slightly inferior to Lin Mu's, the disparity would not have been significant. However, in his current severely wounded state, having barely managed to suppress his injuries, he was utterly incapable of withstanding Lin Mu's overwhelming punch. Boom! The scarred man's body crashed heavily onto a massive stone weighing thousands of pounds, shattering it into a pile of rubble. Spurt! A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from the scarred man's mouth, his injuries exacerbated, his blood flow becoming chaotic from the impact of the punch, leaving him with no strength left to resist. Old wretch, perish, Lin Mu spoke coldly, his golden light intensifying, denying the scarred man any opportunity to catch his breath as he charged forward once more. You think it's that easy to kill me? The scarred man's gaze turned frigid as he gritted his teeth. Blood-burning secret method. The scarred man raised his lone arm with great force and struck his chest in an instant, his body withered as if every drop of blood had been drained from him, his emaciated form appearing grotesque. However, at that moment, a crimson mist enveloped him, resembling a raging inferno, yet the flames were blood-red. With the emergence of the blood-red flames, the scarred man's aura skyrocketed, instantly restoring him to his peak state. You shall be the one to die, the scarred man roared, his body engulfed in blood flames, as he threw a punch at Lin Mu's golden fist. Chapter 27. Slaying the Great Foe. Surge in combat power. Boom! The scarred man's fist, wreathed in blood energy, bore terrifying power, sending Lin Mu flying backward. Lin Mu staggered 7 or 8 meters before finally regaining his footing to this moment. The blood energy within Lin Mu surged violently, making it difficult for him to mobilize his primordial energy. Had it not been for the significant enhancement of his eternal indestructible golden body, he might not have been able to withstand that punch and would have been obliterated. Gulp! Lin Mu felt a sudden sweetness in his mouth as he forcefully swallowed a mouthful of fresh blood. Such formidable secret arts had propelled his power to its zenith in an instant. Lin Mu was astounded. He understood that just now, that punch from Scar had channeled his primal energy. The sanguine energy fused with his physical strength, bestowing upon him such might. Were it not for this, Lin Mu was confident that he could not have sent himself flying with a single strike, let alone sustain even a slight injury. Scar let out a roar that was anything but human, a terrifying aura erupting from him as he transformed into a bloodthirsty beast, glaring with blood-red eyes and charging towards Lin Mu, determined to kill him. Scar was currently at the threshold of the Void Flight realm, and in a peak state, wielding a first-tier spirit weapon, his combat prowess rivaling that of the Lin family's Grand Elder. Truly a terrifying force, although Lin Mu had experienced a tremendous enhancement in strength. Overcoming Scar in his current state would still be exceedingly challenging to kill me. It won't be that easy, Lin Mu spoke coldly, a fierce killing intent igniting in his gaze. Die for me. At that moment, Scar was already upon him, his curved blade emanating a brilliant crimson light as he slashed twice, the two blood-colored arcs intersecting in an attempt to cleave Lin Mu in two to dragon scales. Arise! Lin Mu dared not hesitate and immediately unleashed the dragon scales, which had been meticulously cultivated within his we'll see. The golden scales appeared instantaneously, each one the size of a human head. As thin as a cicada's wing, yet unyieldingly sharp and incredibly hard, piercing through the void to dismantle the two fearsome blood arcs in an instant. Moreover, their power remained undiminished as they surged toward Scar with relentless ferocity. This is bad. Scar sensed the lethal threat emanating from the head-sized dragon scale and instinctively raised his first-tier spirit weapon to block, hoping to withstand its edge. However, the dragon scale was far too sharp, slicing through the spirit weapon effortlessly, and in Scar's horrified gaze, it cleanly severed his neck from his body to know it's impossible. Scar's head flew through the air, emitting a final, unwilling cry. His life force dwindled swiftly, and his body grew cold in moments. Yet his eyes remained wide open, refusing to close even in death. This marked Lin Mu's second kill of a half-step Void Flight realm expert, a feat achieved with little peril. Had he faced the Lin family's second elder at this moment, Lin Mu would have been confident enough to contend without relying on the might of the dragon scales, even to the extent of slaying him outright. Through his battle with Scar, Lin Mu had gained a clearer understanding of the might of his own physique, but he realized that his body had grown immensely powerful, capable of rivaling even the early-stage experts of the Void Flight realm. He could entirely rely on his formidable physique to withstand half-step Void Flight realm foes, provided that the opponent's martial arts were not excessively aberrant and they did not wield a first-tier spirit weapon. Swish, the dragon scales, having expended their power, returned to Lin Mu's We'll See, merging back into the nine-dragon divine cauldron. Fortunately, I was well prepared, otherwise I could not have withstood his might. That blood-burning secret art is indeed terrifying. Lin Mu felt a lingering fear as he recalled Scar, who had been on the brink of death, transforming into such a formidable adversary after utilizing the blood-burning secret art. Curiosity swelled within him regarding that very technique. After some exploration, he indeed found a weathered beast-skin scroll named Blood-Burning Secret Art within Scar's storage pouch, which contained the records of the technique. The blood-burning secret art, at the cost of burning one's essence blood, allowed for a temporary surge in cultivation in critical moments. It could enable an individual to rise from the brink of death. However, utilizing the blood-burning secret art would deplete the body's essence blood, leading to a prolonged period of weakness, necessitating cautious use. Excessive consumption could even damage the foundation of one's cultivation. Thus, it should only be employed in dire circumstances. Lin Mu perused the blood-burning secret art briefly. Gaining a general understanding of its workings, he did not rush to practice it. Recognizing that the current environment was not suitable to Scar's storage pouch yielded a treasure trove with over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, several thousand mid-grade spirit stones, dozens of high-grade spirit stones, and a plethora of various functional pills. However, the most valuable items were the first-tier spirit weapon curved blade and the unknown-tier blood-burning secret art scroll. Lin Mu's heart swelled with joy. Moments of such bountiful acquisition often brought a sense of elation. Next, he decided to refine the curved blade and the long spear belonging to Hong Qin. Both first-tier spirit weapons. With a thought, the two weapons flew directly into the nine-dragon divine cauldron within him. Crackle. Black flames instantly enveloped the two first-tier spirit weapons, reducing them to droplets of golden energy. This golden energy coursed through Lin Mu's meridians, unleashing an intensely scorching aura that engulfed him, turning his entire being a fiery red, as if he might ignite completely. That a great deal of steam emanated from his body, as he endured excruciating pain. Yet this suffering remained well within his tolerance, that he gritted his teeth in silence. And after about a minute, the heat began to dissipate. That moment, a flash of golden light enveloped his physique, and a foul, greasy substance, residual impurities from his body, was expelled. With a powerful shake of his sturdy form, the noxious substance was ejected from his body. Now, his physique returned to normal, yet it was significantly stronger than before. With my current physical strength, even if I were to encounter the Lin family's Grand Elder again, I would not be without means to defend myself. Lin Mu mused, confidence gleaming in his eyes. He felt an overwhelming surge of power. If only he had a first-tier spirit weapon in hand, he would be eager to test whether he could sustain any injury from its edge. Next, he resolved to refine all of the spirit stones left by Scar, hoping to restore his depleted primal energy to its peak. With that thought, Lin Mu summoned all the spirit stones, laying them before him. He then activated the Eternal Golden Body technique, a golden vortex manifesting in his hands, enveloping the mound of spirit stones. Clink, clink, clink. One by one, the spirit stones swiftly melted into the purest spiritual energy, which was absorbed and transformed by the golden vortex in Lin Mu's grasp, ultimately flowing into his We'll See. Chapter 28. The terrifying physical combat power. After refining all the spirit stones obtained from Scar, Lin Mu not only restored his cultivation to its peak, but also expanded his primal energy vortex to an astonishing 92 times the size of an average cultivator of the same realm. Restoring his cultivation required far less primal energy than when he had broken through, as breaking through necessitated the expansion of the Wheel C, consuming considerable energy that in contrast, recovering primal energy only required replenishing what had been spent. It seems it won't be long before I reach the pinnacle of the early Wheel C realm. The mid-Wheel C realm breakthrough is not far off. Lin Mu took a deep breath. Concluding his cultivation, whoosh, at that moment a chilling arrow, trailing a long stream of primal energy, hurtled through the void, aimed directly at Lin Mu's heart. This arrow was particularly devious, seeking to deliver a fatal blow. Swish! Lin Mu had sensed it early and swiftly dodged. However, though he narrowly avoided a critical hit, the edge of the arrow still grazed his arm, causing several drops of golden blood to spill forth. Fortunately, his spiritual senses were sharp enough that, despite his physique nearing the level of a first-tier spirit weapon, he still managed to avoid sustaining serious injury. Who dares to ambush me? Come forth and meet your demise. Lin Mu bellowed angrily, turning to glare coldly into the depths of the forest behind him. What keen perception! You truly are extraordinary. A chilling voice echoed from the thicket, and soon a familiar figure emerged before Lin Mu. This was a man he recognized, one who had previously observed his battle with the Lin family's grand elder, coveting his treasures. The figure was a stout, somewhat coarse-looking middle-aged man. Behind him stood 5 formidable cultivators of the Wheel C realm, presumably his companions. All 5 were at least late Wheel C realm experts, exceedingly powerful, with 2 among them having reached the pinnacle of that realm. ITSU. Lin Mu's eyes instantly blazed with unmasked killing intent. This stout middle-aged man had been stalking him relentlessly, like a lingering specter. Lin Mu had long sought an opportunity to eliminate this pest, and now he had unwittingly delivered himself right to Lin Mu's doorstep. Young man, it has indeed been a while. Your older brother has missed you dearly. The middle-aged man grinned insincerely. Do you know that ever since I laid eyes on you, I've felt an inexplicable connection? It's a pity we haven't had the chance to converse. How about we get closer today? The stout man's words filled Lin Mu with revulsion. Get close to you, you filthy beast. Do you want me to shit on you? Should I produce it for you right now? Lin Mu replied coldly, offering not an ounce of courtesy to this loathsome creature. Young man, are you seeking death? The short and stout middle-aged man's expression immediately turned icy. I am giving you a chance to voluntarily surrender your treasures. Otherwise, when I catch you later, you'll know the taste of despair. And then I shall dismember you and feed you to the dogs. With your kind of worthless existence, do you truly believe you are worthy? Lin Mu disdainfully replied, You 5, this matter has nothing to do with you. Leave now, and I shall treat this as if nothing has occurred. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. Lin Mu did not wish to slay the innocent, but if someone sought their own demise, he would not hesitate to oblige. Ha ha! Truly laughable. You, a mere fledgling at the early stage of the Wheel C realm, dare to speak such audacious words to us. Are you not afraid that your bravado will cost you your tongue? Do you not realize that we 5 have teamed up with the captain solely to share in the spoils? For you to suggest we leave is nothing but a fool's dream. A mere novice at the early stage of the Wheel C realm. Do you think you can stand against us? Who has given you such confidence? Captain, allow me to deal with this delusional brat first. The 5 did not show any intention of leaving. Instead, they regarded Lin Mu with utter contempt. One of the women in a yellow dress stepped forward, her pride evident as she prepared to confront Lin Mu alone. In her eyes, Lin Mu was merely a fledgling at the early stage of the Wheel C realm, while she was at the late stage, which gave her absolute confidence. What a pity it would be to steal my glory. But it matters not. The captain has promised that whoever slays that brat will receive their due reward. We can simply sit back and watch the show. That brat cannot stir up much trouble. The remaining 4 team members regarded Lin Mu as nothing more than fish on a chopping block. They lamented not having volunteered to confront him earlier, for their captain had promised that whoever killed him would receive the greatest reward. The short and stout middle-aged man reveled in this, that he had witnessed Lin Mu injure a strong cultivator at the air control realm using the treasures he possessed. His intention to team up against Lin Mu was simply to use his companions as cannon fodder, waiting for them to inflict mutual harm before he reaped the rewards. After all, the power of Lin Mu's treasures was terrifying, and he did not dare to confront him alone, though treasures are enticing. His life was paramount. If you seek death, do not blame me for being unmerciful. Lin Mu cast a cold glance at the advancing woman in yellow, his eyes rife with murderous intent. The woman, though not unattractive, was already a corpse in Lin Mu's eyes. You truly are addicted to boasting. Allow me to teach you that there are consequences for such arrogance, and that price may very well be your life. The woman wielded a 3-foot-long sword, her inner energy surging forth, the blade shimmering with light. At that moment, she lunged at Lin Mu with her sword. Seeking your own demise, Lin Mu coldly declared as golden light erupted from his body. And with a single punch, he struck out. Boom! The golden fist expanded before the woman's eyes, shattering the spirit sword she wielded, and then, in her horrified gaze, it smashed into her chest. The immense force shattered her arms as she attempted to defend herself, sending blood and shattered bone flying. Her body was propelled backward by the tremendous impact. A mouthful of blood, mixed with pieces of her internal organs, erupted from the woman's mouth. She flew backward, trailing a spray of blood, unable to emit a sound before she crashed heavily to the ground, her body exploding in a bloom of crimson. With a single punch, a cultivator at the late stage of the Wheel C realm had been obliterated. Was he dead? His physical strength was astonishingly terrifying. Is this even human? How could one possess such might? He resembled a savage beast from the primordial wilderness. Thankfully, I did not act impulsively. Otherwise, it would have been my demise. The expressions of the 4 members of the Wolf Adventurers team turned pale with fear. They realized that had any of them charged in, they would likely be facing a dire fate as well. Only now did they comprehend that this seemingly youthful lad possessed an overwhelming combat prowess. What are you afraid of? He is merely physically strong. We need not engage him in close combat. Though the stout middle-aged man was terrified within, he feigned calmness. All of you, attack together. Use your martial skills to kill him. Whoever claims his life shall receive a first-tier spirit artifact as a reward from me. At these words, the eyes of the 4 members of the Wolf Adventurers team ignited with fervor. The trepidation and fear they had felt towards Lin Mu dissipated significantly in that moment. They exchanged glances, seeing the ferocity and greed reflected in each other's eyes. For a first-tier spirit artifact, they were willing to risk everything. This brat is merely at the early stage of the Wheel C realm. He poses no threat, that I shall go forth and slay him. His life is mine. Nonsense. His life belongs to me. The 4 of them were immediately filled with greed and murderous intent, rushing toward Lin Mu in a frenzy. Chapter 29. Dare to lay a finger on her. First-tier spirit artifacts are classified into inferior, medium, superior, and exquisite grades. Even the lowest quality inferior spirit artifact is worth 100 upper-grade spirit stones, equating to 1 million lower-grade spirit stones. Not only cultivators below the air control realm, but even those of the air control realm would experience a significant boost in combat power upon obtaining a first-tier spirit artifact. The 4 members of the Wolf Adventurers team were merely at the Wheel C realm, and the allure of a first-tier spirit artifact was simply too great for them to resist. As they charged toward Lin Mu, the stout middle-aged man sneered inwardly. These fools! I possess a first-tier spirit artifact, but to obtain it, they must first keep their lives. Die. You brat, prepare to meet your end. The 4 members unleashed their most potent martial techniques, aiming to execute Lin Mu in a single stroke. Unfortunately for them, they had underestimated Lin Mu and were destined to meet a grim fate. You refuse to tread the path to heaven, yet you insist on barging into hell. Then allow me to escort you there. Lin Mu inhaled deeply, his eyes suddenly filled with cold, murderous intent that moment. He recalled a remark made by Scarface to Su Guan. Within the ancient wilderness forest, the most dangerous threats are not the powerful demonic beasts, but rather humans. Indeed, the human heart is the most terrifying of all. Lin Mu had witnessed the depths of human nature, yet it left him profoundly disillusioned that, of course, there are both good and evil individuals in this world. Lin Shuang and her ilk are the latter. While his grandfather and Jiang Yaoer are among the former, it is because of their existence that Lin Mu can maintain his original intentions. Otherwise, after the events with Lin Shuang, he might have adopted an exceedingly extreme mindset. Whoosh! Lin Mu moved, golden light flickering around him. his speed reaching an extraordinary level, causing the onlookers to gasp in astonishment. Yet, despite their trepidation towards Lin Mu's strength, they pressed on, having already closed in on him. Each of them unleashed their strongest martial techniques, confident in their ability to defeat him. "Break!" Lin Mu roared, his golden blood surging forth as he unleashed a barrage of punches, using sheer physical strength to shatter the combined martial techniques of the four. How is this possible? His physical strength is beyond comprehension. My strongest martial technique was effortlessly broken by a single punch. Damn it. The four were taken aback, their faces filled with panic as they attempted to flee. But it was too late. Boom. Lin Mu sent the nearest middle-aged man, a cultivator at the late stage of the Wheel C realm, flying with a single punch. The force was so immense that the man's chest caved in. His flesh mangled, and his heart shattered by Lin Mu's blow. "Run. Flee, Captain, save me." The remaining three were gripped by fear, their courage evaporating as they turned to flee. Yet Lin Mu's speed was unmatchable, and he quickly caught up to the next late-stage cultivator, obliterating him with another punch. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood, and fear permeated the atmosphere. This boy's physical prowess is astonishing. The stout captain's eyes were wide with shock. He knew that even he, approaching the half-step air control realm in physical strength, could not suppress Lin Mu in that regard. However, he possessed more than just half-step air control realm physical strength. He also wielded half-step air control realm magic power, and most importantly, he had a first-tier spirit artifact in hand. With the might of a first-tier spirit artifact, he believed he could contend with a powerful cultivator. Yet, at this moment, Lin Mu had yet to reveal his treasure, causing him some unease. "Escape? You all shall perish here today. No one will escape," Lin Mu coldly declared as he swiftly pursued an elderly man at the pinnacle of the Wheel C realm. The old man, with his hair graying, foolishly ventured out in search of treasure instead of staying home to live a humble life, thus sealing his own fate. Lin Mu showed no mercy, unleashing a punch with deadly intent. "Old man, I shall fight you to the bitter end." Sensing the imminent threat of death looming behind him, the old man realized escape was no longer an option. In an instant, he unleashed his most formidable martial technique. Charging forward. This technique, known as the Crumbling Mountain Fist, was a mid-tier yellow-grade martial art. With a single punch, a massive azure fist materialized, soaring towards Lin Mu with tremendous force. The azure fist was as large as a grinding wheel, its power astonishing. However, Lin Mu had already obliterated one such attack moments ago and regarded this latest assault with utter disdain. Boom. Lin Mu's golden fist radiated a brilliant light as he struck out, shattering the colossal azure fist into fragments. "You mere insect, perish." Lin Mu closed the distance, and in the old man's eyes, filled with despair, he obliterated his head, splattering the scene with a gruesome mix of red and white. A stench that was unbearable, and a sight that was nothing short of macabre. Bathed in bloodlust, Lin Mu turned his wrath towards another formidable opponent at the pinnacle of the Wheel C realm. This foe was an elderly woman, her hair significantly thinning, her demeanor dark and foreboding as she had previously advanced on Lin Mu. Now, as she fled, her eyes still brimmed with malice. She had reached the side of the unconscious Mu Sisi, and upon seeing her, a glimmer of hope ignited within her. Swiftly, she seized Mu Sisi and pressed her long sword against her throat. "Stand still, boy. She must be your teammate, yes? If you dare approach, I will kill her," the old woman threatened, hoping to instill fear in Lin Mu and secure her own escape. "Old hag, dare to touch her and see what happens," Lin Mu replied coldly, yet his steps did not falter as he approached, his murderous intent palpable. "You dare come closer, and I shall end her life." The old woman felt a moment of relief at Lin Mu's reaction, as it seemed her gamble had paid off. With careful maneuvering, she believed she could save herself. "Ha, boy, I also happen to have captured another of your teammates." On the other side, a stout middle-aged man sneered, having approached Han Qin, who was now in his grasp. His palm poised dangerously above her head, that it was clear that should Lin Mu make a reckless move, he would swiftly end her life. Seeing both his teammates held hostage, Lin Mu's expression darkened. When they entered the Manga Great Forest, his Scarred Blade adventurer team had 6 members, and now, less than a day later, 3 had already perished, with Han Qin and Mu Sisi in the enemy's clutches. Their fates were no longer in their own hands. Lin Mu couldn't help but lament the high mortality rate in the manga grape forest, where every misstep could lead to death, leaving no one to recover the bodies. It was a world governed by the law of the jungle, where only the strong survived, and the weak were eliminated. Speak. What do you desire? Lin Mu would not turn a blind eye to their suffering. That was not in his nature. His greatest disdain was for betrayal, and he would never betray his comrades. Moreover, it was thanks to these two that he had been able to join the Scarred Blade Adventure team and experience a surge in cultivation. Previously, he had refined 2 first-tier spiritual weapons belonging to Hong Qin, which added to his sense of obligation. Now that she faced a life-or-death crisis, how could he possibly stand idly by? Simple. Just hand over your treasures. And I shall release her, the stout middle-aged man said with a chilling grin. Lin Mu's gaze turned icy as he regarded the old woman. What do you want? Though he bore no personal grudge against her, her willingness to kill for the promise of a first-tier spiritual weapon was unforgivable. Had his strength not been formidable, he would have already met his end at her hands. That I demand a first-tier spiritual weapon. And you must swear an oath to allow me to leave unharmed, never to attack me again, the old woman demanded, her face dark with malice. Allowing you to leave is feasible, but as for a first-tier spiritual weapon, I possess none. Lin Mu replied that he genuinely did not have one on him. The 4 he had obtained previously had all been consumed by the Julong Divine Cauldron. Where could he possibly find a first-tier spiritual weapon now? No. Then I have no choice but to kill her. The old woman declared coldly that if you kill her, I will ensure your demise. Lin Mu warned that if you dare try that he was certain the old woman would hesitate to strike. Knowing that once she did, he would immediately retaliate, leaving her no chance to escape, that MUCC was her bargaining chip. Once lost, her fate would be sealed. The old woman was momentarily speechless, yet her eyes remained filled with venomous intent. They were locked in a tense standoff, words abandoned. The stout middle-aged man smirked slightly, suggesting, how about this? If you give me your treasures, I will hand over my first-tier spiritual weapon, the gentle breeze sword, to her. What do you think? Captain, are you truly willing to give me a first-tier spiritual weapon? The old woman asked, unable to contain her excitement. Once this boy provides me with his treasures, I will, of course, give you the gentle breeze sword. The stout captain confirmed. The old woman quickly agreed. Very well, I shall follow the captain's orders. They swiftly concluded their negotiations, and the old woman brought MUCC to the stout captain's side. Now, boy, you may hand over your treasures. We shall exchange her for them. Lin Mu did not rush to comply. Instead, he scrutinized the two with cold resolve that I can give you the treasures, but I expect you to keep your promise. Otherwise, I will kill you. He knew neither of them were trustworthy. Had it not been for their hostage tactics, he would have already lunged at them. But with Hong Qin and MUCC still in their grasp, he could not act impulsively. Of course, I always keep my word, the stout middle-aged man assured him. Very well, then we have an agreement. Lin Mu inhaled deeply, declaring coldly, here are my treasures. Release her, he spoke. A dragon scale flew forth from within the wheel sea. This scale, infused with a significant amount of his essence, was now the size of a fist, emanating a dazzling golden light. Upon seeing the dragon scale, the stout middle-aged man was overwhelmed with excitement that he recognized it as the very scale he had witnessed Lin Mu wield outside the great wilderness ancient city, a treasure capable of severely injuring an initial Wheel Sea realm cultivator against a Void realm powerhouse. In his hands, with his half-step Void realm cultivation, its terrifying power would reach unimaginable heights. Considering its immense power, you should sever your connection with it first. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety, he insisted, forcing himself to remain composed. Wary of Lin Mu's potential sudden attack. Agreed. Lin Mu readily accepted, immediately severing his spiritual connection with the dragon scale, that he had no concern about it being taken. It belonged to the Julong Divine Cauldron, and he could easily reclaim it at will. Besides, he possessed many dragon scales. Temporarily relinquishing this one would have no impact on him that moment. The black dragon scale lay quietly on the ground, rendered powerless and devoid of its previous luster, appearing as an unremarkable black metal shard akin to fish scales. Yet, the stout middle-aged man had already witnessed its terrifying power and would not underestimate it. Very well, since that is settled, I shall honor my promise and release her. The stout middle-aged man, elated, set Hong Qin free, disregarding her altogether. However, he did not immediately reach for the dragon scale. Instead, he turned to the old woman with a smirk. "Did you not desire a first-tier spiritual weapon?" Thankful yet apprehensive, the old woman barely had a chance to respond before it was too late. With a swift thrust, the gentle breeze sword pierced through her heart, leaving her eyes wide with disbelief as the blood gushed from the wound. "I have given you the gentle breeze sword, but alas, you have no life left to claim it." The stout middle-aged man's gaze remained delightfully sinister, a smile that instilled fear. "Oh, you dared to ambush me." The old woman gasped, blood spilling from her lips, her expression twisted in rage, like a vengeful specter. Though her life force waned, her eyes burned with venom as she seethed. "You want to escape unscathed." In a final act of desperation, she swung her sword, severing Mu Sisi's neck with a sickening sound. After accomplishing her grim task, she collapsed, having expended her last strength, blood pouring from her mouth as she fell lifeless to the ground. "Stop!" Lin Mu, witnessing this horrific scene from a distance, was engulfed in disbelief that he had not anticipated such treachery from the old woman. Even in her moment of despair, she had chosen to take Mu Sisi's life. The latter had been unconscious, having been gravely injured and knocked out in her battle against the frost twin-headed serpent, that I fear she never even contemplated that she would meet her demise in such a manner, so suffocatingly. The reason for her death stemmed solely from the old crone's awareness of her impending end after being ambushed. In her quest for vengeance against the stout, portly man, she dragged her along to share in the tragedy. Ultimately, this was merely the old crone's final act of retribution, even in death, aimed at inciting Lin Mu into a fierce confrontation with the rotund adversary. "Please don't look at me like that." "I never anticipated she would resort to such measures." The stout man, confronted with Lin Mu's frigid gaze, merely waved his hand, feigning innocence that if it weren't for you, that old hag would not have slain Mu Sisi. "You owe me an explanation for this," Lin Mu spoke coldly. The stout man was marked for death in Lin Mu's eyes, though he resolved to bide his time. Among his teammates, only Hong Qin remained alive, and he wished to ensure her safety. Thus, he needed to wait until the stout man distanced himself further from Hong Qin before striking that explanation. "What kind of explanation do you seek?" The stout man furrowed his brow slightly, taking deliberate steps toward the black dragon scale lying on the ground. Once he possessed the scale, he was certain he could eliminate the youth before him. His apprehension towards Lin Mu stemmed primarily from that very dragon scale. Everything else was of little concern to him. Lin Mu observed his movements with keen eyes, choosing to disregard him entirely, focusing instead on ensuring the stout man kept his distance from Hong Qin, facilitating his own ambush. Indeed, the stout man, mesmerized by the dragon scale, approached it, an act that was tantamount to courting death. Closer, even nearer. The stout man finally reached the black scale, bending down to retrieve it. "The explanation I desire is for you to perish," Lin Mu uttered coldly as he suddenly summoned another dragon scale, already infused with half of his energy, from his will see, whoosh, in that instant. The scale shot forth from his will see, radiating a golden light as it pierced through the air. Chapter 31. The Pursuit of a Fearsome Foe Not Good. The stout man gasped in horror. Having witnessed the might of Lin Mu's dragon scale, it could effortlessly cleave through the defenses of a skyward realm cultivator. He hastily raised his first-tier spirit tool, the clear wind sword, to block Lin Mu's strike. However, he was utterly ignorant of the dragon scale's terrifying prowess. With a metallic clang, the clear wind sword shattered, and the dragon scale merely diminished in size by half, yet still retained its formidable power. "No!" the stout man screamed in terror. With a sudden thrust, the dragon scale transformed into a beam of golden light, instantly embedding itself into his forehead, creating a gaping wound. His body collapsed to the ground. "Lifeless, you. How could you be this powerful?" Hong Qin, having been awakened by the commotion, caught sight of the fierce battle between the two. She was utterly astounded to discover Lin Mu possessed such terrifying combat prowess. Though she had been unconscious, she had vaguely grasped the situation. She understood that it was Lin Mu who had rescued her. Without him, she would likely have perished, having been taken hostage and remaining unconscious. "You're awake just in time. We must leave this place swiftly. You can still walk, right?" Lin Mu was already preparing to collect his spoils and lead her away. The area had become increasingly saturated with the scent of blood. Moments ago, the presence of the frost twin-headed serpent had deterred ordinary beasts from approaching. However, with time elapsed, powerful beasts could emerge at any moment. That I'm fine. I can still walk. Thank you for saving me. Hong Qin's large eyes glimmered with gratitude and complexity. Initially, Lin Mu was merely someone she intended to use for retrieving the bodies of her fallen teammates, yet he ultimately became her savior. That's good. Just wait a moment, and we'll leave immediately. Lin Mu nodded, deftly collecting the storage bags of the stout man and his companions before approaching the frost twin-headed serpent, gathering its hide and ample serpent meat into his own storage bag. Lin Mu, what just happened here? Why are they all dead? Hong Qin, now standing, was taken aback as she surveyed the surroundings. She struggled to accept the grim reality before her. This was her first venture into the depths of the ancient wilderness, and she had not anticipated her comrades would meet such a dire fate. Had it not been for her good fortune in being saved by Lin Mu, she too would have perished. At that moment, Lin Mu appeared enigmatic in her eyes. Despite looking somewhat fatigued, he seemed relatively unscathed. It was evident that a fierce battle had taken place, yet he appeared unfazed, indicating his formidable strength. This is a long story. Lin Mu hesitated, knowing she possessed 3 first-tier spirit tools, 2 of which he had already refined. That was indeed challenging to explain. The matters concerning the 9 dragons' divine cauldron and the black flames must remain concealed. Moreover, he could not produce a first-tier spirit tool to return to her. Lin Mu pondered how to respond. A menacing aura swept through the area, accompanied by a fearsome roar. Suddenly, a tremendous beast's roar echoed from deep within the forest. Roar. Soon, more roars followed from all directions. Not good. The scent of blood here is overwhelming. Entry-level beasts have been drawn here. We must leave immediately. Lin Mu instinctively grasped Hong Qin's hand, choosing a direction devoid of roars, and fled swiftly. As she felt the reassuring grip of his strong hand, an inexplicable emotion blossomed within her, and her cheeks flushed crimson. This was the first time she had experienced a man holding her hand, and this man had saved her, evoking a profound sense of safety. 17 or 18 years of age, she was at the tender age of blossoming emotions, harboring dreams of youthful, exceptional males. In that moment, Lin Mu, despite being slightly younger, seemed to embody all her ideals. What woman does not admire strength? What woman does not harbor youthful infatuations? Ever since she learned of Lin Mu's remarkable abilities and his role in saving her, she had secretly developed feelings for him. Being so close to Lin Mu now sent her heart racing. Are you all right? Lin Mu inquired, noticing her flushed face with concern. I'm fine. Hong Qin's face was aflame, resembling a ripe apple. As long as you're fine, we must hasten our departure. If we attract the attention of entry-level beasts, the consequences will be dire, Lin Mu urged. Hong Qin quickly focused her attention, and their pace increased significantly. Just moments after they left, 3 quasi-first-level beasts, along with a first-level beast, arrived at their previous location. Had they lingered even a moment longer, the outcome would have been unimaginable. Although Lin Mu appeared unfazed, employing the dragon scale in combat had severely drained his energy. Should he encounter a quasi-first-level beast rivaling a Skyward Realm cultivator, it would be exceedingly perilous. Facing a first-level beast would be even more treacherous. Swoosh. Shortly after their departure, 2 formidable adventurer teams pursued them from different directions. Among these teams were 2 individuals akin to the stout man, seeking to claim Lin Mu's treasures. Captain, that's the kid. He possesses extraordinary treasures. After searching for him for so long, we finally found him. A beautiful woman from the Wolf Fong adventurer team remarked to her comrades as they trailed Lin Mu and Hong Qin. Excellent. A treasure capable of severely injuring a Skyward Realm cultivator must be extraordinary. This item is mine to claim. Captain Wolf Fong's eyes gleamed with greed as he declared, Rest assured, I will ensure you receive your due rewards. And everyone else, to guarantee our success, we shall act together. Understood, Captain. The team replied in unison, their eyes filled with anticipation. Fortunately, they were unaware of the dire fate that had befallen the Wild Wolf adventurer team. Otherwise, their resolve may have faltered. Meanwhile, another team, known as the Iron Blood adventurer team, was swiftly closing in. This team was even more formidable, boasting 2 semi-Skyward Realm cultivators among its ranks, while the remaining 3 members were all at the pinnacle of the Wheel Sea realm. Everyone, our target has appeared. the Iron Blood captain declared coldly. However, it seems another adventurer team has also set their sights on him, that we should refrain from acting hastily and observe if we can reap the benefits of their conflict. Chapter 32. The battle against the quasi-first level beast. The rampaging demon ape the sky had begun to darken ominously. Deep within the ancient, primordial forest, two powerful adventurer teams advanced rapidly, one trailing the other. Closing in on Lin Mu and Hong Qin, that it's getting late. We should take shelter here for the night, Lin Mu suggested, pointing to a nearby cave. Just as they prepared to enter, a furious roar erupted from within the cave. Roar, a towering, humanoid creature, standing nearly 10 feet tall, suddenly charged out in the dim light of the night. Its speed was astonishing as it rushed toward the two, that Lin Mu instinctively threw a powerful punch, aiming directly at the creature. With a resounding thud, Lin Mu's golden fist collided with the enormous palm of the humanoid creature before him. The clash of fist and palm was evenly matched, sending both adversaries staggering back several meters. Had Lin Mu's physical form been even slightly weaker, he might have been struck down in an instant by that devastating blow. This was a quasi-first-tier beast, the ferocious demonic ape, and Lin Mu recognized it at once as a formidable male of notable lineage. Although the twilight had dimmed the surroundings, the cultivator's keen eyesight allowed them to discern the creature's form from a distance. Upon hearing the name of the beast, Lin Mu's expression turned grave. The demonic ape, a member of the simian family of beasts, was notorious for its immense strength and combat prowess. Not only was the demonic ape exceptionally powerful, but it also instilled fear in countless cultivators due to a peculiar proclivity. It was said that the demonic ape, driven by the overwhelming ferocity of its blood, required unconventional means of release. Resorting to copulation, a natural function it possessed in abundance. The females were somewhat manageable, but the males were terrifying indeed. They engaged in mating not only with their kind, but also exhibited a disturbing preference for capturing smaller beasts or humanoid creatures for forced copulation. To the demonic ape, humans were merely another target for its primal desires, with both women and men falling victim to its lust. Those unfortunate enough to be caught faced a grim fate, as the beast's violent nature often resulted in their demise during the act. That a guttural roar erupted from the demonic ape, a sound both bizarre and filled with excitement. Lin Mu and the beautiful Hong Qin. It sent chills down their spines, especially when confronted with the creature's unabashedly lewd gaze. The beast began to pound its chest with great fervor, casting a lascivious glance at Hong Qin, whose exquisite beauty left her momentarily stunned, only to be replaced by a surge of fury. "You vile creature! How dare you look at me like that? I will slay you!" she cried, poised to retaliate. Her noble status had always cast her in the light of adoration. So who would dare show her such disrespect? Suddenly, a first-tier spiritual sword materialized in her hand, its aura vastly superior to the two previous weapons she had summoned. This was a mid-tier first-grade spiritual sword, and as she channeled her energy into it, it radiated a menacing brilliance. Lin Mu was taken aback. He had long suspected her remarkable background, and this only confirmed his suspicions. Earlier, she had displayed 3 first-tier inferior-grade spiritual items, including a protective armor of the highest value among that category. Now, effortlessly conjuring a mid-tier first-grade spiritual sword was a testament to her staggering wealth, one that Lin Mu knew the Lin family could scarcely afford. "Allow me, as a man, to deal with this despicable creature," Lin Mu interjected, his gaze icy as he advanced toward the demonic ape. Hong Qin stood frozen, watching the figure of the seemingly younger man, radiating golden light as he charged at the beast, filling her with an overwhelming sense of security. She felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart, momentarily captivated by the scene. The demonic ape, a quasi-first-tier beast with considerable intelligence, comprehended their exchange and roared in fury at the audacity of this mere early-stage cultivator to thwart its desires. In a fit of rage, it lunged at Lin Mu. "You beast, your lair shall be mine today." Lin Mu shouted defiantly, his golden aura flaring as he surged forward. The ensuing battle was a pure test of physical strength, a clash of titans as Lin Mu, surprisingly, matched the ferocity of the demonic ape, a creature on par with human cultivators of the Void Realm. His body emanated a brilliant golden light. Could he be a wielder of a unique physique? Hong Qin, witnessing the astonishing spectacle, found it hard to contain her astonishment. She recognized that many special physiques existed within the Tianqian continent, some of which radiated golden light when exerting their physical power. Although she suspected Lin Mu possessed such a physique, she could not discern its exact nature. The demonic ape roared furiously, its voice resounding across the land, sending tremors through the surrounding beasts. This was its domain, a king among beasts, and no creature dared approach within miles. That it was no wonder that Lin Mu and Hong Qin had encountered no beasts on their journey here. The creature's terrifying reputation kept them at bay. Yet, now, the king of this realm found itself unable to dominate an early-stage human cultivator in pure physical prowess. This thought only fueled the demonic ape's rage further. Despite unleashing its full might, it found itself unable to gain the upper hand against Lin Mu's formidable strength. Finally, it could endure no longer and erupted into a state of frenzy. A surge of crimson energy exploded from its body, amplifying its physical capabilities. With a titanic fist, it struck Lin Mu, sending him hurtling across the ground. Although Lin Mu's physique had been greatly enhanced by refining several first-tier inferior-grade spiritual items, he was still somewhat outmatched by the now frenzied demonic ape. Blood surged within him, causing instability in his form. "Lin Mu, are you all right?" Hong Qin called out, worry etched across her face as she saw him sent flying. The demonic ape, its eyes gleaming with bloodlust, wasted no time in charging at Lin Mu once more. Chapter 33. Brutality. Truly, this beast is as ferocious as rumored. It seems my physical strength is still lacking. To conquer it, I must enhance my corporeal might further. The savage creature charged again. Lin Mu hastily stored the broken Qingfeng sword, gifted by the stout middle-aged man, into the nine-dragon cauldron. The sword had long been shattered. But in an instant, the two halves were enveloped in black flames, transforming into a droplet of golden energy that coursed through Lin Mu's entire being. As Lin Mu's power surged, the potency of the black flames within the nine-dragon cauldron appeared to intensify, hastening the process of refining the first-tier spiritual item. Feeling the searing pain throughout his body, Lin Mu's fighting spirit ignited. He sensed that with this burning sensation, his physique was undergoing rapid refinement, growing stronger with each moment. Having now refined a total of 5 first-tier inferior-grade spiritual items, his body had become exceptionally powerful. With a crash, the demonic ape struck Lin Mu once more, dimming the golden light surrounding him. The beast's eyes glinting with bloodthirst charged again. Lin Mu steeled himself, bracing for yet another collision. Their battle resembled a fierce clash between two titans, a raw display of physical might where one misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Yet, through sheer determination and the bolstered strength of his physique, Lin Mu began to reclaim the advantage. His strength was undeniably increasing. Had he been concealing his true abilities all along? Hong Qin was baffled. Just moments before, Lin Mu had appeared to be at a disadvantage. Yet now, after merely 2 or 3 exchanges, he was evenly matched with the frenzied demonic ape. According to her assessment, it would not be long before the beast faced defeat. As Lin Mu's power continued to grow while the demonic ape was bound to decline, my internal heat has dissipated. It seems that after refining the Qingfeng sword, my physique can now only just match its frenzy. Lin Mu mused internally, steeling himself for the trials ahead. When the frenzy state of the violent demon ape dissipates, it signifies its demise. Lin Mu's eyes were filled with a cold indifference, his entire being radiating with a golden aura of blood, exuding an explosive force. Thus, under the watchful gaze of Hong Qin, Lin Mu engaged in a fierce battle with this quasi-first-tier, violent demon ape, both combatants landing brutal blows upon one another, making it difficult to discern a victor. The violent demon ape roared repeatedly, its fury surging as it felt an immense humiliation. It, a dignified quasi-first-tier beast, could not suppress Lin Mu, a mere human youth at the initial stage of the Wheel Sea realm. In its frenzied state, this left it both enraged and frustrated, wishing nothing more than to annihilate Lin Mu immediately. However, Lin Mu was no pushover. At this moment, his physical strength had reached a terrifying level, allowing him to confront the beast head-on. Deep within the dense forest, 2 formidable adventurer teams watched in utter astonishment. Who is this young man? How can he possess such terrifying physical prowess? The captain of the Wolf Fong team was visibly shocked. He seemed to be from the Lin family, yet there were many powerful families near the great desolate ancient city, and none bore the surname Lin. He must be from a lesser clan. A beautiful woman furrowed her brow and remarked, "The Lin family. That golden aura a few years ago. I believe I heard that a human saint body emerged from Bashan City. Could this be him?" A middle-aged teammate seemed to have pieced something together. The human saint body from Bashan City? Wasn't he rendered useless? How could he possibly possess such combat power? Perhaps it is indeed him. After all, who else besides a human saint body could exhibit such terrifying physical strength at the initial stage of the Wheel C realm? It seems that when we strike, we must not confront him with physical strength, or we will suffer greatly. No worries. We only need to suppress him with our cultivation power. He shall surely meet a fate without a burial place. Quite right. He is currently battling the violent demon ape. And after this fight, he will undoubtedly be left weak. We can then take advantage of his vulnerability. The captain of the Wolf Fong team sneered. Everyone, be on high alert and ready to strike at any moment. Although the members of the Wolf Fong adventurer team were wary of Lin Mu's physical strength, they were all formidable cultivators in their own right, confident that they could defeat Lin Mu with their skills. Meanwhile, the members of the Iron Blood adventurer team were also quietly discussing among themselves. This young man possesses great fortune. Once we kill him, we will surely reap immense rewards. The captain of Iron Blood sneered. Once that adventurer team sets off, we will surround them from all sides, creating a situation where the clam and the heron vie for the catch. This time, we shall undoubtedly be the last ones laughing. The captain is brilliant. The captain is brilliant. The members of the Iron Blood adventurer team had gleaming eyes, their impatience palpable. Under the secretive watch of the two adventurer teams, Lin Mu and the frenzied violent demon ape fought fiercely for a full quarter of an hour, until the ape finally exited its frenzy state. Boom! Lin Mu unleashed a punch, the golden aura of blood surging forth, and the terrifying force sent the violent demon ape flying. Whoa! As the violent demon ape exited its frenzy state, it immediately fell into a weakened condition, no longer a match for Lin Mu. After being blasted away by Lin Mu, its first instinct was to flee. Want to escape? Too late. Lin Mu spoke coldly. His body transformed into a streak of golden light, moving at astonishing speed, swiftly catching up to the beast and launching a ferocious assault. Bang! Bang bang! The violent demon ape could only brace itself and clash with Lin Mu. But it was quickly subdued. Another punch struck out, sending the violent demon ape crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Mu offered no respite, delivering a blow to its head, leaving it dazed. Boom, boom, boom. A series of powerful punches followed, and the violent demon ape completely lost consciousness, collapsing on the spot. Its skull caved in from Lin Mu's formidable golden fists, blood gushing, with even most of its teeth shattered. This exceptionally vicious quasi-first-tier beast didn't even have the chance to unleash its innate techniques before being slain by Lin Mu. One cannot entirely blame its foolishness. Lin Mu's physical prowess was simply overwhelming. Once it was drawn close, it had no time to execute its innate techniques, ultimately leading to its defeat and bitter demise. I wonder if it possesses a demon beast core within. Lin Mu's eyes gleamed with fervor as he shattered its already caved-in skull, revealing a thumb-sized oval object within. Upon seeing this object, Lin Mu was filled with delight. He hadn't anticipated that the violent demon ape would yield a demon beast core. Typically, a demon beast must reach the quasi-first tier before it can begin to condense a demon beast core. And it is rare for a quasi-first tier beast to contain one that thus, whether one obtains a demon beast core after slaying a quasi-first tier beast often hinges on luck. Clearly, Lin Mu's fortune was quite favorable, as he had indeed made a substantial gain. Excellent. Truly a spectacular battle. You, young man, at such a tender age, can independently slay a quasi-first-tier violent demon ape. What a rare prodigy you are! A teasing voice suddenly rang out from nearby. But what I relish most is snuffing out such so-called talents in their cradle. Lin Mu's expression darkened instantly, that he and Hong Qin fled in haste, an inexplicable unease gnawing at his heart. It seemed that this unease was not unfounded, but rather he had been unaware of being followed. Chapter 34, Their Lives, I Will Take Them. Lin Mu truly felt fatigue from his battle with the violent demon ape. Even though his physical body was incredibly resilient, he now had less than half of his combat power remaining. Without time for further contemplation, he swiftly stored the newly acquired demon beast core from the violent demon ape into the nine dragons' divine cauldron. Whoosh! Black flames enveloped it instantaneously, and within moments, a large mass of pure spiritual energy appeared within the cauldron. Lin Mu hurriedly activated the eternal unbreakable golden body technique, absorbing and transforming this pure spiritual energy from the demon beast core into the Yuan power within his Wheel C. At this moment, the ocean of Yuan power within him was also rapidly recovering. However, it was evident that the 5 members of the Wolf Fong adventurer team would not grant him a peaceful opportunity to recover. Lin Mu, rest for a moment. I will hold them off. Hong Qin took a deep breath and drew a black small sword approximately 10 centimeters long from her storage bag, which was marked with a crimson forbidden symbol. Upon seeing this black sword, Lin Mu felt a sense of reassurance that if his guess was correct, the black sword in Hong Qin's hand was indeed a legendary forbidden weapon. Forbidden weapons are exceedingly costly and can only be used once. Although they can unleash power far beyond the wielder's cultivation level, their price is exorbitant. For instance, this forbidden weapon in Hong Qin's possession likely possesses the caliber of a top-grade first-tier spirit weapon, resting at the pinnacle of first-tier spirit weapons. Yet its cost is approximately 3 times that of a top-grade first-tier spirit weapon. Such items are usually shunned by ordinary cultivators due to their expense, and they are rarely found in the market. Only the important juniors of some superpowers are granted such treasures. However, the fact that Hong Qin, a cultivator at the late stage of the Wheel C realm, possesses a forbidden weapon indicates her truly extraordinary status. After experiencing the previous crisis, Hong Qin had learned to be cautious. Now, when danger arose, she immediately brought forth her trump card. Just earlier, she had taken out a mid-grade first-tier spirit sword. Now, facing the ill-intentioned members of the Wolf Fong adventurer team, she had even resorted to revealing her forbidden weapon. Very well, you buy me some time. I will handle them later. Lin Mu took a deep breath, feeling a bit more at ease. What he desperately needed was time, that as long as he could elevate his cultivation further and rest for a short while, he was confident he could annihilate everyone before him. After all, he still had trump cards yet to reveal that as long as the Yuan power in his Wheel C was sufficient, he could summon the might of the dragon scales and slay everyone present. Moreover, once his physical strength was restored, none before him would stand a chance. At that point, he could wipe them all out with sheer physical prowess, a forbidden weapon. The captain of the Wolf Fong team turned pale, momentarily hesitant to approach Hong Qin too closely, fearing she might lash out. After all, a peak first-tier forbidden weapon, once unleashed, could easily kill him, even if he was merely at the half-step Void Realm. Even early to mid-stage Void Realm cultivators could be obliterated, with only late-stage Void Realm experts having a chance of survival. The terrifying power of the forbidden weapon in Hong Qin's hands left the captain of the Wolf Fong team deeply apprehensive. The other members of the Wolf Fong adventurer team were equally pale, now wary of making any rash moves. The might of a forbidden weapon was too great. Anyone who dared to charge forward would surely meet a swift demise. Who wouldn't want to live? Captain, what should we do? Her forbidden weapon is too powerful. Any one of us who goes up will only be walking to our deaths. Damn it. How could she possess a forbidden weapon? Such an incredibly precious weapon. Who is she? How could she have so many treasures? Not only does she possess a mid-grade first-tier spirit weapon, but she also has a forbidden weapon worth many times more. The expressions of the members of the Wolf Fong adventurer team turned grim, and they all glanced towards their captain. The captain of the Wolf Fong team, clearly lacking a good plan, stood coldly in silence, neither speaking nor showing any intent to retreat. If you all wish to die, feel free to come and try. I have yet to wield the forbidden artifact. It is the perfect opportunity to test my skills. Upon observing the expressions of the members of the Wolf Fong team, Hong Qin felt a surge of confidence within her. The members of the Wolf Fong team exchanged glances, none daring to step forward and provoke her. After all, their motive for killing Lin Mu was merely for personal gain, and they had no desire to lose their lives. The forbidden artifact in Hong Qin's possession instilled a sense of dread in their hearts. They understood that should anyone dare to provoke her, the consequences would be dire. Thus, under the intimidation of the forbidden artifact, the Wolf Fong adventure team hesitated, retreating several steps back. Seeing this, Lin Mu quickly sat cross-legged, pouring all his energy into recovery and breaking through his cultivation. The air crackled with energy as countless spiritual essences from the Nine Dragons' divine cauldron transformed into pure primordial force, rapidly expanding Lin Mu's energy vortex. Soon, his energy vortex reached its peak, continually growing, filled with an ever-increasing amount of primordial force. Just as his energy vortex expanded to 99 times the size of a practitioner of the same realm, Lin Mu's spiritual senses jolted, sensing a tremendous threat approaching. That moment, the members of the Wolf Fang adventure team had retreated to a distance of 100 meters from Hong Qin and Lin Mu. Each held a curved bow, and arrows were already piercing through the air towards the meditating Lin Mu. This is bad. Faced with the sudden onslaught of multiple arrows, Hong Qin's expression changed dramatically, even at her full strength. She could only block 3 arrows, and that was with her first-tier low-grade protective armor. Yet, there were 5 arrows in total, each formidable, and regardless of her efforts, 2 would inevitably strike Lin Mu with a swish. 1 arrow was deflected by Hong Qin, while she braced her body against the 2 strongest arrows, which bore tremendous power. Fortunately, with her first-tier armor, she managed to avoid serious injury. Otherwise, she would have been gravely wounded. Nevertheless, she sustained some injuries. The remaining 2 arrows shot directly towards Lin Mu. "Hurry!" Hong Qin exclaimed, having exhausted all her strength, yet still unable to block every arrow. Just as the 2 formidable arrows were about to pierce Lin Mu's heart and head, he suddenly moved. With a swift sidestep, he narrowly evaded the lethal projectiles. Yet, the 2 arrows still grazed his side and struck his left shoulder, causing golden droplets of blood to spray forth. "That I bear no grudge against you. Yet you seek to bring about my demise. Today, you shall all perish." Lin Mu's gaze turned icy as he rose, his body enveloped in a surging golden aura, his eyes radiating an insatiable bloodlust. "Are you all right?" Hong Qin asked anxiously. "That I am fine. Merely a minor injury," Lin Mu replied with a faint smile, then turned his attention to the Wolf Fang adventure team 100 meters away, his murderous intent unmasked. "Take care of yourself. Their lives are forfeit." Chapter 35. The 9th level collapse fist. "I await your triumphant return," Hong Qin earnestly stated. "Take this spiritual weapon. I have other means of protection." She raised her first-tier mid-grade sword and offered it to him. "Very well." Lin Mu smiled slightly, accepting her goodwill. He grasped the sword. A tremor pulsed within his 9 Dragons' divine cauldron, emanating a wave of longing energy. Lin Mu quickly suppressed that feeling, aware that consuming the sword would enhance his physical strength. However, since the sword was lent to him by Hong Qin, he refrained from devouring it for personal gain. It would be too conspicuous. The secret of his extraordinary inheritance was best kept hidden from others. "You pathetic scoundrels who only know how to exploit the vulnerable. I shall eliminate you all. If you dare, do not flee," Lin Mu declared coldly, brandishing the first-tier mid-grade purple moon sword as he charged forward. Upon hearing Lin Mu's arrogant proclamation, the members of the Wolf Fang adventure team exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with malice. "Do you truly believe that as a mere initial stage we'll see cultivator wielding a first-tier mid-grade weapon, you can dominate the world?" One scoffed. "Foolish boy, should you choose not to flee, we shall ensure you meet a gruesome end. Since you have delivered yourself to us, we shall gladly oblige." The Wolf Fang team was wary of the forbidden artifact in Hong Qin's possession, which could unleash terrifying power with minimal energy. In contrast, the higher the tier of a spiritual weapon, the more energy it required to unleash its full potential. They believed Lin Mu, being only an initial stage cultivator, possessed limited energy, and even with a first-tier mid-grade weapon, he would struggle to exert significant power. Should he attempt to forcefully use it, he risked depleting his energy and losing control, rendering his attacks ineffective. As Lin Mu charged forward, the members of the Wolf Fang adventure team did not consider retreating. Instead, they approached with interest, gradually encircling him. In their eyes, Lin Mu was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. "Team, do not allow him to escape today. Once we dispose of him, we shall find a way to eliminate that girl, and then we can all reap immense rewards." The team leader's eyes gleamed with greed and excitement. They had not only encountered Lin Mu, a bearer of extraordinary treasures, but also a girl of notable status who appeared to be a significant prize. Capturing her would surely yield untold riches. "Alive! We must capture him alive. Once we have him, I will relish seeing that girl surrender." The team leader sneered, envisioning the moment of triumph. Boy, where do you think you're running? You are surrounded today. There will be no escape for you. I advise you to surrender quickly. Four members of the Wolfang team unleashed their formidable techniques, advancing upon Lin Mu. Having witnessed his overwhelming physical strength, they refrained from engaging in close combat, instead opting to mobilize their energy and unleash their most potent techniques to subdue him. You truly overestimate yourselves. Do you think you can capture me? Lin Mu remarked coldly. Prepare to meet your end. Without even deploying his techniques or the purple moon sword, he radiated golden light, enduring the onslaught of their attacks with sheer physical strength that in an instant he surged forward, thrusting the purple moon's sword with ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. The powerful techniques unleashed by two of his assailants were forcefully absorbed by Lin Mu's body, while the other two techniques were effortlessly deflected by his sword. Now standing before the two late-stage Will See cultivators. Lin Mu's sword mercilessly sliced through one opponent's neck, then with a swift thrust, pierced the heart of the other. His speed was so astounding that neither had time to react adequately. The rapid unfolding of events left the surviving two late-stage cultivators in shock. Damn it, he is too strong. Go all out, they shouted in unison. Prepare to die. They unleashed their strongest techniques once more, charging at Lin Mu. Yet despite their ferocity, they could not harm Lin Mu, whose immortal golden body had become increasingly resilient. Boom! Lin Mu's golden fist shattered one opponent's chest, crushing his heart and killing him instantly. Help me, Captain. The remaining late-stage cultivator trembled in fear, fleeing desperately towards the team leader, pleading for salvation. But it was too late. Join your comrades. Lin Mu's speed was blinding, a mere flash of golden light that in a few moments. He caught up to the fleeing enemy and unleashed a fierce punch. The spiritual weapon blocking his path shattered under the force of his blow, and the power of his strike sent the unfortunate cultivator crashing into the Wolfang team leader. You worthless fools, get out of my way! The team leader roared in fury, kicking the last remaining member away. After enduring a series of devastating blows, the unfortunate team member succumbed instantly. Lin Mu had already crushed his heart, and with the team leader's brutal kick, his life was extinguished. This moment, the once formidable Wolfang adventure team had been reduced to a single survivor, the team leader. Now, you are the one who shall meet your demise, Lin Mu declared coldly, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. You possess such power? But surely, you must be at your limit now. The captain of the Wolfang team harbored immense trepidation towards Lin Mu. He believed that after Lin Mu's victory over the formidable one-tiered raging demon ape, he would possess little strength left to his astonishment. Lin Mu remained ferociously vibrant in that moment. He felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Yet he knew escape was futile. Moreover, considering that Lin Mu had been engaged in battle for an extended period, his remaining strength should be dwindling if he were to make a desperate attempt. Perhaps a glimmer of hope could emerge. What do you think? Lin Mu spoke coldly, offering no answer to his query. Humph. Since you are unwilling to speak, I shall allow you to witness the might of a superior yellow-tier martial technique. A glint of murderous intent flashed in the captain's eyes as he declared, Embrace your demise. 9th level crushing fist. He was aware of Lin Mu's formidable combat prowess and recognized that Lin Mu still possessed fearsome treasures yet to be unleashed. Thus, he had long prepared his strongest martial technique, ready to ambush Lin Mu at any moment. However, Lin Mu's ferocity left him with no opportunity to strike. Nevertheless, he was confident that with the superior yellow-tier martial technique, the 9th level crushing fist, he could undoubtedly inflict severe injury upon Lin Mu, perhaps even slay him outright. After all, Lin Mu had been battling for quite some time and should have little strength remaining. Chapter 36. Shout as you may, it will be of no use. Purple Moon Sword. Kill. Faced with a superior yellow-tier martial technique, Lin Mu dared not exhibit even the slightest carelessness that a superior yellow-tier martial technique, one that even the Lin family lacked, undoubtedly harbored terrifying power. Confronted by this formidable punch, Lin Mu channeled 1/10 of his internal energy into the purple moon sword in his hand, which immediately radiated a dazzling purple sword light as he swung it. It manifested as a sword beam nearly 10 feet long, exuding an overwhelming might that left the captain of the Wolfang team aghast. How is this possible? The captain's face turned pale with horror as he unleashed the 9th level crushing fist. quickly gathering all his remaining energy into a desperate defense, hoping to withstand the sword's power. With a sharp sound, the piercing sword light effortlessly sliced through his protective energy, cleaving his body in two. He could not fathom how Lin Mu could unleash such power from a mid-tier, one-tiered spirit weapon. The vastness of Lin Mu's internal energy was overwhelming. At that moment, with a formidable spirit weapon in hand, he was akin to a tiger with wings. Oh no! Lin Mu's expression also changed dramatically. Bang! At that moment, a fist of energy, as large as a grinding wheel, struck Lin Mu's body with tremendous force, sending him flying. Boom, 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 boom. Within Lin Mu, there were 9 consecutive muffled sounds. The 9th-level crushing fist, a superior yellow-tier martial technique, allowed a cultivator's strength to explode 9 times. Although the power did not stack, it could unleash 9 indiscriminate bursts, making it exceedingly terrifying that at this moment, Lin Mu was struck, his body assaulted by 9 overwhelming forces, causing his blood and energy to become chaotic, his organs dislocated, and even the emergence of fine cracks within. A mouthful of fresh blood gushed forth from his lips. The golden blood not only lacked a foul odor, but also exodus. She exhibited not the slightest hint of stinginess to her. These items were merely extraneous possessions. Upon her return home, the handful of spirit stones and artifacts would amount to naught that if she could trade all her spirit stones and artifacts for a chance at survival. It would be a tremendous gain for her, of course, at this moment. She could only place her hopes in Lin Mu. Very well. You must ensure your own safety. I shall carve a path through blood for you to escape. Lin Mu inhaled deeply, his tone grave as he instructed, Do not hesitate. Do you understand? All right, I will obey you. Hong Qin swiftly replied, understanding that her presence would only serve as a burden, and thus, she did not cling to the idea of staying. After deliberating on their plans, the two fell into silence, while Lin Mu promptly began to refine the spirit stones provided by Hong Qin, replenishing his earlier losses, with the aid of the eternal golden body technique. His speed in refining and absorbing the spirit stones was astonishing, as in mere moments, a substantial quantity of spirit stones vanished within the swirling vortex of his hands. The refined spirit stones instantly transformed into pure primal energy, replenishing his expended reserves. What cultivation technique is he practicing? The speed at which he refines spirit stones is astounding. Hong Qin thought, utterly shocked. She was aware that Lin Mu harbored great secrets, but the deeper she delved, the more trepidation she felt. She considered her own status remarkable, yet she sensed that Lin Mu was far more inscrutable. This lad possesses profound secrets. Take advantage of his current weakness and eliminate him. The Iron Blood Captain, equally astonished by Lin Mu's speed in refining spirit stones, promptly issued orders that he had witnessed Lin Mu's prowess twice before, each time leaving him utterly stunned. The first instance was when Lin Mu, utilizing a rare treasure, severely injured a formidable foe despite being at the early stages of the We'll See realm. The second time was now, where Lin Mu single-handedly defeated a raging beast of quasi-first rank and annihilated an adventuring party led by a half-step skyward realm expert. His combat strength truly exceeded all expectations. You brat, prepare to die. Among the Iron Blood adventuring team, the weakest member at the late stage of the We'll See realm hesitated momentarily before his eyes hardened with resolve. Charging forward to seize the opportunity to take Lin Mu's life, that he understood that if he did not act, the Iron Blood Captain would not hesitate to eliminate him. Originally, their adventuring party consisted of 7 members. One was killed by a beast during scouting, while another was ruthlessly slain for defying the captain's orders. Having witnessed the captain's brutality, he could only brace himself for the fight. Moreover, although Lin Mu's combat power was formidable, he presumed that Lin Mu's strength must be waning, and by exercising caution, he could survive. Once Lin Mu was dead, the girl would be incapable of causing any upheaval and would merely await her demise. Once they were all eliminated, everything would belong to them. Naturally, what the Iron Blood Captain most coveted was the treasure radiating golden light from Lin Mu. Its power was undoubtedly unfathomable. Now, come with me. Lin Mu bellowed, channeling his primal energy into the Purple Moon Sword, launching a lethal strike. To that moment, the Purple Moon Sword, infused with 1% of his primal energy, already exhibited considerable might. The sword light unleashed was sufficient to slay the Iron Blood adventuring team member. It should be noted that Lin Mu possessed 100-fold primal energy compared to practitioners of the same tier. Thus, 1% of his energy equated to the total energy of an ordinary early Wheel C realm expert. Such an abundance of energy utilizing the Purple Moon Sword would undoubtedly unleash extraordinary power. With a swift motion, the young man's head was severed from his body by the terrifying violet sword light. Despite his earlier attempts to deploy powerful techniques, they were utterly incapable of countering the might of the Purple Moon Sword, which cleaved through his defenses and decapitated him in an instant. "Go!" Lin Mu shouted, urging Hong Qin to flee. "Lin Mu, you must hold on soon. Help will arrive to save us. They will all perish." Hong Qin, unwilling to waste any time, swiftly escaped. Trying to run? None of you will. Lin Mu was enveloped in a brilliant golden light, summoning every ounce of his strength to its utmost limit as he unleashed a powerful punch. The golden fist collided instantaneously with the enormous black handprint that spanned over a yard. And to the astonishment of onlookers, that black imprint was utterly shattered by a single blow. Die. Lin Mu propelled himself forward at an astonishing speed, his formidable physical prowess allowing him to move so swiftly that he appeared as nothing more than a fleeting golden flash. When he re-emerged, he was already before the black-clad youth, delivering a punch with all his might. With a resounding thud, the youth's protective force was instantly breached, and a gaping wound was opened in his abdomen. Obliterating his core, just one punch, Lin Mu had decisively crippled this individual's cultivation. The black-clad youth screamed in terror, his eyes filled with agony and disbelief. Lin Mu closed in, delivering another punch that shattered the youth's heart. The body of the black-clad youth crumpled and flew backward, crashing to the ground. Instant kill. Even in a less than optimal physical state, Lin Mu could easily dispatch a peak Will C realm expert in an instant. This exemplified the advantages of his robust physique. Once he closed the distance, his opponents were rendered nearly defenseless, often falling before him in mere moments. That physical strength is nearly depleted. Now is the perfect time to refine the mid-grade spiritual sword, Purple Moon Sword. Lin Mu thought without hesitation as he stored the sword within the Nine-Dragon Divine Cauldron. With a whoosh, black flames enveloped the Purple Moon Sword, and it transformed into a droplet of golden energy the size of a pinky finger. Surging throughout Lin Mu's body, the intense heat within him erupted. His previously exhausted physique began to rejuvenate rapidly. In mere moments, his physical strength surged back to its peak, even his somewhat fatigued soul revitalizing swiftly. Moreover, under the enhancement of the golden energy, his physical power grew exponentially. However, this came at the cost of enduring an intense and searing pain. How excruciating! Lin Mu mused, recognizing the formidable nature of the golden energy produced by refining a mid-grade spiritual artifact. My physical body should be able to advance further with this. Just as he contemplated this, a terrifying arrow shot toward him. Be careful, Hong Qin urgently warned, but Lin Mu had already sensed the impending danger. Break! He dared not take the arrow head-on with his body. Despite his formidable physique, he understood that facing an attack from a low-grade spiritual artifact arrow would be somewhat perilous. Of course, had he thoroughly refined and absorbed the golden energy from the Purple Moon Sword, he might have attempted to withstand it with his physical strength. However, for now, he had to rely on the Purple Moon Sword for defense. He gripped the sword tightly with both hands, channeling a tenth of his energy into it. As the purple light emanated with great intensity, he swung the sword. With a sharp whoosh, the fearsome arrow was cleaved in two by the sword's edge. How can you still possess energy within you? The Iron Blood Captain, who had just attempted a surprise attack on Lin Mu, was taken aback. He had assumed Lin Mu was on the verge of collapse, but it appeared he had underestimated him. Lin Mu was capable of wielding the Purple Moon Sword with such potency. This kid is a significant threat. He cannot be allowed to live. I sense his aura is continuously rising, the red-clad beauty. The vice captain remarked, her eyes filled with astonishment. She had not expected Lin Mu to remain so formidable even in his current state. Strangely, after executing such a powerful strike, his aura did not diminish but instead surged even higher. Lin Mu was proving to be exceedingly enigmatic, instilling a profound sense of caution within the two half-step Void Realm experts, particularly the Iron Blood Captain, who grew increasingly wary, knowing that Lin Mu had yet to reveal his trump cards. Those were the very things he feared the most. Let us see how many arrows he can withstand. The Iron Blood Captain's mind ignited with determination. Today, he would exhaust Lin Mu until he was utterly defeated. Indeed, even if he is a human sacred body with energy surpassing that of his peers. His cultivation level is still too low, and his energy within the Wheel Sea is limited. We can surely wear him down. The red-clad beauty agreed coldly, finding merit in the captain's proposal. Kill. The Iron Blood Captain's expression hardened as he bent his bow once more, launching another arrow imbued with terrifying power. This was his final substantial spiritual arrow. If this one failed to vanquish Lin Mu, the arrows he would shoot afterward would be significantly weaker, as they would merely be constructs of energy rather than tangible projectiles. Greenwood Great Seal, suppress. The red-clad beauty rushed toward Lin Mu, conjuring a deep green seal that as she infused her energy into it. The seal's power surged, expanding to a colossal 5 meters, descending upon Lin Mu from above. Faced with the assault of 2 half-step Void Realm experts, Lin Mu dared not show any carelessness. One wielded a low-grade spiritual bow, capable of threatening even those in the Void Realm, while the other executed powerful techniques with a formidable spirit artifact. The aura emanating from the Greenwood Great Seal was already comparable to a half-step first-tier level. Though it did not reach the power of a true Void Realm expert, it was still exceedingly formidable. You truly overestimate me. Lin Mu inhaled deeply, recognizing that he could only give his all at this moment, that in an instant, a dragon scale the size of a human head appeared before him, charging toward the fearsome arrow. The dragon scale's brilliance and might did not disappoint, effortlessly blocking the Iron Blood Captain's most potent arrow. This was the power of a first-tier bow drawn to its limit, each shot nearly draining 2/10 of the captain's energy. Yet this arrow, despite its incredible potential, was thwarted by Lin Mu's golden dragon scale. That's it. This is what we came for. The Iron Blood Captain's eyes sparkled with excitement, momentarily tempted to rush forward and seize it. However, he ultimately restrained his eagerness. The golden dragon scale quickly lost its power and returned to Lin Mu's We'll See. Having unleashed the dragon scale's might just once had drained 3/10 of his energy. Combined with the energy expended from wielding the Purple Moon Sword, he was left with less than 50% of his energy. This meant he could not afford to use the dragon scale freely again, lest he face dire consequences. Nonetheless, the advantage of using energy to activate the dragon scale was that it did not immediately deplete his spiritual power. Using energy to activate the dragon scale would only consume a significant portion of his energy without greatly impacting his spiritual power, even rendering the consumption negligible. Prepare to meet your end. Greenwood Great Seal, suppress. The red-clad beauty had closed the distance, waving her hands as the massive green seal pulsed with flowing inscriptions, descending from above. The Greenwood Seal now loomed 2 zhong in size, harboring terrifying power, intent on crushing Lin Mu's body to dust. Break for me. Lin Mu roared, golden blood energy surging through him, accompanied by a resonating dragon's roar. As the Greenwood Great Seal descended, he swiftly braced himself with both hands, determined not to allow it to press down further. However, the force exerted by the Greenwood Great Seal was overwhelmingly immense, causing Lin Mu's body to creak and groan, his knees beginning to bend under the strain. Even if you are a human sacred body, you cannot withstand the might of my Greenwood Great Seal. Prepare to die, the red-clad beauty scoffed, leaping onto the Greenwood Great Seal. That as she intensified her infusion of energy, the already formidable seal grew even more terrifying. Lin Mu felt an overwhelming force pressing down on him, nearly robbing him of breath. Yet he persisted, for the golden energy within him, the result of refining the Purple Moon Sword, was rapidly enhancing his physique, augmenting his strength even further. That in a brief span, he was able to forcefully prop up the incredibly heavy Greenwood Great Seal. Just as it seemed he would manage to withstand it, the ever-watchful Iron Blood Captain struck once more. Kill. The Iron Blood Captain declared coldly, drawing his first-tier spiritual bow to its maximum tension. Conjuring a blue energy arrow, as he released the bowstring, the blue arrow shot forth with a piercing whistle, absorbing the spiritual energy of the surroundings as it aimed directly for Lin Mu's heart. The timing of this lethal arrow was impeccable, striking just as Lin Mu was heavily occupied. Damn it. Facing the terrifying power of the arrow, he could not afford to be careless and hastily summoned a golden dragon scale to intercept the energy arrow. With a piercing sound, the golden dragon scale once again proved its reliability, effortlessly neutralizing the fearsome arrow. Tio challenged me while distracted. Prepare to die. The woman in red, with an air of indifference, opened her mouth and channeled all her internal energy into the azure seal, causing it to expand significantly and its power to surge dramatically. Lin Mu trembled under the immense pressure, nearly unable to withstand it. Fortunately, his physique was extraordinarily resilient and continuously growing stronger, enabling him to endure the terrifying force exerted by the azure seal. Rise! Lin Mu slightly bent his legs and then exerted a tremendous force that in an astonishing moment. The incredibly heavy azure seal was actually propelled several meters into the air by his sheer strength. Just as Lin Mu was about to escape the oppressive weight of the azure seal, the woman in red suddenly exclaimed, "Thinking of fleeing? Not a chance. Be restrained." The azure seal quickly descended once more, and beneath it, terrifying segments of azure trees rapidly shot forth, relentlessly crashing downwards. Each segment of the azure trees contained formidable impact power, and if struck, even Lin Mu would not emerge unscathed. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Mu hastily activated the eternal golden body to its utmost extent, transforming into a streak of golden light, evading the onslaught of the colossal azure trees while desperately fleeing towards the perimeter of the azure seal's suppression range. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, for segments of the azure trees fell around Lin Mu, instantly blocking his escape route. Concurrently, amidst the thunderous sounds, the segments of azure trees crashed down, ensnaring Lin Mu in the center. At this point, he found himself utterly immobilized, yet the azure seal above him continued to bear down with its terrifying weight, causing Lin Mu's body to bend under the immense pressure. Now die. The iron-blooded captain seized the opportunity, pouring all his internal energy into the low-grade spiritual bow in his hands. The bow was drawn to its full crescent form, and a remarkably powerful energy arrow swiftly coalesced. The surrounding spiritual energy surged towards the azure energy arrow, amplifying its terrifying might. "This is my full-powered shot. I wonder if you will survive," declared the iron-blooded captain as he released the bowstring. Whoosh! The azure energy arrow shot forth, depleting the surrounding spiritual energy in its wake, its power growing increasingly formidable. The might of this arrow reached a truly terrifying level. If it struck, even Lin Mu's currently robust physique would be pierced through the heart, leading to his demise. "Boy, obediently accept your death." The woman in red sneered, as if envisioning Lin Mu being pierced through the heart by the arrow. Chapter 40. Didn't he come any closer, seeing this scene? Hong Qin turned pale as a ghost, filled with dread. She yearned to rush to Lin Mu's aid, but her own strength was too feeble and her distance from him too great. Thus, she could only watch helplessly. She vowed that when her rescue arrived, she would avenge Lin Mu. In her eyes, it was impossible for him to survive. That deadly arrow was far too horrifying. After releasing the arrow, even the iron-blooded captain, a half-step into the void realm, felt utterly drained, his internal energy nearly depleted. However, he held unwavering confidence that he could deliver a fatal blow to Lin Mu. The woman in red was equally confident. Although her azure seal had not yet reached the first-tier level, in terms of restraint, it surpassed many low-grade spiritual artifacts. "Want me dead? It won't be that easy." Lin Mu took a deep breath, instantaneously channeling all his internal energy into a dragon scale, which grew to the size of a millstone, radiating dazzling golden light. "Break!" With a powerful shout, Lin Mu unleashed it. Puffed. The incredibly sturdy segments of the azure trees were instantly pierced through, while the power of the dragon scale remained undiminished as it rapidly surged towards the terrifying arrow. With a resounding impact, the two formidable attacks collided in mid-air, ultimately halting the terrifying arrow, while the dragon scale lost its potency, transforming into a tiny black light that vanished within Lin Mu's spiritual sea. "Break for me," Lin Mu bellowed, his body surging with golden blood energy, faintly accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar. Boom! Lin Mu unleashed a full-powered punch, striking the azure seal, which had already sustained multiple damages, and sent it flying away. How is this possible? The woman in red could hardly believe her eyes as the azure seal she had exerted all her strength upon was sent flying. She felt a violent backlash, her body nearly collapsing from exhaustion. as she was thrown back several meters, scraping along the ground before barely stabilizing herself. In that moment, disbelief filled her eyes. She could never have anticipated that Lin Mu possessed such terrifying combat strength. Just moments ago, she and the iron-blooded captain had joined forces, seemingly capable of delivering a fatal threat to Lin Mu, yet he had managed to shatter the seemingly inevitable demise. How can you still have energy? Even if you are a holy body of the human race, continuously activating low-grade spiritual artifact should have exhausted your energy long ago. How can you still wield this extraordinary treasure compared to the woman in red? The iron-blooded captain appeared even more astonished that he had sensed that Lin Mu's activation of the low-grade spiritual artifact and that golden treasure required substantial energy. Yet time and again, Lin Mu had executed these actions. And just when he thought Lin Mu had reached his limit, he had demonstrated the ability to defy the odds once more. Could it be that his spiritual sea contained boundless energy? This notion seemed impossible, for even the combined energy of dozens of early-stage spiritual sea cultivators would have long been depleted. Despair began to take root in the iron-blooded captain's heart at that moment. Both he and the woman in red had exhausted their energy, yet Lin Mu remained alive, fostering an illusion in their minds that he was invincible. Unbeknownst to them, even if Lin Mu possessed a hundredfold spiritual sea, he had already been drained of all his energy, that he was nearing his limits. Fortunately, he had previously unhesitatingly consumed the black flames from the Nine Dragons' divine cauldron to devour the Zeus sword. Otherwise, he would have been slain long ago and would not have survived to this moment. Meanwhile, Hong Qin, having escaped several hundred meters away, halted in her tracks, her heart filled with disbelief. He's still human? Her eyes widened in shock, unable to fathom Lin Mu's terrifying strength. Faced with two half-step Void Realm powerhouses utilizing spiritual artifacts in their assault, he had managed to withstand it all. Now, it is your time to perish. Lin Mu's voice was ice-cold this moment. He had absorbed the golden energy generated from refining the Zeus sword. Lin Mu felt an explosive surge of power coursing through him, filling him with immense confidence. He believed he could withstand the full-force attacks of early-stage Void Realm experts and endure the strikes from low-grade spiritual artifacts. This newfound strength was a result of Lin Mu refining and absorbing the mid-grade spiritual artifact Zeus sword, as well as several low-grade spiritual artifacts that he was convinced that his instincts were correct. They don't come any closer, as Lin Mu, radiating golden blood energy and resembling a reincarnated war god, advanced step by step towards her. The woman in red was filled with terror. Having lost her resolve to fight after the recent battle, she felt Lin Mu was far too powerful. It seemed impossible to defeat him, and no matter how formidable her attacks were, no matter how strong her adversaries, he could effortlessly endure everything. That he appeared as an invincible war god, growing stronger and more courageous with each battle. Invincible. This was his current state. Just moments ago, you were so eager to kill me and seize my treasures. Yet now, my treasures are within my grasp. You not only lack the qualifications to claim them, but you shall also pay a mysterious price for your audacity. Lin Mu spoke coldly, resembling a grim reaper announcing the arrival of death. I understand my wrongs. Please spare me. The woman in red hurriedly pleaded. As long as you can forgive me, I am willing to serve you, allowing you to do as you wish. While she spoke, she did not hesitate to cast flirtatious glances at Lin Mu, accentuating her ample curves in a desperate attempt to entice him. Sorry, but I have no interest in your kind. Lin Mu replied coldly, therefore, you shall meet your end. Faced with Lin Mu's indifference, the woman in red's countenance turned ashen. However, she had not yet abandoned hope for survival. Just as Lin Mu drew closer, she suddenly sprang into action, a dagger swiftly thrusting from her palm, aiming directly at Lin Mu's heart. Clang. However, Lin Mu unleashed a golden fist, striking down upon the genuine low-grade, first-tier spiritual dagger with a single blow. Though this dagger belonged to the lowest quality among first-tier spiritual artifacts, it possessed the capability to penetrate the defenses of those in the Void Realm. Yet, under the force of Lin Mu's golden fist, it was shattered and even pulverized in certain areas. The red-clad beauty, who had previously supported the dagger with her arm, found it crushed by Lin Mu's golden fist, causing blood and mangled flesh to scatter, eliciting a harrowing scream from her. Lin Mu harbored no thoughts of compassion. after enduring years of hardship for the Lin family, only to be ensnared by their schemes. He had long understood the principle that mercy towards enemies equates to cruelty towards oneself. At this moment, he hesitated not at all. Golden light erupted from his left leg as he delivered a fierce kick towards the red-clad beauty's lower abdomen. Chapter 41. Lin Mu's Death in Battle. A gaping wound appeared in the beauty's abdomen as Lin Mu's kick rendered her incapacitated. The red-clad beauty emitted a piercing scream, startling the surrounding beasts into a hasty retreat. This territory belonged to the raging first-tier magical ape, a domain where few beasts dared to tread. Yet now, the sound of her cries sent them fleeing in all directions, with her lower abdomen destroyed. The red-clad beauty stood no chance of survival in the perilous primal forest. Lin Mu paid her no further mind, and instead charged towards the Iron Blood Captain. "You cannot escape," he declared, "that if you wish to kill me. Be prepared for your own demise." Lin Mu transformed into a streak of golden light, swiftly pursuing his target. The Iron Blood Captain, realizing the gravity of the situation, had already fled over 100 meters. But his speed was no match for Lin Mu's at that moment. Lin Mu's physical prowess had reached a level comparable to that of a low-grade first-tier spiritual artifact, making him capable of confronting such artifacts with sheer physical strength. In contrast, the Iron Blood Captain stood only at half-step into the Void Realm. His physical capabilities fell short of even the minimum standards for cultivators of the Void Realm. Should Lin Mu catch up, the captain would meet only death. "Spare me. I see my errors now. I vow to serve you, even as a slave." The Iron Blood Captain, feeling the distance between them closing, was gripped by utter terror. Initially, he had underestimated Lin Mu. But after assembling a formidable adventurer team and resorting to every means at his disposal, he found himself utterly powerless against Lin Mu, with all his comrades already slain. The extent of Lin Mu's power far exceeded his expectations. At this moment, the captain had lost all confidence in facing Lin Mu. He dared not engage him further. Yet escape was impossible, for Lin Mu's speed was overwhelming, and in his current state, the captain could not hope to flee. "Now you wish to beg for mercy? But you are merely a half-step into the Void Realm. What use are you to me?" Lin Mu spoke coldly. "You shall die. Please spare me. I am willing to serve you as a slave. I swear it." The Iron Blood Captain pleaded in terror, yet a glint of malice flickered in his eyes that a yellowed talisman suddenly appeared in his palm, inscribed with the ancient character for explode in crimson. This was an exceedingly rare, explosive talisman. He had not anticipated possessing such an item. Now, faced with the threat of death, he finally revealed his hidden means by channeling the last vestiges of his inner energy into the talisman. It would detonate instantaneously, unleashing a terrifying force. Explosive talismans, akin to forbidden artifacts, were costly to produce, making them a rarity in the market. Crafted by talisman masters, who are even scarcer than artifact smiths, these talismans are incredibly valuable. It was surprising that the Iron Blood Captain possessed even one, however, he had long been reluctant to use it. Now, this powerful explosive talisman had finally found its purpose. "Did you think begging for mercy would suffice?" Lin Mu said coldly as he closed in on the Iron Blood Captain. Yet at that moment, an immense sense of danger surged within him. Then perish. The Iron Blood Captain had not intended to deploy this life-saving talisman. But with Lin Mu relentless in his pursuit, he had no choice but to expend it. Boom! The explosive talisman detonated, unleashing a terrifying wave of destructive energy that engulfed the advancing Lin Mu. Ha ha! Even a mid-stage Void Realm cultivator would be severely injured by this talisman. Those below mid-stage will be obliterated. The Iron Blood Captain scoffed. "Did you truly believe I would beg for mercy? I merely intended to lower your guard." "To trick you," the Iron Blood Captain cackled, though he too was left disheveled by the residual force of the explosion, appearing utterly defeated. Yet pride filled his eyes, for with Lin Mu's death, he would claim a multitude of rewards. He coveted Lin Mu's treasures and the valuable first-tier spiritual artifacts belonging to the red-clad beauty. As for her, she was already at her wit's end, posing no threat to him. He was entirely confident that his physical strength alone could subdue her. Meanwhile, on the other side, the red-clad beauty had been watching the battlefield intently. With reckless abandon, she charged towards the site of the explosion. This cannot be real. You cannot die. How can you leave me like this?" The red-clad beauty muttered, her eyes filled with sorrow. She could hardly comprehend the scene before her, watching the dissipating remnants of destruction, longing to see Lin Mu once more. Yet the power of the explosive talisman was too immense. According to the Iron Blood Captain, even a beginner in the Void Realm would not survive such a terrifying blast. And Lin Mu, despite his earlier display of astonishing strength, was merely at the early stage of the lower realm. And after repeatedly exerting himself, he must have been nearly depleted of energy. How could he possibly survive such a cataclysm? My dear girl, your timing is impeccable. I shall send you both to hell. The Iron Blood Captain sneered, but before he sent her to join Lin Mu, he intended to make her a true woman. What do you intend to do? The red-clad beauty was horrified by the lecherous gaze he directed at her, causing her to retreat in fear. The captain's look reminded her of the earlier frenzied magical ape, filling her with dread and disgust. Yet in her current state, she was in no condition to resist. She had barely participated in the battle, yet her repeated use of the low-grade first-tier protective armor had drained her energy significantly. Now, she was akin to a spent arrow, no match for the Iron Blood Captain. What am I to do? You are so enchanting. I am but a normal man, and here we are alone together. What else would I do but savor your essence? The Iron Blood Captain leered, his gaze filled with depravity. He swiftly approached the red-clad beauty, and though she attempted to flee, her speed was no match for his. He soon caught up to her. I will fight you, you scoundrel. The red-clad beauty realized escape was futile and summoned her remaining energy to charge at the Iron Blood Captain. In response to her aura, the captain merely scoffed, easily seizing her outstretched hands. Ha! Little beauty, it has been far too long since I indulged myself. Who would have thought I would encounter such a pure gem in these desolate mountains? The Iron Blood Captain swiftly pinned the red-clad beauty beneath him and pulled a pink pill from his storage pouch, forcing her to swallow it. Struggle all you like. Resist to your heart's content. Once the effects of the red dust pill take hold, you will be begging for my attention. The Iron Blood Captain pressed the red-clad beauty down, beginning to tear at her clothing. With a rip, her pristine skin was exposed, igniting the captain's primal desire. He wiped away the saliva that dripped from his mouth, ready to proceed with his intentions. Stop. Stop, you beast, you scoundrel. The red-clad beauty's initial resistance was fierce. But as the effects of the red dust pill surged, her protests gradually transformed into alluring whispers that no man could resist. Chapter 42. To Save or Not to Save. The red dust pill used by the Iron Blood Captain was no ordinary drug. Its potency far exceeded that of typical aphrodisiacs. The pill he had forcibly administered to the red-clad beauty would ensnare any cultivator below the Void Realm. Moreover, there was no antidote. The only way to counteract its effects was through intimate relations. The fact that the Iron Blood Captain carried such a vile item on his person revealed his true nature. What kind of righteous cultivator would carry such a thing? Ha, little beauty, do you desire this? The Iron Blood Captain was invigorated by the red-clad beauty's reaction, his primal instincts surging forth as he eagerly prepared to take the next step. With a rip, I am sorry, but I can't assist with that. This substance can stimulate the secretion of hormones within the cultivator, igniting a passionate fervor in their intimate encounters, thereby enhancing their reproductive prospects. However, it has been misused by unscrupulous cultivators to harm innocent maidens. Ancient texts warn that once the effects of the red dust drug are unleashed, a coupling must occur within the span of an hour. Otherwise, the one who administered the drug will be consumed by insatiable desire and perish. It seems that if I wish to save her, I have no choice but to engage with her in such a manner. Lin Mu took a deep breath, ultimately surrendering to the primal desires ignited by Hong Qin's alluring form. The cave soon filled with an intimate atmosphere that lingered on. Time passed, and Hong Qin's previously rigid body began to relax. The effects of the red dust drug were finally dispelled, and she transformed from an innocent girl into a true woman. As for Lin Mu, he was left utterly drained. Fortunately, his physique was remarkably resilient. Otherwise, he would have perished from the explosion of a detonating talisman capable of vanquishing an early-stage aerial cultivator. Yet even so, after such an intense and prolonged exertion, he found himself exhausted and eventually succumbed to slumber. Hong Qin, feeling utterly weakened beneath Lin Mu's powerful form, gradually regained her senses as the effects of the red dust poison faded. What have you done to me? Where is this place? How did I end up here? She exclaimed, her weary eyes struggling to comprehend the bewildering scene before her. Lin Mu lay unconscious, yet bare upon her, while she found herself devoid of any clothing, feeling as though she had been trampled by an immense weight, her body aching as if on the verge of collapse. Her scream failed to rouse the slumbering Lin Mu. He was far too fatigued, having fought through numerous harrowing battles, leaving his spirit utterly worn and his strength nearly depleted. Awakening would likely take him a day or two, given his robust constitution. Otherwise, it could take weeks if his body were weaker. I remember now, Hong Qin murmured, pushing Lin Mu away as her throbbing head finally recalled the events that had transpired. He saved me. I wronged him. As clarity washed over her, any lingering resentment she harbored towards Lin Mu dissipated, replaced by a complex array of emotions. Joy, satisfaction, and deep concern. Lin Mu, thank you. I have no regrets about what transpired between us. She took a deep breath, adding, but I have lost my virginity, and when I return home, my father will undoubtedly impose severe punishment upon me. What shall I do? Will he kill me? The thought of her father's words sent a chill of fear coursing through her. Her lineage was significant. Her father, Xiao Wuji, was the formidable lord of the ancient wilderness city, known for his unmatched strength and centuries-long dominion. The phrase "a tiger father begets no dog son" rang true, as he fathered 9 children, the first 8 being sons of considerable talent and promise. Yet the 9th was a daughter, who, though not exceptionally gifted, was his cherished favorite. Hong Qin had been doted upon since childhood, living a life akin to that of a true princess. Despite her carefree existence, she was bound by strict familial expectations. Even before her birth, her father had arranged a betrothal with the son of another powerful faction. Now, having lost her virginity, the consequences of this act were unimaginable should Xiao Wuji discover the truth that I cannot let my father learn of Lin Mu's existence, or he will surely kill him. Hong Qin resolved, determination flashing in her eyes. She had ventured out of the ancient wilderness city to escape the suffocating constraints of her privileged life. Had it not been for Lin Mu, she might have met a tragic end in the perilous depths of the ancient forest. Her heart had already succumbed to him, and now he had inadvertently taken her virginity to alleviate the effects of the red dust drug. She would not allow her father to discover Lin Mu, for she knew all too well that he would seek vengeance to quell his anger. Just as she prepared to leave without a trace, a familiar voice echoed from outside the cave. "Miss, are you inside? Forgive this old servant for arriving late." It was a voice both aged yet robust. Horrified, Hong Qin thought, "Oh no, Fu Bo has come at such a time." Fu Bo was her protector, an old servant dispatched by her father, Xiao Wuji, to safeguard her, and he had always been vigilant in his duties, never allowing himself to be distracted. This time, however, she had cunningly devised a plan to send him away in pursuit of her freedom. As a pampered young lady, she was unaware of the dangers lurking in the outside world. Without Fu Bo's protection, she narrowly escaped death. Now that he had finally arrived, the thought of him discovering her lost virginity sent shivers down her spine. Hong Qin quickly regained her composure, calling out, "Fu Bo, I'm fine. Wait for me outside. I will come out shortly." Fu Bo, sensing her distress, was ready to rush in, but paused, understanding that as a lady, she might need privacy. His duty was solely to ensure her safety, and as long as she was unharmed, he had no reason for alarm. Inside the cave, Hong Qin cast a lingering glance at Lin Mu, her heart heavy with emotion. "Lin Mu, I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. If fate allows, we shall meet again." With that, she left behind a note and a token, stealing one last glance at Lin Mu before taking a deep breath and departing. She understood that this life might hold no further encounters for them, yet she harbored a glimmer of hope that Lin Mu would grow strong enough to earn her father's approval and rescue her. She was acutely aware that her clandestine escape had cost her dearly, and her father would not permit her to escape unscathed. The only way to regain her freedom lay in Lin Mu's strength. Yet she wished not to burden him with the weight of her troubles, so she left without elaborating. Outside the cave, Hong Qin had already donned a fresh set of clothing and composed herself before stepping out. "Miss, are you unharmed?" Fu Bo detected her weakened state and inquired with deep concern. "That I'm fine, just encountered some danger during a skirmish, but all is well now." Hong Qin replied nonchalantly. "Let us return." Fu Bo nodded, sensing something had changed within her, although he couldn't pinpoint what it was. With a swift motion, Fu Bo summoned his formidable power, and together they soared through the skies, disappearing into the depths of the ancient forest. Inside the cave, a day passed swiftly. Lin Mu finally awoke from his stupor and surveyed his surroundings, soon discovering the note left by Hong Qin. Did she leave this for me? He wondered as he opened the note. It contained but a few simple lines. Lin Mu, knowing you has brought me no regrets. Please forgive my abrupt departure. Remember, do not speak of our encounter to anyone, nor reveal that you know me. Otherwise, it may invite dire consequences upon you. If you hold me in your heart, unless you attain the strength of a transcendence realm cultivator, do not seek me out. Hong Qin, upon reading these words. Lin Mu felt an inexplicable ache in his heart. Hong Qin was his first love, and while her message was brief, it hinted at her complex status that he sensed that her disappearance would not lead to a life of ease for her. What kind of identity do you possess, Hong Qin? Is it truly the case that because of our entanglement, your faction seeks my demise? What will they do to you? And I must attain the strength of a transcendence realm cultivator to find you. Lin Mu inhaled deeply, muttering to himself, I will heed your words. Wait for me, for I shall seek you out once I have attained the strength of a transcendence realm cultivator. A profound complexity shone in Lin Mu's eyes. He recognized that the days ahead required him to hasten his cultivation. While he remained unaware of the depths of Hong Qin's lineage, his intuition told him that she needed him. She required a version of him that was powerful enough to protect her. If he were to persist in his search for her, she would likely endure a lifetime of suffering. Hong Qin, wait for me. I shall undoubtedly reach the cutting the Tao realm, regardless of what lies behind you. I, Lin Mu, will not waver in the slightest. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mu clutched the black token left by Hong Qin, the sole remnant of her presence, that in the future, when his strength is sufficient, he will rely on this token to seek her out. Yet, he is acutely aware that he is still far too weak. The Cutting the Tao realm is an extraordinarily formidable cultivation level, towering for major realms above the Wheel Sea realm. Such powerhouses are nowhere to be found in the entirety of Beixian City. Perhaps only the mightiest superpowers of Qingzhou could boast of possessing such beings, that it seems that the forces backing Hong Qin belong to one of these superpowers, that I must hasten to elevate my strength and strive to reach the Cutting the Tao realm as soon as possible. The more Lin Mu contemplated, the more he felt a sense of unease. Hong Qin's disappearance left him restless. Should he fail to locate her in the future and remain ignorant of her trials, his resolve would be severely shaken, impacting his potential for further advancement. This matter was like a thorn, deeply embedded in his heart. Although this thorn might fade with time, if he were to attain a certain level of cultivation without extracting it, it would transform into a mental demon, ensnaring him in despair. For cultivators, the presence of such a mental demon is the gravest of taboos. Its existence can lead to a backlash during a breakthrough, resulting in mental trauma at best or a complete shattering of the soul at worst. Lin Mu inhaled deeply. Overthinking was futile. He decided to focus on restoring his cultivation first. He returned to the cave, retrieving all the spirit stones Hong Qin had given him, and began to refine them. Although the quantity of spirit stones Hong Qin carried was limited, their quality was exceptionally high. Without further ado, Lin Mu extracted a pile of spirit stones and commenced the refining process. With over 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, more than 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and over 300 high-grade spirit stones, he wondered if these would suffice for him to advance further. Hope glimmered in his eyes as he activated the eternal, unyielding golden body art. Beginning the refinement of the spirit stones, he channeled the eternal, unyielding golden body art. A golden vortex materialized around him, enveloping the heap of white spirit stones before him, one by one. The spirit stones swiftly fused together, transforming into pure strands of heavenly spiritual energy, which Lin Mu converted into source power, ultimately coalescing within his Wheel Sea. Countless pure golden source powers rapidly filled his nearly exhausted source power vortex, causing it to swell exponentially. Minutes passed, and Lin Mu's source power vortex finally returned to its peak state, achieving a size 100 times that of an ordinary cultivator's, having restored his cultivation. The next step was to strive for further advancement. With anticipation shining in his eyes, Lin Mu took a deep breath. The spirit stones rapidly dissolved into pure spiritual power, all of which he absorbed. At this moment, the golden source power vortex within his Wheel Sea reached a state of saturation, concentrating, Lin Mu directed his formidable will toward a small cluster of source power, compressing it. Soon, the tiny golden vortex condensed into a minuscule droplet of golden mist, signifying his breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Wheel C realm. However, the volume of the mist-like source power within his body was still minuscule, merely a single droplet, that he realized that to fully attain the mid-stage of the Wheel C realm, he needed to convert all the golden source power into mist form. This was destined to be a lengthy process, requiring an immense amount of source-powered TO progress from the early stage of the Wheel C realm to the mid-stage. He needed to transform the source power vortex within him into a higher-quality mist-like vortex. This transformation demanded considerable time and substantial energy support. Previously, Lin Mu had filled his Wheel C primarily by relying on the abundant energy contained within a beast pill. The energy contained within a primary first-grade beast pill is roughly equivalent to 3 times that of an ordinary early-stage Skyward Realm cultivator's total energy. The total energy of an ordinary early-stage Skyward Realm cultivator is approximately equivalent to that contained within 100 high-grade spirit stones. Thus calculated, the energy from a single first-grade beast pill is roughly equivalent to 300 high-grade spirit stones. The level of my Wheel C reaching 100 times was achieved by consuming energy comparable to that of a first-grade beast pill, roughly equating to 300 high-grade spirit stones. Based on my earlier experience of converting gaseous source power into mist form, I estimate it will require approximately 900 to 1,000 high-grade spirit stones to fully convert my gaseous source power into mist form. In terms of low-grade spirit stones, that translates to an astounding 9 million to 10 million stones. Lin Mu understood that with the spirit stones left by Hong Qin, he was still quite far from breaking through to the mid-stage of the Wheel C realm. A breakthrough must be achieved in one go. Otherwise, it would be an exercise in futility that it seems I am not yet ready to advance. I require more spirit stones, beast pills, and other treasures, choosing not to refine the remaining spirit stones. Lin Mu instead stored them away, that he knew that to transition from the early stage to the mid-stage of the Wheel C realm, he needed to succeed in one attempt. Otherwise, the mist-like energy would once again decompose into its gaseous form, failing to coalesce into a mist-like state. Only by successfully breaking through in one go would a formless momentum form within his Wheel C, allowing any subsequently absorbed source power to automatically convert into mist form without breaking down. Naturally, as Lin Mu advances to the later stages of the Wheel C realm and ultimately to perfection, he will also need to achieve breakthroughs in one single attempt. Only thus can he create an intangible yet mysterious momentum that will ensure the source power within the Wheel C persists in a stable form. Presently, lacking sufficient spirit stones, he had no choice but to forego the breakthrough. Otherwise, he would risk a wasted effort, squandering the spirit stones he had accumulated. With the spirit stones left by Hong Qin, combined with those obtained from defeating enemies, he currently possessed over 500 high-grade spirit stones, more than 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, and nearly 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, totaling approximately equivalent to 630 high-grade spirit stones. Such a quantity is exceedingly rare, even for the entire Lin family. The path of the eternal, unyielding golden body toward breakthrough truly proves to be arduous, and with each subsequent stage, the consumption of spirit stones only escalates. My Wheel C is indeed like an insatiable abyss. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mu felt the weight of the future path of cultivation pressing heavily upon him, a tremendous pressure that left him somewhat breathless. Yet the eternal, unyielding golden body is incredibly powerful, granting him a Wheel C 100 times that of an ordinary cultivator, as well as unparalleled combat prowess. This only heightens his anticipation for how formidable he will become in the future. To avenge the Lin family, I must possess greater strength. Although I am now qualified to battle early-stage Skyward Realm cultivators and even defeat them, it is still far from sufficient. Exhaling a deep breath, a resolute glint flashed in Lin Mu's eyes, that he suddenly recalled that after arriving at the cave of the rampant demon ape, he had yet to investigate its dwelling, with dawn still far off. He could not leave the cave just yet, so he decided to explore further within. The cave was not particularly large, yet its interior was relatively spacious, boasting a height of over 10 feet and a width exceeding 20 feet at its broadest points. A pungent odor permeated the air, emanating from the male, rampant demon ape, and within the cave, remnants of fur and traces of blood could be found. Why is there such an overwhelming stench of blood? Lin Mu furrowed his brow, venturing deeper into the cave, that he had encountered records of the rampant demon ape in the ancient texts of the Lin family, noting its ferocity and predilection for carnage, often preying on other beasts and humans alike. The presence of such a strong blood scent within the rampant demon ape's lair conjured disquieting images in his mind. Within the cave of the rampant demon ape, numerous luminescent objects illuminated the surroundings, dispelling the darkness and providing ample light as he progressed further. The deeper he ventured, the more luminous objects appeared, intensifying the brightness. As he delved deeper, the stench of blood grew even more potent, and Lin Mu distinctly detected the scent of human blood. This beast truly lacks any shred of conscience. The sheer number of individuals and other monstrous beasts that had perished in this place had transformed it into a veritable blood pool. Lin Mu's gaze fell upon the depths of the cave, where a square blood pool measuring 3 meters on each side resided, emanating a pungent stench of blood that filled the air. Beneath the blood pool lay an expanse of desolation, littered with the skeletal remains of various beasts and humans, heaped together into a ghastly mound. Suddenly, Lin Mu's eyes brightened as he beheld a small, dark red tree at the very center of the blood pool. This peculiar tree extended a mere foot above the surface, seemingly nourished by the blood pool itself, yet it bore no trace of blood upon its form. Exuding an otherworldly aura, perched atop this dark crimson tree was a fruit, resembling an infant in its eerie blood-red hue. Strangely, this fruit emitted a faint, sweet fragrance, devoid of any foul odor. Its entirety was dark red, akin to dried blood, with scaly bark and leaves resembling outstretched hands. It was rooted in the blood pool, drawing forth the essence of blood to sustain its growth. Could this be the fabled blood infant fruit? A surge of joy filled Lin Mu's heart. Although the formation of the blood infant fruit was a transgression against the heavens, it contained an unparalleled purity of spiritual energy from the world. Consuming it would not only enhance one's cultivation, but also solidify the foundation of one's path, even possessing the remarkable ability to augment one's spiritual essence. Such a treasure was rare and invaluable. Lin Mu had only glimpsed it in ancient texts, never having encountered it in reality. Yet the thumb-sized fruit before him bore an uncanny resemblance to the descriptions found in those tomes. He was astonished to discover that this beast had cultivated a blood infant fruit tree within the cave, and it appeared the fruit was nearing ripeness. Lin Mu murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with anticipation and desire. However, he remained patient. At present, he was alone in this place and could afford to wait until the blood infant fruit matured before harvesting it, thereby maximizing its efficacy. Suddenly, a series of muffled thuds echoed from the wall near the blood pool, as if someone were forcefully striking the stone. To his astonishment, Lin Mu noticed a stone door embedded in the wall. Could this be a hidden chamber? Was there still life within? Instantly, he became alert. The dull thuds continued to resonate, heightening his awareness, and he could almost hear faint cries for help. Someone? Could it be a victim captured by the frenzied beast? Lin Mu's mind raced with possibilities, but he exercised caution, refraining from rushing to open the door. The relentless pounding grew more urgent, but as time passed, the sounds gradually diminished, eventually fading into silence after the span of an hour. At last, Lin Mu approached the towering stone door, preparing to pry it open, only to find it exceedingly heavy, resistant to his attempts. Observing closely, he noted the absence of a handle or mechanism, prompting him to muster all his strength. His hands gleamed with a golden hue as he gripped the door firmly and exerted force. With a resounding crash, the immense stone door yielded to his sheer strength. Before him stood a disheveled young woman, emanating a nauseating odor reminiscent of the aftermath of a beastly encounter. Her tattered black dress revealed swathes of pale skin, and her unkempt hair framed a face that bore the marks of both fear and vulnerability. She crouched weakly in the corner of the stone chamber, her eyes filled with trepidation as they met Lin Mu's gaze. Upon realizing that he was not the ferocious beast she had dreaded, her expression shifted from terror to relief, though a trace of wariness lingered. Lin Mu's attention was drawn to the bloodstains marring her lower body, some still fresh and uncoagulated. The remnants of the frenzied beast's vile acts lingered in the chamber. An understanding dawned upon Lin Mu, prompting a surge of compassion for the young woman. "Who are you? How did you end up here?" Lin Mu inhaled deeply, despite having formed an inkling of her plight. "I was captured by that beast, My comrades, unable to bear the humiliation, took their own lives, and I too was rendered unconscious before being subjected to its vile whims. The woman confessed, her voice breaking into sobs, her tears evoking deep sympathy. I cannot believe I was so utterly degraded by a mere beast. She lamented, her sorrow palpable, eyes brimming with humiliation and despair. Can you tell me if that beast still lives? After a moment, she gazed at Lin Mu with an expression of complex longing, seeking an answer. Her desire to escape stemmed from a desperate wish to evade further humiliation. The scars left by the beast's torment would haunt her psyche for a lifetime. An invisible wound that would never heal. Not long ago, that beast was slain. Fear not, you are free now, Lin Mu declared with solemn conviction. Dead? It truly perished. The woman could scarcely believe her ears, doubt flickering in her eyes as she scrutinized Lin Mu, whose cultivation level was only at the initial stage of the Wheel Sea realm. Could he truly have slain the ferocious beast? Yet, she considered the possibility that he might have been aided by his comrades. A united front capable of vanquishing the creature. Moreover, Lin Mu's strength in pushing open the stone door suggested he was no ordinary individual. Indeed, it is utterly dead. You are free now and may leave at any time, Lin Mu affirmed earnestly. With Lin Mu's reassurance, the woman felt a weight lift from her heart that if the beast was truly dead, she could finally find peace in death. Yet, before she succumbed to the void, she yearned to fulfill a final wish, a chance to repay Lin Mu for his act of liberation. Kind sir, do you have any other companions? She inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. One of my companions has already departed the ancient forest, while the others have perished in battle, Lin Mu replied, his voice tinged with complexity. The woman internally lamented, so it was true. She surmised that Lin Mu's expeditionary team must have encountered the frenzied beast, sacrificing their comrades' lives to bring it down. Lin Mu and the one who had escaped must have been fortunate indeed to survive. Did I apologize for my inquiries? It was not my intention to pry, she said, taking a deep breath. Regardless, thank you for saving me. I have no means to repay you, but I wish to share the location of an ancient relic discovered by our expedition team. It is said to be the remnant of a great power from antiquity. Alas, our team met misfortune before reaching our destination, falling victim to that beast. She continued, please accept this map. The red circle indicates the location of the relic. However, be warned, the site is fraught with peril. Should you choose to venture there, exercise utmost caution. Before Lin Mu could respond, she abruptly brandished a dagger that had appeared in her hand, plunging it into her own heart. Blood gushed forth, painting a gruesome scene as life ebbed away from her. Thus, a vibrant life came to a tragic end. This woman, having endured the horrors inflicted by the frenzied beast, had resolved to end her life the moment she regained consciousness. Reluctant to face further degradation, she had sought escape. Now, with the knowledge of the beast's demise, her wish was fulfilled, and she found no desire to continue living. The psychological scars left by the beast's torment ran deep, so profound that she could not bear the thought of survival. Lin Mu was taken aback by her resolute decision to end her life so swiftly after being rescued, but he had not anticipated such a turn of events and was left with no time to intervene. Yet, this was her choice, and perhaps the only thing he could do was respect her wish. That beast truly met a fate it richly deserved. Such brutality is truly shocking, rendering the victim unwilling to continue living. Lin Mu couldn't help but reflect on his actions. Initially, he had sought out the lair of this ferocious demon ape and subsequently slain it, feeling somewhat guilty about his conduct. However, at this moment, he felt that the creature had met a just end and I have shown her kindness. She should not deceive me. The locations marked on this beastskin map must indeed lead to ruins, albeit the map appears rather new. It seems that the version of the ruins map they obtained was merely a copy from someone else. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mu accepted the map, planning to venture forth only after he had sufficiently enhanced his strength. He had an instinct that the ruins indicated on this beastskin map truly existed, but the number of those aware of its location was likely considerable. With many people, strong adversaries would naturally abound. Thus, Lin Mu believed that only with formidable power could he hope to acquire treasures within the ruins and carve a bloody path out upon exiting. While great opportunities might exist within the ruins, one must possess the strength to seize them. Lin Mu had come to deeply understand the adage that possessing a gem can lead to one's downfall. Very well. Let us bury your remains. Lin Mu inhaled deeply, shattering a pile of stones within the cave. Then he cast the mountain-like corpses into the depths, finally burying them all beneath a mound of rubble, a S for the body of the woman. He carried it outside the cave to a scenic spot, where he interred it beneath the earth. After completing these tasks, Lin Mu returned to the cave once more. Next, once the blood infant fruit ripens, I shall refine it and prepare to depart from this place, that I hope that the ruins she spoke of contain what I seek. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mu chose to sit cross-legged within the cave. Entering a state of meditation, it must be said, this cave serves as an excellent place for cultivation for Lin Mu. Although it is filled with the acrid stench of blood, it is also suffused with wild, spiritual energy. Within this chaotic energy linger remnants of the grievances left by living beings before their demise. Such energies are typically beyond the capacity of ordinary cultivators to absorb directly, lest their bodies suffer dire consequences. Much like how cultivators cannot directly absorb the energy within beast pills, as the residual grievances and chaotic energy would assault their physical forms, resulting in adverse effects. However, Lin Mu's everlasting golden body technique remains unaffected by such influences, enabling him to forcibly transform these chaotic energies imbued with grievances into the purest essence of primal energy. That my cultivation level has indeed reached a plateau. I must break through my boundaries in one decisive push before I can hope to advance further. After practicing for a short while, Lin Mu abandoned his meditation, realizing that the golden vortex of primal energy within his sea of consciousness had reached saturation. Even if he concentrated his will to condense it into a mist-like state, any interruption would lead to its swift dissipation, making it impossible to maintain. To further enhance his cultivation, he needed to vaporize all his primal energy in one go, reaching a perfected state, allowing an intangible force to form within the sea of consciousness, thus enabling the vaporized primal energy to remain solidified and not disperse, achieving the mid-stage of the sea of circulation realm. In the time that followed, Lin Mu retrieved the spiritual artifacts acquired from his enemies. Aside from the low-grade first-tier spiritual artifact 100 Sorrows Bow and 3 accompanying arrows of the same grade, all other artifacts were devoured and refined by him. The other artifacts were of low rank, even inferior to his current physical prowess, rendering them useless to him. However, the 100 Sorrows Bow was different. With the vast reservoir of primal energy within him, he could unleash long-range attacks against his foes, keeping them at bay. If executed skillfully, he possessed the ability to kill early-stage skyward practitioners with the 100 Sorrows Bow. Once Lin Mu organized everything, he silently settled down to restore his energy, awaiting the ripening of the blood infant fruit. During this interval, time seemed to slow to a crawl, and the tedious wait was not without significance. Currently, the blood pool within the confines of the cave had gradually become clear. The blood infant fruit tree had also grown slightly taller. And most importantly, the fruit, which had originally been the size of a baby's fist, was now approaching the size of an egg. A fragrant aroma emanated from the blood infant fruit, and with just a whiff, Lin Mu felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Indeed, this rare blood infant fruit proved its worth. A mere breath of its scent brought such effects. Lin Mu's eyes sparkled with anticipation, for he knew that once the blood infant fruit fully matured, consuming it would undoubtedly yield tremendous benefits. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed since Lin Mu entered the cave. At last, the blood infant fruit had absorbed all the energy from the blood pool, rendering it crystal clear, and at this moment, it had reached the size of an egg. The hallmark of the fruit's ripeness was the complete subduing of its fragrance. It appeared that this blood infant fruit had finally matured. Lin Mu took a deep breath, his hands trembling with excitement as he plucked the fruit. However, the moment he harvested the blood infant fruit, it instantly withered, rapidly losing its vitality. Lin Mu inspected the dark red fruit in his hand, resembling an infant. It was translucent and appeared like a mass of semi-transparent flesh, lending it a somewhat grotesque appearance. To consume it directly would evoke the sensation of eating a blood infant, which was indeed unsettling and difficult to stomach. Yet after a moment's contemplation, he steeled his resolve. With a decisive bite, Lin Mu closed his eyes, suppressing his inner revulsion as he took a mouthful. Instantly, a burst of exquisite flavor unfolded on his palate, filling him with an ethereal sensation. This is delicious. It is the most delectable fruit I have ever tasted in my life. I never expected such an odd appearance to yield such delightful flavor. Unable to resist, he took another sizable bite, soon devouring the entire blood infant fruit. The fruit slid down his throat. It melted into an exceptionally pure life force and a wondrous cool energy, swiftly circulating throughout Lin Mu's entire being. This life force continuously fortified the foundation of Lin Mu's physical body, while the cool energy rapidly penetrated his sea of consciousness, nourishing his primordial spirit and rendering it even more formidable. Suddenly, Lin Mu's expression shifted dramatically. In his sea of consciousness, that cool energy could no longer be absorbed by his primordial spirit. Instead, it swiftly coalesced before him. In an instant, a pale, faceless visage materialized before his eyes. The face was hideously distorted, sporting a wide mouth and vertical eyes, emanating an aura that sent shivers down Lin Mu's spine. Chapter 48. Possession. Indeed, heaven rewards the diligent. It seems even the heavens are reluctant to see the end of me. I am on the brink of death, yet here I encounter a vessel of extraordinary quality, with boundless potential. Boy, you are quite fortunate. Fate has intertwined our paths. Here's the deal. As long as you do not resist, I can guarantee you a swift death. Otherwise, you shall experience a fate worse than death. A torment beyond imagination. The grotesque visage loomed large, its pallid complexion and jagged teeth rendering it exceedingly fearsome. Its singular vertical eye appeared particularly eerie, as if merely gazing upon it posed a risk of soul consumption. "What are you?" Lin Mu asked warily, eyeing the entity before him. At this moment, he existed within the sea of consciousness, in a state of his primordial spirit. The grotesque visage before him undoubtedly shared this state. Yet it was far more powerful, exuding a terrifying pressure. "Your soul is about to be devoured by me, and since I am in a good mood, I shall reveal my identity to you, ensuring you meet your end with clarity. I am the progenitor of the Blood Demon sect, one of the superpowers of the Tianqian continent 5,000 years ago. Unfortunately, I was betrayed and besieged, nearly meeting my demise. What you see is merely a remnant of my soul. However, once I consume your soul, coupled with your formidable physique, I shall swiftly restore my peak and advance even further." I had already lost hope and planned to wait for that beast to gather the essence blood of 100 beasts to cultivate the blood infant fruit, reluctantly seizing its body to be reborn. Who would have thought you would arrive? Fate, indeed, is a curious thing. Ever since you entered the cave, I have scrutinized you. Your talents and constitution are nothing short of exceptional. Once I seize your body, I shall surely soar to unimaginable heights. The eerie visage emitted a sinister and bloodthirsty laughter, leaving Lin Mu profoundly unsettled. From his words, Lin Mu discerned the unimaginable identity of this being. The myriad sects of the Tianqian continent are countless, and the Blood Demon sect, being a superpower, is undoubtedly unparalleled. Even the mightiest sect in Qingzhou, the Qingyan sect, does not dare to claim such a title, as it can merely be deemed a top-tier force, far from the realm of superpowers. The fact that this blood demon ancestor is the progenitor of the Blood Demon sect fills Lin Mu with astonishment and a growing sense of dread towards this uncanny visage. However, to think that mere identity could intimidate him is folly. After all, Lin Mu is not one to be easily frightened. Blood Demon sect ancestor, while I am unaware of the extent of your power, no matter how formidable you may be, I shall not cower, Lin Mu declared coldly. Let us not forget that you are but a remnant spirit. Even if you were at your peak, you could never compel my submission. A fierce battle intent radiated from Lin Mu, embodying an indomitable spirit that immediately pushed the Blood Demon ancestor's aura back. Simultaneously, Lin Mu felt a significant alleviation of his fear. This illustrates the significance of momentum. In the face of formidable foes, if one's momentum falters, the battle may as well be lost before it even begins, rendering one incapable of unleashing their full potential. Conversely, if one's momentum remains robust, believing in their own invincibility can lead to a surge in strength, even enabling one to fight beyond their means. Indeed, momentum is paramount in combat. Of course, should there be a vast disparity in power between the two adversaries, no amount of fighting spirit or momentum will suffice against overwhelming force, which crushes all resistance effortlessly. Quite impressive, truly, You are the extraordinary vessel I have sought, the blood demon ancestor sneered. From this moment forth, resist. The fiercer your resistance, the more powerful your display, the more delighted I shall be. For soon, everything you possess shall belong to me. The stronger you are, the greater my future achievement shall be. You wretched old fool. You have clung to life for so long. You must be utterly exhausted by now. Lin Mu's gaze turned icy, and a brilliant golden light emanated from his primordial spirit. Since you are but a remnant of your former soul, allow me to send you to your demise. Ha, and what makes you think you can? The uncanny visage did not rush to attack. Its form remained nebulous. However, as the cool energy flowed within Lin Mu, its shape gradually solidified, and its aura grew increasingly terrifying. Lin Mu knew he could not let this continue, or he might truly find himself powerless to retaliate. Kill! Lin Mu roared, unleashing his primordial spirit in a blinding golden flash as he charged forward. Boom! He struck with all his might, the force of his punch reverberating through the sea of consciousness, its power beyond comprehension. His primordial spirit, having been tempered by the black flames within the 9 dragons' divine cauldron 81 times, had become immensely powerful, capable of rivaling a half-step void-ascending realm expert. Now, with his cultivation at the initial stage of the Wheel C realm, his primordial spirit grew even stronger, sufficiently potent to match that of a void-ascending realm expert. Trivial skills, such an attack does not even merit harming me, that I, in response to Lin Mu's full-force strike of primordial spirit, the blood demon ancestor merely expressed calm disdain. Swish! The point of impact from Lin Mu's punch transformed into nothingness. His full-force strike landed on emptiness, failing to inflict even the slightest harm upon the uncanny visage. How is this possible? How can I not strike it? Lin Mu's heart raced with disbelief. Undeterred, he unleashed another punch, this time aiming directly at the great, peculiar vertical eye of the eerie visage. Boom! The sound waves echoed through Lin Mu's sea of consciousness, yet his attack again fell short. The eerie visage's eye simply faded into nothingness, evading contact entirely. Witnessing this, Lin Mu was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. His primordial power was indeed formidable, but what use was it if he could not land a blow on his foe? Thus, even if he exhausted his primordial energy, he would be unable to vanquish the remnants of the blood demon ancestor's soul. Young one, your soul power is far too weak. Before absolute realms, all your means appear as futile as an ant attempting to block a chariot. The blood demon ancestor coldly laughed. Since you cannot contend with me, I shall commence my possession and rebirth. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu's expression turned grave. Chapter 49. Blood Demoness Radiance. The blood demon ancestor was the progenitor of the blood demon sect, a superpower 5,000 years ago, meaning he has existed for at least 5 millennia. With 5,000 years now past, who knows how long he has truly lived? Those who survive for over 5,000 years are bound to have reached unfathomable levels of power. According to Lin Mu's knowledge gleaned from ancient texts, even becoming a sage only grants a mere 5,000 years of lifespan. Only those who break through to the Sage King realm, or those who have lived a second life, can exceed this limit. Despite being reduced to a sliver of a remnant soul, the blood demon ancestor's abilities are beyond what Lin Mu, at the Wheel C realm, can even begin to fathom. That a being at the sage level can collapse mountains and rivers with but a strand of hair. Wielding power beyond comprehension. Those above the sage level are even more unfathomable. 5 years ago, the blood demon ancestor could become the progenitor of a superpower, illustrating the terror of his former prowess. Old man, even if you were formidable 5,000 years ago, you are now merely a remnant spirit. Today I shall obliterate you, Lin Mu declared coldly, though he was deep in thought, strategizing his next move. His greatest strength lies in his physical prowess and the primordial spirit tempered by the black flames. Although his previous attacks failed to harm the blood demon ancestor's remnant soul, Lin Mu was not one to easily concede his life. Nor would he abandon his struggle. Do you have stronger means? If so, I grant you the opportunity to demonstrate them. Come, let me see how far you can go. The blood demon ancestor, far from angered by Lin Mu's words, was instead filled with anticipation to him. The stronger Lin Mu became, the more he delighted in it, as everything Lin Mu possessed would ultimately belong to him. Before he could claim Lin Mu's entirety, He wished to witness just how far Lin Mu could ascend. However, this was nothing more than a blatant contempt for Lin Mu, who was hardly regarded in the ancestor's eyes. Lin Mu regarded him coldly, attempting to activate the eternal indestructible golden body technique with his primordial spirit. To his delight, he succeeded. His primordial spirit instantaneously transformed into a golden vortex that enveloped the blood demon ancestor's remnant spirit. How intriguing! The blood demon ancestor was slightly taken aback. Within this golden vortex, he felt an immense pulling force, and in an instant his remnant soul was drawn into the golden whirlpool. Yet, even so, his remnant soul suffered no harm. Very good. Your technique is indeed remarkable. Had I not reached beyond the sage realm and grasped some of the powers of causality long ago, your move would have sufficed to annihilate my remnant soul. The blood demon ancestor spoke with appreciation, though he added, "Yet this technique, while formidable, is far from sufficient to deal with me." Lin Mu remained silent. However, he recognized his miscalculation. The eternal indestructible golden body technique, while immensely powerful, was insufficient against a soul as formidable as the blood demon ancestors that if this failed, he would have to attempt to summon the 9 dragons' divine cauldron, even risking the use of the terrifying black flames within. Though he could not yet command the cauldron or its fearsome black flames, his primordial spirit could swiftly transfer into the 9 dragons' divine cauldron that if the blood demon ancestor's remnant soul followed him inside, then everything would become manageable. That is the master of the 9 dragons' divine cauldron. It would not harm him. As long as he refrained from touching the black flames, there should be no issue. However, if the blood demon ancestor entered the cauldron, the consequences could be dire. Young one, you still possess means. Feel free to employ them. I am eager to know more of your capabilities. The blood demon ancestor's expression was one of eager anticipation. Showing no concern for his own safety, to him, Lin Mu, merely at the initial stage of the Wheel C realm, was less than an ant in his eyes. Lin Mu was but a speck of dust amidst the vast cosmos. Inconsequential in the grand scheme, the to extinguish Lin Mu's life would be as simple as plucking a flower. Rest assured, old man, I will not be so easily claimed by you, Lin Mu replied coldly. Maintaining his composure, intent on luring the blood demon ancestor into a trap. As long as you are not merely boasting, I am indeed curious to witness your prowess. The blood demon ancestor spoke with an air of indifference. However, this is your final opportunity to strike. Do not disappoint me, in the blink of an eye. Lin Mu's primordial spirit vanished from his original position, reappearing within the resplendent 9-dragon divine cauldron. Inside this cauldron, black flames were intricately engraved on its inner walls, resembling natural patterns, as if they could ignite at any moment. Based on my previous experiences, aside from my consciousness and primordial spirit, anything else that enters would be instantly consumed by the black flames and refined into the purest energy. I wonder if this old wretch will also be instantly refined. Lin Mu's primordial spirit stood still, a sense of anticipation blossoming within him. In an instant, the grotesque and menacing visage materialized, pursuing him into the 9-dragon divine cauldron. You dare to play tricks on me? The blood demon ancestor had nearly lost his perception of Lin Mu, only regaining it when Lin Mu deliberately scattered his consciousness to that moment. He felt utterly deceived. A humiliation he could not endure. He had to teach Lin Mu a lesson. Yet, the moment he entered the cauldron, the black flame patterns inscribed within erupted forth, enveloping the blood demon ancestor in a terrifying blaze. Indeed, my suspicions were correct. He is finished. Upon witnessing the black flames engulfing the grotesque visage that was the remnant of the blood demon ancestor's soul, Lin Mu felt a wave of relief wash over him. At that moment, the blood demon ancestor felt an unbearable heat as the black flames seared him. Even his once formidable existence, surpassing the saint realm, could barely resist. The dreadful black flames emitted an overwhelming heat, causing the remnants of the blood demon ancestor's soul immense agony. This black flame is too terrifying. It is inconceivable that even a wisp of his soul could withstand it for long. Blood demon radiance, break for me, the blood demon ancestor bellowed, his form disintegrating into nothingness, leaving only a ferocious vertical in that instant. The eye snapped open, unleashing a terrifying beam of blood light that cracked the void in its wake. An unstoppable force. Chapter 50. The ancient behemoth's ruins blood demon radiance is the most powerful offensive technique of the blood demon ancestor. In this moment, to combat the unfathomable black flames, he was forced to expend the last remnants of his soul's power to unleash it. However, the black flames within Lin Mu's Nine-Dragon Divine Cauldron were far too formidable, igniting the blood light in an instant. What kind of flame is this? It can even ignite my blood demon radiance. I refused to accept this. The might of the black flames was otherworldly, as if capable of incinerating everything, reducing the vertical eye of the blood demon ancestor's soul to ashes that as the echoes of the blood demon ancestor's final scream faded away. His presence completely dissipated from this world. His intention had been to seize Lin Mu's body and elevate himself, yet he found himself utterly obliterated instead. Finally, that old wretch is dead. Lin Mu let out a sigh of relief and was soon drawn to the energy sphere refined from the black flames. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it to be an unimaginably pure essence of spiritual power. This essence, having been thoroughly refined, could be directly absorbed to enhance his primordial spirit. Splendid. Is this the spiritual essence left behind after the blood demon ancestor's soul was refined? Lin Mu's heart soared with joy. With a thought, the pure essence of spiritual power was drawn into his primordial spirit. In an instant, Lin Mu felt his spiritual power surge, its potency rapidly increasing. My primordial spirit strength was already comparable to that of a mid-tier void realm expert. I wonder how formidable it has become now after absorbing the blood demon ancestor's spiritual essence. In a flash, Lin Mu's primordial spirit returned to his body, his eyes snapping open, a brilliant light piercing forth. With a couple of muffled thuds, the solid rock surrounding the cave was instantaneously penetrated, leaving deep holes in its wake, rendering Lin Mu momentarily speechless that my primordial spirit's power has grown so fearsome. This level of might is simply too savage. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mu realized that his primordial spirit had reached a terrifying level of strength. Cultivating spiritual power is notoriously difficult. It typically only increases alongside one's cultivation, or through the refinement of rare materials that enhance it. However, such materials are exceedingly rare, often encountered only by chance. Lin Mu had not anticipated that he would fortuitously acquire such a miraculous opportunity, elevating his primordial spirit to an astonishing tier. With a long exhale, Lin Mu felt invigorated, his spirit renewed, brimming with an inexhaustible energy. Suddenly, he noticed that the foundation of his spiritual sea had grown substantially sturdier, seemingly more resilient. The effect of the blood infant fruit not only strengthened his primordial spirit, but also cleansed impurities and solidified his foundation. Lin Mu's heart swelled with elation. The foundation is the essence of cultivation. Much like the base of a towering building, only with a solid foundation can one hope to erect a great structure. The same principle applies to the path of cultivation that reach unimaginable heights. One's foundation must be exceptionally robust. Only by solidifying this foundation to its utmost can one achieve peak cultivation. Now, Lin Mu shook off the impurities refined by the blood infant fruit and donned a fresh set of garments. With my current level of primordial spirit strength, even facing a mid-tier void realm expert by surprise, I could potentially obliterate their spirit and bring about their demise. Lin Mu mused, realizing he now possessed an additional trump card. Previously, his greatest strength lay in his physical power. Now, it was his primordial spirit that reigned supreme. The clash of primordial spirits is the most perilous of confrontations. Should one side falter, the consequences could range from mental disarray, leading to idiocy, to eternal slumber, or even complete obliteration of the soul. Yet now, his primordial spirit's power had surpassed the initial stage of the spiritual sea realm. Just how strong is it? He himself could not ascertain. If taken by surprise, he was confident he cowed the members of the surrounding adventure teams, exchanged glances filled with anticipation. That it was evident that each of them sought to gain something from this recently unearthed relic. Clear the way for me. The treasures within this relic belong solely to the Huang family of the great wilderness ancient city. Any interlopers who dare to pry shall be met with merciless retribution. Suddenly, a thunderous shout emanated from the back of the crowd that a dozen fierce cultivators clad in yellow robes surged forward. Upon sensing the aura of these individuals and observing their attire, the expressions of all the adventurers present turned exceedingly grim. Even the three formidable adventure teams at the forefront wore expressions of trepidation. Chapter 51. Dominance Through Might, Death to the Defiant. The Huang family of Great Wilderness Ancient City. They actually have three formidable cultivators of the sky's sovereign level station here. No wonder they are so brazen. As Lin Mu arrived at the periphery of the relic, he immediately sensed several terrifying fluctuations in aura. Such oppressive pressure could only belong to those of the sky's sovereign realm. Lin Mu understood that although the Huang family was powerful, their ambition to monopolize this ancient relic left by a great being would not be easily realized. Indeed, shortly after the Huang family made their domineering declaration, the cold, weathered voice of an elder resonated from the opposite sky. Boom! A venerable flying vessel descended from the heavens, parting the clouds as it approached. How audacious of the Huang family to make such grand proclamations! The lord of the great wilderness ancient city has yet to make an appearance, and even the Chen family is present. You shall not monopolize this relic. From the flying vessel emerged an elder with graying hair, yet vibrant spirit. His voice cold and resolute, exuding a terrifying aura of sky's sovereign level. Beside him stood two slightly weaker figures, both also of the sky's sovereign tier, albeit at the initial stage. The Chen family has indeed arrived. They have also dispatched three sky sovereign cultivators. This relic, a remnant left by a being of the cave heaven realm, has drawn the attention of one of the three major powers of the great wilderness ancient city, the Chen family. Presumably, the representatives of the Lord's estate are also on their way. Upon witnessing the arrival of a dozen cultivators from the Chen family, the various adventurer teams quickly made way. The Chen family's strength ranks just below the Lord's estate, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Huang family. Their current assembly is exceptionally formidable, and the adventurers present naturally dared not provoke them lightly. Whoosh! Simultaneously, a colossal sword materialized in the sky, upon which a group of exceptionally strong cultivators appeared. With all three major powers of the great wilderness ancient city now present, it was nearly time to enter this ancient relic. The sight of the giant sword instantly captured the attention of all adventurers. The aura emanating from it was overwhelmingly powerful, surpassing that of both the Huang and Chen families. The Lord's estate. It appears that the representatives of the great wilderness ancient city's lord have arrived. The allure of this ancient relic is indeed extraordinary. All three of the strongest factions in the great wilderness ancient city have converged here. This is bound to be an eventful spectacle. Let us hope that the three major factions grant us an opportunity. Otherwise, this trip would be in vain. Discussions erupted among the crowd. The Huang, Chen, and Xie families, the three great powers, joined forces, causing the expressions of the adventurers to shift dramatically. Some even recklessly dashed towards the entrance of the valley relic. Swish, swish, swish. These individuals arrived at the relic's exterior first, yet due to the potential dangers lurking within, they hesitated to enter. However, with the arrival of the three major factions, they feared losing their chance to explore the relic. Thus, disregarding the perils, they charged headlong into the depths of the relic, seeking death. The Huang family's young master, having reached the level of half-step sky sovereign, was endowed with remarkable talent and could fight beyond his rank. Although still a half-step sky sovereign, he possessed the capability to slay an initial stage sky sovereign cultivator at this moment, upon witnessing someone daring to enter the relic first. He erupted into action. He leaped into the air, his entire being brimming with energy, and a blood-red spear materialized in his hand, radiating a dazzling crimson light. That bloody radiance coalesced into a lethal crimson beam, aimed mercilessly at the three cultivators poised to enter the relic. The crimson light erupted, and the three individuals, terrified, hastily unleashed their strongest techniques in defense. Yet, their combined might barely reach the pinnacle of the Wheel Sea realm and could not withstand the might of the Huang family's young master. They were ruthlessly slain. The weakest among them were all at the late stage of the Wheel Sea realm, and thus they fell victim to his attack. Thankfully, we did not act impulsively. Otherwise, we might have met the same fate. The adventurers were left petrified with fear. Though the treasures within the ancient being's relic were enticing, no treasure could compare to one's own life that in an instant. No adventurer dared to step forward, fearful of being slain by the Huang family's young master at a moment's notice. Witnessing this scene, the Huang family's young master wore a satisfied expression. He looked down upon everyone and declared, "Apart from those from the three major factions, Anyone who dares to recklessly enter the relic will share the fate of those three. Huang Song was correct. This relic is already in the grasp of our three families. Anyone who dares to covet it shall meet a certain demise. The young master of the Qin family also spoke coldly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Among the three great powers of the great wilderness ancient city, only the representatives of the Lord S estate had yet to voice their stance. The reason the adventurers lingered was that they awaited the Lord S estate's position. How would the Lord S estate respond? Would we have come here for naught? Damn it. They are too overbearing, too tyrannical. Yet their strength is overwhelming. We have no right to resist, alas. Under someone's roof, one must bow their head, under the gaze of the crowd. The young master of the great wilderness ancient city, S. Lord's estate, finally turned his attention towards the assembly. Upon meeting his gaze, everyone tensed up, for the young master held the most authority in this place. Should he oppose, even the Huang and Chun families would hesitate to disregard his wishes. After all, the Lord's estate is undeniably the preeminent power in the entire great wilderness ancient city. Huang Song. Chen Fan. As for this opportunity, those with fate shall seize it. I believe that this ancient being's secret realm is fraught with peril. It would be better for us to enter together. The young master finally spoke. His tone refined and gentle, exuding an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Though his words seemed to advocate for the adventurers, in truth, he intended for them to serve as cannon fodder. He appeared cultured and mild-mannered. Yet it was evident he was far from simple. Xie Jinghong, you truly live up to your title as the young master. I understand your intent. You wish for them to enter as cannon fodder. Do you not? This proposal has merit, and I, Huang Song, am in agreement. The young master of the Huang family, Huang Song, smiled slightly and quickly concurred. Hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, many finally grasping the implications of Xie Jinghong's earlier words. It turned out he was not pleading for their sake, but rather intending for them to be expendable, which rendered their faces exceedingly grim. Yet they dared not voice their anger, nor did they wish to leave hastily. After all, this relic, a remnant from the realm of cave heaven, held unparalleled allure for these lower-ranked cultivators, since the young master of the Lord's estate and the young master of the Huang family both agree. Then my Qin family naturally has no objections. Moreover, I believe only the three of us possess the hope of obtaining the legacy of that ancient being from the cave heaven realm. The young master of the Qin family, Qin Fan, promptly assented, his gaze icy as he addressed the crowd. You lot, go ahead and scout the path for me. Qin Fan's gaze fell upon a few individuals standing before Lin Mu, causing their expressions to darken considerably. Damn it, what terrible luck! Why must I be chosen as the cannon fodder? Let us not speak so harshly. This is an opportunity granted to us by the three young masters, and we should cherish it. Fortune favors the bold. Although the relic may be fraught with danger, should we acquire the legacy of the ancient being from the cave heaven realm, it would be worth the risk. Indeed, in that case, I shall take the lead. The legacy within the relic shall be mine. That remains to be seen. The five adventurers, filled with uncontainable excitement, at that moment forgot the immense dangers that might lurk within the relic as they rushed headlong inside. Whoosh, a strange black mist suddenly billowed forth from the entrance of the relic cave. What is this ominous thing? Not good. Ah no, the eerie black mist swirled erratically, resembling a dance of malevolent spirits, enveloping the five adventurers in an instant that a cacophony of terrified screams erupted as their bodies transformed into mere skeletons, perishing on the spot. Chapter 52, Living Beings as Feed. The horrifying scene before them left everyone dumbfounded. Not good. That strange black mist is coming this way. Someone cried out in terror, jolting the stunned crowd back to reality. What is that thing? How can it be so terrifying? Once ensnared, one is doomed. Run, quickly escape from here. Cursed be it. I knew that the relics of the mighty beings from the realm of Dantian would not be so simple. Indeed, right at the entrance, there exists a great peril. Countless adventurers fled in terror. Yet many others, caught too close, were soon enveloped by the strange black mist that surged forth from the ruins. In an instant, chilling screams echoed through the air. Under the dread instilled by the ominous black fog, all were driven to flee in every direction. Wait! They've stopped. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in astonishment from behind. He had narrowly escaped being consumed by the eerie mist, his soul nearly fleeing in fright. The strange black fog seemed to be thwarted by an invisible barrier, allowing him to survive by mere chance. Meanwhile, others began to notice this peculiar phenomenon. The ominous black mist appeared unable to stray far from the entrance of the ruins. We need not flee. That was terrifying. I nearly fell victim to it. Thank heavens it has ceased. It was utterly horrifying. Whatever opportunities left by the ancient beings of the Dantian realm, I shall forego them and depart post-haste. The adventurers gazed at the eerie black mist lingering within a 50-zhang radius of the ruins, their eyes betraying their lingering fear. This moment, the thought of venturing into the ruins for further adventure filled them with trepidation. Huang Song Chen Fan. Have you noticed? The black mist seems to exhibit a pattern. Just as the crowd prepared to distance themselves from the area, the young Lord Xie Jinghong addressed the two clan leaders. Since the young lord has discerned a pattern, do not hesitate to share it, Huang Song inquired, a hint of confusion lacing his tone. Indeed, Xie, do not keep it to yourself. If our two clans must cooperate, we will do so without hesitation, Chun Fan remarked, keenly sensing something amiss. That I observed earlier that the black mist resembles a legendary ancient creature known as the primordial devouring insect, which feeds on human flesh and blood. Xie Jinghong stated calmly. Now, with them guarding the entrance to the ruins, we have but two options to enter. The first is to annihilate them entirely, which given our current strength is evidently unrealistic. The second is to pacify them. The primordial devouring insect? Pacify them? Huang Song felt a jolt of shock, accompanied by deepening confusion. Young lord, please enlighten us. How do we achieve this tranquility? Chun Fan, far steadier, immediately posed the crucial question. Quite simply, a blood sacrifice. Xie Jinghong replied coldly. They have been stationed here to guard the entrance of this ancient being's ruins, and it is clear they have gone a long time without sustenance. Only by feeding them will they calm down. Thus, if we wish to enter these ruins to obtain legacies and treasures, a blood sacrifice is our only recourse. You mean to suggest the blood and flesh of the adventurers here? Huang Song asked hastily. The young lord is truly astute, finding a solution so swiftly, Chun Fan added. In that case, our three factions must act quickly. If these hapless adventurers were to scatter, it would become quite troublesome. The three young lords exchanged glances, each recognizing the ruthless determination reflected in the other's eyes. Very well. You shall go left and right. I will take the rear. Ensure not a single adventurer escapes. Xie Jinghong commanded with an icy tone, and with that, he ascended upon a colossal sword that sliced through the sky. The left side is under my jurisdiction, declared Huang Song with a grand gesture. As his own forces soared towards the left sky, breaking through the air, Chun Fan, too, was not idle. His flying vessel had already departed, carrying the elite of the Chun clan away, upon witnessing the three major factions commandeering flying artifacts. Lin Mu felt an unsettling premonition. Cursed be it! What do the three great factions of the ancient wilderness intend to do? Lin Mu's heart raced. He understood these three clans could not harbor good intentions. Moreover, he sensed that this time, he too would not escape calamity. Soon enough, each of the three clans issued commands. Everyone, stand down. Anyone who dares to flee will be executed without mercy. All of you, halt. This place holds the opportunities left by ancient beings. Do you wish to leave so hastily? Anyone who dares to escape shall be met with death. The three young lords, piloting their flying artifacts, quickly surpassed everyone and positioned themselves should anyone dare to propose an alliance. They would immediately attract the attention of the formidable warriors from the three great families that in an instant, a powerful figure from the sky realm emerged from each of the three clans. Their strikes vicious and decisive, appearing before the one who had just suggested uniting against them. Bang! One adventurer was struck dead by a palm from a sky realm warrior of the Huang family, his body flying backwards several meters, dying instantly, a mere rabble. Do they still dare to speak of uniting against us? The eyes of the Huang family's sky realm warrior were filled with indifference. The murderous intent unabashed, instilling fear in the surrounding adventurers. Meanwhile, the sky realm warriors from the Qin family and the city lord's mansion swiftly executed the other two adventurers who proposed the alliance. Their cold gazes sweeping over the crowd, rendering all too afraid to meet their eyes at this moment. All adventurers fell silent, none daring to speak up. Even the three strongest teams, each comprised of half-step Sky Realm warriors, did not dare to raise their heads. Before the Sky Realm warriors, these half-step warriors found themselves compelled to bow their heads. The disparity between the Sky Realm and half-step Sky Realm is not insignificant. Yet the Sky Realm warriors present were of exceptional lineage, undoubtedly wielding powerful entry-level spiritual artifacts. And with such powerful artifacts in their possession, the Sky Realm warriors became terrifying adversaries, capable of annihilating ordinary half-step warriors in an instant. Everyone, obey my command. Advance forward. From this moment on, whoever lags behind will be executed by our three great families. Huang Song spoke coldly, wielding a blood spear, his killing intent palpable. The Huang family's young master spoke truthfully. Who would dare to disobey? There would be no mercy. Those who defy the will of the three great families shall perish. Chun Fan and Xie Jinghong each issued their deadly commands in turn. At this moment, the members of the three great families exuded a formidable aura, ever ready to kill, that in their eyes. The more than 300 adventurers in this place were nothing but a disorganized mob. Even less than mere weeds. Should they dare to resist, their fate would be singular death. The three great families were far too overbearing. It seems no one would dare to rebel. Lin Mu inhaled deeply. His expression complex, he realized that his meager strength was considered less than that of an ant in the eyes of the three great powers, and even the many adventurers around him regarded him with disdain. Lin Mu had no intention of provoking others, yet at this moment, a few individuals behind him had set their sights on him, simply because he stood in front of them. Kid, you might as well wait at the back to die. As a large group of adventurers was forced to move forward, one late stage will see Realm young adventurer fixated on Lin Mu with a malicious expression, seeking death. Naturally, Lin Mu was curious about his intentions and would never allow him to succeed. Bang! Lin Mu completely ignored the young man's martial skill attack, delivering a palm strike that sent the attacker flying to the back of the crowd. A blazing blade of fire flashed, instantly cleaving the young man's body, which was subsequently reduced to a pile of charred remains by the searing flames. This moment, Lin Mu had already surged to the center of the crowd. This lad is merely at the initial stage of the Wheel Sea realm. Quite interesting. Chun Fan's indifferent face flickered with surprise, yet he did not pay it much heed. After all, in this world, countless geniuses exist, and some possess extraordinary talents, surpassing their peers, and to Chun Fan, Lin Mu appeared to be one such individual. However, this mattered little. In his eyes, no matter how strong Lin Mu was, he remained a mere insect, hardly worth mentioning. From the rear of the crowd, screams of agony echoed. Anyone who fell to the back of the adventurer group would be ruthlessly slain. Soon, the adventurer group of over 300 was forced to within 50 paces of the entrance to the ruins, positioned before the swarm of devouring insects. This is not black mist, but a swarm of flying black insects. Devouring insects. This is the ancient swarm of devouring insects. Individually, these insects possess limited strength. Even a practitioner at the initial stage of the Wheel Sea realm can resist them, yet they are highly dangerous in groups. Even a fully realized Sky Realm master could face a grim demise at their hands. What? This swarm of wretched creatures is so fearsome. We are done for. There is no escape. All gazes turned to the densely packed swarm of devouring insects. Fear etched across their faces. Yet, they dared not retreat, for should they do so, the members of the three great families would undoubtedly strike them down without hesitation. They had been pushed to a dead end. All of you, get inside. If you charge in, there might still be a sliver of hope that if you do not advance, do not blame our three great families for being merciless, as the crowd hesitated. Huang Song, the young master of the Huang family, issued a voice of frigid coldness. Simultaneously, the members of the three great families unleashed a terrifying aura, a murderous intent enveloping the valley. Chapter 54. Those who lack insight. Amidst the carnage and the wretched screams, the valley resonated with the sounds of blood and flesh being torn apart. The members of the three great families, seeing that the crowd remained indecisive, began their vicious slaughter of those at the back. The blood-curdling cries emerged from the rear, and the group at the front, finally feeling the imminent threat of death, rushed into the nearby ancient swarm of devouring insects. With a rustling sound, the ancient swarm of devouring insects transformed into a billowing black mist, enveloping the multitude. Charge! As long as we make it into the ruins, we may find safety. Our only chance of survival lies in rushing inside. We must fight. Rather than be killed by the members of the three great families, it is better to plunge into the swarm and grasp at a chance of survival. Indeed, should we gain fortune within, we might even avenge ourselves. In that moment, the adventurers, driven by desperation, surged into the ancient swarm of devouring insects. Lin Mu was no exception. He had no choice. The three great families were too powerful, and this group could not unite. He alone could not stand against them. Thus, he too had to brace himself and charge forward. Fortunately, his physique was remarkably strong, comparable to the hardness of a low-grade spiritual artifact, which provided him with some confidence. Moreover, several tiny golden scales floated beside him, poised to unleash their unparalleled brilliance at any moment. Since it has come to this, I shall charge forward. Lin Mu dove headlong into the ancient swarm of devouring insects. Around him, blood-curdling screams echoed as we'll see realm practitioners met their grim fates at the hands of the ancient insects. This swarm transformed into a dark mist, sweeping through the area, leaving only the lingering echoes of screams and the bones of those devoured. Stripped of all flesh, the scene was horrifically brutal, difficult to behold as Lin Mu saw the ancient swarm of devouring insects rushing towards him. He dared not let down his guard, emanating a dazzling golden light as he unleashed the full power of his physical strength. Boom! 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 With each punch he threw, dozens of ancient devouring insects were obliterated on the spot. Even when a few managed to close in, he dispatched them with his dragon scales that in an instant he carved a bloody path, swiftly advancing towards the entrance of the ruins. However, the sheer number of ancient devouring insects was overwhelming, relentless in their pursuit. While he had slain many, even more transformed into a black mist, rushing toward him. Lin Mu dared not pause for a moment, activating the eternal golden body technique to its utmost, transforming into a beam of golden light as he raced toward the ruins. Aside from him, many others at the half-step sky realm level also managed to resist for a time, temporarily avoiding annihilation. However, these individuals were already shrouded in the ominous swarm of ancient devouring insects, their figures obscured from view. And it would not be long before their fate turned equally tragic. The young city lord truly possesses remarkable insight. The blood sacrifice method is proving effective. Many of the ancient devouring insects have ceased their pursuit. If it weren't for the young city lord's clever stratagem, we might never have made it into the ruins. Huang Song and Chun Fan's eyes gleamed with delight as they noticed that a significant portion of the ancient devouring insects had indeed stopped. Having fed sufficiently, only those still hungry continued to pursue the practitioners to this moment. More than a dozen powerful adventurers had reached the entrance to the ruins, poised to enter. Behind these individuals lay countless casualties. Skeletal remains strewn about, a harrowing sight. Yet, the swarm of devouring insects had calmed considerably. Perhaps they were mostly sated, and fewer were still hunting the adventurers. To my knowledge, the ancient devouring insects possess extremely low intelligence. I merely exploited their instincts. Little Dao Air. Xie Jinghong smiled slightly, evidently relishing the praise from the two, though he spoke lightly to this moment. His gaze turned toward the entrance of the ruins. Let us go. We should set off and enter the ruins, lest we be outpaced by others. Xie Jinghong, having spoken, directly led a dozen formidable individuals from the city lord's mansion, soaring on a colossal sword, intent on flying straight into the ruins. Huang Song and Chun Fan hastily followed suit. However, they soon found their flying magical artifacts obstructed by an invisible barrier, unable to advance a single step, and were forcefully repelled. The few practitioners at the void flight stage were likewise suppressed by this force. Falling from the sky, damn it. It's a spatial restriction array. The members of the three major factions quickly regrouped, preparing to breach the ruins. Yet, when those at the void flight stage reached the entrance, they were immediately repelled by another layer of restriction. Even those at the void flight stage could not enter. Damn it. It appears that this ruin only permits individuals below the void flight stage to venture forth. The void flight practitioners of the three factions could only remain outside, awaiting developments. Meanwhile, Huang Song, Chun Fan, and Xie Jinghong swiftly led their followers into the depths of the ruins. Outside the passageway of the ruins, a profound silence enveloped the area, while dense swarms of devourer insects crawled across the ground, forming a dark carpet that covered the terrain within 30 zhang of the ruins, even blanketing the withered bones of fallen cultivators beneath their menacing presence. Whoosh! A throng of individuals rushed eagerly deeper into the passageway, and soon they finally entered the ruins. Ahead lay an expansive expanse, nestled within towering mountains, yet shrouded above by a spatial restriction array and a concealment array, rendering this place a realm of its own. Haha, I never imagined I would truly stumble upon an ancient ruin. Damn the three major factions of the great wilderness ancient city. Just wait. I will seize the legacy of the ancient mighty and annihilate you all. Having survived countless perils, I have finally arrived at this place. I hope to be the first to seize the opportunity. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth here is so rich. Cultivating in such an environment will undoubtedly yield remarkable results. I hope there are no further threats within the ruins. The survivors were overwhelmed with excitement, but their expressions soon shifted, for the members of the three major factions had already surged in behind them. Who the hell said they would annihilate our three factions? Step forward to meet your doom. Huang Song was the first to protest, his fierce gaze sweeping across the crowd, sending chills down everyone's spine. At this moment, the group exchanged glances, unable to resist casting their eyes toward the middle-aged man in a yellow robe who had spoken carelessly moments ago. Sensing their gazes, the yellow-robed man's expression changed dramatically. Suddenly, he detected an aura emanating from Lin Mu that was only at the early stage of the Wheel Sea realm, and a cold smirk crept across his face as he pointed toward Lin Mu. Not far away. Report to young Master Huang, the one who spoke so brazenly earlier is him. This wet-behind-the-ears young fool. Is that so? Huang Song replied coldly, his interest piqued, since you claim it is he. I shall grant you the opportunity that if you can kill him, I will believe you. Otherwise, I shall slay you myself. After stating this, Huang Song fell silent, fixing a chilling gaze upon the yellow-robed man while casting an intrigued glance toward Lin Mu. This boy had caught his attention earlier, being the first to plunge into the ruins, but he was curious to see what means this youth possessed to have navigated past the ancient horde of devourer insects with such apparent ease. Despite being at the early stage of the Wheel Sea realm, this young man is no ordinary individual. I wish to see just how formidable he truly is. The yellow-robed man was foolish enough to serve as a test for him. Chun Fan wore a similar cold smile. Meanwhile, Xie Jinghong also directed his gaze toward Lin Mu, clearly having taken note of him as well, eager to discern his capabilities. Conveniently, this yellow-robed man boasted strength at the half-step void flight stage, which should suffice to probe Lin Mu's true strength. Chapter 55. A slap to the face. What a wretched fellow, to be so unjustly maligned. His misfortunes are about to compound. If he must blame someone, let it be his own insufficient strength, having narrowly escaped with his life only to arrive here. Let the show begin. Perhaps this young man is more than he appears. The surrounding survivors, each with eyes wide in anticipation, turned their curious gazes toward Lin Mu. They had exerted every ounce of strength to escape the devourer insect horde, thus were unaware of Lin Mu showcasing his prowess as the first to breach the ruins. Consequently, they deemed Lin Mu's presence here rather incongruous, for among them, the weakest was at the pinnacle of the Wheel Sea realm, with numerous half-step void flight practitioners in their ranks. However, the members of the three families were different. They had witnessed all the adventurers navigating through the horde of devourer insects from their flying magical artifacts, and thus held vivid impressions of those with formidable strength. Since you have chosen to seek your own demise, I shall oblige, under the scrutiny of all. Lin Mu's countenance darkened, and he coldly regarded the middle-aged man in yellow, speaking deliberately that he had no desire to draw attention to himself or expose his abilities. Yet, the careless words of the yellow-robed man had thrust him into the spotlight, rendering any concealment impossible. Moreover, he was now marked by the three major factions, a predicament that would prove exceedingly challenging. Although the void flight practitioners of the three factions could not enter the ruins, none of the half-step void flight individuals were to be trifled with, should he reveal too much of his strength. The repercussions could be dire, undoubtedly making him a thorn in the side of the three factions. Yet if he withheld his abilities, he could not extricate himself from the current predicament that at this moment. His animosity toward the yellow-robed man intensified. "You brash little fool! How dare you claim I am seeking death? No wonder you felt emboldened to speak against the three major factions earlier. Truly, the inexperienced are unafraid of the tiger." The yellow-robed man glared at Lin Mu with a malevolent expression, stating, "Now, in place of the three major factions of the great wilderness ancient city, I shall tear your filthy mouth apart, so you may learn that careless words come at a steep price." Lin Mu had said nothing at all, a fact well understood by all present. Yet, none would stand up for him. What sense of justice? In this moment, it would only lead to one's own peril, drawing fire upon oneself. Thus, the gathered individuals were indifferent to whether the middle-aged man in yellow was lying. They were solely concerned with the entertainment unfolding before them. After speaking, the yellow-robed man could not be bothered to employ any martial techniques. His blood surging as he launched a punch at Lin Mu. "Die, yellow-haired brat." The yellow-robed man's eyes gleamed with cold laughter. In his view, Lin Mu, a mere early-stage will-see cultivator, could be dispatched with a single blow. After all, he possessed innate divine strength, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Even the physical prowess of a void flight practitioner could be met with his might. Lin Mu's early-stage will-see strength was nothing to him. "Come at me." Lin Mu's eyes brightened at once. His physical strength could rival that of a low-grade first-tier spiritual artifact. Even the body of a void flight practitioner could not contend with him. After all, a first-tier spiritual artifact could easily slice through the defenses of a void flight practitioner. Yet, for a void flight practitioner to destroy a first-tier spiritual artifact was a daunting task. At this moment, the yellow-robed man dared to rely on his physical strength to suppress him, essentially courting disaster. Boom! Lin Mu's golden blood surged as he retaliated with a ferocious punch. Crack! The sound of shattering bones resonated as their fists collided. The yellow-robed man's fist was obliterated, his arm twisted by the overwhelming force. His entire right arm shattered, but a scream of agony escaped the yellow-robed man's lips, his face a mask of terror as he attempted to flee. Unfortunately, Lin Mu was too swift, transforming into a flash of golden light that appeared before him in an instant, delivering a resounding slap. Smack! The sharp crack of flesh striking flesh echoed as Lin Mu's palm met the yellow-robed man's face, sending blood spraying and a number of shattered teeth flying. The middle-aged man in yellow emitted a wretched shriek, his eyes rife with malice. Smack! Lin Mu showed no mercy, charging forward to deliver another resounding slap. "Let this be a lesson in humility, and may you learn to keep your mouth shut," Lin Mu declared, seizing the yellow-robed man's hair with one hand while delivering a barrage of slaps with the other. Smack, 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 smack. A relentless flurry of slaps left all present in stunned silence. Heaven above, what am I witnessing? An early-stage will-see cultivator slapping a half-step void flight practitioner, and this half-step void flight practitioner is utterly powerless to retaliate. This young man is indeed a hidden gem. No wonder he could traverse the ancient horde of devourer insects. His physical prowess is truly terrifying. With golden blood surging, could he possibly possess a unique physique? This unfortunate man has truly bitten off more than he can chew. Unless I am mistaken, he is about to be slapped to death. The adventurers buzzed with astonishment, their eyes wide as they struggled to comprehend the scene before them, as if unwilling to believe their own eyes. Among them, the weakest was at the pinnacle of the Wheel-C realm, yet none dared to assert they could best Lin Mu in their eyes. Lin Mu was exceedingly dangerous, his strength not to be underestimated. He had compelled them to regard him as an equal. Some cultivators, feeling slightly weaker in physical strength, instinctively distanced themselves from Lin Mu, fearful that this human beast might turn its wrath upon them. Die! Lin Mu, with an air of indifference, unleashed a fierce slap that sent the head of the burly man in a yellow shirt soaring through the air, exploding into a spray of crimson and white. The stench of blood filled the atmosphere. The brutality of his actions left many in shock, causing those who harbored ill intentions towards him to reevaluate their stance. It was clear that the fear instilled by this battle would deter most from provoking him lightly. This young man is utterly ruthless. He kills without a flicker of hesitation, despite his youthful appearance. He has evidently been hardened by countless battles. It would be unwise to provoke him, for the consequences could be dire. Everyone had presumed him to be the weakest, someone easily bullied, but it now seemed that his combat prowess likely ranked among the highest in our midst. The adventurers cast wary glances at the young man standing amidst them, exuding a palpable aura of battle intent, their expressions shifting with apprehension. Naturally, Lin Mu's strength did not escape the notice of the three major factions in the ancient city of Dahuang. At this moment, the gazes of the three young masters were fixated on Lin Mu, as if attempting to pierce through his very essence. This lad is extraordinary. He could very well seize the legacy of the ruins. He must not be allowed to escape. Huang Song, the young master of the Huang family, was the first to speak, his eyes betraying an unmistakable murderous intent. Concurrently, the dozen or so cultivators behind him spread out, their auras flaring with malice. Subtly encircling Lin Mu, Xie Jinghong from the City Lord's mansion exchanged a glance with Chen Fan, the young master of the Chen family, both of their eyes glinting with ferocity. Young Master Chen, young master of the city, you may sit back and watch. I wish to test this boy's strength first. Huang Song sneered, his eyes brimming with eagerness that he was excited at the prospect of sparring with Lin Mu. After all, he was among the top 10 on the Tianjiao list of Dahuang ancient city. Although his talent did not match that of the young master of the city, he was certainly on par with Chen Fan of the Chen family. Moreover, he had long proclaimed himself as the second greatest talent of Dahuang ancient city. While they were all merely at the threshold of the Void Realm, their status as prodigies, coupled with the full support of their families, marked them as far from ordinary cultivators at this stage. That the young master of the Huang family, one of the three major factions, Huang Song possessed formidable talent, boasting the strength to match early Void Realm cultivators even in the later stages of the Wheel Sea realm. Now, as a half-step into the Void Realm, he could contend with mid-Void Realm experts without falling behind, and with the aid of his tiered spiritual weapon, his combat power would be even more terrifying. Since young Master Huang is so inclined, we shall gladly enjoy the spectacle, Chen Fan remarked with a smile. This boy possesses some strength. He may very well be the human saint body from Beixian City. Do not underestimate him, Xie Jinghong interjected calmly, his eyes sparkling with a sword-like intensity, as if ready to pierce through anything at a moment's notice that he practiced the sword path, which was inherently formidable. And he had achieved a small measure of mastery, rendering him unfathomably powerful. Even so, he had been taken aback by Lin Mu's physical prowess. The human saint body from Beixian City. Wasn't he supposed to be crippled? Yet, judging by that golden blood energy earlier, it could not be mistaken. Only the human saint body could possess such formidable physical strength. Huang Song's eyes gleamed with interest. It is said that the human saint body is invincible in physical combat. I am eager to witness just how powerful he truly is. With that, Huang Song advanced directly towards Lin Mu, drawing the attention of all present. The human saint body from Beixian City. How intriguing. I never expected him to still be alive. No wonder his physical strength is so remarkable. He must be the bearer of the strongest battle body among humans. It seems that the foolish middle-aged man met his end justly. It was all of his own making. To dare contend against the human saint body in physical prowess was indeed a path to self-destruction. As the distance between the two narrowed, the atmosphere grew tense with anticipation that I hold no grudge against you and have no desire to engage in combat, Lin Mu declared, taking a deep breath, his countenance dark and cold as he gazed at Huang Song. Boy, my willingness to engage you is a favor. Do you truly think you can refuse this, young master? Huang Song shot back, a fleeting flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Lin Mu understood that this man was undoubtedly a formidable adversary, perhaps the strongest he had encountered thus far. Should they clash, he would have to reveal all his trump cards, and the outcome might not be favorable for him. Thus, if it could be avoided, he preferred not to engage Huang Song in battle. I appreciate young Master Huang's kindness, but I truly do not wish to fight anyone at this moment. I hope you can understand, Lin Mu replied, steeling himself to speak, that he had gathered from the other cultivators that Huang Song and his companions were of notable status, and now he could easily recognize them. Humph. Who do you think you are? Why should this young master understand you? Huang Song retorted coldly. Enough with the pleasantries. You shall entertain me instead. Once I subdue you, should you agree to serve me as a subordinate, I may yet spare your life. Upon hearing Huang Song's aggressive words, Lin Mu realized that battle was now inevitable, that if you think to make me your subordinate, you may find yourself sorely mistaken. Lin Mu's voice turned icy, and a surge of golden battle intent erupted from him, as if golden waves were roaring within, generating an awe-inspiring aura. Indeed, he is the human saint body. How fascinating. Truly fascinating. Huang Song was initially startled by Lin Mu's aura, but then his eyes gleamed with cold amusement. Since that is the case, I shall defeat you with sheer physical strength. I am keen to see just how powerful your body is. With that, Huang Song radiated overwhelming blood energy, the phantom of a vast sea of blood emerging behind him, casting a terrifying scene that caused the onlookers to change color. This is the Huang family's most powerful technique. The Blood Sea Battle Body Secret, which can only manifest the Blood Sea apparition upon reaching a certain level of mastery. That it was astonishing that Huang Song, at such a young age, had achieved this stage. No wonder he is regarded as one of the most talented prodigies into Huang ancient city. A spectacular showdown is upon us. The clash of the Blood Sea Battle Body against the human saint body is a rare spectacle. It has been ages since such a confrontation between battle bodies has been witnessed. I can hardly contain my excitement. The spectators widened their eyes, eager not to miss a single detail of this grand battle. This moment, they could not explore the ancient ruins of the great beings. For the other members of the three major factions were watching closely. Anyone daring to venture forth would undoubtedly face dire consequences. It would be wiser to observe this battle of physical prowess first. The Blood Sea Battle Body, you say? As Huang Song charged at him, Lin Mu also erupted with battle intent and advanced to meet him. The two moved with incredible speed, closing the distance swiftly. Boom! The golden fist clashed with a blood-colored fist, each carrying overwhelming force, resulting in a blinding explosion of golden and crimson energies. Staggering back, both fighters retreated several steps, their expressions grave. Lin Mu fell back 2 steps. Yet he had not unleashed the full might of his immortal golden body. He wished to avoid revealing too much of himself, lest he become the target of all. Huang Song, however, retreated 3.5 steps. What a powerful human saint body! It truly lives up to its reputation. Yet, my Blood Sea Battle Body is far more than this. Huang Song's expression turned serious as he coldly declared, "Come again." "Kill!" Lin Mu roared, charging forward once more. Boom! 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 The two engaged in a fierce battle. This was a pure contest of physical strength, the most exhilarating form of combat, the most primal way of fighting. They refrained from using spiritual weapons or techniques, relying solely on their fists and flesh to clash. In that moment, the battlefield was awash in a torrent of blood and golden light, as the two battled fiercely. Bang! Another clash of fists sent both fighters staggering back. "Boy, to oppose me, you dare to hide your strength. It seems I must show you a bit of my true power." Huang Song's face darkened. After battling for dozens of exchanges, he recognized that his physical prowess fell short of Lin Mu's. Yet he could not afford to lose face before so many, especially with the young master of the Chun family and the city lord's mansion watching. Since he could not suppress Lin Mu with physical strength, he would resort to his cultivation power instead. "Blood Sea, arise!" Huang Song bellowed, and instantly his battle body manifestation exploded forth. With a roar, streams of blood surged from the void, coalescing into a vast blood pool that enveloped Lin Mu. Lin Mu felt his legs ensnared, rendered nearly immobile. Simultaneously, grotesque blood hands erupted from the depths of the blood pool, reaching out to drag Lin Mu into the depths, intent on dissolving him into the very essence of the blood sea. "Damn it, this blood pool is rapidly corroding my protective energy." Lin Mu was taken aback as he discovered the blood in the pool possessed a terrifying corrosive quality, rapidly depleting his vital energy. Should his protective energy be breached, the blood would directly corrode his physical body. Gurgle, gurgle. Lin Mu found it difficult to move within the blood pool, as countless blood hands suddenly emerged, dragging him deeper into the crimson depths. All around him, the blood water surged ominously. Hiss, hiss, hiss. His protective energy was being consumed at an alarming rate. Had it been an ordinary cultivator at the early stage of the Wheel Sea realm, they would have exhausted their energy in mere moments, ultimately succumbing to the gruesome fate of being corroded to death in the blood pool. "Break free!" Lin Mu roared inwardly, summoning an arrow feather into his hand. This was a first-tier low-grade spiritual artifact, and as Lin Mu infused it with his vital energy, it became exceptionally sharp. Hiss, 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 he sliced through the surrounding blood hands with a golden glimmering arrow feather. Severing them with haste. Simultaneously, he conjured a first-tier low-grade spiritual artifact, the Baishang Bao. Drawing the bowstring and knocking an arrow, he directly locked on a Huang Song that in an instant, a resplendent golden arrow shot forth. And the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged upon the golden arrow as if drawn by an unseen force, amplifying its might. With a thud, the golden arrow pierced the void. Heading straight for Huang Song, break. Huang Song was equally startled. The arrow was too close for him to prepare adequately, forcing him to barely raise his blood-colored spear to parry the attack. Clang! The blood spear narrowly deflected the golden arrow. Yet the residual force left a shallow scar on his handsome face. Die! Lin Mu did not hesitate, continuously drawing and shooting 2 more golden arrows formed from his vital energy that moment. His body radiated a torrent of golden blood energy, and as his physical power surged, he leaped over the blood sea and landed on a massive stone. Meanwhile, the 2 golden arrows had already reached Huang Song, who managed to block them but appeared exceedingly flustered. The proximity between them was too close, and Lin Mu's sudden assault caught him off guard. Huang Song, is it you, the young master of the Huang family in the great wilderness ancient city? Are nothing remarkable. Just wait, I will collect this debt from you sooner or later. Lin Mu spoke coldly, transforming into a streak of golden light and vanishing at an astonishing speed. Witnessing Lin Mu's effortless escape, Huang Song's expression darkened to an extreme. Looking at the blood trickling from his face, he felt as though he had been dealt a resounding slap, the kind that reverberates painfully that moment. Huang Song's face twisted in a sinister manner, his eyes exuding a chilling malice that if his gaze could kill, Lin Mu would have died countless times already. What are you all doing standing there? Why aren't you pursuing him? Huang Song glared at his subordinates, voice laden with menace. The brat dares to underestimate me. I will ensure he pays a heavy price. All of you, attack together and kill him. Capture that kid alive. With Huang Song's command, over a dozen formidable cultivators from the Huang family surged forth in pursuit of Lin Mu. And we must also enter the ruins quickly. We cannot allow that brat to seize the opportunity first. Chun Fan's expression shifted, promptly issuing orders. Xie Jinghong naturally did not remain idle, leading her group into the depths of the ruins that we must charge in as well. If fortune favors us, we might obtain treasures and legacies from the ruins. This is a relic left by a powerful being from the ancient cave realm. Should we acquire some fortuitous encounters, we could soar to great heights. Hurry, the opportunities left by the cave realm's experts lie ahead. The adventurers' eyes gleamed with excitement as they rushed forward. That moment, they felt immense gratitude toward Lin Mu. Had he not angered the young master of the Huang family, the latter would not have been driven to pursue him into the depths of the ruins. The city lord's mansion and Chun family's members would not have followed suit, fearing the young master of the Huang family might seize the opportunities. Thanks to Lin Mu's commotion, they were no longer under the control of the 3 major families and could venture freely into the ruins for adventure. Huang Song, damn you! I have no enmity with you, yet you forced me into this predicament and now send people to hunt me down. Just you wait. When I find the opportunity, I will annihilate all of you. As Lin Mu sprinted forward, he bellowed furiously. Initially, he had no desire to make enemies, but Huang Song's actions were utterly excessive, forcing this conflict upon him. Brat, if you have the guts, stand still. Running away is no skill. Huang Song's voice dripped with coldness, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Today, he suffered a tremendous embarrassment. The young master of the Huang family, a half-step skyward realm cultivator, was unable to subdue a mere early-stage Will See cultivator. If word of this got out, his reputation would suffer a grave blow, potentially jeopardizing his position as the young master of the Huang family. Thus, he was determined to capture Lin Mu, either forcing him to submit or killing him outright. Only then could he uphold the prestige of the Huang family young master. The many powerful cultivators of the Huang family were acutely aware of this, and as they pursued Lin Mu, they exerted their utmost effort. Yet, relying on the power of his eternal indestructible golden body, Lin Mu did not need to employ any speed-enhancing techniques. His natural speed far surpassed that of the Huang family pursuers. who could only trail behind, engulfed in dust. Damn it. This is infuriating. That brat is far too swift. Huang Song grumbled in frustration, yet he found himself unable to keep pace, his teeth grinding in irritation. Witnessing the Huang family's cultivators rushing ahead, Xie Jinghong and Chun Fan could not afford to be complacent, hastily ordering their own forces to advance rapidly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cultivators from the Qin family and the city lord's mansion strained their utmost to surge forward. Behind them, dozens of adventurers also sprinted with great urgency. Suddenly, the desolate ground ahead trembled, as if some colossal creature were about to burst forth from the earth. From the hardened ground, black centipedes, appearing as if forged from pure iron, erupted forth, each measuring over 3 meters in length and bearing a grotesque appearance. They emitted piercing cries, their numerous legs scuttling across the ground as they swiftly charged towards Lin Mu and the others. These were the Iron Spine Wulong, creatures whose power rivaled that of fully realized Wheel Sea realm cultivators, imbued with potent toxins and formidable defenses. How could there be so many? Someone recognized the identity of these centipedes at once. Their heart gripped by terror. Flee, quick, escape. If caught, it's a certain death. Damn it, with the ancient devourer swarm ahead being this terrifying. Now a horde of Iron Spine Wulong arrives. It appears this ancient being has no intention of allowing anyone to obtain his legacy and treasures. It is a complete extermination. Damn it, had I known, I wouldn't have come. Now it seems I might just lose my life. The crowd fled in panic, and Lin Mu did not hesitate to escape as well. Block that brat Lin Mu. Don't let him get away. Huang Song's face darkened, intent on cutting off Lin Mu's escape route. Yes, yes. The cultivators from the Huang family unleashed their auras, brandishing their blood spears to completely seal off Lin Mu's retreat. Chapter 58. The grievance of today? I, Lin Mu, shall repay it 100-fold. The Huang family cultivators boiled with murderous intent, standing ready. Should Lin Mu dare to retreat, they would strike mercilessly to end his life. Damn it. Lin Mu's expression turned grim, beneath which lay an unfathomable desire for vengeance against the Huang family of the great wilderness ancient city. He had no prior grievances with them, yet the young master of the Huang family pressed him relentlessly, now seeking to sever his path to survival. This moment, had it not been for the obstruction of these powerful members of the Huang family. He could have easily escaped using his speed, for with his eternal indestructible golden body, he could easily outrun the Iron Spine Wulong that were closing in behind him. Yet now, the young master of the Huang family had ordered that if he dared to retreat, there would be no mercy. This effectively cut off Lin Mu's escape route. Brat, let us see where you can run. Huang Song sneered, his expression filled with mockery. Huang Song, you wait. Today's grievance, I, Lin Mu, will repay it 100-fold. Lin Mu replied coldly, recognizing that retreat was no longer an option, but he bit down hard, activating his eternal indestructible golden body to its utmost, transforming into a streak of golden light and charging straight into the midst of the fearsome Iron Spine Wulong. Ha! You think you can threaten me? First survive in the jaws of these beasts. Huang Song laughed derisively, witnessing Lin Mu rushing forth to his doom, and he waved his hand, commanding, "We shall retreat and avoid these beasts as much as possible." Yes, the Huang family members quickly withdrew, for facing such a massive horde of Iron Spine Wulong sent shivers down their spines that we should also retreat. Withdraw, run. The Lord's mansion, the Qin family, and all the surviving adventurers were terrified, retreating in haste and refraining from engaging in conflict. The individual strength of the Iron Spine Wulong was not particularly formidable. However, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. This moment, the desolate land was stirred up by swirling dust, with over 100 Iron Spine Wulong emerging from the ground, and even more were surfacing from below. The sight left everyone present feeling a prickling unease. Amidst the dust-laden earth ahead, there was only a solitary golden figure darting swiftly among the throng of Iron Spine Wulong. His speed was astonishing. Although the Iron Spine Wulong had detected him long ago, they were unable to catch up or even approach him. Yet, the sheer number of Iron Spine Wulong was daunting, including several stronger individuals among them. Soon, a sharp chirp echoed from within the crowd, and several dark red Iron Spine Wulong, each over 3 meters in length, charged towards the golden figure with lethal intent. These dark red, iron spine Wulong possessed a terrifying strength, comparable to that of a cultivator at the semi-ascendant stage. Their defenses were formidable and laced with venom. Should they ensnare anyone, even a nascent ascendant cultivator would likely meet an immediate demise. Cursed be it, there are even quasi-first-tier iron spine Wulong here. Lin Mu's expression changed dramatically as he sensed 5 quasi-first-tier iron spine Wulong swiftly converging upon him. His face darkened and a murderous intent ignited in his eyes. He understood that being surrounded by these 5 quasi-first-tier iron spine Wulong would lead to dire consequences. Even if he could contend with them, the weaker iron spine Wulong surrounding him would quickly close in, making escape impossible, that he had to carve a path through them. Kill. Lin Mu's golden blood surged, and he charged directly towards the nearest quasi-first-tier iron spine Wulong. Chirp. Unfazed, the quasi-first-tier iron spine Wulong spewed forth a great mouthful of dark green venom. Its eyes filled with a vicious and malevolent gleam. Lin Mu hastily unleashed a technique, the mountain-crushing palm, transforming it into a colossal hand of primal energy aimed at deflecting the dark green venom. The venom was exceedingly potent, swiftly corroding Lin Mu's mountain-crushing palm. Yet, despite its ferocity, the impact was not overwhelming, allowing Lin Mu's technique to barely hold it at as the crowd watched the battle unfold. Anticipation began to swell within their hearts. They eagerly awaited the moment when Lin Mu would be vanquished by the iron spine Wulong, hoping to rush in and seize the beast's essence pill for themselves. The strength of Lin Mu's physical form was truly astonishing, and the radiant golden light swirling around him exuded an air of mystery, undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. Huang Song's eyes gleamed with avarice. Yet he refrained from acting, biding his time for the perfect opportunity. The same moment, Chen Fan and Xie Jinghong also took note of this phenomenon. For individuals of their prestigious backgrounds, the essence pill from the iron spine Wulong was of little concern. However, the golden light hovering near Lin Mu captivated their attention. That golden light shall be mine. Xie Jinghong's eyes sparkled with a fierce intensity as he strained to discern the true nature of the luminous phenomenon surrounding Lin Mu. I trust you all have noticed that this young man possesses a treasure. Chun Fan commanded those behind him, assist me with all your might. This treasure is destined for me, of course, aside from the members of these 3 powerful factions. Others quickly became aware of the occasionally flickering golden light surrounding Lin Mu. The brilliance was utterly terrifying. Each time it surged forth, it could easily slay a quasi-first-tier iron spine Wulong, leaving all present in awe. The strongest among them barely reached the half-step void realm and could not hope to confront a quasi-first-tier iron spine Wulong alone. Yet Lin Mu's physical prowess, along with the enigmatic golden light, could effortlessly annihilate them. This indicated that Lin Mu had already attained a level of power capable of easily dispatching his foes. However, this was also due to the relatively low intelligence of the iron spine Wulong, which failed to comprehend the necessity of cooperation. Were they to unite and employ combined tactics, the result would be fearsome indeed. Die. All of you shall perish. Lin Mu roared, his body ablaze with golden blood energy, his fists radiating with brilliance and power beyond measure. The eternal golden body bestowed upon him unparalleled physical strength that I end this moment of frenzied slaughter amidst the iron spine Wulong horde. He reveled in the carnage. This location was truly an ideal place for him to grow stronger. The essence pills from the quasi-first-tier iron spine Wulong could elevate his cultivation level, and their remarkably sturdy spines would certainly serve to refine his physical form. However, Lin Mu's body had already reached the threshold of a low-grade spirit weapon, and even the spines of quasi-first-tier iron spine Wulong, once refined with the black flames from the 9 Dragons' divine cauldron, would not enhance his physical prowess further. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mu reflected on his recent attempt to absorb the remains of a quasi-first-tier iron spine Wulong directly into the 9 Dragons' divine cauldron. The black flames swiftly reduced the creature's carcass to nothingness, ultimately leaving behind a droplet of golden energy that coursed through Lin Mu's body. Yet he felt no sign of enhancement in his strength. It merely replenished his energy reserves. Thus, he understood that to truly strengthen his body, he needed to refine more potent materials, such as the spines of genuine first-tier iron spine Wulong. Nevertheless, the combat prowess of first-tier iron spine Wulong was comparable to that of mid-stage Void Realm practitioners, making their defeat exceedingly difficult. At present, Lin Mu lacked the absolute confidence to confront such beasts to slay a first-tier Iron Spine Wulong. My cultivation must reach the mid-stage of the Wheel Sea realm, leveraging the power of dragon scales for a chance of success. Otherwise, with my current physical strength, I might struggle to breach a first-tier Iron Spine Wulong's defenses. Lin Mu mused, once I obtain one or two more quasi-first-tier Iron Spine Wulong Essence Pills. Along with the 600 high-grade Spirit Stones I previously acquired, I should be able to elevate my cultivation to the mid-stage of the Wheel Sea realm in one fell swoop. Eager anticipation filled Lin Mu's eyes as a ferocious aura radiated from him. With a sudden flash, he appeared before a quasi-first-tier Iron Spine Wulong and struck its head with a powerful punch, shattering it. This time he did not acquire an essence pill. Undeterred, he charged toward the next quasi-first-tier Iron Spine Wulong. After a fierce battle, he succeeded in slaying 5 more of these creatures. Finally, he had gathered 5 essence pills from the quasi-first-tier Iron Spine Wulong, the energy of which should rival that of a first-tier beast's essence pill. In a moment, he could attempt to break through to the mid-stage of the Wheel Sea realm. Lin Mu felt invigorated. Throughout the battle, he had been utilizing the black flames from the 9 Dragons' Divine Cauldron to refine the Iron Spine Wulong corpses to restore his strength, and he remained in peak condition. Although his primordial energy had been significantly depleted, it had been fully replenished by 1 essence pill from a quasi-first-tier beast. Just as he prepared to leave this place and attempt his breakthrough, a massive first-tier Iron Spine Wulong, over 10 meters long and reflecting an eerie crimson glow, charged toward him in a fit of rage. Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the creature, Lin Mu's expression grew grave. The disparity in strength between quasi-first-tier and first-tier beasts was colossal. He could easily slay quasi-first-tier Iron Spine Wulong, but facing a true first-tier beast required his utmost effort. Perfect. You shall serve as the measure of my current combat strength. Lin Mu inhaled deeply, an ember of fierce battle intent igniting within him. Chapter 60. The battle against the first-tier beast, the Iron Spine Wulong King. That aura belongs to a first-tier low-level Iron Spine Wulong. He dares to engage in battle with a first-tier low-level Iron Spine Wulong. The human saint body is truly formidable, exhibiting such monstrous talent even in the early stages of the Wheel Sea realm. Daring to clash with a genuine first-tier beast. I wonder if he can prevail against this true first-tier Iron Spine Wulong. At this moment, all eyes were riveted on Lin Mu and the first-tier low-level Iron Spine Wulong exuding a terrifying aura. The 3 young masters of the 3 major factions in the great desolate ancient city wore expressions of solemnity. They were all prodigies, each capable of battling beyond their ranks. However, facing a first-tier low-level beast alone was not something to be taken lightly. After all, such beasts possess strength on par with mid-stage Void Realm practitioners. Yet, the 3 of them, as the pride of the great desolate ancient city, would undoubtedly find a first-tier low-level Iron Spine Wulong to be no match for them in battle. They refrained from intervening, wary of the stronger Iron Spine Wulong lurking beneath the desolate earth. Now, it was the perfect opportunity for Lin Mu to test the waters that my physique may be slightly inferior to yours. But I wonder what level your body has attained. Huang Song, the young master of the Huang family, regarded Lin Mu with cold indifference, perceiving him merely as a foolish jester. Killing him would be a trivial matter, requiring only a slight display of genuine skill. The human saint body is reputed to be the strongest physique among humanity. I am curious to see how far he can go. I am eager to learn the true power of his treasure. Xie Jinghong and Chun Fan also watched the battlefield with keen interest, as if attempting to unravel Lin Mu's every secret. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Lin Mu charged directly at the Iron Spine Wulong King, which was over 10 meters long. The Wulong King, wearing a savage expression, opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of dark green venom, forming a luminous curtain that surged toward Lin Mu. Damn it. Lin Mu realized that the venom from this first-tier low-level beast was no trifling matter. His earth-shattering palm, a formidable technique, would be utterly ineffective against it. He had previously tested this, discovering that his technique could barely withstand the venom from a quasi-first-tier beast. Had he not acted swiftly, he would have been met with dire consequences. Thus, he dared not recklessly test the dark green venom. With a hum, a flurry of golden dragon scales erupted from Lin Mu's body. Under his manipulation, the scales expanded, forming a half-meter-wide shield that stood before him. The dark green venom was incredibly toxic and possessed alarming corrosive properties, yet it left no mark upon the golden dragon scales, merely sliding off like droplets of water. These golden dragon scales could expand and contract at will, impervious and everlasting. Even if the venom were 100 times stronger, it would leave no trace upon the scales. However, enlarging the scales required a significant expenditure of Lin Mu's primordial energy. Fortunately, his reserves were vast enough that this consumption was hardly a concern. Yet even merely enlarging the scales to half their size nearly depleted 3% of his energy. For an ordinary practitioner in the early Wheel C realm, such a drain would be insurmountable. "You vile creature, prepare to die." Lin Mu roared, seizing the opportunity to reach the towering dark red iron spine Wulong King. Delivering a ferocious punch, the Wulong King, undeterred, swung its massive body to strike back at Lin Mu. The clash of Lin Mu's golden fist against the dark red scales produced a deafening sound akin to metal colliding. And to Lin Mu's astonishment, his once invincible punch was halted, failing to breach the creature's defenses. This beast possesses an incredibly powerful physique. It truly lives up to its status as a first-tier beast. Lin Mu was taken aback, swiftly altering his trajectory to launch another assault on the Iron Spine Wulong King. The creature's eyes glimmered with a frigid and ferocious light as it charged towards Lin Mu once more. A fierce battle between man and beast erupted, a raw clash of physical prowess marked by the most primal of confrontations that I in that moment. Neither combatant was willing to concede an inch. This beast possessed an astonishingly formidable physical defense. It seemed that unless Lin Mu unleashed the might of his dragon scales, he could hardly breach its defenses. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mu diligently searched for the creature's weaknesses, but alas, its entire body was nearly impervious. He unleashed a barrage of punches, each infused with immense power, creating sonic booms in the air, yet he found himself unable to penetrate the beast's defenses, which only served to incite its ferocity further. Clearly, slaying it would necessitate the power of the dragon scales. Once again, Lin Mu struck out with a punch, but still he could not pierce the beast's guard. Consequently, he was left with no choice but to expend more energy. Summoning the dragon scales that in an instant, the half-meter-long dragon scale transformed into a radiant beam of golden light, slicing through the air with unmatched sharpness. With a resounding thud, the scale plunged deep into the iron spine Wulong King's skull, embedding itself several inches, yet failing to sever its head. The creature let out a screech of agony. Fully awakening its murderous instincts, that suddenly twisted its body and delivered a powerful tail whip towards Lin Mu. With a thunderous crash, Lin Mu barely managed to raise his arms in defense, but the force sent him hurtling through the air, crashing heavily onto the ground, shattering several massive stones, and sliding several meters before finally stabilizing his form. Its defensive strength was astonishing. Even my dragon scales struggled to slice through that accursed hide, making it clear that killing it would not be an easy feat. Lin Mu finally grasped the true power of the first-tier junior beast, the Iron Spine Wulong, and his expression darkened. The beast's core and spirit stones he had accumulated were meant for breaking through realms, yet to slay this creature would evidently demand a significant expenditure of energy to activate the dragon scales. Otherwise, success was unattainable. Moreover, the three major factions and other adventurers were lurking nearby, eyeing him with predatory intent. He was reluctant to deplete his strength excessively. The Iron Spine Wulong King's eyes blazed with ferocity. Its green pupils radiated a menacing aura, and it charged at Lin Mu without waiting for him to make the first move. Enough! I cannot allow this rabble to benefit from my plight. I must first evade their assault. Suddenly, Lin Mu's eyes lit up as he darted towards the onlookers who were leisurely spectating. He was wary of the three major factions, yet he held no reservations against the disorganized throng of adventurers. These individuals were akin to scattered troops, nearly incapable of uniting. Thus, if he could lead the threat away, he might find an opportunity to escape from this exceedingly troublesome Iron Spine Wulong King. Damn it, it's charging towards us. This scoundrel is leading the threat our way. What a treacherous bastard. This could spell our doom. We must flee for our lives. The moment the horde of Iron Spine Wulong followed Lin Mu, an overwhelming sense of dread swept through the dozens of adventurers. Some, quick-witted, dashed towards the three major factions, hoping to save themselves by seeking refuge among them. Yet, could the members of these factions be so easily fooled? Their self-proclaimed cleverness would surely come at a dire cost. Chapter 61. Leading the threat away, the air was pierced by shrill cries that sent shivers down the spines of all present adventurers. Even the members of the three major factions in the great wilderness ancient city turned pale at the sight of the swarming Iron Spine Wulong army, though each of them possessed considerable strength and could coordinate their attacks. The sheer number of the Iron Spine Wulong made it an arduous task to contend with, particularly those approaching beasts, exceeding in size and nearing the first tier, instilled deep apprehension in them. How dare you attract the Iron Spine Wulong horde here? You seek death. Chun Fan's gaze turned icy as he spotted two adventurers rushing towards him. In an instant, he brandished his flaming greatsword, cleaving through the air with a blaze of fiery energy. With a sickening squelch, the two cultivators, who had reached the pinnacle of the Wheel Sea realm, were swiftly dispatched, their bodies gruesomely severed. Yet, despite their demise, the horde of low-intelligence Iron Spine Wulong behind them turned their attention towards Chun's group. Those two fools deserve their fate. However, we now face a considerable predicament. Chun Fan's expression hardened as he commanded, "Retreat. There is no need to waste our energy fighting these beasts. Our target is that brat Lin Mu. We must acquire the treasures he possesses." On the other side, the young master of the Huang family, witnessing Lin Mu fleeing towards another direction, hastily pursued him. "Do not let him escape. Capture him," Xie Jinghong also ordered urgently. In an instant, the desolate land became a chaotic battlefield, the sounds of combat between cultivators and iron spin at this moment. Lin Mu's speed in fleeing had intensified. He hurriedly retreated into the distance while unable to suppress a cold smirk as he glanced back. Upon witnessing Lin Mu's retreating figure and hearing his gloating voice, Huang Song trembled with rage, his entire being ablaze with fury. In that instant, he yearned to capture Lin Mu and subject him to 1,000 torturous deaths. Unfortunately, he had already become the target of the formidable Iron Spine Wulong King, rendering his escape impossible for the time being. Most critically, his speed paled in comparison to Lin Mu's, making the notion of pursuing him utterly unrealistic. "Damn Lin Mu! How dare you scheme against me? Just wait, you little brat. I will ensure you suffer endlessly." Huang Song glared viciously in the direction Lin Mu had vanished, then was compelled to devote all his energy to confront the terrifying horde of Iron Spine Wulong. "Want to deal with me? You'd better survive this pack of beasts first," Lin Mu sneered, adding, "By the way, I must remind you, what you face is likely not merely a single early-stage Iron Spine Wulong." Chirp, chirp, chirp. As soon as Lin Mu's words fell, several piercing sounds erupted not far away. The gazes of Huang Song and the Huang clan cultivators were instantly drawn to the source of those sharp noises. And upon recognizing it, their expressions shifted dramatically. They discovered that, not far from them, 3 or 4 Iron Spine Wulong kings, each measuring over 10 meters in length and appearing as if forged from solid iron, were charging toward them. Chapter 62. The Hall of Inheritance appears. The crisis of life and death descends. This is bad. We've run into serious trouble. For more early-stage demon beasts, Iron Spine Wulong had arrived. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? This bastard has truly led us into a dire predicament. Young master, what should we do now? The faces of the Huang clan cultivators turned ashen. Although they wielded powerful entry-level spirit tools and still had various trump cards up their sleeves, the group of Iron Spine Wulong that was charging at them was simply too formidable. If they were completely surrounded, they would be unable to slay this pack of beasts, let alone escape. Use the combined attack formation, and let us carve out a bloody path. The expression on Huang Song's face shifted repeatedly. This moment, his hatred for Lin Mu reached its zenith. He wished nothing more than to kill him immediately. Yet he could not afford to split his attention, as the Iron Spine Wulong King, which was entangled with him, posed a significant challenge. "This is the consequence of offending me." Lin Mu gazed at the Huang clan cultivators, now ensnared by the Iron Spine Wulong, feeling a surge of delight. This was merely a small interest he sought in return from them, that if they survived, Lin Mu would not hesitate to deliver a parting strike. Earlier, he had sensed that aside from the Iron Spine Wulong King, there were several other equally powerful presences behind him, which was why he had refrained from continuing the battle IT was just right to use these 5 Iron Spine Wulong kings leading the army of Iron Spine Wulong to confront the Huang clan cultivators from the great ancient city. Meanwhile, Xie Jinghong and Chun Fan's expressions darkened. This fellow is no simple adversary. It won't be easy to kill him, that we shouldn't engage him for now. Let's take the opportunity to delve deeper into the ruins. Originally intending to kill and seize treasures, Xie Jinghong, upon witnessing Lin Mu's formidable strength, temporarily set aside his murderous intent. That kid is troublesome. We should proceed deeper into the ruins first. The inheritance within is our primary goal, Chun Fan promptly ordered. The members of the 2 major factions swiftly unleashed their speed, slaying the relatively weaker Iron Spine Wulong as they pressed on deeper into the ruins. That it seems I cannot fall behind either. Although this ruin is fraught with peril, the treasures left behind by the ancient expert are certainly extraordinary. I cannot allow them to slip through my fingers. Lin Mu took a deep breath and quickly increased his speed, trailing the 2 major factions closely. Initially, he had planned to break through to the mid-stage of the Wheel Sea realm first, but it was evident that exploring the ruins took precedence. Damn it. The members of the 2 major factions and that kid are trying to plunge deeper into the ruins. Huang Song's expression darkened as he declared, activate the entry-level spirit tools and eliminate those strongest Iron Spine Wulong kings. This young master cannot be trapped here. Yes, yes, yes. In an instant, the Huang clan cultivators joined forces, producing several entry-level spirit tools that as they combined their efforts, the formidable might of the spirit tools erupted, exterminating all nearby Iron Spine Wulong. The power of the entry-level spirit tools they wielded was overwhelming. Even those early-stage Iron Spine Wulong kings struggled to withstand it, being swiftly annihilated on the spot that in the surrounding area. A space was immediately cleared. All the Iron Spine Wulong kings fell to the Huang clan cultivators' devastating assault, and the remaining Iron Spine Wulong, now leaderless, emitted panicked cries before hastily fleeing. Quick! Let us charge into the depths of the ruins. This young master is determined to claim the inheritance within. Huang Song, seeing the Iron Spine Wulong disperse, finally breathed a sigh of relief as he commanded while rushing toward the depths of the ruins. The Huang clan cultivators quickly set about refining spirit stones to restore their energy as they followed suit. This time, they had expended considerable resources to slay those Iron Spine Wulong, leaving them unable to recover their energy in the short term. Although they had suffered no casualties, their current state posed a heavy blow to their forthcoming expedition into the ruins. After all, only in peak condition could they significantly increase their chances of obtaining the inheritance and treasures within. At present, the entrance to the ruins was sealed off by the powerful aerial cultivators from the 3 major factions, preventing anyone from easily entering or exiting. Consequently, within the ruins left behind by the ancient expert, only the members of the 3 major factions and Lin Mu had the qualifications to seize opportunities that for the other adventurers. They had all perished tragically within the ruins, falling victim to the ruthless Iron Spine Wulong. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xie Jinghong and Chun Fan led a dozen cultivators, advancing rapidly until they halted before a massive hall. This ancient, weathered hall was enveloped by a faint azure light barrier, blocking their path. Surrounding the altar was a barren expanse of land, which at present lay empty and silent. The inheritance and treasures left behind by the ancient expert should be contained within this hall, Xie Jinghong thought, his gaze gleaming with excitement that if the young city lord is not planning to make a move first, then I shall take the initiative, Chun Fan remarked with a smile, turning to Xie Jinghong that if Brother Chen wishes to try, feel free. I have no objections. Xie Jinghong replied nonchalantly, clearly unwilling to be the first to attempt. Then I shall be the first. Chun Fan nodded, addressing a fully realized Wheel Sea realm cultivator beside him. You two, go and test it out. Yes, yes. The 2 exchanged complex glances, aware that touching the azure light barrier could lead to significant danger. Yet they had no choice but to proceed with trepidation. Cultivators of the Chen clan, they were bound to obey the orders of their young master. Chun Fan, that I shall see what is so special about this light barrier. Chun Fan inhaled deeply, silently preparing himself. The others held their breath, ready to respond to any unforeseen occurrences. They approached cautiously, finally making contact with the azure light barrier. Buzz, as the 2 touched the azure light. They were immediately struck by a powerful force, causing their bodies to instinctively crouch down. This is bad. Such immense pressure, they exclaimed, hastily retreating, filled with trepidation regarding the area enveloped by the azure light. What is happening? Chun Fan inquired, unable to contain his curiosity upon witnessing their predicament. Reporting to the young master, once this azure light is touched, it exerts a tremendous pressure, resembling a force field formation. Upon entering, one will be suppressed. At the moment of contact, my cultivation was also instantly restrained, rendering me unable to exert any force, one of them explained quickly. Upon hearing this, the others began to contemplate. Clearly, to enter the hall and obtain the inheritance and opportunities, one would require formidable physical strength. Let me give it a try. Chun Fan took a deep breath, his figure flashing as he swiftly approached the azure light barrier. Gritting his teeth, he stepped boldly into it. "We're going in too." Xie Jinghong could no longer remain passive and rushed forth, followed closely by the cultivators from the city lord's mansion. At this moment, Lin Mu also arrived nearby, just in time to hear the mystery surrounding the azure light barrier. Only by relying on physical strength can one enter the hall. This is perfect for me, Lin Mu thought with anticipation, preparing to charge forward. However, at that instant, his heart suddenly quaked, and an overwhelming sense of life and death crisis surged from behind him. "Lin Mu, you little bastard, prepare to die." The assailant was none other than Huang Song, who had closed in just tens of feet behind Lin Mu. His blood-red spear erupted with a terrifying crimson glow. Its might colossal as he hurled the spear toward Lin Mu's back, seeking to pierce him through. Chapter 63. This is impossible. The blood-red spear in Huang Song's hand is a first-tier mid-grade spiritual weapon. Possessing formidable power, this moment, it is being fueled to its utmost potential, its might reaching terrifying heights. Such power could easily breach the defenses of even a mid-stage practitioner in the Skyward Realm. Although Lin Mu's physical form is remarkably robust, should that blood spear pierce him, he would either perish or suffer devastating injuries. After all, his physical strength is merely comparable to that of a first-tier low-grade spiritual weapon. While Lin Mu had prepared himself, he did not anticipate Huang Song's ferocity, as he relentlessly channeled a vast amount of Yuan force into the blood spear, launching it from a distance. This brat is doomed. No matter how resilient his body is, he cannot withstand the full force of a first-tier mid-grade spiritual weapon. He has grown too arrogant. Does he truly believe that the Huang clan is so easily provoked? The disciples of the Huang clan, having been severely outsmarted by Lin Mu earlier, now gazed at him with cold smirks, as if they could already envision the scene of Lin Mu being impaled by that dreadful blood spear. After executing this move, Huang Song had also relied on the Yuan force of the Huang clan cultivators to propel the first-tier mid-grade blood spear to its zenith to this moment. Both he and the other Huang clan practitioners were significantly weakened, hastily retrieving spirit stones and elixirs to restore their cultivation. Simultaneously, the fearsome blood-colored war spear, radiating a monstrous crimson light, surged toward Lin Mu's over. This lad is unlikely to survive. While the holy body of humanity is indeed formidable, it stands no chance against overwhelming force. The lord of the great wilderness ancient city and the members of the Qin family were equally startled by the sudden turn of events, realizing that facing the spear's might would almost certainly lead to their demise. Huang Song must be driven to madness. Otherwise, he would not act so recklessly. Qin Fan murmured to himself, acknowledging that although he had confidence in repelling the strike, it would not come without cost. Such spear power would demand a price, even from me. Xie Jinghong's face bore a grave expression. Among all present, it seemed only the two prodigies, Huang Song and Xie Jinghong, could potentially thwart this attack using their hidden cards. Anyone else would surely perish. This moment, every gaze was fixated on that terrifying blood spear, eager to witness whether Lin Mu could withstand this lethal strike. After all, this was a full-powered assault from a first-tier mid-grade spiritual weapon, a challenge even for a mid-stage Skyward Realm expert. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Mu displayed no intention of resistance, nor did he make any move at all. Has he surrendered? It appears he has resigned himself to his fate. The crowd's thoughts raced, convinced that Lin Mu had relinquished his struggle and was prepared to meet his end, that a wave of mixed emotions surged within them, inevitably recalling Lin Mu's earlier rampage among the Iron Spine Wulong, where he had been so spirited and powerful, akin to an invincible war god, that he could even contend effortlessly with a first-tier early-stage demon beast. the Iron Spine Wulong King. Yet now he was on the verge of a dismal conclusion. In an instant, the crowd felt a tinge of regret, lamenting the potential loss of such a prodigy. Closer, closer! The terrifying spear, enveloped in a torrent of blood light, had now penetrated Lin Mu's vicinity. Yet still, Lin Mu remained motionless, merely uttering a single word with icy indifference. Receive. Swish. As his words echoed, the nine-dragon divine cauldron within him trembled slightly. And instantly, the spear, exuding overwhelming might, vanished into thin air. The blood essence was swiftly absorbed by the nine-dragon divine cauldron, and with a whoosh, black flames enveloped the formidable first-tier mid-grade blood spear, transforming it into a droplet of golden energy in mere moments. This energy surged throughout Lin Mu's body, igniting an intense warmth within him, as if he were on the brink of combustion. The fearsome searing sensation made Lin Mu feel as though he might be ignited. Yet he could sense his physical form growing immensely stronger, accompanied by an overwhelming pain akin to being scorched to Iasegon. That dreadful blood spear. Just like that. How did he just execute that? What on earth? On the azure defensive formation stained with blood, ripples finally emerged once more. Although it had yet to be breached, as long as Lin Mu continued his assault, this formation would surely shatter. Excellent. Hold your ground. In just a moment, this brat will meet his demise. Seeing this, Huang Song finally felt a modicum of relief. Without hesitation, he retrieved a small recovery pill from his storage bag and swallowed it in an instant. The small pill contained an exceptionally pure essence of elemental energy, which upon ingestion rapidly revitalized his nearly depleted reserves. This brat possesses something peculiar within him. If the spiritual weapon's assault proves ineffective, then I shall unleash the formidable martial arts of the Huang family to eliminate him. As Huang Song felt the surge of energy within, he cast a cold, piercing gaze at Lin Mu and declared, "You all maintain the formation. I, the young master, shall personally employ the great wilderness bloodsteel technique to subdue him." Yes, the Huang family's cultivators responded with fervor, their spirits lifted at the thought of their young master unleashing the great wilderness bloodsteel technique. This technique, one of the Huang family's powerful martial arts from the ancient city of the Great Wilderness, belongs to the low rank of the Xian tier. Such a martial art possesses tremendous power, capable of threatening even mid-stage Skyward Realm experts. Against an early-stage Skyward Realm cultivator, the Great Wilderness Bloodsteel technique could even deliver a fatal blow. While Lin Mu's physique is indeed formidable, he is still merely at the early stage of the Wheel Sea realm, making him exceedingly vulnerable to such a potent martial arts assault. The Great Wilderness Bloodsteel technique. Is that not a low-tier Xian martial art of the Huang family? I never anticipated Huang Song would be driven to such extremes. However, although he can invoke this technique, it must surely take a toll on him. Chen Fan, the young master of the Chen family, observed with a serious expression that he understood that even he would have to exert himself fully to contend against Huang Song's move. Huang Song indeed lives up to his title as the young master. This technique demands my utmost respect. Xie Jinghong's eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions, clearly tinged with trepidation, at this moment. Both he and Chen Fan chose to delay their attempts to breach the ancient hall for the inheritance. They had just tested the waters and realized that traversing the region enveloped by the azure light curtain to reach the ancient hall left behind by a powerful being was no simple feat. Now, they had retreated outside the azure glow, watching the unfolding drama with keen interest. There was no rush. They could wait for Lin Mu and the Huang family cultivators to determine the victor before attempting to penetrate the azure curtain for the opportunities and legacies within the ancient hall. A low-tier Xian martial art, you say? To confront it with my current physical strength may not be prudent, Lin Mu thought, his expression turning grave. This was his first encounter with such a formidable technique. Previously, in his battle with Scarface, the explosive talisman employed had been incredibly potent, capable of slaying ordinary early-stage Skyward Realm cultivators. Yet he could not ascertain whether the power of Scarface's explosive talisman paled in comparison to Huang Song's great wilderness bloodsteel technique. Nevertheless, he dared not take unnecessary risks. The day Scarface unleashed the explosive talisman had cost him dearly. Though he endured the assault using his physique, it exacted a heavy toll, leaving him drained and his blood energy tumultuous, rendering him combat ineffective for a time, akin to a fish on a chopping board. Thus, when facing Huang Song's low-tier Xian martial art, Lin Mu would not dare to be careless, preparing to unleash the dragon scale to counter it directly. "Lin Mu, you little scoundrel, perish," Huang Song roared, channeling all his energy into the great wilderness blood-steel technique. With a whoosh, a massive crimson hand, shimmering with a torrent of blood light, materialized, resembling a blood-red steel, inscribed with myriad profound patterns. At this moment, it swelled to an enormous size, descending upon Lin Mu with terrifying force. Feeling the overwhelming power emanating from that crimson hand, the Huang family cultivators were electrified with excitement. Their young master, indeed, was worthy of his title. Even at half a step into the skyward realm, he could wield a Xian-tier martial art. Given time, he would surely soar to great heights. I, the young master of the Huang family, am naturally a dragon among men, destined to soar through the heavens. Ha! With the young master unleashing a Xian-tier martial art, this brat is finished. Finally, this brat is about to meet his end. The Huang family cultivators collectively exhaled, feeling assured that no matter how formidable Lin Mu might be, he could not withstand the might of the great wilderness blood-steel technique. Yet, to their astonishment, Lin Mu did not engage directly. Instead, he seized the opportunity presented by their complacency and unleashed a fierce punch towards the defensive formation they had constructed together. Huang Song's expression darkened to an extreme. He could hardly believe that Lin Mu, in the face of his forceful invocation of the low-tier Xian martial art, would dare to divert his focus. Was this not a death wish? At that moment, not only Huang Song, but even Chun Fan and Xie Jinghong, along with all others present, were rendered speechless by the spectacle. Chapter 65. Indomitable might break for me. Lin Mu's entire being radiated golden light as he unleashed a fearsome punch, intent on shattering the formation maintained by the Huang family cultivators. In that instant, every Huang family cultivator was sent reeling, spewing blood and collapsing, several falling unconscious while the rest found themselves in a state of utter disarray, their eyes wide with horror and dread. Simultaneously, a dragon scale the size of a millstone erupted from Lin Mu's body, piercing toward the descending crimson hand. The golden dragon scale wielded tremendous power, infused with a significant portion of Lin Mu's elemental energy, an amount equivalent to 50 times that of an ordinary early-stage Will See realm cultivator, rendering its might truly formidable. As the millstone-sized dragon scale flew forth, it cleaved the massive crimson hand in two, the golden light surging forth, its power diminished yet still aimed at the visibly shaken Huang Song. Water Pearl. Activate in a critical moment. Huang Song managed to retrieve a defensive treasure from his person, channeling his last vestige of elemental energy into it. The pale blue water pearl immediately rippled, enveloping his body in a protective barrier. At that moment, the golden dragon scale, carrying residual force, approached, yet was met by the seemingly fragile waves of water, which ultimately diffused its power. With a whoosh, the diminished dragon scale was summoned back to Lin Mu's body. Meanwhile, Lin Mu sprang into action, transforming into a streak of golden light as he charged towards Huang Song. Die for me. Lin Mu hurled a punch at Huang Song, the intensity of which reflected the pinnacle of his current physical prowess. Crashing forcefully against the defensive waves created by the water pearl, the pale blue waves rippled violently, forming a massive indentation shaped like a fist, nearly brushing against Huang Song's flesh. This sight drained the color from Huang Song's face. What terrifying physical strength! His power has evidently grown even stronger. Huang Song's expression fluctuated, realizing that he could no longer afford to remain passive. He had to go all out, revealing all his trump cards. Lest he meet his end here. Young master, we come to your aid. Brat, do not harm our young master. The Huang family cultivators. Huang Song's complexion had turned ashen to the extreme. Witnessing the merciless slaughter of all his subordinates at the hands of Lin Mu filled him with both shock and dread. At this moment, a tinge of regret began to seep into his heart, that he lamented having provoked such a ruthless individual as Lin Mu. Not only had he lost his entire entourage, but he now found himself facing a life-and-death crisis. What are you, after all? What is the Huang family of the great wilderness ancient city? Anyone who dares to cross me, regardless of whether they are a deity or possess an ancient lineage, I shall swiftly bring to their end. Lin Mu spoke coldly, advancing step by step towards Huang Song. Prepare to descend into hell to join them. You cannot kill me. Huang Song's countenance shifted dramatically as he exclaimed. The Huang family is one of the three great powers of the great wilderness ancient city that if you dare to take my life, you certainly will not survive either. His expression fluctuated between fear and desperation as he continued. Let us settle this matter peacefully that if you spare me, I shall hold no grudges against you. Let us pretend this never happened. What do you say? Settle this matter peacefully. Lin Mu replied coldly. Oh, what a splendid suggestion. If you had not persistently sought my death, why would I have pursued you to the end? And now, you have the audacity to speak of letting it go. Do you truly believe you are worthy? Furthermore, even if I were to spare you now, do you honestly think you would refrain from seeking revenge? Do you think me a mere child, easily deceived? Lin Mu's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, his gaze fierce and menacing, as if it contained a terrifying power of intimidation. When he looked at Huang Song, the latter felt an icy chill run down his spine, his body trembling uncontrollably. I can offer you compensation. I can apologize, as long as you do not kill me. I can offer anything. Huang Song took a deep breath, his eyes filled with complexity that asked the air of the Huang family. One of the three great powers of the great wilderness ancient city. I should possess what you need, that I can provide you with vast amounts of spirit stones, and I can even promise you an exorbitantly priced spirit artifact. I might even be able to share the Huang family's techniques with you. With that, Huang Song was fully committed to saving his life, ready to pay any price. The terror emanating from Lin Mu at this moment was insurmountable, and thus he could only muster his utmost efforts to negotiate. Since you are so inclined, then first present your storage bag, that if I find it acceptable, I might consider sparing your life. Lin Mu had no intention of letting this fellow off easily. Yet acquiring treasures without conflict was indeed a desirable outcome. Moreover, as the contemporary young master of the Huang family, he surely possessed valuable items. Are you implying that you are willing to spare me? Huang Song's eyes lit up with hope as he hurriedly retrieved his storage bag and tossed it over. Lord Lin, I admit my fault, and this is everything I possess. Please accept it, if it is insufficient to buy my life. Once we exit the Mangu Great Forest, I shall compensate you further. Chapter 66. Spending money to save one's life, severely slaughtered. Lin Mu received the storage bag thrown by Huang Song and discovered that it had been stripped of its spiritual imprint. Allowing direct inspection, upon examination, Lin Mu felt somewhat satisfied, though he maintained a facade of indifference. Inside were over 1,300 high-grade spirit stones, several spirit stones of varying grades, a low-grade first-tier spirit artifact, and a few medicinal pills. This paltry sum is hardly enough to purchase your life, Lin Mu remarked coldly. Even this quantity of spirit stones would be considered a fortune for the Lin family. Yet for Huang Song, the young master of the Huang family, it was but a trifle. Furthermore, Lin Mu required a substantial amount of high-grade spirit stones to ascend to greater realms. 1,300 high-grade spirit stones, while not an insignificant amount, did not satisfy him. Lord Lin, I also possess a set of low-grade first-tier protective armor. Please accept it. Huang Song said begrudgingly that if you deem what I offered insufficient to secure my life, I can promise you even more spirit stones and battle artifacts. As long as you spare my life, I am prepared to offer anything. Seeing a glimmer of hope for survival, Huang Song hastily ingratiated himself while making promises. Yet beneath his obsequious gaze lay a deeply concealed murderous intent, fleeting yet palpable. With a swift motion, the protective armor flew from Huang Song's body into Lin Mu's grasp. Lord Lin, this is my low-grade first-tier protective armor. Please accept it. Huang Song inhaled deeply, forcing a smile. Lin Mu unceremoniously stored the silver protective armor into his storage bag. Although it had little utility for him, it was better than nothing. Once he had the 9 dragons' divine cauldron devour and refine it, it would still provide some enhancement to his physical form that all. This trifling collection cannot possibly buy your life. Lin Mu's expression darkened after stowing away the silver armor, feeling the murderous intent behind Lin Mu's words. Huang Song's heart sank that he realized he had exhausted all his resources, and if Lin Mu remained unyielding, he would have to fight with everything he had. Though he still had hidden cards, their significance was paramount, and using them would inflict tremendous pain upon him. Lord Lin, how about this? I currently possess no more spirit stones that I can write you an IOU. Huang Song took a deep breath, summoning the courage to propose. An IOU? Lin Mu was taken aback, then replied, "An IOU is acceptable, but I require a considerable amount of spirit stones, all high grade. Here, we have the city lord's mansion and members of the Chun family. Borrow some spirit stones from them first. Whatever remains can be put down in an IOU later." Upon hearing Lin Mu's words, Huang Song felt an overwhelming surge of anger, deeming Lin Mu's demands excessively unreasonable. Yet, powerless to resist, he could only acquiesce at "How many high-grade spirit stones do you require for me to earn my reprieve?" Huang Song inquired, taking a deep breath. "First, borrow as many as you can from the two major factions. Whatever you manage to gather, bring it forth. The rest, we can discuss leisurely," Lin Mu replied nonchalantly. "Rest assured, as long as you satisfy me, I shall let you go today." Lin Mu's words served as a reassuring balm for Huang Song. He saw a flicker of hope for survival. Furthermore, he had already resolved that as long as he could placate Lin Mu and avoid death, he would not have to pay a heavy price for his escape. Everything would be negotiable. Now, regardless of how much Lin Mu took from him, once his allies arrived, Lin Mu would have to repay him in full. Hence, he was willing to endure any cost at this moment. "I, Chen Fan, cannot bear to see a friend in distress. Allow me to assist. I have over 1,000 high-grade spirit stones here, and I shall lend them all to you today, Huang brother," as the young master of the Chen family. Chen Fan seized the opportunity to exploit Huang Song's plight, feigning a serious demeanor as he spoke. By the way, everyone should contribute their high-grade spirit stones to lend to Huang brother." Yes, the members of the Chen family exchanged glances, smiling knowingly as they hurriedly produced all their high-grade spirit stones to hand over to Chen Fan. "Huang brother, I have gathered 1,300 high-grade spirit stones for you. Just write an IOU. And when we return to the great wilderness ancient city, you can repay me .as for interest. I will charge you 30% for a month," Chen Fan said with a grin that barely concealed his malice, preparing to toss the storage bag to Huang Song. "Huang brother, I, from the city lord's mansion, have also managed to gather 1,700 high-grade spirit stones for you. Just write an IOU, and we trust in the strength of the Chen family. As for interest out of friendship, I shall also charge you 30% for a month," Xie Jinghong interjected at that moment, his expression unreadable, as if genuinely altruistic in his intentions to rescue Huang Song from peril. Though the three were all young masters from the three major powers of the great wilderness ancient city, their families appeared harmonious at a glance, yet intense competition simmered beneath the surface. As the young masters of the three great factions, the friction and discord between them were ever present. Thus, witnessing Huang Song's misfortune brought Chen Fan and Xie Jinghong great delight. 30% interest for a month. Huang Song murmured under his breath, trembling at the realization that 30% interest was nothing short of usury. However, he found himself powerless to resist, reluctantly nodding in agreement to both that I end this transaction. He had borrowed a staggering 3,000 high-grade spirit stones. With an interest of 30% amounting to an additional 900 high-grade spirit stones, in essence, he now owed Xie Jinghong and Chen Fan a total of 3,900 high-grade spirit stones. Such an immense sum of high-grade spirit stones was beyond the means of even the young master of the Huang family. To repay such a debt within a month, he would have to rely on the resources of his family. At this moment, Huang Song's eyes turned crimson, his mind buzzing with turmoil. The two IOUs were quickly penned and handed over. "Thank you, both young masters, for your assistance. I, Huang Song, shall remember this kindness." Huang Song took a deep breath, forcing himself to express gratitude, though inside he was seething with rage. Yet, he felt powerless, compelled to endure everything with clenched teeth. This moment, his animosity towards Lin Mu was overwhelming, and he harbored a profound disdain for the two smiling fox young masters before him. He had long viewed these two with discontent, and now, that feeling intensified, he wished nothing more than to trample them underfoot and deliver a thorough beating. "Very well. Brother Huang shall take these spirit stones for now. Brother Huang can rest assured, since young Master Lin has offered you this opportunity, he is unlikely to strike against you again," Xie Jinghong and Chen Fan chimed in, grinning as they sought to console him. However, their words were like daggers in Huang Song's ears. Chapter 67. Coercion. Huang Song inhaled deeply once more before accepting the storage bag handed to him by Chen Fan and Xie Jinghong. Within that bag lay an astonishing 3,000 high-grade spirit stones. This was no trivial sum. If converted to low-grade spirit stones, it would amount to a staggering 30 million. That such a quantity was astronomical for the Lin family. Young Master Lin, with my capabilities, I can repay at most a little over 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. Now that I have borrowed so much, including principal and interest, this is the utmost my family is willing to pay on my behalf. Tell me, are these spirit stones enough to purchase my life? Huang Song forced himself to maintain composure, looking earnestly at Lin Mu. Your life is indeed quite valuable. You must believe in yourself, as the young master of the Huang family in the great wilderness ancient city. You should be worth at least 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Lin Mu remarked with a slight smile, noting Huang Song's exceedingly displeased expression. However, given that your attitude towards me has been favorable, and with these 3,000 high-grade spirit stones, I shall spare your life today. Of course, you will need to provide me with an IOU for the deficit, to be repaid at a later date. Huang Song quivered violently, suppressing the urge to commit murder, stifling the boundless fury and killing intent within him. After a moment, he replied, "Very well. I am grateful to young Master Lin for this chance at life. I shall prepare the IOU immediately." Taking another deep breath, Huang Song retrieved pen and ink, swiftly composing an IOU. He then threw both the note, indicating he owed Lin Mu 6,700 high-grade spirit stones, and the storage bag containing 3,000 high-grade spirit stones towards Lin Mu. Excellent. Lin Mu inspected the items before smiling and declaring, "You are now temporarily free, as long as you do not seek your own demise. I shall not lay a hand on you again. Thank you, young Master Lin, for your magnanimity," Huang Song replied, struggling to contain the murderous rage within him. At this moment, he yearned to rend Lin Mu into 1,000 pieces. Yet he understood that the time was not yet ripe. Certainly, he harbored murderous intent towards Xie Jinghong and Chun Fan as well. If given the opportunity, he would not hesitate to eliminate everyone present. In his mind, all those gathered in this place deserved to die. Huang Song endeavored to appear more composed, gripping a blood-red orb no larger than a pinky fingertip in his hands, muttering to himself, "Just wait, don't give me a chance, or I shall obliterate you all. If you covet my spirit stones and treasures, you must be alive to seize them." This diminutive orb now lay snugly against his palm, unnoticed by anyone. His restraint and the lengths he went to please Lin Mu in order to survive were all due to this blood-red orb. For him, its worth transcended 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Its value immeasurable to it was precisely because of its existence that Huang Song had yet to erupt. Very well. Since there are no lingering grievances among us, let us thoroughly explore how we might enter the ancient legacy palace left by the great beings of old. Xie Jinghong proposed at that moment. Indeed, Chun Fan added with a smile, "We have already made some attempts. The azure barrier surrounding the relic palace possesses a terrifying pressure that can suppress cultivation, rendering one unable to unleash their abilities. Therefore, to access the relic palace, we may need to rely on our physical strength to force our way in. As their words fell, numerous gazes turned towards Lin Mu. The reason was simple. Lin Mu's physical prowess was likely unmatched among all present. What do you mean? Lin Mu sensed the shift, and his expression darkened immediately. He had just single-handedly defeated and even annihilated a group of Huang family members, leaving only Huang Song as a solitary survivor, showcasing formidable combat strength. Did they truly think that such a display was insufficient to intimidate the Qin family and the Xie family of the great wilderness ancient city? As he felt their gazes upon him, Lin Mu instinctively thought they sought to exploit him. But would he truly allow himself to be manipulated? Moreover, did they genuinely possess the confidence to consume him? With these uncertainties in mind, Lin Mu was curious to see how these two powerful factions would act towards him. "Brother Lin, if I am not mistaken, you must be the legendary human saint from Beixian City." "Correct," Xie Jinghong remarked nonchalantly. "In truth, we merely desire to collaborate with you. Would you be willing?" "Brother Lin, I have long admired the renowned human saint. How about we join forces today?" Chun Fan chimed in, a smile gracing his lips. Following Lin Mu's earlier display of overwhelming combat prowess, both men internally acknowledged his strength. Although Lin Mu appeared to be merely at the initial stage of the Wheel Sea realm, the power he had unleashed and the unfathomable trump cards he possessed were enough to command their respect. That if they were not fools, they would realize that Lin Mu was not to be trifled with. After all, even Huang Song, the young master of the Huang family, had suffered greatly at Lin Mu's hands, ultimately conceding and using spirit stones to buy his life. Collaboration. It seems we have no need to ally in this matter. Lin Mu acknowledged his identity, but whether he was indeed the human saint was of little importance. What mattered was that he understood he had firmly established his reputation through that battle, leaving a deep impression on both Xie Jinghong and Chun Fan. Lin Mu knew that this was why the two were willing to sit down and discuss with him. Had it not been for that prior confrontation, they likely would have led their subordinates to pressure him without hesitation. However, Lin Mu was not particularly interested in the idea of collaboration. After all, he knew little about these two, and who could say when they might turn against him and betray him? "Brother Lin, please allow me to finish speaking before you decide whether or not to collaborate with us." Xie Jinghong smiled faintly, exuding an air of refined elegance that evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "I assume you ventured to the wild, ancient forest from Beixian City seeking opportunities, and now, the ancient cave realm left by powerful beings lies before you, that if you manage to acquire treasures and inheritances within, your cultivation will undoubtedly advance by leaps and bounds in the future. But have you considered one question?" "What question?" Lin Mu's expression darkened further. "Your implication is that even if I were to obtain the inheritances and opportunities here, I would lack the ability to carry them away?" Lin Mu's face soured instantly. "Indeed, Brother Lin is as astute as ever. That is precisely my meaning. Once you acquire the inheritance and opportunities, not only will our three factions not allow you to leave easily, but other factions in the great wilderness ancient city may also be reluctant to let you go," Xie Jinghong explained. "However, if you are willing to cooperate with us, both Chun and I can guarantee your safety. In the great wilderness ancient city, our families still hold enough influence that outsiders must show some deference. The intent of the young lord is my intent as well, that I hope Brother Lin will carefully consider this. Only by cooperating with us will you find the best path forward. What do you think?" Chun Fan interjected, his eyes gleaming with confidence that he and Xie Jinghong had already discreetly communicated prior. If Lin Mu dared to refuse, they might have no choice but to resort to desperate measures. Chapter 68. The greatest talent of the great wilderness ancient city. I accept the challenge. I wonder if this fellow will agree. If he declines, it will certainly be interesting. Huang Song mused to himself, refraining from leaving in haste. Instead, he quietly recuperated, deliberately distancing himself from Lin Mu, Xie Jinghong, and Chun Fan, maintaining a relatively safe distance. He was eager to witness a confrontation between Lin Mu and these two powerful families, hoping to reap the benefits from the ensuing chaos. After all, he believed that neither the two factions nor Lin Mu were truly enemies. It would be better if they were all to perish. At this moment, Xie Jinghong and Chun Fan exchanged glances, recognizing the coldness in each other's eyes. Nevertheless, they ultimately directed their attention back to Lin Mu, leaving the decision in his hands. All eyes were fixed upon Lin Mu, and he felt an immense pressure emanating from their collective gaze that he pondered the potential gains and losses, that if he outright rejected their offer, the two factions would undoubtedly join forces against him, perhaps even launching an immediate assault. However, should he agree to collaborate, he would find himself at their mercy. Most crucially, could their words be trusted? Upon reaching this point, Lin Mu's heart had resolutely made a decision. He understood that collaborating with them held no significance whatsoever, for the promises of these two formidable factions were utterly inconsequential in the face of treasures and legacies they possessed the strength to seize directly. Why would they need to partner with him? In this ruthless world of the survival of the fittest, possessing power meant commanding everything, even the very lives and deaths of the weak. Lin Mu, however, placed his trust solely in himself. "I have always been direct and forthright. I have no desire for collaboration. As for the ancient cave's legacy and opportunities left behind by the powerful, I will not yield them lightly." After pondering for a moment, Lin Mu ultimately delivered an answer that astonished everyone, that he outright refused. He actually refused. He didn't even inquire about the specifics of the collaboration and simply rejected it. He outright refused. It seemed that a spectacle was about to unfold. Upon hearing Lin Mu's refusal, Huang Song felt a strange anticipation bubbling within him. His greatest hope was for Lin Mu to stand against the two factions, even to engage in a fierce battle, as that would provide him the opportunity to eliminate them all. Only when they were all dead would the multitude of IOUs he bore become entirely void. And only then would his humiliating past remain unknown. Thus, Lin Mu's refusal aligned perfectly with his desires. Lin brother, would you not reconsider? Upon hearing Lin Mu's response, Xie Jinghong's gaze turned somewhat grim. That do you not wish to hear how we would collaborate? And yet you reject the goodwill of me and the young lord. Chun Fan's expression also shifted instantly, his words tinged with a threatening tone. The members of the two factions began to emanate a chilling aura. Should their two young masters give a command, they would undoubtedly launch a thunderous assault against Lin Mu. The atmosphere grew tense and charged. I apologize, I am not interested. Lin Mu coldly replied to the members of the two factions. As for whether I can obtain the legacy and treasures of this ancient cave's powerful being, and whether I can take them away afterward, you need not concern yourselves with that. After speaking, Lin Mu did not wait for their response and stepped directly towards the azure light curtain enveloping the Palace of Legacy. Hold on! At that moment, Chun Fan could not help but interject, blocking Lin Mu's path. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh behind him, a total of 18 cultivators from the Chun family swiftly positioned themselves to obstruct Lin Mu's advance. You intend to stop me? Lin Mu coldly inquired, a surge of golden blood energy erupting from him, his powerful aura bursting forth without reservation, clearly indicating that he was ready for a confrontation at any moment. Sensing Lin Mu's overwhelming presence, Chun Fan took a deep breath and said, Lin brother, do not misunderstand. I merely believe that if we were to cooperate, you would be safer after obtaining the legacy and treasures. I hope you will reconsider. Just a short while ago, he had witnessed Lin Mu's unparalleled prowess. Naturally, he did not dare to easily provoke him, that he understood that should he and his men engage Lin Mu in battle, they would undoubtedly suffer significant losses, benefiting only Xie Jinghong, that he certainly would not be foolish enough to reach that point that my mind is made up. Step aside, otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. Lin Mu replied coldly, showing no regard for Chun Fan, the young lord of the Chun family. Being publicly reprimanded, even with his calm demeanor, Chun Fan's face turned pale with anger, though he restrained himself from exploding with rage. Since Lin Gongzi is unwilling to cooperate, then please be my guest. Everyone, step aside. Chun Fan took a deep breath, suppressing his fury as he commanded. Yes. Although the 18 cultivators of the Chun family wore displeased expressions, they dared not disobey the order and promptly made way. However, at that moment, Xie Jinghong spoke up. Lin brother, please wait. Xie Jinghong's voice was cold, the refined aura he once exuded vanishing in an instant, replaced by a chilling presence that erupted from him. What? Do you wish to coerce me into cooperating with you? Lin Mu's gaze turned icy, his stare piercing into Xie Jinghong. Xie Jinghong's strength was undoubtedly the most formidable among the three young masters of the great wilderness ancient city. Lin Mu had previously witnessed his sword domain in action, and it was evident that this individual's talent and combat prowess were exceptional. Lin Mu understood that if a battle were to break out now, his chances of victory were exceedingly slim. However, even if he wished to avoid confrontation, if pressed, he would have no choice but to engage fully. Not at all. The matter of cooperation is not of utmost importance to me. I am merely curious about the might of the saint body of the human race. I find myself eager to witness it. Since fate has brought us together today, why not engage in a friendly spar? Xie Jinghong proposed, swish, at his words. All eyes turned towards him in surprise that one expected him to actively challenge Lin Mu. Yet it made sense. He was the young lord of the great wilderness ancient city, hailed as the greatest talent in the realm. Encountering the individual reputed to possess the strongest physique among humanity, how could he resist the urge to challenge? In truth, he had long desired a duel with Lin Mu, but had never found the opportune moment until now. Having observed Lin Mu's general strength in his earlier confrontation with Huang Song, he deemed this the perfect time to challenge him. It seems that today, avoiding battle with you may no longer be an option. Lin Mu inhaled deeply and declared, if that is the case, let us fight. Excellent. Today, let me see just how powerful the saint body of the human race truly is. Xie Jinghong's entire being erupted with a terrifying aura, akin to a sword intent capable of tearing through all. Lin Mu, too, unleashed a surge of golden blood energy as the battle blood within him fully erupted at that moment. Sensing the overwhelming might emanating from both individuals, all present retreated, clearing a space for the impending clash. Chapter 69. The postnatal sword body versus the eternal golden body of the ages. The young lord, endowed with extraordinary talent, had refined the swordsmanship of the CF family to an exceedingly high level. Throughout his career, he had never suffered defeat, while he might be a saint body of the human race. In the presence of the young lord, he was far from a match. Indeed, setting aside the disparity in their realms, the young lord's sword domain was unparalleled. 3 years ago, he could defeat early-stage practitioners of the Skyward Realm with a single sword strike. Now, having mastered the sword domain, even mid-stage practitioners of the Skyward Realm would likely struggle to withstand the might of his blade. The young lord had not fought for far too long. They were all eagerly anticipating just how powerful he had become. The cultivators of the CF family were filled with excitement as they recognized their young lord as the undisputed first prodigy of the great wilderness ancient city. Though they could only speculate about the extent of his strength, Xie Jinghong is the first genius of our great wilderness ancient city. When his sword domain is unleashed, there are none who can contend. Moreover, given his age, even I cannot guarantee that I could withstand the might of his sword domain. Chun Fan mused to himself, his expression grave, that he understood that if he were to face Xie Jinghong, he would have no confidence in his victory. That I in the eyes of countless prodigies in the great wilderness ancient city, Xie Jinghong stood as an insurmountable mountain, an entity to be revered, yet never challenged. The gap in strength was simply too vast. Would the first prodigy of the great wilderness ancient city finally take action? Huang Song's expression mirrored that of his companion, filled with solemnity as he too was eager to gauge Xie Jinghong's true strength. As all eyes were fixed upon them, the auras of the two combatants surged, resembling two ferocious beasts preparing to unleash devastating attacks, ready to determine life and death. Lin, brother, in this battle, I shall not impose my cultivation power upon you. I will defeat you in your area of strength. Xie Jinghong spoke coolly, his tone carrying an air of superiority. I ask that so. Then shall we make a wager? Lin Mu's eyes shimmered as he coldly replied. What do you wish to wager? Xie Jinghong inquired. That if you lose, you shall have me as your follower, he proposed. Having a saint body of the human race as a follower would be quite advantageous. I can accept your wager, but if you lose, you too must become my servant, Lin Mu stated coldly. If I lose, I am at your mercy. However, I shall not lose to you, Xie Jinghong declared with a calm demeanor, his voice imbued with unshakable confidence. He never once considered the possibility of defeat. He was confident that he could never be bested by Lin Mu. Having observed for so long, he had discerned that Lin Mu's greatest strength lay in his physical prowess. Although Lin Mu's physical strength was indeed formidable, even surpassing that of a low-grade spirit artifact, Xie Jinghong's own physical strength, honed through the cultivation of the postnatal sword body, had been tempered by sword chi to such an extent that it equaled, if not surpassed, that of a low-grade spirit artifact, approaching the strength of a mid-grade spirit artifact. Such was the foundation of his confidence. Very well, with the other two families of the great wilderness ancient city present as witnesses, I am not concerned about any potential dishonesty. Lin Mu's spirits lifted as he coldly smiled. Then let us engage in battle. From my observations, your greatest strength should be your physical prowess. Today I shall defeat you using nothing but pure physical might. Xie Jinghong had barely finished speaking when a torrent of sword intent surged from his entire being. Streams of primordial essence erupted from his body, transforming into waves of sword energy that traversed the heavens and earth, slicing through the void surrounding him. A truly astonishing spectacle. Witnessing the extraordinary manifestation of Xie Jinghong's physical form, Huang Song and Qin Fan were both taken aback. This is the postnatal sword body. He has actually achieved the postnatal sword body. With a small success in the postnatal sword body, his physical strength surged dramatically. It is said that even a low-grade first-tier spirit weapon could not inflict even the slightest harm. Only a mid-grade first-tier spirit weapon could cause some damage to a small success postnatal sword body. Who would have thought that he, not yet 25, would attain such an accomplishment? He truly deserves the title of the foremost prodigy of the great wilderness ancient city. The young city lord indeed possesses terrifying talent. It is not impossible for him to surpass the old city lord in the future, even if this lad were a saint body of the human race. His physical prowess would be formidable, Yet under the postnatal sword body of the young city lord, he would undoubtedly face defeat. It is truly unexpected that we have the fortune to witness such a remarkable battle, a clash between the postnatal sword body and the saint body of the human race. A rare spectacle not seen in centuries that I wonder who will ultimately prevail. As the spectators whispered among themselves, Lin Mu had already collided with Xie Jinghong amidst an overwhelming surge of golden blood energy. Bang! Their fists collided violently, and at the point of impact, sword energy erupted and golden lights surged. They immediately separated, each retreating several steps. Staggering back, Lin Mu took 7 or 8 steps before finally halting, feeling an incredible force crashing within him, causing his blood energy to become chaotic and difficult to mobilize, that he swiftly activated the eternal indestructible golden body technique to absorb the invasive force within, restoring his condition that on the other side, Xie Jinghong had only taken half a step back, his momentum steady as a mountain, his combat strength remaining exceptionally formidable, showing minimal signs of impact. The physical power of the saint body of the human race is indeed terrifying. You can even harness the power of my punch. You are quite impressive, Xie Jinghong regarded Lin Mu, who had been sent flying 7 or 8 meters by a single punch, with a gaze full of approval. However, that look of approval felt like a humiliation in Lin Mu's eyes. After all, that punch had indeed put him at an absolute disadvantage. Your postnatal sword body is commendable. However, if you think this alone can defeat me, that would be impossible. Lin Mu lifted his head, straightening his posture, that he understood that his current physical strength might truly fall short against Xie Jinghong. But at this moment, he had already stowed away a low-grade first-tier protective battle armor and a low-grade first-tier spirit weapon received from Huang Song, along with 3 low-grade first-tier spirit weapons seized from the cultivators of the Huang family, all into the Jiulong Divine Cauldron. Inside the Jiulong Divine Cauldron, black flames instantly enveloped the 5 low-grade first-tier spirit weapons, refining them into a single drop of golden energy. Whoosh! This drop of golden energy, no larger than a pinky nail, swiftly coursed through Lin Mu's meridians, enveloping his entire body and making him feel an overwhelming heat. Under that intense heat, Lin Mu's physical strength was rapidly increasing. His aura is actually growing stronger. This lad is quite peculiar. During our earlier battle, his physical aura had surged once, and now it is surging again. He must be employing some secret technique to instantaneously enhance his physical power. It seems this battle has become even more intriguing. The spectators quickly noticed the anomaly surrounding Lin Mu, their expressions turning complex. At this moment, Xie Jinghong also sensed the significant changes occurring within Lin Mu, and a sense of inexplicable unease arose within him. He knew he could not allow Lin Mu's physical strength to continue to rise. Otherwise, he might struggle to maintain the upper hand. Brother Lin, your secret technique is impressive. However, you will have no chance to continue enhancing it. Cease at once. Xie Jinghong's gaze turned cold, and he erupted with brilliant sword light. Reaching the pinnacle of his postnatal sword body, that he brandished his long sword, merging man and sword as one, and charged fiercely at Lin Mu. Chapter 70. Has he been defeated? Xie Jinghong wielded his sword with both hands, uniting man and sword, exuding an incredibly fierce momentum. His eyes, sharp as lightning, struck fear into the hearts of those who beheld him. Although he held a long sword, it bore no luminescence or power typical of spirit weapons. It was merely sufficiently hard. This indicated his confidence in his physical strength. Disdainful of relying on external forces at this moment, he wielded the long sword against Lin Mu solely to better utilize his physical combat strength. Kill! Faced with the formidable pressure exerted by Xie Jinghong, Lin Mu gritted his teeth against the surging heat within him and shouted as he charged forward. Bang! Lin Mu's golden fist exploded with golden light, clashing hard against the long sword in Xie Jinghong's hand, causing him to be pushed back repeatedly. The power emanating from Xie Jinghong's sword was terrifying, numbing Lin Mu's fists as if his bones might shatter. It was a situation of being thoroughly suppressed. Lin Mu had transformed from an aggressor into a mere defender. What a fearsome postnatal sword body. It is indeed astonishingly powerful that at this moment, Xie Jinghong unleashed the full might of his postnatal sword body, its power nearly rivaling that of a mid-grade first-tier spirit weapon. Lin Mu was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Xie Jinghong, at such a young age, could possess such formidable physical strength, that it should be noted that his own physical prowess was a result of cultivating the eternal, indestructible golden body, consuming the essence of the millennial cold iron, and acquiring numerous low-grade first-tier spirit weapons, including a mid-grade first-tier spirit weapon. Yet Xie Jinghong, relying solely on his postnatal sword body, was able to press him so thoroughly from the front. This highlighted the extraordinary nature of Xie Jinghong, that I wonder how many of my attacks you can withstand, break. Xie Jinghong was also astonished. He understood that achieving the postnatal sword body was no simple feat, as the Xie family had expended vast resources to assist him, and he himself had labored for over 20 years to attain such a formidable physique. Yet, Lin Mu before him appeared to be under 18 years old, possessing such terrifying physical strength. Moreover, the most alarming fact was that Lin Mu's physical strength was still surging. If this continued, he would find it increasingly difficult to suppress him. Kill. Lin Mu showed no fear, simultaneously activating the eternal, indestructible golden body technique to absorb the encroaching power within while doing his utmost to resist Xie Jinghong's physical assault. The two clashed ferociously, although it was a pure contest of physical strength. It was fraught with peril. Should either side be thoroughly suppressed, they might instantly suffer grievous injuries. Lin Mu's fists were painfully battered, but fortunately, the golden energy within him swiftly healed his wounds, preventing him from losing his fighting capability. Thus, the two continued their fierce battle. Although Lin Mu remained in a suppressed position, he continually recovered from his injuries thanks to the still unabsorbed golden energy, enabling him to persist. Your secret technique is indeed remarkable, but it should be nearing its limit. As the battle progressed, Xie Jinghong grew increasingly alarmed. He unleashed ruthless, fierce attacks, yet experienced fighter Lin Mu skillfully deflected each one. Therefore, despite the one-sided nature of the combat, Lin Mu remained undefeated. The physical prowess of the saint body of the human race is astonishingly formidable. The young lord's postnatal sword body has achieved small success, yet he cannot defeat Lin Mu in terms of physical strength. How can this be? His physical body is terrifying. No wonder he was able to overpower the young master of the Huang family and others solely with his physical strength. The members of the Xie family in the city lord's mansion gasped in astonishment. They had known Lin Mu's physical strength was formidable, but they had not expected it to reach such heights. Thank goodness I did not hastily engage him earlier. Otherwise, even I would have suffered greatly at his hands. The reputation of the saint body of the human race is indeed well-deserved. Chun Fan, observing from the sidelines, felt a complex mix of emotions. Grateful he had refrained from acting rashly. His followers behind him were equally unnerved, astounded by Lin Mu's combat prowess. Let them fight. It would be best if they both suffered heavily. Then I would have my opportunity. Huang Song's eyes glinted with coldness, wishing fervently for both Lin Mu and Xie Jinghong to be severely injured or to perish together. Clang bang, Xie Jinghong and Lin Mu continued their fierce clash in the blink of an eye. 50 exchanges had passed, and Lin Mu's condition was evidently improving. He was no longer as passive, even finding opportunities to counterattack. Witnessing this, Xie Jinghong's expression darkened considerably, that he had assumed Lin Mu was merely utilizing a secret technique to temporarily bolster his physical strength, but it now appeared otherwise. Realizing this, he resolved to hold nothing back, intensifying his attacks with even greater ferocity and precision. Kill! Xie Jinghong roared, his hair disheveled, the refined demeanor he had previously exuded vanishing entirely, replaced by an aura of savagery and menace. With both hands gripping his sword, he unleashed a relentless barrage of assaults upon Lin Mu. Observing this, the onlookers realized that Xie Jinghong was finally prepared to give his all, that it was clear that Xie Jinghong had recognized Lin Mu's extraordinary nature and would not hold back a single ounce of his power. Xie Jinghong was finally going to unleash his full strength. Who could have imagined that this lad Lin Mu could compel Xie Jinghong to such an extent? Huang Song and Chun Fan's eyes were ablaze with intensity. Unwilling to miss a single detail, they were eager to see how Lin Mu would defend against Xie Jinghong's full frontal assault. How infuriating! This fellow is determined to fight with all his might. Lin Mu took a deep breath, summoned all his strength, and launched a powerful punch towards Xie Jinghong's long sword. Clash! The fist met the sword, producing a piercing sound of metal colliding. Lin Mu felt as if an immense force threatened to shatter his fist. and he was sent flying several meters away by the sheer power of the impact. Again, Xie Jinghong remained unfazed, choosing instead to retract his great sword and swiftly advance towards Lin Mu. Boom! Xie Jinghong struck with a punch, landing directly on Lin Mu's chest. Fortunately, Lin Mu managed to shield himself with both hands at the critical moment, narrowly avoiding a blow to his heart. How will you defend against this? Xie Jinghong, sensing his advantage, relentlessly pounded his fists towards Lin Mu. Lin Mu's body was incessantly driven into the ground, quickly creating a deep trench in the shape of a person. The battlefield was engulfed in dust. Obscuring the situation from the onlookers, Xie Jinghong unleashed over 100 punches with full force, only stopping when the ground seemed devoid of any movement. Is it over? It should be over. Xie Jinghong has won. I knew that the young master would certainly triumph, that I never expected this kid to be defeated so easily. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, convinced that Lin Mu had been vanquished, yet Xie Jinghong wore a grave expression. Suddenly taking a step back, kill, a thunderous roar erupted from the deep trench, followed by a figure radiating intense golden light leaping out, immediately launching a punch at the close-range Xie Jinghong. Although Xie Jinghong was prepared, he was still caught off guard, receiving Lin Mu's punch head-on, causing him to stagger back several steps before regaining his balance. How is it possible that you still have strength left? Xie Jinghong felt a surge of blood and energy within him. Shaken and drained by Lin Mu's terrifying punch, that he looked at Lin Mu in disbelief, his expression darkening to an extreme. Chapter 71. Battle. Xie Jinghong. Xie Jinghong, did you not intend to suppress me before my strongest power? It seems you may have miscalculated. Lin Mu coldly stared at his formidable adversary, that he understood that had he not refined 5 low-grade first-tier spiritual artifacts in one breath earlier, which greatly enhanced his physical strength while continuously replenishing his energy, he would have likely been obliterated by Xie Jinghong's fierce onslaught. However, by harnessing the energy from refining those 5 artifacts, he not only fortified his physical form, but also endured the assault. Now, his physical strength had reached a critical point. Even if he were to refine and absorb another low-grade first-tier artifact, it would not elevate his cultivation level by even a fraction. Moreover, he sensed that after absorbing the energy from the 5 artifacts, his physical strength was now likely on par with Xie Jinghong's accomplished postnatal sword body. Most importantly, his physical strength was at its peak, while Xie Jinghong, having relentlessly attacked, probably had very little left. I must admit, your physical strength is formidable, far beyond my imagination. Yet, my prowess is not merely confined to physical strength. After enduring Lin Mu's punch, Xie Jinghong had already assessed Lin Mu's current physical power, leading to the realization that he could not hope to overcome Lin Mu through sheer physical might alone, and that he might even find himself at a disadvantage. Thus, he resolved to abandon the strategy of relying on physical strength to suppress Lin Mu and sought alternate methods. After all, rules are meant to be broken. Though he had previously stated his intention to defeat Lin Mu at his strongest, thereby compelling him to become a follower, he now saw the opportunity to defeat him without relying on physical might, thus still achieving his goal of forcing Lin Mu into submission in the face of absolute power. All else is mere empty talk. Only true strongmen can control everything, including so-called rules. Is that so? I am quite eager to see if you possess the qualifications to suppress me in other aspects. Lin Mu, far from being disconcerted by the deeper implications of Xie Jinghong's words, found himself invigorated in terms of physical prowess. He now held absolute confidence, feeling no less capable than Xie Jinghong, that he was also curious to discover the might of the martial techniques and methods from the Lord's mansion of the ancient Great Wilderness. Our cultivation levels differ too greatly. Since you are strong enough physically, there is no need for this battle to continue. Xie Jinghong restored his elegant demeanor and declared, if you wish to fight again, we can have another duel once your cultivation level has risen. Lin Mu furrowed his brows. He had anticipated Xie Jinghong would make another move, yet he did not expect him to concede so easily. Huang Song and Chun Fan also felt a sense of disappointment. They had expected the ensuing battle between the two would be even more thrilling, yet with Xie Jinghong's withdrawal, it seemed the fight was destined to end here. At that moment, all eyes turned to Lin Mu, eager to discern his stance that if that is the case, then let us battle another day. I, too, wish to first see what extraordinary qualities lie within the azure light barrier that guards the ancient Great Power's legacy palace. Lin Mu, not wishing to prolong the conflict, recognized that the ancient power's legacy was within reach, and any further delay would only attract more explorers to this place, making it increasingly difficult to secure any benefits. After all, while the three major forces of the ancient Great Wilderness were formidable, they were also surrounded by numerous other powerful factions. Should these factions unite, even the members of the three major forces would have to tread carefully. Once those factions entered the ruins, they would inevitably become competitors in the struggle for treasures and legacies. That I share the same sentiment. Xie Jinghong concluded, no longer obstructing Lin Mu, and proceeded towards the ruins from another direction. We shall enter as well. Chen Fan took a deep breath and quickly followed suit. The treasures within the ruins cannot be overlooked. Huang Song, having regained much of his strength, also stepped forward with an eager gaze. Buzz! As Lin Mu stepped into the azure light barrier, he was immediately met with an overwhelming force pressing down upon him. It felt as though his weight had suddenly multiplied, and the internal organs and meridians throughout his body were being subjected to a force of the five elements, making it difficult for him to breathe. What immense pressure! This is merely the outermost layer of the azure light barrier. If I advance further, the pressure will surely be even more terrifying. Lin Mu took a deep breath. Striving to adjust his state, his gaze resolute, he proceeded step by step down on the other side. Xie Jinghong also pressed forward against the oppressive force, nearly parallel to Lin Mu. Behind them were Huang Song and Chen Fan, while the rest trailed behind, but soon, the group could no longer withstand the horrifying pressure and reluctantly had to retreat from the azure light barrier. The pressure within the azure light barrier is too formidable. With our strength, we cannot hope to reach the main hall. Not just us. I doubt even the three young masters could make it inside the hall. Just as they finished speaking, Huang Song and Chen Fan began to struggle, finding movement incredibly arduous. Huang Song had already exhausted himself earlier and was now nearing his limit. Dragging his weary body, he forced another step forward. Boom! In an instant, he felt a ringing in his head. Nearly collapsing onto the bluestone square outside the main hall, he swayed, spewing a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling to an extreme. Damn it! Is this truly my limit? Yet there is still at least half the distance to the Legacy Hall. I cannot stop here. Huang Song inhaled deeply, his eyes filled with determination that he bit down on his tongue, instantly spitting forth a drop of his heart's blood, which he then swallowed along with a tiny crimson orb he held in his right hand. He had come here seeking opportunities, and this blood-colored orb was a secret treasure bestowed upon him by the Huang family. Now was the time to utilize this extraordinary item that he had endured until now for the sake of seizing this opportunity. If he succeeded, the debts of spirit stones and other matters would be trivial for the Huang family. But if he left empty-handed, that would be unacceptable. Swish! As the blood-colored orb absorbed Huang Song's heart's blood. It emitted an overwhelmingly powerful aura of elemental energy. Though this energy was severely suppressed by the rules of the place, it could still be wielded by Huang Song, that he transformed this surge of blood-colored elemental energy into a shield, enveloping his entire body. Excellent! With this layer of blood-colored elemental shield protecting me, I should be able to reach the Legacy Hall with ease. And Lin Mu, your demise awaits. Huang Song's heart surged with delight, and he quickened his pace. Chen Fan, who was beside Huang Song, was astonished to see Huang Song effortlessly surpass him. As he caught sight of the elemental energy glowing around Huang Song and the blood-colored orb hovering above his head. He was struck with disbelief that he actually brought out a treasure from the Huang family. Chen Fan's face turned ashen, filled with envy that he was struggling to withstand the terrifying pressure brought on by the azure light barrier. While Huang Song, with the aid of the extraordinary treasure, would likely reach the Legacy Hall without expending much effort. The Huang family truly spares no expense to ensure Huang Song secures the legacy. They even provided him with such a treasure. Xie Jinghong, feeling a sudden surge of intuition, immediately detected the aura of a remarkable treasure. At this moment, Huang Song had already approached Lin Mu from a short distance behind, his eyes revealing an unmasked ferocity. You little bastard, prepare to meet your end, Huang Song declared, as he drew forth his hands, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of blood-red energy from the blood orb, which swiftly coalesced into a razor-sharp blood spear, aimed directly at Lin Mu. The formidable power of that blood spear was such that it could instantly eliminate a mid-stage practitioner of the Void Realm. Even a late-stage practitioner would suffer severe injuries from such a strike. Chapter 72. Since you seek death so fervently, allow me to grant it to you. Such a terrifying treasure, under the constraints of the formation rules in this location, could still unleash such horrifying might. This time, Lin Mu is likely to meet his demise here. This blow could easily slay a mid-stage practitioner of the Void Realm, as they sensed the terrifying might of the blood spear that Huang Song had conjured. Xie Jinghong and Chun Fan both wore expressions of grave concern. They understood that with their current strength, resisting this blood spear was nearly impossible. Surviving this strike would require them to reveal their trump cards. However, their trump cards were primarily for self-preservation, and using them would deplete their resources, so they would refrain from employing them unless absolutely necessary. Seeing Huang Song targeting Lin Mu, an intense wariness filled their eyes. As they recalled that they had previously borrowed a significant amount of spirit stones from Huang Song while he was under Lin Mu's scrutiny, imposing exorbitant interest rates, effectively betraying him at that moment. Huang Song would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards them. Should he choose to turn against them now, the consequences would be dire. Fortunately, Huang Song's murderous intent was overwhelmingly directed at Lin Mu at this moment. Damn it. The formation here has suppressed my energy to its limits. I cannot unleash the might of my dragon scales. Moreover, that blood spear is formed from energy, not a spiritual weapon. That Y9 Dragon Divine Cauldron will not consume me on its own. What should I do? A profound terror surged within Lin Mu, as the intense life and death crisis rendered his complexion deathly pale. As the blood spear hurtled towards him, Lin Mu found himself cornered. What to do? What should I do? Am I to await my demise? Lin Mu's mind raced as he contemplated all his options, but at that moment he could only rely on his physical strength, unable to summon his energy to activate the dragon scales for defense. Otherwise, if he were to expend all his energy to activate the dragon scales in their strongest defensive state, it might just be possible to withstand this deadly strike. You little bastard, in this place where energy cannot be summoned. Let us see how you can utilize your treasure. Prepare to die. Huang Song seemed to envision Lin Mu being pierced by the blood spear he had conjured, meeting his demise. Everyone present held their breath at that moment, as they imagined Lin Mu's tragic death beneath the blood spear. Wait. I can activate the dragon scales, not only with energy. Lin Mu's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. In his desperate situation, he recalled another method to activate the dragon scales. Indeed, by utilizing the power of his spiritual essence. With that thought, Lin Mu swiftly summoned over 50% of his spiritual essence, channeling it entirely into a single dragon scale of the 9 Dragon Divine Cauldron. Dragon scale, arise! Lin Mu roared silently in his heart, and in an instant, a massive golden dragon scale, measuring half a yard in length, erupted from his sea of consciousness, shielding him just as the blood spear was about to pierce his body. The blood-red spear, carrying an overwhelming force, suddenly struck the golden dragon scale, causing a brilliant explosion of golden light as blood energy surged. The scattered blood light enveloped Lin Mu's position, obscuring the view of the onlookers. Has that brat perished? He should be dead. Faced with such a terrifying blood spear attack, not even he, let alone a genuine mid-stage practitioner of the Void Realm, could survive. Everyone's hearts were filled with a complex mixture of emotions, their gazes fixed on the area shrouded in blood light, their expressions heavy with concern. Lin Mu, you little bastard, no matter how strong you are, what does it matter? You still perish beneath my treasure. You dared to make me purchase your life with exorbitant spirit stones. How audacious of you. Huang Song laughed heartily, his voice brimming with exhilaration, adding, by the way, remember to choose a good birth in your next life. And try not to be so blind. While Huang Song reveled in his triumph, Xie Jinghong remained steadfastly focused on the dissipating blood light. His keen intuition sensed something amiss, and a chill ran down his spine. Something's not right. Just now, I heard the sound of metal clashing. He should still be alive. Xie Jinghong took a deep breath. Speaking gravely, he recalled that Lin Mu possessed a treasure and felt that Lin Mu would not be so easily slain. I too believe that this fellow cannot simply perish. Chen Fan, equally solemn, fixed his gaze on the receding blood light, his eyes burning with intensity. Under their scrutiny, the blood light swiftly dissipated, revealing the familiar, slender figure of a young man. How is this possible? He hasn't died. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. The city lord's mansion and the 30-odd cultivators from the Qin clan stared wide-eyed, initially convinced that Lin Mu had succumbed to the terrifying blood spear. Reduced to a mist of blood. Yet here he stood, seemingly unscathed. I knew it. This fellow could not be so easily slain. He is indeed still alive. It appears he has activated the treasure on his person. Chun Fan and Xie Jinghong's eyes brimmed with shock. Their desires for Lin Mu's treasure igniting a fierce greed within them. They asked the three young masters of the three great forces of the ancient wilderness city. They understood just how formidable and terrifying Huangsong's treasure was, capable of unleashing terrifying, might even under the formations laid by the ancient powers of this realm, that a treasure that could achieve such feats would undoubtedly surpass the first tier. Reaching at least the second tier, the second-tier spiritual weapons held immense value and were exceedingly rare, even for the three great families. The prospect of such a treasure ignited a fierce desire within Xie Jinghong and Qin Fan, who realized that they could seize Lin Mu's treasure without concern for the forces behind him. How could you still be alive? Huangsong's expression turned grim with disbelief, having thought Lin Mu was obliterated. Yet now, Lin Mu not only stood before him, but appeared entirely unscathed. This was an unbearable blow to Huangsong, igniting an even greater murderous intent within him. Cough, 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 cough. Lin Mu coughed. Having just expended a significant portion of his spiritual essence to activate the dragon scales and block Huangsong's devastating strike, he now felt a severe depletion in his soul, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of fatigue. I knew you had a backup plan. After all, you are the young master of the Huang family, one of the three great forces of the ancient wilderness city. However, I did not expect that after sparing your life, you would not only fail to cherish it but also dare to put me in jeopardy. Lin Mu inhaled deeply, his voice cold and devoid of warmth, since you seek death so fervently. Allow me to fulfill your wish. Chapter 73. Endless repercussions. You intend to kill me. Huangsong's expression darkened considerably. The use of the blood orb required the consumption of his own blood, and he had already expended a significant amount in his previous attempt to ensure Lin Mu's demise, that if he were to expend more blood to forcibly utilize the blood orb against Lin Mu, he would lack the strength to enter the ancient powerful one's legacy palace and obtain its treasures. What other methods do you have? Reveal them all, or you may find you have no opportunity left. Lin Mu declared coldly, his eyes filled with inexorable killing intent, but he refrained from rushing to attack, knowing that Huangsong still possessed some strength. However, today, Huangsong must die. You little bastard, do you really believe you can kill me? Not only do I have the blood orb to protect me, but even without it, you cannot slay me. Huangsong, now fully emboldened, refused to believe that Lin Mu could kill him in this place. Furthermore, he had powerful escape techniques. It would not be so easy for Lin Mu to end his life. Did I ask that so? Then allow me to test whether I can kill you here. Lin Mu, having spoken, resolutely braved the terrifying pressure beneath the azure light barrier, advancing step by step towards Huangsong. Huangsong's expression was exceedingly grim, and he did not show any sign of weakness. He suddenly struck his chest, forcing out a mouthful of blood, which he sprayed onto the now head-sized blood orb hovering above him. In an instant, the previously lackluster sheen of the blood orb transformed into a dazzling brilliance. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura of dread erupted furiously from the blood orb. You little bastard, this strike of mine possesses enough power to annihilate a mid-stage practitioner of the Sky Sovereign Realm. Let us see how you can withstand it. Die. Huangsong harnessed the surging blood energy emanating from the extraordinary blood orb to conjure a gigantic blood-red handprint, causing the countenance of everyone present to change dramatically. The might of this blood-red handprint far exceeded that of the previous blood-red spear. Such terrifying power would likely heavily injure even a late-stage practitioner of the Sky Sovereign Realm. Those below the late stage would likely be obliterated by this enormous handprint to annihilate Lin Mu. Huangsong was willing to exhaust a significant amount of his vital blood force, unleashing his most formidable technique, the Great Wilderness Blood Steel Hand, with the sole intent of delivering a fatal blow to Lin Mu. Kill! Lin Mu, witnessing this, dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence, channeling 4/10 of his spiritual power into a dragon scale that in a flash. A massive golden dragon scale materialized before him. That moment, the blood-red handprint carrying tremendous divine might, thundered down, sending the golden dragon scale flying away. The golden scale, upon encountering the overwhelming force, rapidly diminished in size and lost its luster, scattering to the side. Lin Mu's body was sent reeling backward like a kite with a severed string, tumbling over a dozen meters before regaining his balance. With a splutter, a copious amount of golden blood erupted from Lin Mu's mouth. Facing such a terrifying great wilderness blood steel hand, even with the protection of the dragon scale, he still suffered severe shock. Had his physical strength not been formidable enough to be nearly on par with a mid-tier spiritual artifact, the sheer force permeating from the bloodsteel hand alone would have likely shattered his bones and reduced his body to fragments. The extraordinary treasure, resembling a scale, was indeed his unique artifact. It was that very artifact that had allowed him to withstand a fatal strike earlier. Regrettably, that artifact lay lost deep within the azure light barrier, and their meager strength was insufficient to reach it. The members of the City Lord's mansion and the Chen family finally discerned the true nature of Lin Mu's extraordinary artifact, and upon seeing the dragon scale fall to the ground, they were filled with an intense desire to be the first to seize it. Alas, their physical prowess could not support their approach to where the dragon scale had landed, leaving them in deep frustration. Such a formidable artifact. If I could obtain it, my combat strength would undoubtedly surge immensely. Xie Jinghong's eyes gleamed as he fixated on the dragon scale, not far away, yearning to claim it. However, at that moment, as Lin Mu focused his thoughts, the dragon scale transformed into a tiny golden light and soared into his body. What a pity! That was an excellent opportunity. He has taken it. Chun Fan lamented, equally coveting the dragon scale, muttering to himself, but there will be plenty of chances ahead. This artifact surely belongs to me. Both Chun Fan and Xie Jinghong refrained from rushing into action or entering the inheritance palace, instead filled with anticipation for the battle between Lin Mu and Huang Song. This relic was merely a remnant left by a powerful being from the ancient cave realm, while the value of Lin Mu's artifact seemed to rival that of the treasures and legacies left by the ancient cave realm's mightiest. Their insight allowed them to recognize this. Huang Song, let me see how much more vital blood you have left to expend. Lin Mu rose, his physique radiating a formidable aura, astonishingly powerful, in that moment. He stood there, exuding an immense pressure that was palpable. As Lin Mu approached with overwhelming ferocity, Huang Song felt a chill surging within him. He admitted to himself that he was beginning to feel fear. He had already consumed a significant portion of his vital blood and could no longer unleash the previous devastating attack. Yet Lin Mu's state was impeccably concealed, leaving him unable to discern reality from deception. In truth, Lin Mu's spiritual power had dwindled considerably, leaving him with only 1/10 of it remaining. Fortunately, not long ago, he had fused with the remnant soul of the blood demon sex progenitor from 5,000 years ago, greatly enhancing his spiritual power, which allowed him to maintain peak control over his physical form despite the depletion. The extraordinary strength of his spiritual essence was also the fundamental reason Lin Mu dared to expend a full 90% of it, leaving only 10% to seize the opportunity to severely injure Huang Song. At present, although Lin Mu's spiritual essence was reduced to 1/10, it still had little impact on his actions. You must not go too far. Huang Song's face turned pale. His previous strike had already consumed over 80% of his vital blood. If he continued to expend it, he would be unable to endure much longer. Most critically, he calculated that even if he exhausted all of his remaining vital blood to activate the extraordinary blood orb, it might not guarantee Lin Mu's demise. After all, Lin Mu still appeared relatively unscathed, merely slightly pale. His two full-force attempts to eliminate Lin Mu had failed, instilling a profound fear of Lin Mu's combat prowess deep within him that he instinctively believed it was impossible for him to kill Lin Mu. Now, with only 20% of his vital blood remaining, he lacked the courage to fight to the bitter end. Too far. Today, I shall indeed go too far. Let us see what you can do. Lin Mu had already closed in on Huang Song, delivering a powerful punch toward him. Huang Song dared not be careless. He was well aware of Lin Mu's terrifying physical strength. Ignoring his injuries, he quickly struck his chest again, forcing yet another mouthful of vital blood to summon the extraordinary blood orb. In a flash, the extraordinary blood orb erupted with a surge of crimson light, enveloping Huang Song within. With a thunderous crash, Lin Mu's golden fist struck the blood light with ferocity, sending both the light and Huang Song hurtling away. "Today, I will see you dead," Lin Mu spoke coldly, relentless in his pursuit as he advanced once more. "You little bastard! Just wait. I will ensure you are torn to shreds. Even if you obtain the opportunities and inheritances here, you shall not escape this secret realm." Huang Song trembled with rage, his eyes filled with malice as he suddenly struck his chest once more, forcing out the last drop of his vital blood. With the activation of this final drop, the head-sized blood orb radiated an even more intense crimson light, instantly propelling him away from the scene. The speed was astonishing, akin to a crimson whirlwind, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished beyond the azure light barrier. Moreover, once outside the barrier's oppressive range, the speed of the blood whirlwind escalated to a terrifying level, making even Lin Mu feel left behind. Damn it. He actually possesses such an incredible escape technique. Lin Mu thought, troubled by the implications of Huang Song's escape, but he knew that after fleeing, Huang Song would undoubtedly notify his family for revenge, and this would spell endless trouble for him. Chapter 74. Ancient Exotic Species, Lightning Bird. Huang Song had resorted to self-destructive means to flee, which would likely pose a significant calamity for Lin Mu. Seeing the situation develop to this point, Chen Fan quickly suggested, "Why not we collaborate? As long as Lin Mu is willing to work together, I, in the name of the Chen family, guarantee your safety that if Lin Mu is willing to cooperate, my Xie family can also provide you with protection." Xie Jinghong quickly added, extending an olive branch that, of course, both were merely speaking out of convenience. Whether they would genuinely follow through remained uncertain. "I appreciate your goodwill. However, for now, I wish to attempt to seize this ancient being's chance for inheritance." Lin Mu replied nonchalantly, and in the face of the two's disappointed gazes, he stepped forward, heading directly towards the end of the azure light barrier, making his way toward the nearby Inheritance Palace. Chun Fan and Xie Jinghong exchanged glances, ceasing their chatter and each pressing forward against the overwhelming pressure. Xie Jinghong, having recently achieved minor success in his innate sword body, possessed remarkable physical prowess. Although his pace was slow, he could still withstand the increasingly formidable pressure. However, Chun Fan was unable to endure. After forcing himself forward a few more steps, he was compelled to retreat, looking quite disheveled. "It seems my hopes of obtaining the treasures and legacies within this inheritance hall must rest on Lin Mu. And he certainly possesses an extraordinary artifact." Chen Fan inhaled deeply, casting a cold, detached gaze at Lin Mu's figure, his eyes filled with an unusual chill. Before long, a considerable number of practitioners began to gather outside the secret realm. These cultivators varied in their levels of cultivation, yet their sheer numbers were quite astonishing. "Damn it! Why are there suddenly so many practitioners here?" Chen Fan frowned. Although he had anticipated this situation, witnessing the throng of numerous practitioners below the Sky Sovereign Realm arriving left him feeling somewhat disgruntled. "Young master, what should we do now?" A member of the Chen family could no longer restrain himself from asking, furrowing his brow. "Follow them. Their ability to enter here indicates that something has occurred outside the relic." Chun Fan replied, "Staying here holds little significance. We must regroup outside the relic. This time, we must be thoroughly prepared. We cannot allow that scoundrel Lin Mu to fall into the hands of the city lord's mansion or the Huang family." "Yes, yes," responded the dozen or so subordinates hastily. Chun Fan took the lead, immediately departing with his entourage, amidst the astonished gazes of a large circle of newly arrived cultivators. "Look ahead, the Hall of Inheritance is right there. We must hurry inside, lest those two seize the treasures before us. To think we have arrived at the Hall of Inheritance so easily. What remarkable fortune we possess. Indeed, we are quite fortunate. The path we traversed was littered with corpses, indicating that a brutal battle must have transpired within this relic. Therefore, it is often said that it is better to arrive opportunely than early. Haha, the fortune here is undoubtedly mine." The eyes of the gathered cultivators sparkled with excitement, each one filled with fervent anticipation as they surged towards the azure light barrier enveloping the Hall of Inheritance. Soon, they discovered the anomaly within the azure barrier, that a vast throng of cultivators rushed forward. But only a few could traverse more than 50 steps within the barrier. Among those who managed to surpass 100 steps, alongside Lin Mu and Xie Jinghong, there were merely 3 individuals. These 3 quickly became the focal point of everyone's attention. Damn it. The pressure from this Azure barrier formation is too intense. We cannot pass through, but didn't someone manage to get through? If we wish to gain any benefits, we can only wait for them to exit and seize it from them. You are correct. With so many of us, once those 3 emerge, we can strike directly. A group assault? I relish the thought. The crowd buzzed with discussion, none willing to depart, instead choosing to quietly observe Lin Mu and his 2 companions as they entered the Hall of Inheritance. They were determined to remain vigilant. Ready to ambush the trio upon their exit, it appears that the situation outside is rather grim. It seems that leaving will not be as simple as anticipated. Lin Mu had already passed the trial of the Azure barrier formation and, alongside Xie Jinghong and another cloaked woman, arrived at the base of the Hall of Inheritance at this moment. Lin Mu had numerous enemies, not to mention the Huang family, with whom he had an irreconcilable vendetta, nor the city lord's mansion and the Qin family, who coveted his dragon scales, but the throng outside was not to be underestimated either. However, at this juncture, Lin Mu could no longer afford to concern himself with such matters. His immediate goal was to secure the inheritance and opportunities that lay within this place. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful would he earn the right to confront all crises. Friends, this Hall of Inheritance appears formidable. Shall we proceed together? Xie Jinghong proposed, sensing an inexplicable unease as she gazed down the vast, empty corridor of the hall. Certainly. Let us advance as a trio. Should any danger arise, we can support one another, replied the cloaked woman, her voice cold and imbued with an air of aloofness that I have no objections. Lin Mu concurred, pleased with the arrangement. The 3 exchanged glances, each perceiving the gravity reflected in the other's eyes. The oppressive force that had previously weighed upon them was no longer present, and they could now manipulate their cultivation freely. However, Lin Mu was the least powerful among them. Yet both Xie Jinghong and the cloaked woman dared not underestimate him. Given that he had made it this far, with utmost caution, the trio advanced, their spirits heightened to the fullest extent, ready to confront any potential crisis that may arise. They nearly simultaneously stepped into the passage leading to the grand hall ahead, the faint sound of their footsteps echoing in the expansive corridor until they reached the entrance of the first grand hall. Suddenly, a lightning sphere the size of a human head shot forth from within the hall. Before the 3 could react, it exploded with a resounding bang, showering them with a myriad of electric sparks that enveloped their forms. The air crackled with the sound of electricity as the silver arcs of lightning flitted about chaotically, prompting the trio to hastily activate their protective energies. However, the force of the lightning was formidable. Although much of it was countered by their defenses, several arcs penetrated their bodies, leaving them with a stinging sensation akin to electric shocks. In the depths of the once silent hall, a cacophony erupted, a dark void now illuminated by the flapping of wings, revealing a colossal figure that surged forward, laden with crackling silver lightning. Not good. This is the legendary ancient species, the lightning bird. Damn it. How could such a fierce beast exist within the Hall of Inheritance? We must flee. Xie Jinghong and the cloaked woman, seasoned in their experiences, instantly recognized the terrifying avian creature, their bodies trembling in fear as they made a hasty retreat. Although Lin Mu was unaware of the full extent of the lightning bird's terror, the overwhelming might of the thunderous forces it wielded compelled him to flee as well. Chapter 75. A display of power, 5 great enemies approaching. In the vast hall, silence reigned as the lightning birds ceased their assault on Lin Mu and his companions, bowing submissively to the king residing in the innermost part of the hall. The expressions of Lin Mu and his companions grew increasingly grave, aware that should the strongest lightning bird choose to attack, their chances of survival would dwindle to nearly nothing in the face of this life-threatening crisis. They felt an icy chill coursing through their veins, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. What do we do? Do you have any confidence in dealing with it? The cloaked woman inquired, her eyes filled with trepidation, clearly at a loss for any viable options, placing her hopes upon Lin Mu and Xie Jinghong. Lin Mu remained silent, choosing not to respond. Although he could channel his energies to fully activate his dragon scales and potentially withstand 1 or 2 attacks from the fearsome creature, doing so would leave him completely drained of power, leading to a dire fate. While his physical body was formidable, it had yet to reach the level of contending against a mid-stage Sky Sovereign. I cannot guarantee success against it, but I must make an attempt. However, you must fully cooperate with me. Xie Jinghong's eyes reflected a complex array of emotions, though he was reluctant to reveal his trump cards. The current situation left him little choice. How shall we cooperate? The cloaked woman pressed, unable to contain her curiosity. Quite simply, unleash all your abilities and eliminate this flock of lightning birds. As for the strongest king, I shall handle it. Xie Jinghong inhaled deeply, his words causing the cloaked woman's expression to shift dramatically. What? You expect us to eradicate this entire flock of lightning birds? The cloaked woman's face darkened considerably. She could barely manage a solitary lightning bird of the semi-sky sovereign level, let alone face one of full sky sovereign caliber. Lin Mu's expression mirrored her dismay, despite his formidable combat prowess. The prospect of teaming up with the cloaked woman to eliminate the entire flock seemed implausible. Among the lightning birds, there were at least 30 of the semi-sky sovereign level, in addition to 5 at the early sky sovereign level. If they coordinated their attacks, even self-preservation would be a challenge, let alone annihilating them all. What? Are you too unwilling? Then we must each rely on our own fortunes. Xie Jinghong's gaze turned frigid, his voice equally icy. Evidently unwilling to indulge in further discussion, at that moment, the king of the lightning birds emitted a sharp, piercing cry, seemingly issuing a command, prompting the 30 or so lightning birds to respond in kind with their own shrill cries. In an instant, brilliant arcs of electricity erupted from their bodies as they charged towards Lin Mu and his companions. This time, their assault was not chaotic. They advanced in groups of 3 or 5, coordinating their efforts. Witnessing this, despair flooded the cloaked woman's visage. While she could manage a solitary lightning bird, facing multiple united ones was an impossibility. Kill, we fight to the death. Lin Mu and Xie Jinghong understood that they had no choice but to risk everything. Otherwise, there would be no path to survival. Meanwhile, the cloaked woman, gripped by fear, dared not engage, instead fleeing with all her might in an attempt to escape the grand hall. However, just as she reached the entrance of the hall's corridor, a powerful lightning bird stationed there unleashed a torrent of thunderous energy, engulfing her despite her desperate attempts to counter with 2 formidable wind blades. With a piercing scream, she was consumed by the overwhelming force. Her body crackling with electricity before being reduced to a charred corpse, exuding the scent of burnt flesh. She is dead. After all her efforts to reach this place, she has perished inside the hall. Lin Mu and Xie Jinghong struggled in a fierce battle. Blade domain, kill. Xie Jinghong, already possessing terrifying strength, unleashed his blade domain, ensnaring 5 of the semi-sky sovereign-level lightning birds that in an instant, they were all obliterated. Transforming into pure bolts of thunder that surged into his body. Squawk! At that moment, 2 more groups of lightning birds descended upon him, and he employed the same strategy, swiftly dispatching another 8 lightning birds with his blade domain. What incredible power from the blade domain! Lin Mu was profoundly shaken. He was aware of Xie Jinghong's formidable strength, yet he had not anticipated such ferocity today. The might of that sword domain was enough to instill terror in his heart. He realized that if he were to confront Xie Jinghong's sword domain, he would struggle to withstand it. Lin Mu had not been idle either. Leveraging his immense physical prowess, he had vanquished 5 half-step sky, sovereign-level lightning birds that had dared to attack. However, this had also drawn even more firepower towards him. Fortunately, after the lightning birds were slain, they yielded pure thunderous energy that enhanced his physical strength. Otherwise, this battle would have been untenable. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mu emanated a radiant golden light, transforming into a streak of gold as he plunged into the nearby flock of lightning birds. The 2 of them unleashed their respective abilities, ultimately exterminating all the half-step sky, sovereign-level lightning birds on the spot. Their physical strength, refined by the concentrated thunderous energy, had significantly increased. Alas, it still fell short of allowing Lin Mu to advance further. Drawing in another deep breath, Lin Mu set his sights on the 5 early-stage sky sovereign-level lightning birds. Xie Jinghong was equally resolute, his fighting spirit surging as he brandished his sword towards those 5 formidable lightning birds. Lin Mu, unwilling to be outdone, surged forward amidst his own golden radiance. Unbeknownst to them, shortly after the demise of the black-clad woman, Others had breached the entrance of the relic hall. At this moment, these individuals, emboldened by their considerable strength, were on the verge of storming into the hall. Should they arrive, the fruits of Lin Mu and Xie Jinghong's arduous battle would likely be rendered futile. They rushed in, for the ancient power's legacy and opportunities lay within. It was said that the young lord of the great desolate ancient city, along with 2 others, had already entered. We must hurry and not let them seize our fortunes. Even if they have obtained opportunities, we can wrest them from their hands. Indeed, let us enter without delay. In an instant, 5 young cultivators arrived outside the Hall of Legacy. Their identities were anything but simple, and their prowess was commendable at this moment. The 5 joined forces to decisively slay the mid-stage sky, sovereign-level lightning bird guarding the passage. After dividing the thunder spirits amongst themselves, they surged forward, rapidly penetrating the depths of the hall. Chapter 76. Battle at Ten Fiends Mountain. The 5 great prodigies, at this juncture, Lin Mu and Xie Jinghong, had finally collaborated to eliminate the 5 early-stage sky, sovereign-level lightning birds. 5 orbs suffused with pure thunderous essence hovered before them. Damn it! How did so many people arrive all at once? It seems there has been a significant upheaval outside the relic. Lin Mu and Xie Jinghong immediately noticed the 5 newcomers, and their expressions turned grim, particularly for Xie Jinghong. His gaze flickered as he seemed to recognize these 5, and their appearance was indeed unexpected. Lin Mu could discern an unusual tension in Xie Jinghong's demeanor. "Do you know these 5? Lin Mu could not help but inquire of Xie Jinghong. "If I am not mistaken, I do." Xie Jinghong's countenance was exceedingly dark. Not only did he recognize these 5 exceptionally powerful youths, but he also had a history with them. The great desolate ancient city stood steadfast outside the ancient barbarian forest, unyielding like a rock for millennia. Yet beyond the ancient city lay a chaotic realm, devoid of order or rules, known as the Chaos Domain. This domain teemed with a mix of characters, including the most nefarious and irredeemable individuals. Among them were 10 incredibly powerful beings who jointly established an organization known as Ten Fiends Mountain. Ten Fiends Mountain was notorious, reigning supreme in the chaotic land. Even the 3 major powers of the great desolate ancient city dared not provoke them lightly. The 5 seemingly exceptional young cultivators before them hailed from Ten Fiends Mountain. However, Xie Jinghong had not anticipated their appearance in this location. "Haha, I did not expect you to still be here. It seems the opportunities and legacies of this place have yet to be claimed by you. The 5 prodigies of Ten Fiends Mountain have arrived at just the right moment. With you 2 laborers leading the charge, we will save ourselves considerable effort. Hand over the thunder spirits in your possession. It works out perfectly with our 5 members, 1 spirit each. Surrender the thunder spirits, or do not blame us for being merciless." The atmosphere grew exceedingly tense as both sides faced off, the air thick with impending conflict. Deep within the hall, the most powerful lightning bird remained eerily silent, even suppressing its aura, rendering it difficult for the newly arrived 5 cultivators to sense anything amiss. This lightning bird not only possessed formidable power, but its intelligence also surpassed that of ordinary lightning birds. Its current stillness clearly indicated a desire for Lin Mu and Xie Jinghong to engage in battle with these 5, that though it was a manifestation of Tao patterns, having attained sentience, it naturally wished to avoid being slain. Lin Mu and Xie Jinghong had already instilled in it a sense of danger, and the arrival of the 5 only intensified its foreboding. "Are you certain you wish to seize my thunder spirits?" Xie Jinghong's gaze turned icy, emanating a terrifying sword intent that in an instant. The air around him was filled with intertwining sword chi, a formidable presence that rendered the 5 cultivators visibly uneasy. Such terrifying sword intent. "Are you not Xie Jinghong, the young lord of the great desolate ancient city?" One of the white-clad youths spoke coldly, his eyes filled with wariness. The other exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, despite their considerable strength. They understood that a prodigy like Xie Jinghong was not to be trifled with. "Indeed, I am Xie Jinghong." "What, do you intend to forcibly seize my thunder spirits?" Xie Jinghong replied coldly. Though he was powerful, he was reluctant to confront these 5 directly. Each of these youths was a half-step sky sovereign, and having breached the azure light barrier surrounding the Hall of Legacy, it was evident they were no ordinary opponents. Moreover, they hailed from Ten Fiends Mountain. Xie Jinghong, I have long heard of your illustrious name. Seeing you today, it is indeed as the rumors say. However, do you believe that with just the two of you, you can contend against the 5 prodigies of Ten Fiends Mountain? The white-clad youth spoke dismissively, clearly underestimating Xie Jinghong. Haha, I have long heard that Xie Jinghong is the greatest prodigy of the great desolate ancient city. But I wonder how you measure up against our top 10 prodigies of Ten Fiends Mountain. Another burly youth chimed in eagerly that I advise you to hand over the thunder spirits without delay, lest we be forced to act and ruin the atmosphere, that I am also quite curious to see just how strong the top prodigy of the great desolate ancient city truly is. The remaining 3, a pair of young men and a cold young woman, cast eager glances towards Xie Jinghong. Although they were wary of his combat prowess, their advantage in numbers emboldened them, faced with the relentless pressure of the 5 prodigies from Ten Fiends Mountain. Lin Mu and Xie Jinghong's expressions darkened considerably. Chaos Domain, Ten Fiends Mountain. Lin Mu furrowed his brow, meticulously sensing the auras of the 5 youths before him. The 2 thunder spirits he had painstakingly obtained were not something he could relinquish easily. Yet he also understood that these 5 youths were not to be trifled with. Kid, will you hand over the thunder spirits, or shall I personally take them from you, if I have to intervene? You may not survive, the white-clad youth sneered. Observing Lin Mu's early stage will see realm aura, and approach him step by step that I in his eyes. Lin Mu was akin to a soft persimmon, easily bullied as for Xie Jinghong. He acknowledged a degree of caution. He was uncertain if he could handle Xie Jinghong alone, so he opted to first extract a thunder spirit from Lin Mu. Kid, while thunder spirits are valuable, you lack the qualifications to possess them. Hand one over to me. The burly youth stepped forward, casting a cold glance at Lin Mu. With these 2 fixating on him, they were poised to strike. Meanwhile, the other 2 youths and the icy young woman had set their sights on Xie Jinghong, ready to spring into action. Do you really think I am made of clay? Lin Mu's expression darkened, refusing to show them any respect. Right before their eyes, he absorbed the 2 orbs of thunder spirits he had tirelessly obtained from the slain lightning birds. The orbs fused into his being. Whoosh, whoosh! The enhancement from these 2 orbs of thunder spirits was indeed substantial, rapidly strengthening his physique. Although he still could not advance to a level comparable to a mid-grade spiritual weapon, he was now much closer to that benchmark. How dare you show such blatant disrespect? Damn it! Attack him! Enraged by Lin Mu's audacity, the white-clad youth and the burly youth launched a fierce assault against him. They scorned the use of techniques, opting instead for a direct and primal approach, intending to teach Lin Mu a harsh lesson to vent their frustrations that I might fear you. Lin Mu remained undaunted, his fighting spirit ablaze as he summoned his physical power to its zenith and charged at the 2. Chapter 77. Breaking the demon-repelling golden bell, the great mountain-splitting sword, crack. Lin Mu delivered a resounding slap, sending the young man in white hurtling backward. What the hell? The young man was momentarily stunned by the forceful blow. His face contorted from the impact of Lin Mu's golden hand. Several of his teeth were knocked out, and as his body flew through the air, a spray of blood trailed behind him. And you? Lin Mu moved with lightning speed, swiftly approaching the burly youth who had foolishly offered himself. With a powerful punch, he struck the youth in the abdomen. With a dull thud, the burly youth's stomach caved in, and his body soared more than 10 feet into the air, crashing heavily onto the hard stone floor of the Grand Hall. Your physique, how can it be so formidable? The burly youth clutched his abdomen, overwhelmed by intense pain. Coughing up blood, he gazed at Lin Mu in disbelief that Lin Mu refrained from striking until now. His sudden assault had left the other 3 elites from Shurjiao Mountain utterly astonished. What is happening? His physical strength is terrifying. They were bewildered, witnessing their comrades being effortlessly sent flying. The trio's expressions toward Lin Mu shifted from disdain to apprehension. They realized that had they engaged him without caution, they too would have suffered a significant loss. Meanwhile, Xie Jinghong maintained an air of calm, clearly unfazed by Lin Mu's display, which had evidently been anticipated. Damn it. I can't believe I was struck by a mere child. The young man in white seethed with murderous intent. He quickly activated his energy, swallowed a recovery pill, and instantly regained his vigor. Exuding a powerful aura of cultivation, he sought to reclaim his dignity. You little brat, though your physique is impressive, I will show you that in my presence, you are nothing but a jester. The burly youth, recovering from the previous blow, charged at Lin Mu, his energy roaring to life as he sought vengeance. It seems you are intent on taking this seriously. Lin Mu's gaze turned icy. Very well, I shall use you to hone my skills. Let us see what you can do. On the other side, the three elites facing Xie Jinghong could no longer contain themselves and launched an attack. Xie Jinghong, it seems you are unwilling to relinquish the Thunder Spirit. Why waste words with him? I shall test the strength of the so-called first genius of the ancient city. Together, the two youths and the cold young man unleashed their formidable martial techniques, striking towards Xie Jinghong. Humph! With just the three of you, you hardly possess the qualifications to take what is mine. Xie Jinghong was unyielding, countering with fierce sword strikes that he refrained from employing his sword domain, for while it was powerful, each use drained a considerable amount of his energy, having already expended much in his previous battle against the Thunderbird. His energy reserves were not abundant, compelling him to minimize consumption. The trio, though aggressive, were clearly cautious, their attacks merely probing. The disparity in strength between the two sides was not vast, making it difficult to discern a clear victor. As the battle between Xie Jinghong and his opponents unfolded, the two other elites from Shurjiu Mountain finally unleashed their martial techniques against Lin Mu. Low-tier Xian rank martial technique. Demon Suppression Golden Bell. The burly youth roared, summoning a resplendent golden bell with both hands that he assumed an imposing stance, resembling an ancient Buddha, and manipulated the bell to envelop Lin Mu. Simultaneously, the young man in white also struck. Low-tier Xian rank martial technique. Great mountain-splitting sword. The young man conjured an impressive azure sword, its runes swirling, towering a full 10 feet as it descended upon Lin Mu. The two elites unleashed their powerful martial techniques, rivaling the strength of Huang Song's ultimate technique, combining their efforts to obliterate Lin Mu. They understood the might of Lin Mu's physique and sought to leave him no opportunity for retaliation. Lin Mu found himself ensnared within the confines of the Demon Suppression Golden Bell, unable to escape, merely watching as the azure sword descended upon him. Break for me. Lin Mu would not sit idly by. Though these two elites were merely half a step into the Void Realm, the strength of their martial techniques was formidable, capable of shaking mid-stage Void Realm experts. United, they could potentially overwhelm even a typical mid-stage expert. Buzz! Lin Mu channeled half of his energy into a dragon scale, summoning it forth. The half-meter-wide dragon scale burst from his body, radiating golden light as it soared towards the descending great mountain-splitting sword. With a deafening metallic resonance, the brilliance of the dragon scale dimmed and shrank, yet the azure sword's radiance also dissipated, collapsing in midair and exploding. Break for me! Lin Mu bellowed again, his fist aglow with golden light, propelling his physical strength to its zenith as he struck the encasing Demon Suppression Golden Bell. Clang! The bell shimmered with resounding golden light, its luster fading significantly, yet it did not shatter immediately. Again, break for me! Lin Mu shouted once more, his golden fist imbued with terrifying force, smashing down relentlessly, bam bam bam. Under the relentless assault of Lin Mu's formidable fists, the bell trembled violently, golden light cascading around it as massive golden fist imprints appeared on the bell's surface. Astonishing to behold. Damn it. His physique is simply too horrifying. The burly youth maintaining the bell grew increasingly pale. Now, Lin Mu roared again, unleashing all his physical might, crashing down upon the already wavering and unstable bell. Boom! As anticipated, Lin Mu's strike obliterated the golden bell conjured by the burly youth. Puff! The destruction of the bell rebounded upon its creator, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood, his body reeling from the backlash. Die! Lin Mu thundered, his entire being aglow with golden light as he surged toward the burly youth. The two had sought his life, and he would not show them mercy. Chapter 78. Decapitation of the elites from Shurjiu Mountain. You brat, do not be so arrogant. Taste my sword. The young man in white rushed forward, preparing to unleash his strongest martial technique once more, swinging his sword at Lin Mu's back. However, Lin Mu paid him no mind, channeling half of his energy into a dragon scale for defense, while he advanced toward the burly youth, that I will fight you to the bitter end. The burly youth's face paled, yet he forced himself to rise and charged at Lin Mu. Boom! Lin Mu delivered a kick, sending the burly youth crashing to the ground, then raised his golden fist, striking fiercely at his head. The azure sword clashed against the dragon's scale, the golden light of the scale instantly dissipating. While the azure sword shattered as well, the young man in white, having exhausted his energy, could no longer summon his strongest techniques to save his companion. Die for me! Boom, boom, boom. Lin Mu's golden fists were terrifyingly powerful. With 3 strikes, the first shattered the burly youth's hands raised in defense, the second crushed his skull, and the third obliterated his head, blood and gore splattering everywhere, that he's dead. One of Shurjo Mountain's most talented and powerful elites, rivaling Huang Song from the ancient city, was slain by Lin Mu. In fact, he had not even had the chance to deploy his trump card for protection before meeting his grim fate. You dare kill an elite of Shurjo Mountain? You will pay for this. Shurjo Mountain will not let this go. You have committed an unforgivable crime by slaying one of our elites. We are united as one. To kill one of us is to make an enemy of all. From this day forth, not only shall you die, but all those behind you will accompany you to the grave. The remaining 4 elites from Shurjo Mountain were now brimming with murderous intent. Even the 3 engaged with Xie Jinghong ceased their battle, joining the young man in white as they encircled Lin Mu. This boy has stirred up a great calamity, Xie Jinghong silently mused within, his expression growing increasingly complicated at that moment, but he had never anticipated that Lin Mu would be so audacious as to eliminate even one of the prodigies from the 10 Fiends Mountain. The 10 Fiends Mountain was notorious for its fierce protection of its own, and the 5 prodigies before him were the current heirs of that lineage. Yet, Lin Mu had ruthlessly slain one of them. This debt, it seemed, was far beyond what Lin Mu and the forces behind him could bear. Not to mention the insignificant Lin family that stood behind him. Even the Beixian city, under the Lin family's dominion, was but an ant in the shadow of the 10 Fiends Mountain. Xie Jinghong could almost envision Lin Mu's grim fate awaiting him, as well as the potential collapse of his backing under the terrifying might of the 10 Fiends Mountain. How is it that you, the prodigies of the 10 Fiends Mountain, can kill me at will, yet I cannot retaliate? If you wish to continue this battle, I, Lin Mu, shall gladly oblige. However, you may not yet be aware that in the deepest recesses of this grand hall, a formidable lightning bird lurks, poised to strike us with lethal force at any moment. Lin Mu's fighting spirit surged as he coldly regarded the 4 fierce prodigies from the 10 Fiends Mountain, devoid of any hint of trepidation that he was currently stalling for time while seeking an opportunity to escape. After all, 3 of the 4 before him possessed terrifying combat prowess, and even that young man clad in white should not be underestimated. As one of the top 10 prodigies of the 10 Fiends Mountain, he surely had formidable trump cards of his own. Yet Lin Mu feigned calmness, unwilling to reveal the state of his inner turmoil. Upon hearing Lin Mu's words, the expressions of the 4 prodigies from the 10 Fiends Mountain shifted to a darker hue. They had all expended a considerable amount of their energy, and none were in peak condition. They had witnessed Lin Mu's combat capabilities earlier, and if they were to attempt to subdue him now, they lacked absolute certainty that a moment of silence enveloped them. Lin, you speak true. There indeed lurks a terrifying lightning bird in the depths of this hall, watching us intently, that if you all wish to fight, it would be prudent to eliminate that beast first, and then we can engage in battle. Xie Jinghong interjected, fully aware that allowing Lin Mu to face peril at this moment would be unwise. The prodigies of the 10 Fiends Mountain were interconnected. As long as Lin Mu remained alive, he could share the burden of pressure, sparing Xie Jinghong from facing the 4 alone, should Lin Mu encounter misfortune. However, he would be left to confront them all by himself. Upon hearing Xie Jinghong's words, the 4 prodigies exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a complex mixture of emotions. After all, the young man could not escape. It would not hurt to spare him momentarily. Thus, they decided to grant him a reprieve, intending to join forces against him later. Let us first regain our strength and devise a strategy to deal with that fearsome avian. The lightning bird, possessing considerable intelligence and strength beyond their expectations, lay in wait. The 4 prodigies of the 10 Fiends Mountain reached a consensus and abandoned their assault on Lin Mu. In truth, they had been intimidated by Lin Mu's earlier display of overwhelming power. Otherwise, it would have been inconceivable for them to relent in their pursuit of him. Of course, Xie Jinghong's presence contributed to their hesitation, as he had yet to reveal his full strength, instilling trepidation in the 4 prodigies. Fortunately, I was sufficiently resolute, and with Xie Jinghong's intimidation, Otherwise, if a battle truly ensued, my chances of survival would be exceedingly slim. Lin Mu reflected, inhaling deeply as he retreated to a corner of the grand hall, edging closer to Xie Jinghong's position. He swiftly retrieved a substantial number of spirit stones from his storage bag, openly channeling the eternal golden body technique for cultivation before all present. The spirit stones transformed rapidly into streams of pure essence, surging into Lin Mu's body and coalescing into golden energy that filled his spirals. His rate of refining spirit stones was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the entire pile had been consumed, while the golden energy within his spirals visibly surged back to vitality. Initially, the others paid little heed to Lin Mu, focusing instead on retrieving their own spirit stones and elixirs to regain their strength. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed from the darkest depths of the hall. The lightning bird king, no longer lurking, had sensed the opportune moment to strike, emanating a terrifying aura of silver lightning that illuminated the chamber, while unleashing a torrent of thunderous might towards the gathered individuals. Not good. The ferocious beast is about to unleash a massacre. The inevitable had arrived, such a fearsome presence, such overwhelming momentum. Surely, even a mid-tier Skyward Realm expert would pale in comparison. The expressions of the four prodigies from the Ten Fiends Mountain, as well as those of Lin Mu and Xie Jinghong, shifted dramatically. They felt an almost suffocating sense of life-and-death crisis emanating from the approaching avian predator. Chapter 79. The demise of the Lightning Bird King. The terrifying aura of thunder filled the grand hall, overwhelming everything in its path. Fortunately, the hall was fortified with intricate protective inscriptions. Otherwise, it would have been utterly obliterated. The Lightning Bird King was too powerful, far surpassing the foes Lin Mu and Xie Jinghong had previously vanquished. Now, it approached with the intent to annihilate them while they were still recuperating from their earlier battle. Quickly, everyone, strike together to fend it off. Otherwise, we shall all perish here. Xie Jinghong could not suppress a shout, urging everyone to act. Lin Mu and the four prodigies from the Ten Fiends Mountain shared his urgency, hastily channeling their energies alongside Xie Jinghong to erect a defensive barrier before them. The Lightning Bird King swiftly closed the distance. Casting a cold glance at the barrier they had constructed, IT raised a sharp claw and struck down with immense force. The barrier trembled violently under the assault, barely holding firm. Enraged by this, the Lightning Bird King lashed out several more times, seeking to breach their defenses. Yet, it was unsuccessful, which only fueled its fury. With a deafening screech, the Lightning Bird King recoiled, then opened its maw, gathering a terrifying surge of thunderous energy. As it did so, all the lightning that suffused its body, along with the energy in the hall, was absorbed into the massive sphere of thunder it was conjuring. This is bad. It is about to unleash its ultimate attack. We cannot allow it to succeed. Do not hold back any longer. Give it everything you have. We must go all out. The expressions of the four prodigies from the Ten Fiends Mountain, Xie Jinghong and Lin Mu, turned grave beyond measure at this moment. None dared to hide their capabilities. Each revealed their most formidable trump cards. Xie Jinghong radiated a sharp sword intent, summoning an ancient sword that exuded an aura akin to a second-tier spiritual artifact. As he infused it with his energy and sword intent, it erupted with terrifying power. Simultaneously, the four prodigies of the Ten Fiends Mountain brandished their own high-tier spiritual artifacts, each preparing their mightiest strike. Lin Mu, too, was not idle. He summoned a dragon scale, channeling nearly half of his restored energy into it. With a roar, the Lightning Bird King unleashed the fully charged thunder sphere, transforming it into a bolt of silver lightning that surged toward them. Now strike together, Xie Jinghong shouted, leading the charge with his most powerful sword strike. The others, without hesitation, unleashed their strongest attacks, knowing they were all in this together. Defeat would spell disaster. The lightning bird was so overwhelmingly powerful that it could easily eliminate any one of them. Only by uniting could they hope to contend with it. The moment the lightning bolt collided with Xie Jinghong's massive sword, it shattered instantly, yet the bolt's intensity waned only slightly, retaining its terrifying might. Next, the dreadful lightning bolt obliterated the attacks of the four prodigies of the Ten Fiends Mountain. However, to their horror, they discovered that the residual power of the lightning bolt still posed a lethal threat to them. At that moment, Only a single golden dragon scale stood as their shield. It must hold. Damn it! I cannot perish here. Unbelievably, their last hope for survival rested upon this young man. Their hearts raced as they could only pray that the golden scale as defensive power was sufficient. Otherwise, today would mark their doom. They had exerted themselves to the limit, nearly exhausting all their energy, including their mental strength, that a failure would mean certain death. Now, the golden scale summoned by Lin Mu had become their sole beacon of hope. Boom! A cascade of silver lightning chains thunderously struck the golden scales, which measured scarcely half a step in diameter. In an instant, the golden scales were sent flying, their luster dimming to a mere shadow of its former self. Yet, to the astonishment of the onlookers, the formidable power of the silver lightning chains was remarkably diminished to an exceedingly feeble state. That moment, the remaining serpentine bolts of lightning danced erratically, descending upon the crowd, crackling against them, yet inflicting minimal harm. They had managed to withstand it. Truly, they had withstood it. What a relief! I have survived. The extraordinary prowess of his exotic treasure was evident. Were it to fall into my hands, would it not signify a remarkable boon? The four prodigies of the 10 Fiends Mountain, having narrowly escaped death, were now consumed by an intense yearning for the dragon scale wielded by Lin Mu. Xie Jinghong's gaze was equally fervent, fixated upon Lin Mu's dragon scale, that in the face of their scrutiny, Lin Mu's countenance darkened ominously. What are you scheming? If you value your lives, we must first unite to vanquish this beast. Lin Mu's voice thundered, brimming with ire. These individuals were clearly not of noble character. He had just performed a valiant act to save them. Yet they dared to covet his dragon scale. How utterly despicable! Were it not for his current lack of strength and the looming threat of the Lightning Bird King, he would have been unwilling to collaborate with these individuals at all. The Lightning Bird King, having exerted its full might for a lethal strike against the crowd, was now left with a feeble aura, clearly devoid of significant combat capability. Now was the optimal moment for the group to collectively slay it. All right, let us first unite to slay this beast. It is already at its last gasp. Kill it! Kill! Beast, meet your end! Die! The crowd brandished their spiritual artifacts, surging forward with all their might to strike down the Lightning Bird King. Yet, at that precise moment, a violent aura erupted from the Lightning Bird King. Aware that its life was forfeit, it chose the most extreme course of action: self-destruction. Not good. It's going to self-destruct. Run. Cursed the crowd as they attempted to flee. But it was already too late. A resounding boom echoed through the grand hall as an overwhelming wave of destructive energy surged forth, engulfing the entire space in a tempest of thunderous might. Lin Mu, Xie Jinghong, and the four prodigies of the 10 Fiends Mountain were at the forefront, immediately enveloped by the cataclysmic storm of thunder. Chapter 80. The enigmatic black-clad maiden, the devastating aura, accompanied by the terrifying power of thunder, wreaked havoc within the hall, obliterating all in its path. This storm raged on for an extended period before gradually subsiding. In the aftermath, the area where Lin Mu and the others once stood was left charred and reeking of seared flesh. Within the vast hall, 6 charred humanoid forms lay scattered, 4 of which exhibited no signs of life whatsoever. Silence pervaded the expansive chamber. It was not until a day and a night later that 2 of the charred bodies simultaneously emitted a series of cracking sounds. A ray of sword light burst forth, instantaneously shattering the blackened shells, and from the ground arose a figure of ethereal grace. The power of that beast's self-destruction was truly terrifying. It nearly claimed my life. Xie Jinghong was the first to regain consciousness, completely nude, as his garments had been utterly obliterated by the formidable thunder. Upon realizing his state, he hastily retrieved a set of clothing from his storage pouch. Had he not activated the protective artifact bestowed by his family at the last moment, he would likely have met his demise. With a swish, a golden light erupted 3 paces away, heralding Lin Mu's awakening. Their physical forms were resilient enough, and their defensive relics exceedingly formidable, allowing them to survive the cataclysmic force of the Lightning Bird King's explosion. What a close call! Had I not expended the last of my ethereal energy to summon the dragon scale for protection, I might have perished despite my physical strength, Lin Mu thought, still shaken by the near disaster. However, a day and a night prior, he had depleted all his ethereal energy, which was why he had only just regained consciousness. The four prodigies of the Ten Fiends Mountain, though equipped with protective artifacts, had not been so fortunate. They perished in the storm unleashed by the Lightning Bird King's self-destruction. Lin, brother, you should really put on some clothes. Xie Jinghong, having accidentally glimpsed Lin Mu's bare form, felt a flush of embarrassment and quickly spoke up. Even with his composure, he found the situation rather awkward that, of course, as men, they maintained a certain nonchalance about each other's bodies. Ahem. Regarding the lightning essence left in the wake of the Lightning Bird King's explosion, shall we divide it equally? Lin Mu remarked, attempting to divert the conversation while hurriedly donning his attire. Indeed, we are both in a weakened state. And I concur, Xie Jinghong replied, swiftly conjuring a flickering sword light that neatly bisected the substantial mass of lightning essence. Without hesitation, he absorbed one portion immediately. Lin Mu followed suit, taking possession of the remaining portion. As they absorbed the lightning essence, their previously feeble physiques began to restore at an alarming rate. Before long, both had regained their peak condition and were continuing to grow stronger. Remarkable. Though this half-portion of lightning essence cannot fully transform my physical prowess, I am but a step away from doing so. My body, while still not quite on par with a mid-grade spiritual artifact, is now only a hair's breadth away. Lin Mu rejoiced internally, realizing that had he merged with the entirety of the lightning essence, his physical strength would have reached the level of a mid-grade spiritual artifact. I have indeed turned misfortune into fortune and gained a significant boon from this ordeal. Xie Jinghong, feeling the surge of power coursing through him, was equally satisfied. Together, they had traversed perilous trials, ultimately obtaining a substantial reward within the hallowed Hall of Inheritance. Instead of hastily delving deeper into the hall for further exploration, they each took out spirit stones to refine. It must be said that Xie Jinghong, as the young lord of the ancient wilderness city, was quite affluent in spirit stones. Previously, he had lent over 1,000 high-grade spirit stones to Huangsong. And now, despite consuming spirit stones to restore his strength, he still had enough to recover his cultivation. Lin Mu, although he had also expended some spirit stones, still possessed over 3,500 high-grade spirit stones in his storage pouch, ample to restore his cultivation to its zenith, if not further. However, this locale was evidently not suitable for a breakthrough in cultivation. Despite their earlier friction, the two had shared trials that forged a bond. Their mutual hostility had lessened considerably after surviving several life-and-death crises. Thus, approximately 15 minutes later, both had consumed spirit stones and restored their cultivation to its peak state. Lin, brother, since we are both at our peak, why not continue our exploration? Xie Jinghong proposed. Stepping forward, Lin Mu promptly followed suit. Within the Hall of Inheritance, no further dangers lurked, and they easily arrived at the innermost sanctum of the Great Hall. Yet, they remained cautious, unwilling to let their guard down. Ahead lies the Hall of Inheritance. After enduring numerous perils, they had finally arrived at this destination. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the Great Hall, and the engraved formations within it lit up, casting a brilliant glow throughout the chamber. Both Lin Mu and Xie Jinghong were startled, yet relieved to find no immediate threat. Within the hall stood 3 stone tablets inscribed with lightning runes, beneath which lay 3 ancient, worn cushions, seemingly intended for meditation and cultivation. Yet, each cushion bore etched marks resembling lightning. Was this truly the legacy left behind by that ancient powerhouse? Just as Lin Mu and Xie Jinghong prepared to investigate further, a cold, melodious voice suddenly echoed from not far behind them. Upon hearing the chilling voice, both men turned in shock. Once they beheld the figure, expressions of astonishment and deep apprehension crossed their faces. The woman had approached them unnoticed, and had she chosen to strike, they would have faced dire consequences. You were still alive. Just moments ago, you bore no signs of life, both Xie Jinghong and Lin Mu exclaimed, their eyes wide in disbelief. The figure before them was none other than the only female among the 5 prodigies of the Ten Fiends Mountain, the strikingly cold, black-clad maiden, clad in her dark attire. She exuded an aura of icy detachment, as if she regarded no one with any significance. That I am a woman. I cannot very well allow you to see me in such a state. Can I? The girl in black furrowed her brows slightly, and with a single utterance, She addressed the unspoken doubts lingering in the minds of the two. It was only then that they realized the terrifying power unleashed by the self-detonation of the Thunderbird King had utterly obliterated their garments and reduced their flesh to a charred state. Had the girl in black chosen to cleanse herself at that moment, her exquisite form would have been laid bare. That it appears she possesses a remarkable mastery of some form of concealment technique, quietly restoring her strength and cultivation in the shadows. Only now did she reveal herself. Understanding this, Lin Mu and Xie Jinghong felt an even deeper trepidation towards her. For not only had she survived the self-detonation of the Thunderbird King, but the methods she wielded were likely unfathomably intricate as well. Such a person must be approached with caution. Chapter 81. Accepting the Legacy. Each person's fortunes. Why do you both gaze at me so? I am but a solitary figure at present, harboring no intentions of conflict with you. The girl in black cast a cold glance at the two before directing her attention to the grand hall. Within this hall lie 3 meditation cushions, which should be the remnants of this ancient powerhouse's legacy. That it seems each of us can claim one. What fortuitous gifts we might obtain depends solely on our own abilities. Without further ado, and under the scrutinizing gazes of Lin Mu and Xie Jinghong, she extended her delicate right hand, placing it upon the lightning runes etched into the stone tablet. Instantly, the runes responded to her ethereal energy. Erupting in a burst of white light that enveloped her entirely, she promptly settled into a meditative posture, immersing herself in contemplation. Let us give it a try as well. I can hardly contain my excitement. Lin Mu and Xie Jinghong, witnessing this, hastened to follow suit. Given that the girl in black bore no immediate ill will, they felt no further need for caution. They mimicked her actions, and soon found themselves shrouded in white light as well. Upon realizing he was enveloped by the white curtain of light, Lin Mu's surroundings transformed entirely. His consciousness materialized in a dimly lit space, where not far from him, the figures of Xie Jinghong and the girl in black had also appeared. Before the 3 of them hovered dozens of luminescent orbs, each seemingly containing something sealed within. Congratulations, young ones, for having successfully navigated the myriad trials I have set forth. You are fortunate to inherit the legacy of this old man. Lei Lingzi. Before you lies the culmination of my lifelong studies and collections, and you may each select one. Remember, do not be greedy, for to do so would forfeit your eligibility to receive this legacy. Choose wisely, as after half an hour, your consciousness will be expelled from this space. I wish you all the best. A voice, ethereal and elusive, echoed through the void. Upon hearing these words, the breaths of Lin Mu and his companions quickened. Could these all be legacy jade scrolls? How splendid! While we cannot acquire them all, one would suffice. Half an hour. We must choose carefully. The 3 eagerly approached the floating orbs, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. This is the Windwalker technique, a high-grade yellow-tier martial skill. This is the twin-headed fire python spear, also a high-grade yellow-tier martial skill. The water-splitting sword technique, a low-grade mysterious tier martial skill. There's even a mysterious tier skill here. And this one is a mid-grade mysterious tier martial skill. Perhaps there are even more formidable techniques. This elder is capable of using path patterns to manifest vitality, at least a half step into the extraordinary realm. I must obtain his most potent legacy. Xie Jinghong and the girl in black were exhilarated, their identities distinguished, and their backing formidable. Once their cultivation reached a sufficient level, they would naturally acquire powerful martial skills and legacies. Yet, to obtain a martial legacy suited to them from this ancient powerhouse's relic would indeed be a tremendous boon. Of course, given their backgrounds, the allure of ordinary mysterious tier martial skills diminished considerably. They sought mid-grade mysterious or even high-grade martial skills. According to their estimations, the owner of this ancient relic was at least a half step into the extraordinary realm. Such a powerful individual would not only possess high-grade mysterious tier martial skills but could also wield earth-tier skills, which was not beyond the realm of possibility. Thus, their goals transcended the mere mysterious tier martial skills before them. The least among them were high-grade yellow-tier martial arts, and there were certainly not a few mysterious tier techniques among them. I cannot choose carelessly. I must select the one that suits me best. Lin Mu's heart soared with joy. After all, the Lin family's most formidable martial skill, the Shadow 9 Swords, was merely a high-grade yellow-tier technique. Moreover, he had heard that in the entirety of Beishan City, Only the City Lord's manor possessed a low-grade mysterious tier martial skill. Yet upon surveying the 4 legacy orbs here, he had already discovered a mysterious tier martial skill, leaving him utterly astounded that mysterious tier martial skills wield terrifying power, a fact Lin Mu had already witnessed. Whether it was the low-grade mysterious tier technique, the Great Wilderness Blood Tablet Hand, wielded by Huang Song, or the low-grade mysterious tier techniques employed by the other 10 fiends of the mountain, their might was astonishing, capable of challenging formidable adversaries in the Skyward Realm directly. Lin Mu had long coveted mysterious tier martial skills, and now, unexpectedly, he had a chance to acquire one that suddenly, all the legacy orbs soared into the air with remarkable speed. Xie Jinghong and the girl in black had each chosen a legacy orb and were in pursuit. The orbs they selected radiated powerful auras, likely at least high-grade mysterious tier martial skills, that I must hurry to make my choice. Lin Mu could no longer afford to hesitate, dashing towards the remaining legacy orbs that I in this dim space. Over 30 legacy orbs remained, but their auras were notably less potent than those of the 2 that Xie Jinghong and the girl in black pursued. Clearly, the martial skills sealed within these remaining orbs were likely weaker in comparison. That as Lin Mu approached each orb, time slipped away gradually. When he finally examined the last legacy orb, his brow furrowed slightly. Something is amiss. According to the trials set forth by this ancient powerhouse, his legacy should pertain to lightning. Yet, among these 43 legacy orbs, not one bears any connection to that. It seems the most powerful and precious legacy in this place has yet to be claimed. Lin Mu's brow knitted in thought as he surveyed Xie Jinghong and the girl in black, who had successfully secured a mid-grade mysterious tier martial skill orb. His suspicions intensified. Where, then, lay the true legacy of this ancient powerhouse? Lin, time is running short. You would do well not to be overly selective. Though the strongest of these remaining martial skills are only mid-grade mysterious tier, even such techniques are exceedingly valuable, even within the City Lord's manor of the Great Wilderness Ancient City. Xie Jinghong could not help but urge from the side. Having endured trials alongside Lin Mu, he regarded him as a friend. Seeing Lin Mu still without any gains, he felt compelled to offer a reminder. After advising Lin Mu, Xie Jinghong hurried to accept his own legacy, that as for the girl in black. She remained as indifferent as ever, casting a fleeting glance at Lin Mu before turning her focus solely to the legacy orb she had just acquired. Evidently, both Xie Jinghong and the girl in black were satisfied with their gains that in this ancient powerhouse's relic, the most precious legacy, had yet to be uncovered. After deep contemplation, Lin Mu's eyes suddenly gleamed with realization. Chapter 82. The Greatest Fortune Earth Tier Martial Skill. Lightning instantaneous movement. If I am not mistaken, the legacy of this ancient powerhouse is likely tied to lightning. Given that I have already integrated a significant amount of lightning energy within me, I might as well attempt to resonate with it. Perhaps it will yield results. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mu settled into a lotus position and began to release the lightning essence from within. Whoosh! At that moment, a silver lightning rune flickered at his brow. As this rune manifested, Lin Mu instantly felt a peculiar sensation. Following the instinct, he gazed towards the cluster of glowing legacy orbs and discovered an inconspicuous, nearly imperceptible dim jade scroll lying beneath them. This jade scroll initially emitted no light nor any aura. However, as the lightning rune at Lin Mu's brow beckoned, a silver lightning rune flickered momentarily. Surely, this must be the most extraordinary legacy here. Lin Mu's heart raced with excitement as he dashed toward the unassuming jade scroll. Upon unveiling the dim legacy jade scroll, a striking lightning rune emerged prominently. Before Lin Mu could fully comprehend the situation, the rune shot towards him in an instant, merging with his being. Whoosh! A shadow of an imposing elder suddenly materialized within Lin Mu's sea of consciousness. The elder emanated a formidable aura of thunder, mysterious and unfathomable. Even his ethereal form seemed to be composed of condensed lightning. Lin Mu felt an overwhelming sense of terror akin to celestial might emanating from him. This sensation was profoundly frightening, making it clear to Lin Mu that if this domineering elder wished to take his life, a mere thought would suffice to shatter his very soul. That it was unimaginable what level of terrifying power the illusory elder must have possessed in life. With his back turned to Lin Mu, the elder spoke in a tone of admiration. Fortunate young one, I never anticipated that the legacy left by me, Lei Lingzi, would ultimately fall into your hands. I have cultivated for 5 centuries, creating my own thunderous martial arts, crushing formidable foes, and traversing the world with unparalleled might, facing no worthy adversaries that I have nearly grasped the essence of transcendence. Yet lamentably, my lifespan has reached its end. What you see before you is but a remnant of my spirit. In Lei Lingzi's voice, there was a palpable sense of melancholy that resonated deeply within the heart, evoking a profound sense of empathy. Young one, since you are fortunate enough to inherit my true legacy, it signifies our fated connection. Henceforth, I, Lei Lingzi, shall impart all that I have learned throughout my life to you. I hope you shall not tarnish my illustrious name. Upon concluding his words, Lei Lingzi pointed with a single hand, and instantly, a myriad of ancient silver characters composed of lightning appeared before Lin Mu's eyes. Imprinted deeply within his very soul, the legacy of Lei Lingzi consisted of 2 facets. The first was the Lei Ling body, a method of refining the physical form through the power of thunder, which, once mastered, could bestow extraordinary strength upon the body and grant the ability to wield lightning for offensive purposes, known as the Thunder Ling body refinement technique. For Lin Mu, who possessed the indestructible golden body inheritance, this technique held little allure, for he was well aware that his indestructible golden body was the most formidable body refinement method in existence, incapable of being surpassed by any other. Thus, this esteemed technique, the pride of Lei Lingzi's lifelong endeavors, held diminished appeal for Lin Mu, who would never abandon the vastly superior indestructible golden body for the sake of this so-called thunder body refinement technique. However, the second facet of Lei Lingzi's legacy immediately quickened Lin Mu's breath. Although the Thunder Ling body refinement technique, crafted by the venerable Lei Lingzi, was immensely powerful, he already possessed the indestructible golden body and saw no need to pursue it further. Yet the speed-based martial art named Lightning Instant Movement, which Lei Lingzi had self-created, felt like wings added to a tiger for Lin Mu. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Mu hurriedly began to explore the information regarding the Lightning Instant Movement. This technique, born from Lei Lingzi's insights into the mastery of the world's swiftest speeds, was inspired by the ancient and extraordinary lightning bird. Though not fully realized, it already possessed a level comparable to that of low-tier Earth-grade speed martial arts, with Lei Lingzi having temporarily developed it into 3 stages. The first stage, Thunder Flash, could exponentially increase speed, allowing one's form to shift as swiftly as lightning. The second stage, Thunder Instant, further augmented speed, enabling instantaneous relocation. The third stage, Lightning Instant Movement, could elevate speed once more, transforming one's form into that of a lightning bird, achieving a semblance of the world's utmost swiftness. Having perused the information on the Lightning Instant Movement, Lin Mu's heart soared with joy that he had never anticipated acquiring a legendary Earth-grade martial art in this place. That Earth-grade martial arts were coveted not only by the humble Lin family and the small northern Xian city, but even by great powers like the ancient city of Dahuang and the Ten Fiends Mountain. After all, Earth-grade martial arts were sought after even by formidable cultivators in the Cave Heaven realm, and their benefits extended to transcendental beings, showcasing just how rare and precious they truly were. Thank you, Venerable Elder, for your imparted wisdom. Lin Mu inhaled deeply and respectfully bowed with clasped fists toward the illusory figure of Lei Lingzi. You are quite commendable. I am pleased. Lei Lingzi's voice conveyed a hint of sentimentality. I have been dead for far too long. The purpose of this remnant spirit is to find a worthy disciple capable of inheriting my legacy. Now that I have found you, my final wish is fulfilled, and there is no longer a need for this remnant spirit to persist. With that, Lei Lingzi transformed into pure, surging lightning energy and began to pour into Lin Mu's physical form. Gratitude filled Lin Mu's eyes. He did not hesitate to embrace this gift as the pure lightning energy surged within him. His indestructible golden body began to strengthen rapidly. Soon, his physical prowess broke through its previous limitations, achieving a level equivalent to a mid-tier spirit artifact. Wonderful! My physical form has finally advanced, and it continues to grow stronger. Lin Mu rejoiced, feeling the tumultuous surge of power within him, akin to soaring towards ascension as time passed. Lin Mu remained seated in meditation, but the pure silver lightning energy enveloping his body finally dissipated. His physical strength had reached an astonishing level. While he could not ascertain its exact magnitude, he knew that he could now potentially contend with a top-tier spirit artifact, having completed the absorption of the lightning energy left by the venerable Lei Lingzi. Lin Mu pondered the current extent of his physical prowess. Before I depart the ruins, I should first practice the lightning instant movement, and my cultivation should also progress further. After all, my enemies are incredibly formidable. If I am to venture out, I must maximize my strength to have even a sliver of hope. Lin Mu took a deep breath, feeling an immense pressure weighing upon him. He sensed an imminent crisis of life and death approaching. Although he had reaped great fortune within the ruins, he had also made numerous terrifying enemies along the way. Whether it was the Huang family of the ancient city of Dahuang, the Ten Fiends Mountain, or those who lurked in the shadows, none would allow him to leave the ruins unscathed. Thus, surviving this ordeal would be far from simple. Chapter 83. Must I walk into the tiger's den? Within the Hall of Inheritance, Xie Jinghong and the girl in black had long since completed their own legacies, yet they had not yet departed the hall. The white beam of light that had enveloped them had long since vanished. This protective light had ensured the safety of the inheritors and provided soundproofing, allowing them to absorb the inheritance in peace. Inside the hall, Lin Mu remained seated atop the legacy light orb, still shrouded in the protective white beam. What kind of inheritance had he received? Could it truly be that he had yet to finish even now? Xie Jinghong muttered to himself. 3 days had passed. Could it be that he truly acquired the genuine inheritance of this ancient powerhouse? After all, it was a legacy left by at least a half-step transcendental being, which was no trivial matter. The girl in black could not help but voice her thoughts as well. 3 days prior, the two had completed their inheritance, yet they lingered within the Hall of Inheritance, eager to discover the nature of Lin Mu's legacy. As they waited, 3 full days had elapsed. During this time, no one had entered the Hall of Inheritance, leaving them unaware of the happenings outside. Their confidence stemmed from their powerful backgrounds. They were undeterred by the prospect of others seeking to challenge them or steal their inheritance. After all, one was backed by the Lord's residents of the ancient city of Dahuang, while the other was affiliated with the Ten Fiends Mountain, a force of equal might. Suddenly, as they grew weary of waiting, the white barrier surrounding Lin Mu vanished instantaneously. Have you finally concluded? Lin, it seems the greatest fortune here belongs to you. The girl in black and Xie Jinghong were immediately intrigued, though neither seemed eager to confront Lin Mu, clearly wary of his newfound strength. Lin Mu rose to his feet. Feeling somewhat cramped from his prolonged meditation, he stretched, and a series of crackling sounds emanated from his joints, sending a surge of powerful energy coursing throughout his body. With a mighty shake, he expelled the foul substances that had accumulated due to his enhanced physique. Having completed these tasks, Lin Mu finally directed his gaze towards Xie Jinghong and the girl in black. Were you two waiting for me all along? Lin Mu's eyes held a glacial indifference as he sensed their unfriendly gazes, particularly the girl in black, whose stare was icy cold. However, Lin Mu felt no fear. He had experienced immense fortune within the ruins, and not only had his physical strength surged, but his cultivation had also reached the mid-stage of the Wheel Sea realm. Moreover, his primordial spirit was at its peak state. Even if these two still held hidden cards, he was confident in his ability to defeat them. His true concern lay not with them, but rather with the forces behind them and the multitude of eyes that watched the ruins. Lin, do not misunderstand. I merely wish to represent the ancient city of Dahuang and befriend you. Xie Jinghong was straightforward, extending an olive branch without delay. Befriend me. Your lord's residence in the ancient city of Dahuang must be eyeing the fortune I have obtained. Am I right? The girl clad in black disdainfully spoke. Your name is Lin Mu, is it not? Let me introduce myself that I am Mimosine. Hailing from the Ten Fiend Mountain, my intention is to seek your cooperation. I can assure you that if you surrender the inheritance of this place, I will guarantee your survival. Lin Mu felt a stirring in his heart as he silently recited the name. Indeed, it matched her temperament perfectly. However, whether it was Mimosine or Xie Jinghong, Lin Mu could not easily place his trust in them. After all, he was no fool, although Xie Jinghong professed a desire for friendship and extended an olive branch. Lin Mu understood that his intentions were likely as dubious as those expressed by Mimosine moments earlier. Should he fall for Xie Jinghong's charm, he might indeed secure the protection of the Lord's manor in the great wilderness ancient city, thus temporarily obtaining the means to survive. Yet this would also place him firmly within their grasp. At that juncture, his fate would likely be grim. Compared to Xie Jinghong, Emo Simin's words were refreshingly direct. Yet Lin Mu, being no simpleton, would not easily yield. He was acutely aware that Emo Simin could not have forgotten his slaying of the 10 Fiend Mountainess heavenly tribulation. Her promise that surrendering the inheritance would ensure his safety was akin to the musings of a child. Did they both truly believe he was afraid? Faced with their various machinations, Lin Mu showed them no courtesy whatsoever. Both Xie Jinghong and Emo Simin were taken aback. They had not anticipated Lin Mu's audacity. Emo Simin remained silent, her expression chillingly cold, as if calculating something in her mind. "Brother Lin," Xie Jinghong began, "though you have acquired great fortune in this place and likely enhanced your strength considerably. Even with your current power, it may be arduous to exit this secret realm. If I am not mistaken, outside this secret realm, even just beyond the Hall of Inheritance, it is already overcrowded. Why not befriend me? I, as the young lord of the great wilderness ancient city, can assure your safety." Observing Xie Jinghong's relentless demeanor, Lin Mu furrowed his brow and replied, "I appreciate your goodwill, but as I mentioned earlier, I am quite accustomed to being alone. I do not favor collaboration, nor do I wish to be beholden to anyone. Naturally, I also prefer not to receive favors without due cause." Lin Mu did not outright reject the offer. Yet his intentions were unmistakably clear. "It appears you are also unwilling to cooperate with me. In that case, I shall take my leave first. May you fend for yourself." Emo Simin was refreshingly straightforward, departing the Hall of Inheritance without a second thought. She evidently possessed some form of confidence, showing no fear that Lin Mu might suddenly turn against her. "Brother Lin, since you say so, I have nothing more to add. Take care. I hope to see you again in the future." Xie Jinghong recognized that further attempts to ingratiate himself with Lin Mu would be futile, and thus he too took his leave. Watching the two retreating figures, Lin Mu's expression grew unusually grave. He understood that by rejecting them, they would not easily allow him to escape unscathed. "I wish to leave this place immediately, yet relying solely on my current strength seems somewhat reckless. However, within this relic, there might still be other exits." Taking a deep breath, Lin Mu endeavored to quell the turbulence within his heart and began to search for any potential alternative exits, but he did not wish to take unnecessary risks unless absolutely essential. With ample time at his disposal, he could afford to explore whether there was a safe means to depart. After thoroughly investigating all the grand halls, he found them all barren, merely bearing the marks of time's passage. Ultimately, Lin Mu returned once more to the Hall of Inheritance. Having explored all the halls, he discovered no other exits. Was he truly to walk into a trap? Lin Mu's brows knitted deeply as he inhaled sharply. Feeling utterly at a loss, suddenly, an audacious and reckless thought struck him. Chapter 84. Blood Battle. Lin Mu realized that to break the deadlock, he could rely only on himself. Having explored every corner of this place, the sole asset he could exploit was the azure light curtain enveloping the entire Hall of Inheritance. That I must harness the immense pressure exerted by this azure light curtain, along with its ability to seal my cultivation, combined with my formidable physical strength to carve out a sliver of hope for myself. Taking a deep breath, an icy glint flickered in his eyes. With that thought in mind, Lin Mu strode forth from the Hall of Inheritance and approached the azure light curtain outside. Upon his appearance, an uproar instantly erupted from beyond the curtain. "That brat has emerged. Haha, kid, you might as well hand over the great fortune of this place. If you do not comply today, it seems unlikely you will leave here alive. Turns out he is merely a mid-stage will see realm brat, yet he has obtained the greatest boon of this place. Is this truly the so-called saint body of humanity from Beishan City, who has been rumored to be crippled?" The azure light curtain, still intact, formed a barrier isolating a multitude of powerful cultivators outside. At that moment, countless cultivators gazed at Lin Mu within the azure curtain, as if witnessing an immense fortune. It was said that this relic was not left behind by a master of the cave heaven realm, but rather, it was likely a legacy from someone who had reached the half-step transcendence realm. It appeared that the inheritance this boy had received was far from ordinary. The legacy of a half-step transcendence expert must belong to the Huang family of the great wilderness ancient city. We shall also claim this boy's life. Though the Huang family possesses some strength, this boy is currently a sought-after treasure. Do you truly think you have the qualifications to claim his inheritance in life? I, from the Ten Fiend Mountain, declare that this child is guilty of heinous crimes, having slain our prodigies. His life rightfully belongs to the Ten Fiend Mountain. Lin Mu coldly surveyed the throng outside the azure light curtain. As expected, those who were meant to arrive had nearly all come, in addition to dozens, if not hundreds, of other cultivators, the three major powers of the great wilderness ancient city, Huang family, Chen family, and the Lord's Manor, had also sent their strongmen. Naturally, the Ten Fiend Mountain was not to be overlooked either. Among this crowd, there were not a few formidable experts of the Sky Sovereign Realm. Originally, experts of the Sky Sovereign Realm could not enter the relic. But with the final remnants of Lei Lingzi dissipating, the rules governing this relic had vanished without a trace. The formation that had barred entry was left unattended, rendering it ineffective. Thus, the Sky's sovereign experts outside the relic had all gathered here, waiting. Fortunately, the azure light curtain surrounding the Hall of Inheritance remained intact and powerful, still capable of being utilized by Lin Mu. The Ten Fiend Mountain and the great wilderness ancient city had always been at odds, subtly facing off against each other, yet their gazes were now fixed upon Lin Mu, intent on seizing him. Do you not all desire the inheritance and opportunities that I possess? If so, what are you still doing standing there? I am right here. If you have the capability, come and take it. Lin Mu spoke indifferently, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward the direction of Xie Jinghong, eager to discern whether the forces behind him would take action against him. As for Mo Simin, there was currently little movement from her, yet Lin Mu understood that the Ten Fiend Mountain at her back would certainly not treat him kindly in response to Lin Mu's provocation. The expressions of those present were far from pleasant, and none dared to be the first to charge forward. They understood that Lin Mu was enveloped within the azure light curtain, unless someone possessed physical strength that vastly surpassed his. Rushing in would yield no benefit. Yet this place was no longer solely occupied by those below the Sky Sovereign Realm. At least 10 experts at that level had arrived. Ordinary people may hesitate to confront me in physical combat. They ought not to be so timid. Lin Mu observed the agitated crowd outside the azure curtain, speaking to himself inwardly, silently calculating that once these Sky Sovereign experts entered the azure light curtain, he would need to conceal some of his strength. When the opportunity arose to catch them all in one fell swoop, he could finally reveal his true ferocity. Moreover, he was contemplating the possibility of casting a wide net to catch a big fish. It was not beyond reason that even more terrifyingly powerful beings, surpassing the Sky Sovereign Realm, might make an appearance. Though the likelihood of such beings appearing was exceedingly slim, he could not afford to underestimate the possibility. His only reliance at present was the area shrouded by the azure light curtain, that he had to leverage the suppression it offered to eliminate his formidable foes, thereby creating a chance to escape. I have heard this boy is the legendary saint body of humanity from Beishan City, possessing an astonishingly powerful physique. Well, I am a Sky Sovereign expert. It is time for me to test him. Just as the crowd remained hesitant, a brawny figure stepped forth from the throng. His aura erupted with a deafening roar, revealing him to be a formidable expert at the Sky Sovereign Realm. His emergence instantly captured everyone's attention. That I, too, am eager to ascertain just how formidable the legendary saint body of humanity truly is. On the other side, an imposing elder emerged. Although his hair had turned gray, he exuded an aura of authority and vigor. This formidable elder was undeniably a powerful figure in the realm of aerial mastery. Their reputation was evidently significant, as some quickly recognized their identities. Gasping in astonishment, were these two not the illustrious leader of the Iron Eagle Gang and the master of the Blade Dominant Sect? It was unexpected to see them here. Both the Iron Eagle Gang and the Blade Dominant Sect practiced exceptionally domineering techniques, granting them remarkable physical prowess. One could only wonder if they would be able to subdue that young man. That it was hard to say, for he was a sacred body of the human race, renowned for being the strongest physique among humanity. They entered the azure light curtain, a battle to anticipate. All eyes were fixed upon the azure light curtain. This moment, the leader of the Iron Eagle Gang, relying on his formidable physique, forcefully approached Lin Mu, step by step, braving the pressure emanating from the azure light curtain. The master of the Blade Dominant Sect, not to be outdone, wielded a menacingly bright blade, a low-grade spirit weapon which radiated an astonishing sharpness. His gaze was icy, filled with a detached, killing intent. "Young man, feel the might of my eagle claw." The leader of the Iron Eagle gang was the first to reach Lin Mu, channeling all his strength as he clawed toward him. His prowess in claw techniques was unparalleled. As the leader of the Iron Eagle gang, his claws could easily rend apart a low-grade spirit weapon, instilling him with absolute confidence that he could severely injure Lin Mu with a single strike. Chapter 85, Slaying Two Aerial Masters. 11 aerial masters charged forth. He could not unleash his full strength, for revealing too much of his capabilities would be detrimental. Facing the full-force claw of the Iron Eagle gang leader, Lin Mu's eyes flickered. He could not afford to appear overly powerful, lest it disrupt his grander scheme. Thus, he merely feigned a full effort, casually throwing a punch. With a resounding thud, the claw of the Iron Eagle gang leader collided solidly against Lin Mu's fist, failing to breach his defenses and instead getting slightly repelled by Lin Mu's blow. The sacred body of the human race is nothing extraordinary. The leader felt as though his finger joints were about to shatter, yet he endured in silence, maintaining an air of nonchalance, for behind him, the master of the Blade Dominant sect had already closed in. "Let me have a go too. Young man, taste my blade." The master of the Blade Dominant sect, wielding the low-grade spirit weapon, swung his blade toward Lin Mu. "Kill!" Lin Mu roared, unleashing a punch that I end this strike. He did not exert his full strength either. Instead, he moved with remarkable speed, evading the blade's edge, and landed a punch on the side of the weapon, sending it flying. His two assaults were executed with meticulous control, both repelling his adversaries and ensuring they did not suffer immediate defeat. This was the impression he deliberately crafted, instilling a sense of trepidation in the two, while simultaneously preventing them from feeling utterly overwhelmed. Lin Mu sought to attract more aerial masters to this confrontation, planning to unleash a massacre and eliminate this formidable group. Only in this manner could he hope to depart the ruins unscathed. "Ha ha! I thought your physique was formidable, but it appears to be nothing exceptional." Though the master of the Blade Dominant sect was taken aback by Lin Mu's physical strength, his eyes now sparkled with fierce battle intent and fervor. He was convinced that, with the powerful sword techniques of the Blade Dominant sect at his disposal, he stood a chance to defeat Lin Mu. The greatest strength of the Blade Dominant sect lay in its sword techniques, although the inability to harness elemental energy in this locale diminished their might. Employing sword techniques with a spirit weapon could still render the attacks of the Blade Dominant sect master exceedingly potent and ruthless. "You two should join forces, alone. One of you may soon find yourselves slain." Lin Mu coldly addressed the pair. "I will show no mercy." In response to Lin Mu's audacious words, the two exchanged glances and did not decline. They had already tested Lin Mu's strength. Indeed, his physique was superior, far surpassing their own, that if they fought individually, they harbored little hope of victory. However, united, the outcome would be different. "You arrogant brat, since you are eager for death, we shall oblige you. Let's attack together and eliminate him." The master of the Blade Dominant sect and the leader of the Iron Eagle gang erupted in a sinister laughter, promptly joining forces, one employing the techniques of the Iron Eagle gang, while the other unleashed the sword techniques of the Blade Dominant sect, launching a ferocious assault on Lin Mu. Faced with the brutal onslaught from the two, Lin Mu's expression turned serious. He slightly revealed some of his strength. Each time, he appeared to narrowly evade their formidable attacks while occasionally striking back, perpetuating an illusion in them that perhaps they could indeed defeat him. The sacred body of the human race truly was formidable. Merely at the mid-stage of the Wheel Sea realm, he could contend against two initial-stage aerial masters with sheer physical prowess. What an incredible feat! His physical strength was indeed remarkable. If this battle continued, the leader of the Iron Eagle gang and the master of the Blade Dominant sect would likely exhaust themselves to the point of collapse. The spectators murmured among themselves, feeling they had gleaned sufficient insight into Lin Mu's capabilities after such an extended observation. Yet, they all understood that the sacred body of the human race possessed an almost limitless reservoir of vitality. It was likely that the two would soon face defeat. Now that I have discerned his strengths and weaknesses, it is time for this old man to personally deliver his demise. The opportunities he possesses are mine for the taking.